Ugh, disgusting. My head, it's spinning. What's happening? Lucy felt like he had been tossed inside a washing machine and spun nonstop for 3 straight days. His thoughts swirled, nausea churning in his stomach as he struggled to pry his eyes open. A blinding white glare stabbed into his vision, forcing him to squint and groan. His mind was blank, empty, as if someone had wiped his memories clean with a dirty rag. His body felt wrong, heavy, unfamiliar. Before he could make sense of anything, a shadow blocked the harsh light. A woman leaned over him. Blonde hair, pale skin, red lips vivid enough to look freshly stained with blood. She wore a white lab coat, but it did nothing to hide her dangerously seductive curves. The contrast made her presence overwhelming, almost intoxicating. "You're awake?" she asked, smiling softly. "How are you feeling, handsome?" Her gaze locked onto his, playful and sharp at the same time. "What happened to me?" Lucy asked hoarsely. His eyes flicked around. Metal restraints, cold sheets, beeping machines, tubes and wires attached to his body. A hospital bed. Instinctively, he checked himself. Head dizzy, body stiff, uncomfortable but not broken. Arms fine, left leg fine. His heart skipped. Why couldn't he feel his right leg? He tried to move it. Nothing. Panic surged through him as he lifted his head. Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here? The woman narrowed her eyes, smiling wider. "Don't worry, it's just a small scratch. Already treated and bandaged." "A scratch?" Lucy frowned. "Then let me see it." "Oh? That might be difficult right now." "Why?" "Because your right leg is in the next room." "What?" His thoughts crashed into each other. "Next room?" His body jerked violently as he struggled against the restraints, trying to sit up. "No need to panic," the woman said gently, pressing a finger to his chest and pushing him back down. Her touch was warm. Too warm. "A lot has happened. Let me explain." Her breath brushed against his ear, sending an unwanted chill down his spine. "You just underwent a kidney transplant," she continued calmly. "You now have someone else's kidney inside you." "What?" "Rejection symptoms can make you uncomfortable. Lie still." Luce's head throbbed. "A transplant? Did I get into an accident? Who donated it?" He swallowed. "I'm an orphan." "Is the donor okay?" "Oh, he's fine," she replied. "Where is he?" "The basement morgue. Cremation tomorrow." Silence. "He died because he gave me a kidney?" Lucy asked slowly. "No. Late-stage kidney cancer." "Then why?" "The kidney we transplanted," she said brightly, "was the cancerous one." "Are you insane?" Something snapped. No real doctor would say this. No real doctor would dress like this either. Lucy struggled again, but the restraints didn't budge. This didn't feel like a hospital. It felt like a slaughterhouse. He forced himself to breathe. The last thing he remembered was coming home from school and falling asleep. "So," he asked coldly, "who are you? And why did you do this to me?" The woman laughed softly, touching her lips with a finger. "Sharp boy. The game has begun. You're one of the first players. Aren't you excited?" "What game?" "Oh." She tilted her head. "You're being live-streamed right now." With a casual flick of her hand, a translucent blue screen appeared before him. Comments scrolled endlessly. "Cut off the other leg. This is insane, I love it. He's awake finally, let's go. Next event when?" Lucy felt ice flood his veins. The dark web. "Relax," she said sweetly. "Your world is about to change. Just enjoy the game." Another screen appeared. A video. Her sawing off his leg. Blood everywhere. His body motionless on the table. His stomach twisted violently. The woman watched the footage with flushed cheeks and trembling fingers, her smile warped with excitement. "How is it?" she whispered. "Fun, right?" "Why don't I feel any pain?" Lucy asked quietly. She pointed at the machine. "This controls your nervous system. 3 centuries ahead of your tech. For surgery, I turned it off." Her fingers hovered over a button. "But now..." She pressed it. Nothing happened. No scream. No convulsions. Lucy blinked. "Is something supposed to happen?" Her smile froze. "You don't feel pain?" "No." "Why?" "My leg's in the next room." She stared at him. Then her face twitched. A vein pulsed. "Oh, we'll fix that." The machine flared red. Pain beyond imagination erupted. And Lucy barely flinched. Shouldn't I be reacting? He asked politely. She laughed. Loud. Unhinged. Then she jumped onto the bed, pinning him down. I hope you're ready, she hissed. Make me happy. The machine screamed. And then, a voice echoed in his mind. Threshold exceeded. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +9. Gene lock detected. 11 out of 100. Huh. For the first time since waking up, Lucy was genuinely confused. Bang. Lucy was still stuck replaying that cold, mechanical voice in his head when the blonde doctor snapped. Her palm whipped across his face. The hit didn't feel like a slap. It felt like being smashed by a metal ball on a chain. Lucy's head jerked sideways, a muffled grunt forced out of his throat. And in that instant, he understood something far more terrifying than the live stream. This woman was not normal. Huff, huff. She hovered over him, breathing hard, eyes blazing with a warped mix of anger and hunger, as if she couldn't decide whether to kill him or devour him. Her prey wasn't cooperating. Her fantasy was collapsing. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Why, she hissed, voice trembling with frustration, why the hell aren't you in pain? Her hands tightened around him. Luce's pupils shrank. Even without pain, he could feel his muscles being crushed, fibers tearing under her grip. His body couldn't lie about that. Strength like this didn't belong to a human woman. And pain didn't matter, but death did. He was restrained. Helpless. One bad move and he'd be a corpse on camera. His mind spun faster than his dizziness. She wanted screams. She wanted reactions. So he gave her exactly what she wanted. Lucy thrashed wildly, twisting like a man on fire, voice cracking in a ridiculous, over-the-top howl. It hurts. It hurts. Oh God, I forgot about pain, aha. The doctor froze. Her gaze stuttered, like her brain had tripped over the sentence. Forgot? How did someone forget pain? But the sight of him flailing and screaming still scratched the itch in her twisted mind. The tension in her shoulders loosened, and a pleased laugh bubbled out of her throat. TSK, that's more like it. Without hesitation, she slammed the button again. The machine flashed red. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +8. Primary gene lock. Unlock progress 19/100. The voice echoed in Luce's head like a system prompt. So that was it. This wasn't about torture. It was about points. He understood the rules now. When the machine went red, he was supposed to suffer. Fine. He'd perform. He threw his head back and screamed like a dying animal, shaking and writhing so dramatically even he felt embarrassed. But what choice did he have? He'd never felt pain in his life. He didn't even know what realistic looked like. Right now, escaping was impossible. So he chose the only option left. Grind. Rack those points to 100. Then see what this gene lock actually gave him. The doctor's mood softened, killing intent fading. That same seductive, poisonous smile returned, as if she'd forgiven him the moment he became entertaining again. She kept pressing buttons. And while she did, she shifted on top of him, casually adjusting her position like this was her stage, and he was just a prop. Her lab coat slipped, little by little, until it was barely hanging on. Beneath it, there was hardly anything left. The live stream chat erupted. Damn, that coat was hiding a whole weapon system. Bro, she was sawing his leg off earlier and now this. Yo, is it just me or is his screaming kinda fake? Some viewers were catching on. The woman didn't. She was high on control, on attention, on the thrill of breaking someone. The machine pulsed red again. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +8. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +9. Wave after wave of nerve stimulation surged through Luce's body. Enough to destroy a normal mind. Useless against him. All he could do was keep collecting points while acting like he was dying. Is that your max setting? Can you go higher? If it gets any stronger, I might actually die. Please, no more. The chat turned ugly. Bro, you're not even trying anymore. This is awkward. B-grade acting would be an upgrade. Anyone got a movie recommendation? The doctor's smile twitched. Even through her haze, something felt wrong. Where were the spasms? The involuntary jerks? The trembling limbs? The delicious, uncontrollable reactions she lived for? This man wasn't giving her any of that. He had broken her immersion twice now. You little sh*t, she growled, voice dropping. Are you messing with me? Lucis stared up at her and, like an idiot, answered honestly. Are you asking if I want to do this? Bang. Her hand slammed down on the machine so hard it rattled. The red light flared violently, almost frantic, like the device itself was being abused. You've pissed me off. I don't know what's wrong with you, she spat, but you ruined my fun. Her hand slipped under her body, and she pulled out a knife. Lucy blinked. Hold on. Where the hell did that even come from? Shing! A silver flash. A red spray. The scalpel plunged straight into his chest. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +2. Not many. Which meant the machine's pain was far worse than being stabbed. But Lucy's pupils still tightened. Pain didn't scare him. Death did. I think, he said quietly, voice finally losing its joke. I don't want to play anymore. The doctor tossed her hair back like she was posing for the camera, grinding her hips against him as she adjusted her posture. Then she started carving. Slow. Deliberate. Like an artist working on a canvas that couldn't run away. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +2. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +1. I was going to enjoy you longer, she murmured, lips curved in cruel pleasure. But you're really annoying me. So I'll cut it off first. And we'll see what kind of face you make after that. This wasn't just torture anymore. She was trying to break him mentally. And when she finally saw his expression darken, her eyes lit up in pure joy. Finally. A reaction. Her free hand slid down toward his waist, fingers grabbing his pants. Lucy's stomach sank. The first time a woman undressed him in his life was because she wanted to castrate him. Crack. A dull, sick sound snapped through the room, sharp enough to make teeth itch. The doctor paused and looked down. Blood. A crimson mess around his left hand. Lucy's fingers had been digging into the handcuffs, forcing them apart with raw strength. Except the handcuffs weren't breaking. His nails were. When she looked back up, his face was still calm. Too calm. He hadn't even flinched. What the hell are you doing? She hissed. She'd watched people beg, scream, bite off their tongues. But this felt wrong in a way even she didn't understand. Lucy smiled faintly. No pain receptors. No mercy from his body. Only one thing mattered. The voice. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +4. Crack. Crack. One after another, his fingernails tore away. All of them. Every nail on his left hand ripped off in a blink, torn by his own force. Blood streamed. Lucy didn't blink. Chosen of agony activated. Pain points +3. Then, the notification arrived. Primary gene lock. Unlock progress 101/100. Requirements met. Gene lock unlocked. Boom. A white-hot surge exploded through his brain, like a sealed door had been kicked open from the inside. For a heartbeat, the world went silent. And then, the unbreakable steel cuffs around his wrists shattered.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Gene lock activated. Every cell in Lucy's body felt like it was on fire. His heart roared like an internal combustion engine. The feeling of transformation was undeniable. His body was undergoing a change unlike anything before. And with it came power. The metal shattered. The high-grade alloy handcuffs, strong enough to restrain a full-grown bull, exploded apart in an instant. Steam rose from Lucy's arm as if it were boiling. The doctor's wide, disbelieving eyes reflected the cold gleam of the shattered metal. Both of their bodies sprang into action like wild leopards. Reversal. Lucy flipped her onto the bed. Disarmed. Counterattack. All in one smooth motion. It was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. The playful glint in his eyes was gone. Now that he was free, he had nothing more to say. His eyes burned with the sharp, ruthless glint of a predator. He gripped the knife. And with full force, he stabbed straight for the woman's exposed chest. Right where her heart was. At that moment, the audience watching the live stream who had been laughing at what they thought was some sick fetish show, suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, is this actually serious? Did something go wrong with the script? Also, how the hell did he break those cuffs? This is still just an act, right? What now, switching to a dominant male storyline? But in that room, the two people at the center of it all knew the truth. This wasn't a game. The doctor's eyes widened in terror. Her hands clamped down on Luce's wrist, desperately stopping the knife from plunging further. Her mind couldn't comprehend how this man had broken free. A carbon-based life form, 18 years old, flesh-grade energy rating, low tier. This is impossible. What did you do? Her sharp, shrill voice echoed through the room. Veins bulged on her forehead. She was struggling like a caged beast. But Luce's expression remained ice-cold. His one remaining leg pressed firmly against her stomach, giving him leverage. His grip on the knife tightened. Slowly, but surely, the blade sank downward. The razor-sharp tip sliced through her smooth, porcelain skin. The same curves that would have driven countless men mad with desire held zero appeal for him now. He was a machine. And he was here to kill. Wait. This is just a game. The doctor panicked. Her twisted arrogance vanished, replaced by desperation. She forced a smile and pleaded. This is the Chosen's paradise. You were selected. This is just an initial trial. You passed. You did great. You're going to get so many rewards. I know you must have so many questions. Let me go and I'll tell you everything. You want something? Name it. I'll give you anything. Even myself. You can do whatever you want with me. Her tone shifted multiple times. From begging to flattery, to temptation. But Luce's expression didn't change. His focus was on one thing. The knife in his hand. The half-naked woman beneath him meant nothing. Her pitiful voice meant nothing. His grip tightened, his right hand became both hands. Luce knew, if he could snap steel cuffs, yet she could still resist him, then she was no ordinary human either. This was a kill-or-be-killed situation. There was no need for words. Blood spilled. Life drained away. You can't kill me. Crack. The knife pierced through her sternum. It sank deep, straight into her heart. Her final words died on her lips. Only then, only after she had stopped breathing, did Luce finally speak. I grew up an orphan. Surviving this long hasn't been easy. And if there's one thing I've learned in all these years, it's that you never hand over your chance to survive. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sharp edge in his eyes vanished. His body collapsed, completely drained. He fell back into the warm corpse beneath him. Damn. Should have waited till she was completely dead before giving my victory speech, huh? He let out a weak laugh. But looking at his right leg, now completely gone, he found it a little hard to keep laughing. The survival instinct that had kept him sharp was fading. Now, the real questions flooded in. What game? What trial? Why was his leg suddenly gone? He clenched his fist. The gene lock's unlocked power gave him some confidence. His gaze shifted to the floating livestream screen. Maybe there were some answers there. The screen, which had fallen silent in shock just moments ago, was now flooded with messages. Game? What game? Wait, does this mean we were selected too? This screen appeared out of nowhere. Mine popped up on my computer, and I can't turn it off. Holy sh*T. I'm remembering your name, Mr. Reverse Kill. I'm calling the cops. Lucy skimmed through the fragmented information. But before he could dig deeper, the entire room shook. The screen blinked out. The shockwave rattled his bones. His instincts kicked in, but his body refused to move. It was like he was floating in space. Before his eyes, a tunnel of cascading data. And in his ears, a mechanical voice. Lines of text appeared, one after another. Initial game complete. Welcome to the global large-scale game, Chosen's Paradise. Initial selected players, 14, 569, 812. Initial participants, 1, 652, 348. Completed players, 926,357. Note, the initial stage does not result in real death, but non-completers will lose eligibility. Perfect completion players, 3, 549. Your initial completion rating, SSS tier. Perfect completion. Current perfect completion streak, 1. Calculating rewards. Holy sh*T. Luce stared, dumbfounded. Now he truly understood what "the world has changed" meant. Special event triggered. Killed initial divine role guide. Achievement unlocked. Godslayer. Special event triggered. Obtained A-003 sealed artifact. Sensory manipulator. Item deemed too dangerous. Replacement of equivalent tier added to inventory. Initial reward points 3,000. Initial reward items 3x intermediate healing potions added to inventory. Your current world ranking 1/726, 357. Rankings update after each game. Keep up perfect performances for special surprises. Did I just become world number 1? Lucius stared at the 1/726, 357 on the screen, completely dazed. Perfect completion reward. Free body restoration. Please relax. That was the last message he saw. As soon as the words appeared, a wave of exhaustion crashed over Lucius, too overwhelming to resist. His consciousness faded into darkness. Ding 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 ding. Lucius wasn't sure how much time had passed. It could have been hours or just minutes. But suddenly, his alarm was blaring in his ears. He jolted awake. A familiar dimly lit room. A familiar 10-square-meter dormitory washroom. A familiar moldy corner on the wall. And on the bedside table, his old second-hand Redmi phone. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked down. Both legs intact. Was it a dream? It felt so real. He let out a sigh, part relief, part disappointment. Absent-mindedly, he reached out to turn off his alarm. Bang! A loud, thunderous noise echoed through the room. Startled, fully awake, Lucius quickly switched on the light. On his bed frame, a deep dent. If not for the mattress cushioning it, his cheap old phone would have been shattered beyond repair. His heart pounded. A thought flashed through his mind. He snatched his phone, connected to the dorm Wi-Fi, and opened a social media app. Right below the search bar, the top trending topic blazed in fiery red letters. Chosen's Paradise, the global game. The number of searches? 1.8 billion. For comparison, the highest trending topic in history had only ever reached 40 million. 1.8 billion. No celebrity, no PR firm, would ever dare to fabricate such an outrageous number. Lucius tapped in. News articles flooded the screen. Newspaper, mass disappearances at midnight. Air Canada flight crashes, pilot and co-pilot vanished mid-flight. Newspaper, mysterious live broadcasts appearing on phones, computers, even directly on people's retinas. Cannot be closed. Newspaper, Australian man demonstrates superpowers, claims to be a perfect clearance player. Declares himself future world ruler. Newspaper, many claim to be chosen, but state entry into the game is voluntary. Newspaper, experts suggest mass fraud, police investigating. Authorities urge real participants to come forward. Official news outlets. Not conspiracy blogs, not rumors. This was real. And the earliest report? Less than 20 hours ago. Yet the entire world was already consumed by it. The entire front page was flooded with discussions about the game. Nothing else mattered anymore. Content creators and self-proclaimed experts were scrambling to analyze every clue. For the first time in human history, the world was witnessing change. A global shift. And Lucius? He was among the first to experience it. No, he was the first. Newspaper, according to player interviews, after the first game ended, a screen appeared in their eyes. They can access it at will with their thoughts. Newspaper, medical tests on volunteer players show no abnormalities in brain or eye structure. Lucius' heart pounded. He focused. And, just like that, the floating screen appeared before him. Completely natural. As easy as moving his own limbs. On the screen, there were only a few simple lines. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to participate as a player or a spectator. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players. And in the end, players will own the world. Time until the next game begins. 47:54:43. This is the trial of the gods. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. 2 days. He muttered, analyzing the implications. According to news reports, time inside the game matched real-world time. That meant players physically disappeared into another world. Not just a virtual experience, but a true crossover. Lucius frowned. He kept reading. Despite being ranked first, he knew almost nothing. Yet online, other players seemed to know a lot more. Wait, didn't the first game have an official guide? And he killed her. Lucius stared blankly. That had been his first time killing someone. Yet, he felt no guilt. No remorse. Nothing. And somehow, deep down, he knew. The world's moral rules and order were about to be rewritten. He scrolled through countless discussions. Then suddenly, **T. I'm gonna be late. Snapping back to reality, he jumped out of bed, washed up in 5 minutes, and bolted out the door. Yo, little Lou. You're up late today. Thought you already left. The dorm manager, old Wang, greeted him while cleaning. Being an orphan, Lusu had applied for a poverty grant, allowing him to live in the dorm's janitor room. The conditions were awful, but it saved money and avoided unnecessary socializing. Yeah. See you later. He waved off old Wang and sprinted towards school. Excuse me. Senior Class 7. Lucius stood at the classroom door. The air felt different. There was a restless energy, as if everyone was holding their breath. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, was at the podium. But instead of lecturing, the students were chattering among themselves. Even the teacher wasn't scolding them. He was too busy reading his phone. But the moment Lucius spoke, silence. The entire class snapped their heads toward him. Even Mr. Liu slowly put down his phone. 5 full seconds of dead silence. Then, why are you late? Lucio had never seen his teacher take a tardy this seriously. After a brief hesitation, he simply replied, overslept. Instantly, the tension broke. Students groaned. Someone even clicked their tongue in disappointment. Mr. Liu's hopeful gaze dimmed. He had thought maybe his class had produced one of those chosen players. The timing lined up perfectly. But no, just an ordinary late student. Seeing that no one cared anymore, Lucia quietly returned to his seat. The entire senior class had abandoned studying. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new world. Ahem. Quiet down, everyone. By orders of the school and education department, classes are suspended today. We need to discuss and organize future plans. Even the college entrance exams may be postponed. Right now, nothing is more important than that event. The class fell silent. But instead of fear, their eyes burned with excitement. Mr. Liu took a deep breath. I think you all know what I'm talking about. Chosen's Paradise. Is anyone here, one of the chosen? As soon as the words fell, Lusu instinctively lowered his head slightly, his eyes sweeping the classroom from the corners. The class instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone was glancing around, whispering and chatting, trying to see if anyone around them had personally experienced it. Lusu kept his head low. He usually had no close friends and was practically invisible in class. No one paid him any attention. He thought to himself, a global supernatural event that defies all scientific explanation. At a time when no one knows what the future holds, the smartest move is to observe first. Anyone who exposes themselves too soon is a fool. There's no way anyone would. Teacher. Me. I was chosen. A boy by the window proudly raised his hand, his face barely able to contain his excitement. The students who had been gathered around him before were now looking at him even more intently. Lusu. The one who raised his hand was Zhang Tao. They weren't particularly close. Zhang Tao was the type who had a bit of family money and loved to show off at school. When they first met, Zhang Tao had looked down on Lusu for being an orphan and even considered bullying him. That idea disappeared quickly after Lusu beat him up. Since then, they had barely interacted. Even though he found this level of foolishness hard to process, Lusu still turned his gaze toward Zhang Tao, wanting to see how other chosen players viewed this situation. Oh. Teacher Lu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Tao and asked, You were chosen? Are you directly participating in the game, or are you a spectator? I'm a spectator. I saw the live stream, Zhang Tao said weakly before quickly adding, but in the next game, I'll have the right to participate. The moment he said that, the whole class erupted in a synchronized wow of amazement. After all, in the monotonous grind of senior year, an event that turned the world upside down was too exciting to ignore. Zhang Tao thoroughly enjoyed the envious looks from his classmates, his smug grin nearly impossible to suppress. Anyone else? Teacher Lu sent a message on his phone before scanning the classroom again. I hope everyone reports honestly. This matter is very important to the country, and to you as well. Silence. No one else raised their hand. All right, self-study for now. Zhang Tao, come with me. Zhang Tao strutted out of the classroom like a victorious general. F***K, I'm so jealous. Why him? Zhang Tao barely studies, right? Mr. Liu used to call him a slacker all the time, but now he's treating him so nicely. Study? Study my A***. This is supernatural stuff. What's there to study? Have you guys seen the videos online? The game looks like it's in another dimension. They say you can gain superpowers there. Superpowers? No way. Do we have a chance of being chosen later? Isn't this just the first batch? With their teacher gone, the class turned into a buzzing hive of gossip. Everyone had their phones out, sharing the latest news and videos. At first, Lucy was confused. Why were they so excited? Didn't they realize that this so-called game was anything but fun? He had been strapped to an operating table, had his limbs amputated, his organs harvested, his stomach cut open by some deranged woman. If it weren't for the fact that he had been born without pain receptors and had already suffered through enough hardships, and if it weren't for his chosen of agony ability that let him defy fate at the last second, with circumflex nuyes. Otherwise, the level of torture in that game, these ordinary students wouldn't last a second. But as he listened, he started to notice something. Everyone's initial game seemed different. Most involved tests of survival, but cases as extreme as his brutal torture and death seemed rare. And he clearly remembered what the game had announced during the results screen. The initial game will not cause real death, but players who fail to clear it will lose their qualification to continue. That meant that under normal circumstances, death was a very real possibility in this game. Yet, none of his classmates seemed to care, or maybe they had no idea. To them, Chosen's Paradise was just a game. Like leveling up in an RPG, fighting monsters, gaining power. They weren't thinking about the consequences at all. But Lu Su, having truly experienced it, could feel the hidden cruelty of it. This was a battle where people would live or die. I just saw a guy from the US who participated in the game, someone in class said. He mentioned some sort of temporary ranking system. A Special Forces soldier claimed he ranked 67th and won a body enhancement reward. He says he can now crush a bottle cap with just his fingers, super strength. Seriously? If he keeps playing, won't he become Superman? Listening to the endless chatter, Lu Su remained silent. He reached into his desk, picked up a bottle cap, and casually squeezed. With minimal effort, he crushed it like it had been put through a shredder, rolling the metal into a tiny ball between his fingers. The corner of his lips curled up slightly, feeling the power in his hands. That game was brutal and twisted, but he only wished it could be even more extreme. Compared to the rigid, rule-bound real world, he liked it there better, where life and death were decided by strength alone. Hey, what are you grinning about? Had a wet dream last night? As Luce's smirk turned increasingly sinister, a crisp voice rang beside his ear. It was his deskmate Xia and Tong. They had been desk partners for 3 years. Because of his past experiences, Lu Su had developed a sharp intuition for reading people. Although Antong never acted arrogant, her mannerisms and clothing made it clear she came from a completely different world than he did. Yet, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more she seemed to enjoy teasing him. Nothing. Just remembered something funny. He discreetly hid the crushed bottle cap ball inside his desk and replied without turning his head. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation near his ear. Xia and Tong had leaned in close and whispered, "Quit pretending. You got chosen too, didn't you?" Luce's heart skipped a beat. He feigned calm. "What are you talking about? Why would you think that?" Their eyes met. Xia and Tong's were slightly narrowed, filled with playful amusement. For some reason, Luce felt an unexplainable sense of guilt. His initial game had spectators too. There was no way she could have been one of them, right? After all, his chosen of agony ability, his unlocked genetic potential, his ruthless decision to kill, compared to the things his classmates were talking about, his experience was in an entirely different league. He had to keep it secret. To test her, he gave her a casual glance and lifted his right leg, the one that had been amputated in the game. "See? My leg's fine." Xia and Tong lowered her gaze for a second, then smirked. "Oh? So white, so long, so tender, can I touch it?" And before Luce could react, she reached out and grabbed it. "Luce. Hey, Can you be a little more aware of your surroundings? Lusa quickly pulled his leg back as Xia Antong's eyes sparkled with mischief, her hands already taking liberties. He had only wanted to test her reaction, after all. His condition in the game had been terrifying, and his leg had been amputated. But judging by her response, it seemed like she hadn't coincidentally witnessed his initial game. People are best at projecting their own thoughts onto others, Lusa mused. You're saying I was chosen, but am just hiding it. Are you actually talking about yourself? Instead of denying it, he shifted the topic onto her. To his surprise, Xia Antong stared at him for a moment, and then seriously nodded. Yeah, Lusu. Wait, you're just telling me outright? Just like that? Xia Antong glanced around. The other students were still chatting amongst themselves, completely unaware of their conversation. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, and lowered her voice. In an unfamiliar world, being part of the minority, it's only natural to stay low-key and observe first. Then, she suddenly changed the subject. So, in 2 days, for the second round of the game, are you going to participate? Luce's mouth twitched. Did you just assume I'm a chosen player? I never admitted anything. Since he didn't reply, Xia Antong spoke up again. Whatever you're thinking, my advice is don't join yet. Wait. The temptation to change your fate is huge. I know. If you get the chance, you won't want to miss it. But our country's internet surveillance is extremely strict. During times of upheaval, a lot of news and information gets censored to maintain stability. I was one of the first spectators. Last night, after my initial shock, I started documenting everything. I watched over 100 game streams, players from all walks of life, facing different and sometimes identical scenarios. Some of the footage was brutal. You won't find those clips online at all. The trials in that game. There are no moral or legal rules, nothing modern society considers humane. As she spoke, Xia Antong's face paled slightly, as if recalling something deeply unsettling. I even saw a player die in the game. If the game is truly another world, if time and space there are continuous with reality, meaning players are physically transported, then, can they ever come back alive? Lusu. Xia Antong fixed her gaze on his profile, speaking with utmost seriousness. And strangely, her words made him feel a little guilty. Because out of everyone, he knew the truth best. He had been there. He had experienced one of the cruelest and most horrifying trials. The bloodshed, the sheer life or death terror, he understood it far more deeply than anyone else. Obey. Thanks. Lusa could somewhat guess why this rich girl deskmate was interested in him. It was simple, really. A pampered young lady, used to having guys fawning over her, suddenly encounters a poor boy who neither flatters nor cares about her. Of course, she'd be curious. What else could it be? Teenage girls were all the same. Still, he appreciated the concern. Judge a person by their actions, not their intentions. Sigh. Just think about it carefully. Xia Antong wasn't sure if he had truly listened. She let out a soft sigh and turned back to her phone, scrolling through the latest videos and news. Outside, students wandered the halls, some leaving class early. Lusa even spotted a few police officers. Online, the chaos was even worse. Misinformation was rampant, and as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to separate fact from fiction. Self-proclaimed news sources were going crazy, saying anything for clicks. Some people even claimed that players had gained superpowers, and that the strongest ones could now crush nuclear warheads with their bare hands. Lusu, huh? Why don't I know that I'm this overpowered? His personal assessment was more realistic. Against unarmed ordinary people, he was already beyond human limits. Against modern firearms, he was still a dead man walking. He was too weak right now, nowhere near strong enough to feel safe. The first day of the world's transformation passed just like that. On his way home, Lusa found a quiet, deserted spot and stared at a nearby brick wall. He clenched his right fist and, using the knuckle ridge as a striking point, punched a corner of the wall with full force. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. A chunk of the brick crumbled off, small fragments scattering onto the ground. He had hit it hard, so hard that a red mark immediately appeared on his fist. His knuckles had even been scraped raw, with tiny beads of blood forming. Frowning slightly, Lusa stared at his injured hand. He felt no pain, of course. He had never felt pain. But strangely, His Chosen of Agony ability didn't activate. Is it because the pain level isn't high enough? Or is there some other restriction? His Chosen of Agony trait, the Pain to Power system, was his greatest advantage. It had allowed him to survive the initial game. It had even put him at world rank #1. He needed to figure out how it worked. After all, what kind of idiot has a cheat ability and doesn't know how to use it? He tried a few more punches against the wall. Still nothing. But then, a familiar, irritating voice rang out behind him. What, feeling depressed? Taking it out on a wall now? Luce's expression darkened. You really insist on acting like every single brain-dead villain stereotype, huh? With another punch, he shattered more of the bricks and turned to face the speaker, Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had been thriving all day. He had basked in his newfound status, imagining a future where he'd be a god among men. Now he figured he'd take a moment to mock the guy who had humiliated him in the past. But when he saw Luce's punch, his arrogance wavered. Still, he forced himself to sneer. Heh, were you late on purpose this morning? Trying to make everyone think you were chosen? Come on, man. How many people in the world actually got selected? The game's called Chosen's Paradise, right? Even your own parents didn't choose you. Why the hell would God pick you? Luce didn't even bother responding. Instead, he reached into the broken wall and pulled out a chunk of brick. Then, with eerie calmness, he walked toward Zhang Tao. Did you forget, he said coldly, what I told you the last time I beat the sh*t out of you? Zhang Tao's bravado crumbled instantly. He jumped back, grabbing a nearby bike lock as a makeshift weapon. What are you trying to do? Listen, we're in different leagues now. I could kill you and not even get in trouble. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. My family has connections in the police department. Luce raised an eyebrow. Oh? What, your dad got arrested for soliciting a prostitute? Zhang Tao, what the F***K? Their eyes met. Zhang Tao's usual arrogance evaporated, replaced by pure fear. For the first time, he truly saw it. The gaze of someone who had killed before. Kingswear. Zhang Tao panicked, cursing loudly to psych himself up. He swung the bike lock wildly. Luce barely reacted. With a casual motion, he deflected it with his wrist. Chosen of Agony. Pain value +1. Oh. Luce paused, surprised. Hearing that long-missed notification, a slow, twisted grin spread across his face. I think I get it now. Thanks. And by the way, you said your family has people in the police? What about the hospital? No, that's fine. They will soon. And the end, in that dark alley, Zhang Tao lay unconscious, bruised and beaten beyond recognition. Of course, Luce wasn't exactly unscathed either. His body was covered in blue and purple bruises. But unlike Zhang Tao, all of his injuries were self-inflicted. He had long since mastered this trick. Since he didn't feel pain anyway, he could make it look like a fair fight. With their injuries appearing roughly equal and Luce having no family or assets, the police would likely brush it off as a simple dispute. However, during the fight, Luce had noticed something. If he wanted to, there were countless ways he could have killed Zhang Tao. Yet, he didn't. Luce understood his place. He knew he wasn't strong enough to act recklessly just yet. After rushing back to his small room, he grabbed a piece of paper and began writing down his observations about Chosen of Agony. 1. Self-inflicted pain doesn't count. Hurting himself does not generate pain points. 2. The most effective way to gain pain points is through direct harm inflicted by others. Even if he has the ability to escape, as long as he chooses not to resist, it still counts. Luce believed this might be an exploit. After thinking for a while, he added a third hypothesis. 3. If harm is caused indirectly by an enemy or external force, whether intentional or not, it still counts. For example, in the initial game, when he tore off his own fingernails while struggling to escape. Or just now, when he deliberately used his fist to block Zhang Tao's attacks. Pausing, Luce took a deep breath and looked at his notes. Alright, that should be the basics. TSK, my system doesn't even have a beginner's tutorial. I have to figure everything out myself. For now, I'll leave it at this. I'll update it as I learn more. He slipped the paper under his pillow and lay back on the bed. His heart was still restless. His strongest asset was ready. Which meant, time until next game. 29:24:43. Time until next game. 00:30:23. A full day and night passed quickly. Lusu ignored his classmates' discussions. His mind was already focused entirely on the game. As the countdown ticked down, glowing text appeared in his vision, and a voice echoed in his head. 30 minutes until game start. Please prepare accordingly. Select your role, player or spectator. Looking at the two options, Lusu recalled Xia Antong's serious warning from 2 days ago. Then he chuckled softly. Thanks for the advice. But you're right about one thing. There's no way I'd pass up this opportunity. When fate calls, there's never really a choice to begin with. Player status confirmed. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. May your courage take you to the heavens. 30 minutes later, streams of data wrapped around Luce's body. His figure vanished from his tiny room. Welcome to the game. Your current difficulty, Hell Mode. You have 5 minutes to configure your initial settings. The rapid stream of data solidified into a familiar interface, displaying his player stats. Game points, 3,000. Pain points, 7. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medal, God's Lair, Legendary. Equipment, none. Inventory, Starter Pack. Pending reward, 1. Seeing his stats, Lusu was slightly surprised his pain points were now displayed on the panel and could be allocated. Not sure which stat is the most important. I'll hold off on spending them for now. Claim reward. Your reward has arrived. You have obtained a sealed artifact, A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect, amplifies the user's corresponding weakness while granting immense power in return. Please select an initial appearance. A swirling mass of gray mist appeared before him, shifting without a defined shape. Lusu had an idea. Make it a fluid mask. The mist twisted and solidified into a sleek mask, seamlessly fitting onto his face without any noticeable weight. Select a sin: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After some thought, he chose a sin that seemed manageable: greed. The mask twisted again, darkening into a deep shade of blue. Select a mode: normal/overload. Normal. Setup complete. Entering the game. His vision blurred, and a sense of weightlessness washed over him. The next second, he was inside. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dizziness remained. His head felt heavy, his body light. And the heat, it was scorching. Like he was inside an oven. Realization hit him. He was dangling upside down, a chain wrapped tightly around his left ankle. Below him, dozens of meters down, was a sea of boiling lava. Aha! A woman's terrified scream jolted through the air. Only then did Lusu notice he wasn't alone in this game. Including himself, there were 10 people, all suspended like roasting ducks over the inferno. What the hell? I thought this was a game. Why am I hanging like this? It's too hot. What are we supposed to do? Some of the others had already started panicking. The sheer realism of the game was making them lose their composure. Lusu quickly scanned the group. Nothing special. They were weak. Whether as enemies or allies, they didn't matter to him. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell Mode. However, you are also very lucky. Below each of you is a platform. Beneath the platforms, the lava is steadily rising. You must escape in time. Otherwise, well, we sincerely apologize. Your first escape tool is being provided. A mechanical voice echoed through the burning air. Then, from the center of the group, a rope lowered. Dangling from the rope was a saw. A rust-covered, jagged, horribly worn saw. As they stared at it, as they watched the lava creeping higher and higher, everyone instantly understood what escape meant. A wave of icy dread surged through them all. All except for one. Lusu looked at the saw hanging down and had only one thought in his mind. Oh, isn't this a perfect chance to rack up some pain points? The real world and the game world were interconnected, but in reality, if he got injured, he'd have to go to the hospital, and serious injuries could even leave him disabled. But in the game, he was well aware that if he met the conditions for perfect completion, all injuries would be healed for free. That was exactly why he had to join the game. The risk was high, but for him, the potential rewards were absolutely maximized. What do you mean? What does this mean? You call this a game? Nobody told me about this before. This is straight up fraud. I'm reporting you. Hearing the wails and screams nearby, Lusa felt completely numb. He turned to look at the woman beside him, who was crying and throwing a tantrum. Report them? Where are you going to report them? Does she not understand where she is? Lusa had already expected that at the start of the game, there would be players who didn't have a clue, but this level of cluelessness was beyond his expectations. He opened his live stream screen to check if the spectators had any information on the other 9 players. But what he saw surprised him. There was an unusually large number of people watching him. So this is the perspective of a perfect completion player? I specifically came to see what a pro-level player is like. This scene is kinda terrifying. Never seen anything like this before. Good thing I decided to just observe first, to see what kinds of games there are. Yeah, I think I'll stick to being a spectator. I checked the other 9 people. Only 3 are completion players, the rest are all first-timers. Looks like this guy is the only perfect completion player here. Lusu now understood their live streams were randomly assigned, but could still be searched by category. If that was the case, then perfect completion players would quickly be thrust into the spotlight. That might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never allow a single individual to have superhuman power unchecked. Good thing he chose to wear a mask. Still, his personality and habitual actions might be noticed by someone observant. I quit. I'm not sawing off my own leg. Let me out. I don't want to play anymore. As Lusa continued observing, the woman beside him was still sobbing and wailing, clearly unable to handle reality. What he didn't expect was that the air above actually responded. A mechanical voice echoed from the sky. The shop system will now open. During the preparation phase, you can purchase an exit token to forcibly withdraw from the game. Using an exit token will result in a permanent ban from all future games. The shop is unavailable during the game. Exit token. There's something like that too? Lusa thought to himself, but didn't react much. He already had a plan to exploit the hell out of the pain point system. What do you mean I can't quit? The lava's rising. I feel dizzy. Let me down. As the woman's shrill screams continued, a sudden metallic screech rang out in the air, cutting through the chaos and despair. Everyone's attention snapped toward the source of the sound. Above the boiling lava, a chain suddenly shook violently, the creaking noise silencing all the commotion. The chain binding Lusa's right leg was now swinging wildly. Like an agile monkey, he moved with the momentum, swinging back and forth in midair. With a snap, Lusa grabbed the rusty saw hanging above. The quality of these chains isn't bad. All that swinging and they still feel sturdy. After yanking down the saw, his relaxed voice echoed through the confined space. The other 9 contestants' pupils dilated as they stared at him in shock. He's insane. He's really going to saw off his leg. With that rusty saw. To be honest, you guys are really too polite. Lusa spun the saw in his hand leisurely. This is the only tool available and none of you even fought for it? Just letting me take it like this. Alpha Nigeria Naira B. Sawing off your own leg to escape, such a cliché method. By the way, did you guys even pay saw for the copyright? Still holding the saw, Lusa wasn't in a hurry to start cutting. He just casually swung back and forth while chatting, completely unfazed by the dire situation. That inexplicable ease made the others seriously doubt whether he even realized he needed to cut off his own leg to survive. But Lusu himself had realized something from the moment he spoke. This wasn't entirely his usual personality. Right now, his mental state felt like that of a half-drunk man, still in control of his thoughts, but subconsciously spewing nonsense that didn't quite match his usual behavior. This might be the effect of the original sin mask he was wearing. It amplified the corresponding aspects of his human nature while also granting him certain advantages. Lusu had no intention of resisting it. Greed, talkativeness, cunning, in a cruel game like this, these were exactly the traits he needed. And in the future, these traits could help prevent spectators from linking his in-game persona to his real-life identity too easily. Besides, he was really curious to see what kind of buffs would greed mode grant him. It seems that someone has taken the first step. Amidst the scorching air, that mechanical voice echoed again. But this time, there was an uncharacteristic hint of emotion in it. However, simply obtaining the saw doesn't mean you've secured your survival. Yeah, I get it. Sawing off my leg, no big deal, it's not like it's my first time. I just think this game is lacking in excitement and exploration. It's really boring. Lucio continued, his tone just one step away from breaking into a manic laugh. Since I'm the first one to get the saw, shouldn't there be a reward or something? Lucio finally bared his fangs. Beneath the blue mask, his eyes gleamed with a chilling ambition and greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, simply watching the figure hanging in midair, haggling for rewards in the middle of a life-threatening crisis. In this terrifying scenario, he was the only one still treating it like a game. There are many hidden achievements and special rewards within the game, but players must explore them on their own. Ugh, so stingy. Not even a hint, huh? I just want to ask, what if I saw off my leg and still don't escape? I mean, I've been swinging around a lot. If I accidentally fall into the lava after cutting my leg off, what then? That won't happen. This is not part of the game's intended challenge. The platform beneath you is extendable. As long as you escape before the lava reaches it, you'll be fine. So you're saying, as long as I saw off my leg, I'll be free? Correct. The blue mask shimmered, forming a smirking face as if a devious scheme had succeeded. A cold gleam flashed. The rusty saw pressed against his leg. He began cutting. But the iron shackle was locked around his right ankle. Yet he was sawing through his left leg. What does it sound like when metal slowly saws through flesh? The answer, it makes no sound. Until the saw hits something truly solid, all that can be felt is the sensation of leather rubbing together, like 2 sheets of raw hide forcefully grinding against each other, one relentlessly tearing through the other. Against the hellish red backdrop of the lava below, that leg instantly became even redder. For a brief moment, the world seemed to freeze, like a black and white silent film, paused in mid-frame. The only sound in the air was the sizzling noise, like steak searing on a scorching grill. A piercing scream rang out, but it wasn't from Lucio. It was from the woman dangling beside him. Lucio hadn't even reacted yet when she had already started screaming like a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Get away from me. She had come in with a gamer mindset, thinking this was just some game. How could she possibly have imagined witnessing something like this? Could someone really just start sawing like it was nothing? Watching the masked man beside her, she started thrashing wildly in the air, her words becoming an incoherent mess. Fear had completely devoured her sanity, her mind was on the brink of collapse. Chosen of agony, plus 3 pain points. Chosen of agony, plus 2 pain points. The pain points kept rolling in, and Lucio was actually feeling quite pleased, until the woman's ear-splitting howls completely ruined his mood. Annoyed, he glanced at her and deadpanned. Seriously, why the hell are you screaming? It's not even your leg I'm sawing. Besides, you're gonna have to saw yours off too anyway. Consider this an early preview, it might actually help you get used to it. What? Or, do you want to go first? As he spoke, Lucio extended the saw toward her, as if offering it to her. Seeing his blood-drenched hand gripping the saw, the woman immediately went silent. She passed out cold from sheer terror. Scared unconscious just from watching. All she could hope for now was that when she woke up, all of this would turn out to be just a nightmare. TCH, seriously, you didn't even mentally prepare before coming in? Casually scaring a spectator into fainting, Lucio continued sawing his leg. Sawing off your own limb wasn't just about enduring excruciating pain, it was also a mental torture beyond imagination. But thanks to greed mode and the original sin mask, Lucio felt no psychological burden at all. As long as he saw his pain points increasing, as long as he was gaining something, then this completely negligible price meant nothing to him. There's a saying, when profit reaches 50%, people will take risks. When profit reaches 100%, people will trample over all human laws. When profit reaches 300%, people will risk their very lives. But for Lucio, even just a 1% gain, even just a chance at a benefit, was enough for him to risk it all. Greed made him love the thrill of dancing on a knife's edge. Fortune favors the bold and the insane. That feeling alone was enough to drive someone mad. By now, the saw blade had cut halfway through. Aside from the unconscious woman, the other contestants were all deathly pale. This scene was far beyond R-rated. Who wouldn't be horrified watching this? Especially when the masked psycho in front of them was sawing through his own leg, without even making a single sound of pain. He even chuckled from time to time. It really felt like they had entered hell. Bro, you're insane. We really overestimated ourselves coming into this game. On the other side, a pale-faced man finally spoke up. According to the spectators, he was a completion player, someone who had played and cleared a beginner-level game before. If a leg must be cut, then cut it without hesitation. The first to make that decision, you're incredible. Your first game must have gotten you a high rating and ranking, right? Are Nigeria Naira OES. But look at what you're doing. You're cutting the wrong leg. Oh. Lusa glanced at his bloodied left leg. And? What's the problem? The shackle is on your right ankle. Sawing off your left leg is pointless. I want to cut it. That's a problem. Lusa swung back and forth, completely righteous and unapologetic, then shouted into the air. Where does it say I have to cut my right leg? What if I want to saw off my left leg? Is that not allowed? This time, he was calling out to the game host, the same mechanical voice that had responded earlier. But this time, silence. The host that had spoken multiple times did not answer. Lusa didn't care. He was simply gambling. Whether he won or lost, it didn't matter, because at the very least, his pain points kept increasing, right? The other contestants all turned away, their eyes filled with utter despair. One of them had been scared unconscious. The other was a lunatic with brain damage. If they somehow survived this, they swore to never touch a game like this again. And not just them. Even the spectators, the chosen players watching from the sidelines, were now fully convinced that they had made the right decision in staying out. So this is what hell mode is like. Thank God I didn't join. This is horrifying. Are all perfect completion players this insane? Only a lunatic could stay this calm while sawing off their own leg in a game like this. But it's pointless. He's ruthless, sure, but he's also a complete idiot. Most of the spectators watching Lusu, this perfect completion player, simply saw a madman with bravery but no brains. But among them, there were some who weren't just watching for fun. There were those who were gathering intel, preparing for what lay ahead. One such chosen player, known as Blink, typed out their thoughts in the livestream chat. Blink, you guys seriously think a perfect completion player is dumb enough to saw off the wrong leg? Blink, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing a game of logic with the game's rules. Remember what he said earlier? Blink, he asked, what if sawing off my leg doesn't save me, and gave an example, what if he slipped and fell into the lava? Blink, his real goal was to ask about all possible failures after cutting off a leg, but he deliberately made it sound unrelated. Blink, and in the end, using that crazy attitude, he casually asked, so as long as I saw off my leg, I'll escape, right? That was the real trap. Blink, there are many ways to saw off a leg, including not cutting the trapped one. Blink, and the game host, having been misdirected, gave him a definitive yes. Blink, that's why he's cutting his left leg. Blink, it was just a word game, but he executed it without hesitation, all for a possible advantage. Blink, perfect completion players, they really are monsters of absolute optimization. Pain, their own bodies. None of it matters. Blink, so, from the very beginning of the game, this guy had no fear in his mind. Blink, a rusted saw, boiling lava, none of it ever mattered to him. From the start, all he cared about was how to maximize his benefits in this game. Blink, to act like this, an extreme level of greed, absolute confidence, and a ruthlessness toward himself. The player known as Blink typed his analysis bit by bit, his thoughts disjointed as if he was figuring things out as he spoke. Since his messages appeared in the chat, the barrage of comments on Luce's screen had noticeably decreased. It seemed that everyone had paused to digest his breakdown. Before, they had just been watching for entertainment. But after hearing Blink's words, they suddenly felt like they had been watching blind. Bro, why are you like this? Everyone else is being dumb together. Why can't you just go with the flow? Of course, some weren't happy with his conclusions. After all, not everyone likes being called an idiot. Immediately, a few dissenting voices popped up in the chat. How are you so sure that's what's happening? What if he's just a lunatic? Yeah. And isn't the game host's voice supposed to be like an automated system? How could it make a mistake in wording? Wouldn't that mean someone is actually controlling it? Blink didn't even bother responding to their stubborn denial. In the real world, Blink sat in front of his screen, shocked as he analyzed the live stream in real time. He was recording everything, every action, every decision Luce made. Because this wasn't just a game. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to change fate and gain superhuman abilities. He would become a player one day. But he wasn't going in blind. He had chosen to gather intelligence first, to study the game's mechanics, and most importantly, to observe the top players. He never expected to stumble upon something this insane on his first deep dive. A player of this caliber. I need to find a way to connect with him. I need to build a relationship. Thinking this, Blink casually replied in chat. Blink, believe what you want. I'm not saying I've figured out everything, but let's just watch and see how this plays out. The debate continued in the chat, but Lucy didn't bother reading any of it. He had glanced once at the messages, and then ignored them completely. Right now, he was still sawing his leg, like someone performing a satisfying task or engaging in some fun hobby. He wasn't even in a rush, because he was farming pain points. From the start until now, he had already racked up over 20 points. For the first time, Lucy truly appreciated how useful his own leg was. As long as he achieved perfect completion, nothing else mattered. With pain points rising, what did a leg even mean? Where else would he ever find an opportunity like this? He himself didn't feel pain or mental pressure, but the others? They were breaking down. The woman who had fainted earlier had woken up, only to immediately start vomiting uncontrollably. The other players weren't any better. Most were drenched in sweat, faces pale, heads turned away, refusing to look at Lucy. The sweltering heat, the life-or-death stakes, the sickening scene before them, and the deranged man calmly butchering himself. It really felt like they had descended into hell. Chosen of agony. Pain points +1. After a while, Lucy realized that the pain points gain had slowed. He was barely getting anything now. That's when he knew. He had milked this as much as he could. So, reluctantly, he removed his left leg. Holding the blood-soaked severed foot in his hands, he examined it for a few seconds. Then muttered, honestly, with this kind of performance, there should be some extra rewards, right? Regrowing a limb should require a better, higher-grade potion than just reattaching one, don't you think? With that, he casually tossed the severed foot into the lava below. Haha, I cut it off. Oi, you still there? Didn't you say cutting off my leg would let me escape? His provocative voice echoed through the space, challenging the unseen game host. But no response. Just as Lucy thought he might have lost the bet, a voice finally spoke. But this time, the mechanical tone was ice-cold. The subtle human-like warmth it had carried before was completely gone. Rule entry has been corrected. Player Lucy has successfully exploited a system loophole. Achievement unlocked. System exploiter. Epic. Rewards will be distributed upon game completion. The name Lucy was distorted in the announcement. Only he could hear his actual name. To the others, it was just garbled audio. And after issuing the reward, the system fell completely silent, as if it was afraid of getting tricked again. Lucy didn't care. Beneath his mask, a satisfied grin formed. Hanging upside down, he stretched leisurely. Not bad, not bad. At least you're not too stingy. The only sound in the magma chamber was the bubbling lava. Everyone else was stunned into silence. No one had expected that this wasn't some brainless masochist, but a ruthless lunatic who would do anything for profit. Their first ever game, and they ended up in a scenario like this. Against a player like this. Meanwhile, the livestream chat had completely exploded. Recalling Blink's earlier analysis, everyone was struck by a rare, collective moment of speechlessness. And then, a chorus of sheer awe flooded the screen. Absolute legend. The craziest F*** king player I've ever seen. Bro just played 4D chess with the game itself. But as they gazed at the gruesome, jagged wound where his leg once was, very few felt admiration. What they felt was pure, undiluted fear. Lucy, unfazed by their stares, took a deep breath. And then, he didn't escape. Instead, he spoke again. Honestly, I don't understand why you guys still don't get it. The remaining 9 players flinched, confused. You're all acting like this is life and death. Are you even paying attention? The lava is still rising. And tell me, what is this? Lucy shook the saw in his hand. You don't think of this as a tool of pain and suffering, do you? If this is a game, then this is a key item. And right now, the only key item is in my hands. And none of you even tried to take it. Because of fear, you all avoided the saw. But fear clouds judgment. This hell mode was almost too easy. I hope I get another chance like this in the future. With that, Lusa casually twirled the saw in his hand. All right, enough talking. Who wants to cut their leg next? Come on, let's talk price. As Lusa's words fell, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They looked at him, swaying in the center, their expressions flickering unpredictably. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kong Bai, who had been closely watching Lusa's every move, slammed his fist onto the table and shouted excitedly. Crap. I knew it. The previous probing wasn't just about maximizing benefits, there were deeper layers of meaning. That includes testing the rules of this game, figuring out what controls this suddenly appearing game, whether it's a machine, an omnipotent god, or an alien civilization. This kind of probing is crucial for the entire world, yet the boss managed to do it unconsciously, even securing benefits for himself in the process. And those ruthless methods he used earlier? They served as intimidation for the other players, making it easier to extort them now. Kong Bai gritted his teeth, piecing together his thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He didn't see extreme greed as a bad thing. The world had undergone such a drastic change, life and death are fated. In this situation, the strong should do whatever it takes to get stronger in the early stages of the game. But just as he was about to type in the game livestream chat, he slowly put down his hands. Because he saw the majority of comments and the current psychological state of the viewers. Is this extortion? Honestly, in a situation like this, shouldn't people be helping each other? Cutting off a leg is already miserable enough. In this atmosphere of fear, is it really necessary to kick someone while they're down and threaten them too? Strong and crazy. But I just hope I never meet someone like him in the game. Aside from these saintly remarks, the rest were either mindless praise, treating this like an American action movie, or people inexplicably inserting themselves into strange emotions, some even fully embracing their role as spectators. It was as if people had forgotten that they, as viewers, were also chosen. They too had the chance to participate in the game. Everyone was part of this. The world had changed in an instant, yet people's mindsets hadn't caught up. Kong Bai thought for a moment, then gave up on sending a comment. He decided not to engage with these infants and refocused on the game scene. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating a price? Beside him, the woman who had been the loudest all along suddenly glared at Lu Su with hatred, staring daggers at him. Literally what I said. No money, no saw. What's the problem? Lu Su turned his head casually and looked at her as he spoke. Do you even have a conscience? You're trying to profit from this. You heartless bastard. I want to quit. I don't want to play this game anymore. What kind of game forces people to keep playing once they're in? Why does the game host barely respond to us, yet they respond to you? Why can you so easily saw off your own leg? I think you're in on this. This is all a conspiracy, with grave. Everyone look. He's not some amazing player. He's working with the people behind this game. Maybe it was the overwhelming psychological pressure, but at this moment, the woman began lashing out in a frenzy. Her fear and pain transformed into anger, all of it directed at Lu Su. Her entire body thrashed violently, rattling the chains on her. Watching her hysterics, Lu Su felt nothing but confusion. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Su spoke slowly. You're right. I am in on it. I'm actually an NPC, not a player. I don't feel pain. I can saw however I want. My only purpose here is to torture you normal players. So, what are you going to do about it? At that moment, the blue-green mask on his face shimmered, forming a comical, exaggerated grin, smiley face, as if mocking her. Lu Su understood this malicious woman well. She was merely a reflection of human nature. He wore a greed mask, while she probably wore the mask of a life of luxury. The weak always draw their blades against those even weaker than them. In this twisted world of the global game, no matter how strong he seemed, he would always appear as the relatively weaker one. So her breakdown needed an outlet, and he had become that outlet. Even though he was terrifying, even though he clearly had the power to kill her, the years of social conditioning had made her believe that provoking another human like him wouldn't have real consequences. And her methods were typical, being the loudest, slandering, manipulating public opinion, isolating him. But the world had changed. Yet some people still hadn't grasped that reality. Lu Su watched her with amusement. Even if I admit it, even if I get framed, even if I become your enemy, so what? His complete lack of resistance left the woman momentarily speechless. She made muffled sounds in her throat, her face turning red, whether from heat or from nearly choking on her own emotions. The lava is still rising, everyone. Lusa dangled one foot in the air as if swinging on a swing. He even waved the saw in his hand, making it seem like he could drop it at any moment. How much do you want? Finally, someone spoke. Lusa thought to himself, at least someone still has their head on straight. Just as he turned to see who it was. I don't want money. What I want is... But before he could finish his sentence, the moment he turned his head, a flash of red light appeared before his eyes. Directly in front of him, a man, propelled by the momentum of his chains, swung towards him. In his hand was a dagger about a foot long, gleaming with a sinister red glow. That dagger was definitely not an ordinary weapon. It had to be some kind of in-game item. The man's eyes gleamed with killing intent. In an instant, before Lusa could react, the dagger was already inches from his throat. A single strike to kill. With a piercing screech, blood splattered. But instead of slicing through his throat, the dagger was forcibly redirected at the last moment, embedding itself in Lusa's collarbone. The blade was completely wedged in, unable to move. The expression on the blue-green mask didn't change at all. In fact, the grin stretched even wider, almost reaching the edges of his face. Chosen of agony. Pain points +5. Unexpectedly, at a time like this, he got a nice little surprise. Kill him. Hurry. Kill him. The woman beside him started thrashing wildly, screaming in excitement. The man's eyes burned with malice. Seeing that he had landed a hit, he immediately prepared to strike again. But in an instant, the chaos was over. The woman's ecstatic screams caught in her throat. A thin red line appeared on the man's neck. Lusa casually swung the saw in his hand. It was so fast that the surrounding people couldn't even register the movement. All that lingered was the chilling sound of air being split apart. Ding ding, too bad, you only get one chance. Oh, by the way, thanks for the knife. As soon as the words fell, the man opposite Lusa loosened his grip on the dagger. His eyes were wide open in shock, both hands clutching his throat as blood gushed out like water being poured. But there was no stopping it. A few seconds later, the man hanging upside down had turned into a blood-soaked corpse. The intense heat quickly coagulated the blood, and after 2 twitches, he went completely still. Dead. Seeing a murder right in front of them snapped everyone back to reality. Lusu, on the other hand, found it rather amusing. Looking at the roasted crisp on the outside, tender on the inside corpse, he even had the mood to crack a joke. That redskin duck cosplay is actually pretty spot on. To be fair, this really is a hanging oven. Honestly, under the influence of the greed mask, he should have taken advantage of this aggressive opponent to rack up more pain points. But he didn't. What was ingrained in his mind was unshakable. Never hand over your chance to survive to someone else. The opponent wanted to kill him, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Lusu yanked the dagger from his shoulder and looked at the weapon description that automatically popped up. Sharp blade, premium weapon. Effect, armor piercing. When attacking, the user's strength triples, strength cap unknown, requires further testing. Description. When you don't know what to do, just stick it in. Lusu? Huh? Wasn't that description just a little off? Oh, a premium weapon, huh? Doesn't sound too high tier, but hey, better than nothing. With that, Lusa tossed the dagger into his inventory, treating it as spoils of war. By this classification, his greed mask didn't seem to count as a weapon or an item. A sealed artifact, seemed like a unique, independent category. He scanned the area. No one dared to meet the deep blue gaze of his mask. In places where human-created laws and order didn't reach, violence was always the best way to speak. All right, enough of that. Name your price. Finally, the first smart person spoke up. Lusa turned to look at him. I know players like you don't care about money. What you want are chips within this game, right? My initial game gave me 500 reward points, and, because I performed well, my guide gave me another 300. I'll give you all of it. Just help me get out of here. Clearly, people who had cleared games before had much better mental resilience. But Lusa's next words nearly made the man cough up blood. 800? That's all you've got. Everyone? What the F*** K are you saying? 800 reward points is a lot, okay? What are you talking about? That's everything I have. The game just started. How much do you expect people to have? Didn't your guide explain all this to you, a beta? Lucio. My guide? Would you believe me if I said I already killed mine? I started with a 3,000-point reward. Alright, fine. Small business, first customer discount. I'll accept it. Lucio agreed to the deal. Besides, since you're my first client, I'll even throw in a little bonus. What? The man didn't quite catch on yet. He was already mentally preparing himself to have his leg sawed off, his teeth chattering from fear. Lucio simply pulled up his personal game stats. Strength 10. Agility 10. Speed 10. Luck 3. Spirit 0. Bonus achievements: God's Lair, Legendary, System Exploiter, Epic. Current pain points 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lucio realized the biggest function of pain points: stat allocation. For normal players, these stats could only be increased through rare game encounters or special items. But Lucio? He could boost them directly. Strength, agility, and speed followed a 1-to-2 ratio. Luck was 1:5 and spirit was 1:10. To maximize his immediate power, he didn't even hesitate. All points went into strength. Strength increased. 1024. His already beyond human strength had now doubled and then some. Gripping the saw in his hand, the wooden handle creaked under the pressure, as if it would shatter at any moment. The surge in strength came with a surge in confidence. Looking at his not-so-bulky arms, Lucio felt like there was a Hulk living inside his body. Hey, what are you doing? The transaction was complete, but the man opposite him suddenly panicked as he saw Lucio's veins bulge, his right hand clutching the saw tightly, the mask on his face displaying an eerily deranged expression. Nah, nothing much. Heh, customer service. I'll personally saw off your leg for you. Man. No need. Stay away from me. That wasn't part of the deal. He started struggling violently. The courage and determination he had built up completely crumbled in an instant. You're gonna saw my leg. Might as well just kill me instead. You're gonna torture me like you tortured yourself. I'm not a freak, I can't take that. Relax. I'm a businessman with integrity. Would I do you dirty? I'm just running a little experiment. As the man struggled desperately, a sharp gleam flashed in Lucio's eyes. The mask even formed a very human-like exclamation mark. With a flick of his wrist, the saw swung down at a speed so fast that even a faint crackle of wind and thunder could be heard. Crack. A crisp snap, like a butcher's cleaver splitting a rack of ribs on a cutting board. That completely rusted saw blade, under immense speed, became the sharpest cutting tool imaginable. A shadow fell. The man crashed onto the platform below with a dull thud. It wasn't until he was free that he even realized it was over, only then did the pain register. A scream tore from his throat. He clutched his severed leg, writhing in agony, his body drenched in sweat as he tried to suppress the pain. Lifting his severed left leg, he pressed down hard on his blood vessels to prevent excessive bleeding. Then, with a grimace uglier than crying, he forced a shaky smile, looked up at Lucio, who was still dangling in the air, and gave him a thumbs up. Through trembling lips, he stammered, Thank you, boss. That gratitude was genuine. Faced with life or death, he made his choice. And honestly, he doubted he could have endured sawing off his own leg with a rusty saw. Lucio's godlike execution made him feel like his reward points were well spent, at least he was alive. Look at this mess. We cut off his leg and he still thanks us. After finishing his trash talk, Lucio, satisfied with his current strength, even gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had just chopped off. He didn't seem to think anything was wrong. Having already experienced superhuman strength, he had mentally prepared himself for the changes coming to this world. But others didn't see it that way. His livestream exploded. The audience's emotions were even more intense than when they had watched Lucio's gruesome, self-inflicted saw amputation. After all, for them, this was the first time seeing someone actually use extraordinary power. The allure of raw power has always been number one, far surpassing money and authority. Holy sh*T amazing. Did I just see what I think I saw? Am I hallucinating? That was definitely superpowers, right? What kind of power is that? He sliced through someone's leg in one go with a rusty saw. I was talking too loud just now, big boss, you're insane. Any chance I can get your contact info? You don't seem to check your chat much. This is the true charm of this game, isn't it? If superpowers are real, I want to try too. Life or death? Bring it on. I just checked out other players' streams. Most aren't going through anything this brutal. This boss just happened to land in a hell mode game instance. Fortune favors the bold. Stop acting tough. Would you dare take a saw and cut off your own leg? The live stream chat instantly became explosively active. The audience, who had previously sat on their high horses just wanting to be spectators, were now restless. Their earlier fear and hesitation were thrown aside. People were already trying to get Luce's contact info, wanting to meet him in the real world. Some even claimed to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, eager to recruit Luce under their wing. Sitting in front of the screen, Kongbai silently shook his head. People were finally starting to realize the gravity of the situation. And this was just the beginning. Luce's current power, while supernatural, still resembled a human's. The real chaos would come when people saw someone flying through the skies, summoning storms with a wave of their hand. Yet, amidst all the hype and madness, someone finally noticed something was off. Wait, don't you guys think something's weird? He obviously has the power to chop off a leg instantly, so why did he slowly saw through his own leg earlier? The chat froze. As soon as that weak voice appeared, everyone fell silent. Yeah, why the hell would he do that? He had the easiest method at his disposal, but he chose to torture himself? He could have done a painless surgery, but instead, he chose to suffer? Before, Kongbai and the others could come up with various justifications for Luce's actions. But this bizarre contradiction left everyone completely stumped. Beta Epsilon. A bunch of self-proclaimed analysis experts sat in front of their screens, coming up with 10,000 theories, but none could explain why Luce was so ruthless to himself. Was he actually a masochist? Or just insane? No way. A perfect completion player, a top-tier boss like him, there was no way he was crazy. There had to be some deeper meaning they hadn't figured out yet. Time for more analysis. But they would never figure out Luce's true intentions. Because, in reality, he just wanted to rack up some pain points. Below, the first person he had rescued had already disappeared into thin air. Perhaps they had officially completed the game. Regardless, their disappearance sent a surge of excitement through the remaining captives still hanging in midair. Before Luce could even speak, the remaining players started shouting over one another. Boss, look at me. I'll pay too. I've got 200 reward points, plus a normal weapon I got from the initial game. I'll give it to you. As long as you personally chop off my leg. I'll pay you a ton of money after I get out. Name your price, I'll sign a blank check. Chop mine. Chop my leg. We're all fellow Huaxia people, help me out, please. The same players who had been too scared to say a word before were now buzzing with excitement, bidding for the chance to have their legs chopped off painlessly. In this day and age, even amputating someone's leg had become an auction service. The broken window effect never goes out of style. If you told people in normal circumstances to amputate their leg without anesthesia, they'd never accept it. But after watching that rusty saw grind against Luce's leg for 10 minutes, they suddenly saw a clean-cut amputation as a blessing. Seeing the frenzy, Luce didn't refuse. He simply waited for the highest bid. After all, players who participated in the initial game but didn't complete it still had some reward points left. Some had even signed game contracts, promising to transfer their earnings to Luce. With the greed mask enhancing his mindset, Luce had zero hesitation. He had fully embraced his role as a ruthless profiteer. Cutting off legs? No problem as long as they paid up. By the end, he had received a game item he had never seen before, plus a pile of reward points and post-clearance bonuses. In return, he had chopped off leg after leg. If this were Japan, he'd already be a legendary leg-cutting saint. As screams filled the air, only 4 people remained hanging. 2 of them were completely paralyzed with fear, having given up all hope. Luce had no interest in them. If they wanted to die, that was their business. One former perfect completion player gave him a final glance before suddenly disappearing. Seems they had used an exit token from a previous reward. Finally, Luce turned his attention back to the woman who had been screaming and cursing at him nonstop. She had been quiet for a while now. Seeing Luce look at her again, she trembled in fear but still forced herself to speak. I'm warning you if you dare. But this time, Luce couldn't be bothered to listen. A flash of steel. This time, Luce sawed off his own bound leg. His body dropped, landing on the platform below. Reaching out to touch the edge of the platform, he looked up at the woman in midair, smiling as he said, "The lava is almost here." Luce's figure vanished. Within seconds, the lava flooded the platform. In his final glimpse, he saw the woman finally realize the truth. Her mouth let out a piercing shriek as she desperately reached for the swaying saw. A wretched scream rang out. But it was too late. The lava had already swallowed the platform, but not her. She still had plenty of time to regret her choices. But she no longer had a chance to change them. People die from their own stupidity. Whether that woman would regret her choices in her final moments, whether she would scream her lungs out, was no longer Luce's concern. Right now, Luce was feeling a bit of regret himself. Maybe it was greed at play. Seeing the game nearing its end, he felt like he hadn't earned quite enough. Was there really only one leg-sawing torture session? Shouldn't there have been multiple brutal punishments, repeated torment, maybe a bit of slow roasting on both sides? And they call this hell mode? Honestly, the imagination here was a little lacking, not twisted enough at all. Just as he was thinking this, the familiar sensation of data flow didn't appear. It seemed that disappearing from the platform didn't trigger an immediate game settlement. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an incredibly bright space. The 4 people he had rescued earlier were also there, sitting in chairs with terrified expressions, nervously glancing around. The game wasn't over yet. The hellish torment actually wasn't finished. Just when they had been overjoyed, thinking it was finally over, reality smacked them in the face. As soon as Lusu appeared, 4 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. It seemed like the game was waiting for all of them to arrive. Each person was strapped to a chair, arranged in a perfect pentagon formation. In the center stood an enormous pentagonal column, stretching so far up that its end was out of sight. The hollow space inside it was completely empty, its purpose unknown. Unlike the others, Lusu was actually pleased to see that the game wasn't over. As long as it continued, he could keep earning more. His mindset was clearly different. After the previous game, he was even starting to enjoy it a bit too much. Patting the mask that continuously displayed a grin, Lusu muttered to himself, "I knew it. No way they'd lack imagination like that. A game should always be more twisted. Gotta stay in control." Though he was enjoying the feeling of gain, Lusu kept himself in check. He couldn't let himself be completely swept up in the greed mask's influence. The mask only amplified his emotions, it couldn't be allowed to fully control him. All participants have arrived. Welcome, Hell Mode Game Survivors. As soon as Lusu appeared, the mechanical voice that had vanished earlier returned. At the sound of it, the other 4 players flinched, whether from fear or lingering pain. "You seem to be quite happy? That's unusual. Suddenly, the voice shifted its tone. The group froze, realizing that it was speaking directly to Lusu. The game host, the entity controlling the game, was actively engaging with the player. Lusu looked around before casually replying, "Oh, that's great to hear. So, is there a reward for this? What the F***K kind of reward? Are you addicted to looting this game dry? This is hell mode, not some charity handout." With just one simple sentence, Lusu completely stunned the game host, rendering it silent for a long moment. Then, suddenly, the lighting around them dimmed. The eerie glow only emphasized the loneliness and terror of the space. Creak screech. A sharp, bizarre noise echoed as, under the group's bewildered gazes, the enormous cylindrical void in the center began filling with an inky black liquid. Oh. The moment they took a closer look, someone let out a horrified scream. It wasn't black liquid. It was an unimaginably massive swarm of insects. Layer upon layer, horde upon horde, countless bugs poured in from below, their origins unknown. And these weren't ordinary insects. Each one looked unnervingly grotesque. Some resembled scorpions, but were 1/2 meter long. Some were covered in backward-facing barbs, their grotesquely long tongues writhing endlessly. Some were slimy, wriggling creatures that burst open when squeezed, releasing thick, putrid fluid. Inside the gigantic column, the swarm kept rising, filling the space with an unbearable chittering sound that made everyone nauseous. Before long, the cylindrical space was completely filled. That was a 5-meter wide, over 10-meter tall structure. And it had been completely packed with insects. A rough estimate? There had to be at least 1 billion of them in this alternate dimension swarm. The 4 players seated around the pillar had gone pale as death. Even Lusa clicked his tongue in surprise. Some people might not fear ferocious beasts. But this was an entirely different kind of horror. Except for the goo masters of Miaojiang, nobody in the world could face this sight without a reaction. This was both a psychological and physiological nightmare, something no normal human could endure. Especially since these seemed to be alien insects. Holy sh*t no bro, seriously, this is too disgusting. I can't handle this. I'm out. Gonna check out another live stream. Not gonna lie, this is way too hardcore. I give up. Watching as a spectator is fine. Just don't make me a player. Even the live stream audience was losing it. The sheer number of insects was pushing the boundaries of morbid curiosity. Then, they noticed that separating the swarm from the room was a special glass window, measuring 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters. As soon as they realized this, many nearly fainted. Because this meant the insects were coming in. When will this nightmare end? Just kill me already. A man nearby, unable to withstand the pressure, slammed his fist against the glass with a loud thud. But his anger was meaningless here. Lusu, meanwhile, had only one thought: looks like another chance to rack up some pain points. Dear players, shouldn't you feel honored? The game should have already ended. However, due to an excessive number of survivors, which contradicts the principles of Hell Mode, we've arranged a little extra challenge. Originally, the fate of this game was in the hands of one player. He had the power to ensure he was the sole survivor. If he had chosen that path, this extra challenge wouldn't exist, and he would have once again achieved perfect completion. That's right. Among you, there is only one player who obtained the perfect completion title in the initial game. And thanks to his mercy, we now have this situation. Come on, everyone, let's give him a round of applause. The game host's voice rang out again. At the same time, the lighting in Luce's section of the room brightened, making it clear who they were referring to. This time, the tone carried an unmistakable sense of mockery. Did Luce piss off the game host or something? Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed, mixing with the screeches of the insect swarm. But the only one clapping was Luce himself. Not bad, not bad. According to your logic, I must be pretty damn impressive. I think I should give myself a round of applause too. So, same question as before, since I performed so well, where's my extra reward? Luce's voice was calm, laced with a sarcastic undertone. He didn't take the game host's mockery to heart at all. In fact, he even mocked them back. He had no idea why he was suddenly being targeted, as if this game had something against him. It felt like he had been placed at the center of the storm. They even announced that he was a perfect completion player. But he didn't see any issue with that. The more he was targeted, the more profit there was to be made. Being singled out was an opportunity. Risk always comes with opportunity. As a certain philosopher named Gao once said, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Gao? Gao who again? Let's just say it was Gorky who said that. All rewards in the game, all the benefits of completion, are not given to you. They are earned, or rather, taken. What you can get depends on how far you're willing to go. Greed, seems like you're adapting well to this mask. But who knows, maybe your soft heart for letting them live will be the death of you. Huh, now you're calling me soft-hearted? The way you put it, I'm actually kind of touched. How about giving me an award for it, maybe an achievement? Luce didn't let the words fall to the ground, responding effortlessly. As Luce exchanged sharp words with that unknown voice, the other 4 people around him felt like complete outsiders. All they could do was watch in awe as the big shot sparred with the mysterious entity, too afraid to say a word. Only now did they realize that there really was a difference between perfect completion and just completion. From the beginning, this guy had been among the very best. Their gazes toward him started to change. At first, it was just fear and distance, but now there was a hint of gratitude. After all, even though he was greedy, even though he was ruthless, even though he threatened them like a vampire, in the end, he had saved their lives. If Lusu had truly been a bloodthirsty maniac, he could have let them all die in the lava. There was no need for him to help them cut off their legs. Yes, in this hellish game, straightforward leg amputation was practically an act of mercy. But now that things had come to this, no one was planning to thank this great benefactor. Alright, time for the final bonus round. Loot Division game. Everyone, cheer up. It's time to claim your rewards. Ordinary players, don't feel discouraged. In the next phase, you will be on the same playing field as that guy. This is a game of gods, a gambler's trial. Here, anything can happen. Don't think you can't do it. You could change your entire life overnight. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. The bewitching voice rang out once more, as if enticing the greed in their hearts. But it was clear the voice was still not on Luce's side. It was obviously trying to create division between him and the others. In the next game, the players would definitely be in competition with one another. Then, amidst the squirming and screeching of insects, 2 pillars rose before each person within arm's reach. Each pillar had a red button and a green button on top. And above the insect pillar, a scarlet number appeared. 100. The loot division game is about to begin. All of you have passed the hell trial and were originally supposed to receive your rewards outright. However, the number of players who survived the trial is far higher than usual. Arngobes. So now you will negotiate among yourselves to determine how to distribute this. 100, the total reward value. Special reminder, the rewards are quite generous. As the others stood there, utterly confused, a screen appeared before each of them. Each screen displayed different images, tailored to each person individually. Take a look. These are the desires buried deep in your hearts. The images showed immense power, capable of moving mountains and shattering planets with a flick of a finger. They showed wealth and indulgence, standing above millions, gazing down upon the world. One scene was set in Tokyo, on a neon-lit train full of beautiful women, where suddenly time froze. Another showed a stepsister doing laundry, getting stuck in the washing machine. Wait, what the hell was this weird stuff? Tisk, what kind of garbage are you people thinking about? Anyway, Chosen's Paradise is the place where your dreams come true. Believe me, for your current shallow understanding, this 100 represents an opportunity that could change your entire life. Seeing that the bait had been set, the game host decided it was time to move things along. Desires had been stirred. Now it was time for the grand performance, the battle over loot. Alright, the loot division game is about to begin. Here are the rules. This 100 represents the total reward pool. The method of distribution will be decided by a vote among the 5 of you. No one has special privileges. The moment these words were spoken, the 4 other players visibly relaxed. If that was the case, then the gap between them and the perfect completion player really had been eliminated. But then, what was up with that creepy jar of bugs? And this jar is the punishment for non-cooperative players. The rules are as follows. Each person, in turn, will propose a distribution plan for the reward points. If at least half of the players press the green button to approve the proposal, then it passes, and everyone receives their designated rewards. However, if more than half disapprove, then the person who proposed the plan will be transported into this jar. The little creatures inside are very fond of you all. Then, the next person in line will propose their plan. As it spoke, the jar full of insects glowed faintly. At that moment, whatever hope the players had left completely died. So this thing was actually for executions. There were no deaths more terrifying than this. Alright, enough chatter. It's time for the order selection. As soon as the voice fell, a series of numbers flashed rapidly above everyone's heads, cycling from 1 to 5. All 5 players instantly tensed up, some even closing their eyes to pray that they'd get a later position. In this game, the first person to propose a plan was completely at the mercy of the others. Forget claiming any rewards. If you were up first, even surviving would be a challenge. At this point, dying in the previous game would have been preferable. This was purely a game of luck. Ding! At the sound, everyone flinched. The numbers had stopped, finalizing the order. Number 1, Lusu. Numbers 1 to 5 assigned. Seeing the numbers above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Whatever else happened, according to the rules laid out earlier, at least their lives were safe. And their positions were comfortable, based on what was said before. If more than half rejected a proposal, the person making it would be executed. Logically speaking, the earlier players would have to cater to and appease those in the later slots when making their distribution proposals. After all, those in later positions wouldn't die, and with no special benefits to gain, they had no reason to approve a bad deal. Players 2 and 3, on the other hand, had slightly darker expressions. Their positions were awkward. Facing the insect pillar in front of them, that cold, glowing number gave them absolutely no sense of security. Especially player 2, the only woman among them. Her face was particularly grim as she cursed her bad luck internally. But when she saw that the big shot Lu Su had drawn the number 1, her mood instantly brightened. Suddenly, she felt a sense of balance. At this moment, the other 4 players were all looking toward Lu Su, their eyes carrying varying degrees of pity and schadenfreude. Sure enough, offending the game host was never a good idea. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a player in the game. The game host? They're the ones making the rules. What were you even showing off for? Seeing Lu Su lower his head and remain silent, they couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. People love building up gods. But even more than that, they love watching them fall. Seeing the strongest player here, someone so powerful that they threatened the balance of the game, now placed in the worst possible position, it was a guilty pleasure. What gratitude! When he helped cut off their legs, didn't he extort them in the process? At that moment, Lu Su's blue mask shimmered, its glow shifting, though no clear expression formed. He kept his head lowered, murmuring something under his breath. The others fell silent, straining their ears, curious to hear what this big shot was muttering. Beyond the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the green grass stretches to the horizon. Everyone? The F*CK are you singing for at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? You can never guess what a big shot is thinking. But regardless, it was Lu Su's turn now, it was his time to distribute the points. Damn, this is rigged. This is totally a setup. Ugh, why provoke the game host like that? Stay low-key, man. At this point, he should just focus on staying alive. That alone would be a miracle. Sigh, the tallest tree in the forest gets blown down first. Look at the other players' eyes, they clearly want him dead. Man, sometimes you just gotta keep your head down. The barrage of livestream comments was overwhelmingly pessimistic. Only a few, like Kongbai, were frowning, sensing that something was off. Game theory, that was supposed to be the core of this game. It shouldn't be a dead-end scenario like this. They calculated as they watched Lu Su, who was still humming his tune, waiting for his next move. And Lu Su himself? He was thinking too. The first thing that came to mind was the effect of his greed mask. Right at the start of the game, he had seen its description, though he'd quickly pushed it to the back of his mind. Greed, blue, Kaido, personality influence, amplifies greed, makes the wearer talkative and highly active in thought. Cunning and deceitful. Benefit, luck subtly increases, with peculiar effects in critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the one who wants to win the most will win. By all logic, my luck should be pretty good. If that's the case. Oh, seems like there's no issue then. After a long silence, Lu Su finally spoke, chuckling to himself. On his blue mask, a grinning expression surfaced once more. Such a shame, all these insects going to waste. Staring at the pain points in front of him, Lu Su had already figured out the key to this game. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a voice beside him cut in. Perfect completion player, the voice was that of a smart-looking woman. I think, since we've come this far, there's no need for riddles anymore, so I'll be straightforward. We all acknowledge your strength, but since you're the first in line, you should give up your share of the rewards. You take 0 points. As for how we split the rest, the 4 of us can discuss it now. This way, even though you won't get anything, at least you won't get thrown into that jar. You used to be a perfect completion player. As long as you survive, there will always be future opportunities. What do you say? She sounded logical, like she was considering things from Lu Su's perspective. After all, she was player 2. If player 1 suddenly went crazy and chose to throw away his life, then when her turn came next, she'd be the one under pressure. Better to take the initiative and secure Lu Su's approval, at least that way, she could reduce her own risk. At that moment, the game host spoke again. Attention, everyone. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting is not completed, a door in front of a random player will open slightly. The ominous voice echoed once more, like a judge delivering a death sentence. The players shuddered at the implication. Of course, to prevent stalling, if the player whose turn it is refuses to propose a distribution plan, the door in front of them will be the first to open. My offer still stands. Perfect completion player, player 2 urged, growing impatient. We don't have time to waste. Stop shouting. Quit interrupting me. Lucis silenced her with a glare, then asked. I have a question. Can this 100 be split into decimal values? Like, could I give someone 0.000001 points? No. The distribution must be in whole numbers. TCH, what a shame. Lucio muttered, lifting his head. In that case, I won't waste time. Here's my distribution plan. Player 2 froze. She knew it. This guy was about to do something crazy. The other players perked up immediately. Player 5, 1 point. Player 5 blinked in confusion. Player 3, 1 point. Player 3 thought he must have misheard. Player 1, that's me, 98 points. Player 2 and Player 4, 0 points. Player 2. When this insane distribution plan was announced, everyone questioned whether their ears were malfunctioning. The entire livestream exploded. He's seeking death. KO. KO. No way. You're still arguing at a time like this? A wise man knows when to yield. I'm wondering, is there a possibility that this guy is actually a masochist who really wants to get into that jar of bugs and experience it? Stop talking. I'm gonna throw up. The game host has already made it clear that they want to screw you over, and you're still refusing to cooperate? You're literally asking to die. This isn't even arguing or negotiating anymore. I've said from the start, this guy isn't some big shot. He only passed the initial game and got perfect completion because he's mentally deranged. Letting someone like him become a top player is the real failure of this so-called chosen's paradise. For a moment, voices roared from all directions. Everyone was eager to distance themselves, convincing themselves that the man before them wasn't worthy of admiration, that they had simply misjudged him. When a god falls from the altar, the noise is always louder than when he ascends. Confirm distribution method. A mechanical voice echoed from above, as if even the game host was shocked by Luce's words. Confirm. Changes after confirmation will incur a cost. Confirm. After 2 confirmations, a series of blurry numbers appeared above each participant's head. These were the allocations determined by Lucio. The lights dimmed. Puh! A slap echoed through the room. In the very next instant, red light flashed. The moment Lucio finalized the distribution, the second female player immediately slammed the rejection button in front of her. No hesitation whatsoever. With a cold expression, she turned to Lucio and said, Player 1, since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us. Someone who can't grasp the situation, no matter how strong, can't escape the fate of death. It's over. If you're so eager to get into that bug-filled place, well, congratulations. Her voice was icy. With the game's rules backing her, she no longer felt any fear. She unleashed her words at Lucio without restraint. Lucio merely chuckled twice and turned to look at the woman. The woman met his gaze fearlessly, staring at the blue mask, the face of the man who had instilled so much fear in her. Soon, this devil of a man would die at her hands. The thought gave her a twisted sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The moment she pressed that button, the intoxicating feeling of deciding another's fate had almost consumed her. Yes. But as she met Luce's eyes, the smile on his mask never wavered. In this game, there are only 2 women in total. Compared to the other one, you're slightly better. A bead of cold sweat formed on Player 2's forehead. She clearly remembered the woman who had cursed Luce endlessly in the lava hell earlier. Now, that woman wasn't here. The implications were obvious. But she died because she was stupid. As for you, you're not quite as dumb, but you're far from smart. You're just a little too full of yourself. Player 2 glared at Lucio, her eyes filled with defiance. In the end, she even smirked contemptuously. You're about to die, and you're still clinging to your pride? Does it even matter? Then, she turned to the other players and spoke. Everyone, let's not waste time. Press the red button in front of you to vote no. Consider it payback for our broken legs and the extortion. There are only so many ways to stir up hatred, and Player 2 had clearly mastered them. Her words were so ridiculous that Lucio almost laughed. The Hell Mode game had forced everyone to either lose a leg or die, yet somehow, in her version of events, he had become the villain who chopped off their legs. Player 2 didn't care about reason. Now wasn't the time for logic, it was about playing dirty and rallying the others. Player 4, in his distribution, you and I both got nothing, just a big fat 0. Given your low ranking, your life was never at risk in the first place. But 0 benefits? That's unacceptable. As for Player 3 and Player 5, each of you only got 1 point. In my opinion, that's not an olive branch, it's an insult. Reject it. I promise that when I get to distribute, I guarantee you'll get way more than just 1 point. With just a few words, Player 2 worked tirelessly to divide the group and push Lusu to the opposition. Ding! Another chime. Player 4's choice turned red. In just moments, Lusu was standing on the edge of a cliff. But he was still humming a song. The evening breeze brushes the willows, a flute plays its final notes. Beyond the sunset, more mountains rise. Player 2 ignored him. Her eyes burned with ambition. Today was her first time participating in the Chosen's Paradise game. She would personally eliminate this so-called perfect completion player. Player 3, Player 5, stop hesitating and make your decision. I've already said, when it's my turn to decide, the worst-case scenario is an even split. You'll definitely get a better deal. From start to finish, this had been Player 2's solo performance. It was as if, in this second game, she had become the protagonist. But just then, Lusa finally spoke. You say that if you distribute, the worst case is an even split. Then why not have the 3 of them vote you out first? Once you're dead, they can split everything among themselves. Wouldn't they get more? What exactly is your role in this? Player 2. She was stunned. That single sentence left her speechless. After a brief pause, she stammered. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just saying that's the minimum. And no matter what, my distribution is still better for everyone than his. Lusa let out a cold laugh, not even bothering to respond. He simply continued. By the same logic, if splitting evenly is ideal, why should Player 4 and Player 5 keep Player 3 around? If they vote Player 3 out, they'll get even more, won't they? And by that point, Player 5, do you really think you'll still get anything? Cause and effect are intertwined. Cause is the head of effect, and effect is the tail of cause. If the ones before you die, think about what that means for you when your turn comes. Sometimes, the right way to plan things is to work backwards. You're right about one thing, this game is a game of luck. And I just so happen to be the luckiest one here. Player 3, Player 5, you have no choice but to accept my distribution. Believe me, if Player 4 gets to distribute, your share will be exactly 0. Absolutely impossible. Lusa's voice, carrying a slight undertone of darkness, echoed through the space. The moment he finished speaking, Player 2 immediately exploded into curses, speaking in a frantic rush. Everyone, don't let him deceive you. We can definitely work out a fair way to distribute the points. If I distribute, there is absolutely no way that anyone will end up with 0 points. Please trust me. I swear on my honor that no one will walk away with everything. We've all gone through this hell mode game together. We've lived and died side by side. Player 2 was practically ranting like a madwoman, as if she was desperately trying to cover something up, trying to suppress the guilt in her heart. Lusa's simple words earlier had already filled her with overwhelming fear. At this moment, her instincts screamed at her. She had to vote Lusu out. If she could eliminate this deranged devil, then her opportunity would come. Lusa saw her mental state clearly and interrupted with a smirk. Oaths are never trustworthy. Compared to oaths, choices driven by human nature are far more reliable. In those videos that triggered your deepest desires, what did you see? What are you so afraid of? Even if my plan goes through, you don't benefit, but you won't die either. Yet, you're acting this desperate. The highest level of benefit, that deep-seated desire, you can't bear to let it go, can you? A bead of sweat formed on Player 2's forehead. She wanted to say something, to turn the tables, to push Player 3 and Player 5 to vote. She was just one vote away. At that moment, one of the silent players finally spoke. It was Player 5. Since he wasn't in any real danger, he seemed relatively relaxed. I just want to ask, Player 1. You said that if Player 4 distributes, Player 3 and I will end up with 0. Why? Lusa tilted his head slightly in his direction, the blue mask forming an unimpressed expression, underscore. Do you seriously not think at all? Then, he turned his head toward Player 2, smirking. This just proves you're still not as smart as our dear Player 2 here. If I'm not mistaken, she already figured out the key to this game the moment I finished speaking, right? A with Tilda and Beta. Player two's entire body trembled slightly, as if her secret had been exposed. She wanted to deny it, but Lucy didn't give her the chance. He leaned back in his chair and continued. Let's say there's only one person in this game. Obviously, they would get 100% of the points and happily go home. But what if there are two people? How would the points be distributed? A 50-50 split? Of course not. It would be 100 and 0. Because as long as the majority agrees, the one with the power to distribute has no reason to consider the other person's opinion at all. Luce's words drew everyone in. Apart from player 2, whose expression grew darker and darker, the others were listening intently. His voice continued. So, what happens when there are 3 people in the game? The question was spoken calmly, but at that very moment, all the viewers watching the live stream, as well as those who had been trying to piece it together, instantly grasped the sinister nature of the game. Inside the game and outside, they all spoke in unison with Lu Su. The distributor only needs to give the third person a tiny portion, completely ignoring the second person, and the plan will pass. The distribution would be 99-0-1. Because if the third person doesn't agree and the distribution fails, when it's just 2 people left, the last one gets absolutely nothing. So, as the number of players increases, what happens next? I probably don't need to spell it out anymore. Silence filled the room. No one here was an idiot. Previously, the external pressure had thrown their thoughts into chaos, preventing them from seeing the key to the game. But now, with Lucy laying everything out so clearly, they could deduce the inevitable conclusion on their own. If there were 4 players, the first person distributing only needed to consider the interests of the second-to-last person. Because if the first person was eliminated, it would turn into the 3-player scenario from before, where the second-to-last person would get nothing. So the distribution would be 99-0-1-0. And continuing this pattern, now that there were 5 players. No matter how difficult it was to accept, no matter how counterintuitive it seemed, by this logic, Luce's distribution method was completely unbreakable. He was, right? But how dare he? How did he dare? One small mistake, and the price would be his life. Yet he still chose to do this, as if the life or death stakes didn't put any pressure on him at all, as if his mental state wasn't shaken in the slightest. So, as I said, I'm the luckiest one here. That being the case, you really do love me, don't you? Lucy spoke to the air, the game host, mocking them for placing him in the first position. No response? That means you're agreeing by default. 5 minutes are up. Click. The small door in front of Lucy opened and shut again, dropping a few relatively friendly little creatures. They squeaked aimlessly as they wandered around the space. You even found me a few little companions? You really do love me. Lucy continued his trash talk, even deliberately attracting the bugs toward himself. He wasn't in a hurry to push the other players. He let them take their time digesting everything, while he casually thought about whether there were any loopholes left to exploit. While he relaxed, the other players were anything but calm. They exchanged suspicious glances, desperately searching for a way to break the deadlock. Especially player 2. She was the most unwilling to accept this outcome. She was still trying to find a way to turn things around. Everyone, this is just the worst-case scenario. This is the game's conspiracy. As long as we stand together. But she couldn't even convince herself anymore. Why would the others believe her? Wait. Player 3, player 5, I can personally give you. Just as she was about to use her own points to bribe player 3 and player 5, hoping to gain their trust, she suddenly remembered. In the previous round, Lucy had already extorted every single one of their points. Despair filled player 2's eyes as she stared at player 1 in shock, looking up at him as if he were an insurmountable mountain. Could it be? Had he foreseen all of this from the very beginning? The moment player 2 thought of this, her gaze turned blank. As long as we all trust each other, there won't be a situation where only he gets the biggest share. She was still racking her brain, muttering to herself in vain. This problem was actually quite simple. As long as everyone trusted each other, as long as they all trusted her, how could the 4 of them end up with such a pitiful share? But it was precisely this bit of suspicion that kept everyone stuck. Stop thinking, number 2. At that moment, Lucy spoke again, cutting off her train of thought. Can you truly face your own heart? Do you believe that if I die, you won't want to take the biggest share for yourself? And even if you really manage to find a way to gain everyone's trust, to throw me out, putting yourself in the best position. Don't you think player 3 would use the same method to throw you out too? The light in player 2's eyes slowly dimmed. Upon hearing this, she finally realized there was no solution. At first, she thought she could turn the situation around with her intelligence. If only. But there were no ifs. By now, Lusu had started playing with the little bugs that had crawled inside. One of them, shaped like a scorpion with an enormous tail, had already climbed onto his body at his beckoning. He picked it up, gave it a slight squeeze, and the seemingly tough, giant insect instantly became powerless. After a moment of thought, Lusa brought the bug closer to the wound on his severed leg. The next second, the scorpion's tail convulsed violently, and something no one expected happened. It sprayed fire. Chosen of agony. Pain points +6. Holy *T. What kind of alien creature is this? Lusu was genuinely stunned. Looking at his half-charred, half-raw severed leg, he never expected the bug to be this powerful. It breathes fire? Though, I gotta say, its cauterizing effect is pretty decent. Cauterizing? You're calling burning your severed limb cauterization. The other players, already burdened with immense stress, felt an even heavier weight on their hearts as they watched him casually test the bug's abilities. Can I take this thing with me? Can I have it? Where's the game host? Why aren't they saying anything? No one responded to Luso anymore. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current loot division game, at their core, they weren't that difficult. But a severed leg, boiling lava, a rusty saw. A swarm of bugs, looming death, a doorway that could open at any moment to release venomous creatures. These things kept piling on the pressure, pushing people's psychological limits, breaking their mental defenses, forcing them to make mistakes, forcing them to give up on life. Epsilon S. But none of that worked on Lusu. Number 1, I have a question for you. Amidst the silence, player 3 finally spoke, as if in one last struggle. Your analysis makes sense, but this distribution method assumes that everyone is rational. What if someone among us doesn't care about benefits, doesn't care about anything, and just wants to throw you out to kill you? The moment he finished speaking, a loud bang rang out. Player 5, as if losing his mind, violently rocked the chair he was sitting on. I don't care. I don't care. Why the hell should I suffer a severed leg, endure all this torture, end up in the safest spot, and still get nothing? I want at least 10 points. I don't care who's distributing. If I don't get them, I won't agree. Screw it, we can all die together. I'm the last one anyway, I won't die. Player 5 shouted hysterically, like a man pushed past his breaking point. But whether he was just putting on an act or if he had genuinely lost it, no one could tell. In a game of strategy like this, dealing with people like him was the most troublesome. Player 2, whose eyes had been dull with despair, suddenly regained her spark. She locked her gaze on player 5. As long as player 5 went crazy, as long as player 5 was an idiot. No matter the reason, as long as he opposed it. But then, the player who had been allocated 0 points, player 4, suddenly spoke. Number 1. Give me 5 points. Ignore player 5, I'll agree. Silence. Utter silence. In the vast room, even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. The buzzing of insects faded into the background. Player 5's eyes widened to the extreme. His crazed expression instantly vanished as he stared in disbelief at player 4. His act of madness, his desperate attempt to pressure Lusu, collapsed in an instant, effortlessly dismantled. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside room 1, Lusa laughed loudly, his expression beneath the mask brimming with amusement. He had done nothing but watch a farce unfold, the collapse of a weak alliance, undone by itself. Turning to player 3, he finally gave his answer. Rationality may not be reliable, but greed and human nature are eternal. You all instinctively believe that no matter who is in charge of the distribution, once they hold the authority to allocate, they will inevitably make the choice I previously described. You want to maximize your own gains while ensuring that others don't have the chance to do the same. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. The only choices you truly have are life and death, 0 or 1. This is a hell mode game. The difference between 0 and 1 in terms of rewards could be massive. The things I just showed you, the things that stir the deepest desires in your hearts, they won't let you ignore the gap between 0 and 1. Besides, after this experience, you all might never dare to set foot in this game again. In other words, this could be your last chance to gain benefits, to change your reality. In the end, only Luce's voice echoed in the room. It sounded like he was speaking to the others. But it also felt like he was reviewing the game for himself. No one responded. Not even the game host. Under the suffocating tension, every player awaited some unexpected turn of events. But nothing happened. When the second 5-minute mark arrived, a massive spider crawled into Player 3's room. Moments later, both Player 3 and Player 5 silently changed their votes to agree. No one tried to justify it. No one resisted. It was like completing an unspoken contract. Game over. Hell mode instance, lava cavern, 5 players cleared. 1 perfect completion player. Game rewards will be distributed according to the extra trial results. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you. The mechanical game voice rang in everyone's ears, and on every spectator's screen, the game footage abruptly ended. Game over. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next game. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you. You can also become a player. As Luce's game concluded, the spectators who had been watching saw these 2 identical messages appear before them. After witnessing this exhilarating hell mode game, the audience was beyond thrilled. That was brutal. I was planning to check out multiple game instances, but once I came here, I couldn't leave. I can't believe people like this actually exist in the world now. Honestly, I still don't get it. This was a perfect completion? Why did everyone agree to his distribution method? Bro, go play something else. With that level of intelligence, you might want to stay out of this game. Why does he keep wearing that mask? I really want to see what he looks like. If he revealed his face, he'd probably become an internet sensation in no time. Even though the game had ended, the audience was still reluctant to leave, continuing their heated discussions in the now black livestream chat. From beginning to end, the number of people who had watched Luce's game had reached tens of thousands, and a significant portion of them had stayed because they simply couldn't look away. Among all the perfect completion players, Luce was the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies about this new world. Of course, most of the comments were incredibly naive, talking about fame, internet popularity, or feeling national pride just because they came from the same country as him. But among the overwhelming numbers of the ignorant majority, there were always those with different motives lurking. On the laptop screen in front of Kong Bai, dozens of documents were open, recording all the intelligence he had gathered during this game session. This included game types, categories, undisclosed information, and powerful players. Among them, the file labeled "The player wearing a blue mask" had the most words and the most detailed content. The moment Luce's live stream ended, Kongbai immediately switched to another stream, continuing his data collection. However, his mind kept replaying Luce's previous performance, flashes of his actions, his decisions. With a mindset like that, possessing strength clearly beyond human limits, and a mental state that treats pain and fear as nothing. The game has only just begun, yet we already have players of this caliber. How many more like him exist? Kongbai felt a mix of excitement, concern, and deep reverence. As the game continued to develop, it was inevitable that the world would soon witness individuals capable of single-handedly influencing global events. The world was now a game. At the same time, various official, domestic, and international organizations were also closely observing the livestream, keeping their eyes on Luce. Record everything: unstable personality, immense strength, suspected mental disorder, complete lack of fear towards pain, possibly even an obsession with it. He speaks Mandarin, so he should be from Huagua. That's good news, at least. Back up all the data. Highest confidentiality level. Send it to the Secretariat. Monitor him. Analyze him. Find a way to locate him. Forget about where this sudden world game had come from. Just these top-tier players alone could become strategic assets in the future. They had to find them first. Guide them. Cooperate with them. Or, if necessary, control them. In the unseen corners of the world, undercurrents were already surging. Meanwhile, Luce had entered the game settlement screen, listening to his results and reviewing his gains from this round. Game over. Total participants: 5, 214, 948. Survivors: 1, 985, 419. Perfect completion players: 7, 529. Your completion rating, SSS rank, perfect completion. Current perfect completion streak, 2. Reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered. Guided and exploited a game bug, earning achievement badge. System exploiter, epic. Special event triggered. Caused an extra trial due to personal actions, earning an enhanced final reward. This round's reward points, 8,800. This round's reward items, medium healing potion times 5, advanced healing potion times 3, exit token times 1, epic weapon lottery ticket times 2, random sealed artifact lottery ticket times 1, special skill lottery ticket times 180. Special reward, Spirit Awakening. Personal Spirit +1. Note, Spirit is the foundation for mastering various special abilities. Looking at the long list of rewards, Lusu was quite satisfied. The Chosen's game was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Whether it was pain points or in-game rewards, they were crucial for rapidly increasing his power. The next phase of the world's transformation would undoubtedly be chaos. He had to strengthen himself as much as possible before that day arrived. Wearing the mask, he could rampage freely. Taking it off? He'd rather not attract unwanted attention. A man without guilt, but with treasure, invites disaster. His growing strength was bound to be seen as a threat by certain people. Let's check out the backpack first. Got quite a haul this time. Opening his game inventory, he examined his items. With the points he had extorted, his total had now reached 12,400. He wasn't sure exactly what that meant in terms of value, but it definitely wasn't a small amount. As for weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, he currently only had the one he had looted, Sharp 1. The weapon's grade wasn't high, but it suited him well enough for now. The 2 badges, however, were probably the most distinctive features that set Lusu apart from other players, as both were tied to special event triggers. Godslayer, Legendary. Effect bonus. When facing high-tier attacks, immune to all effects except direct damage. When facing attacks of the same tier, your effects take priority. System exploiter, Epic. Effect bonus. Breaking or manipulating game loopholes will yield higher-tier rewards. Lusu wasn't sure if there was a limit on how many badges he could wear, but since they provided bonuses, he'd keep them equipped for now. As for the newly acquired exit token, its description was simple. Exit token allows you to forcibly leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points obtained in the game will be reset to 0. Description: cowards can save their lives, but they should never dream of enjoying the benefits of the strong. A pure survival tool. After reviewing all the descriptions, Lusu decided to hold off on using his lottery tickets for now. Then, he logged out of the game. The same dizziness. The same sensation of waking up in bed. Only this time, as he opened his eyes, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. That voice also rang in the ears of every Chosen player. Chosen's Paradise. The first official game has ended. Special notice: to all Chosen players, function unlocks, ranking preview. The shop function is now available. During rest periods in the game, all Chosen players can prepare in advance and purchase items. The products in the shop will assist in improving your performance in the game. The friend system is now available. All Chosen players can add friends, transfer funds, and gift items. Of course, a transaction fee will be charged based on the specific amount. Look forward to future features such as co-op gameplay. Feature release announcement. Since the game began, new people have been chosen every day. We look forward to seeing everyone become players. Now, 2 games have passed and many outstanding players have emerged. We believe that in the end, they will have everything. To help players better understand themselves and others, after the next game ends, we will introduce the Peak Ranking. The Peak Ranking will comprehensively evaluate combat power, game performance, and bonus items owned, ranking the top 100 players. There will be benefits for those on the list. We look forward to seeing more participation and excellent performance in the next game. The announcement ended, and the dialogue repeated twice in everyone's mind, as if emphasizing the key points. Lusu frowned slightly as he looked at the announcement. Peak ranking. This kind of thing was basically putting the top players under a spotlight. Only 3 games in, and he was probably already among the strongest. But his strength was far from overwhelming. Compared to some violent organizations, he was definitely not on their level. The simplest fact was that he still didn't have the confidence to survive in front of firearms. But it says there will be benefits, so maybe it's not too bad. I wonder if it will expose my real appearance and personal information. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Since it wasn't something he could decide, Lusa temporarily put it out of his mind. He was cautious, but he wasn't afraid to take risks. There was no way he would intentionally hold back in the next game or refuse to participate just to avoid the ranking. Survival was important, but increasing his strength was the top priority. If trouble came, he would just face it head-on. With that thought, he pulled up the screen in his mind and looked at the interface. Rest mode. For each game, you can choose to participate as a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will ultimately own the world. Time until the next game begins. 47:57:43. This is the challenge of the gods. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. In addition to the standard interface, 2 new pages had appeared: Friends and Shop. After familiarizing himself with the functions, Lusu opened his eyes in his room. Sitting up in the dimly lit room, he checked his body and felt himself in one piece. Yeah, perfect. The special reward from perfect completion, complete restoration. One of the best perks of joining the game. In the real world, the effects of being chosen of agony were too restrictive. He bounced lightly on his feet. The first thing he noticed was how light he felt, really light. If 10 strength had been breaking past the genetic lock limit, then 24 strength was way beyond normal control. Lusa didn't know what the ancient martial artists meant by light as a swallow, but he believed in one thing: brute force launches bricks. Right now, he was the brick. His legs felt like they had high-powered engines, capable of producing terrifying propulsion. He hadn't had legs in the last game, so there hadn't been any movement, and he hadn't noticed the difference. Now, even controlling his body required some adjustment. If Zhang Tao appeared in front of him now and provoked him, he might actually hesitate because one hit might literally kill the guy. Killing in the real world, that would be a bit hard to deal with. His experiences in the game, combined with the lingering influence of the greed mask, had left him slightly unhinged. He needed to return to normal. He pulled out his phone and opened his usual app. The first trending topic on the screen made his heart clench. The Chosen's game really kills people. Luso had expected this. The second game was when Chosen's Paradise truly bared its fangs, when people would start realizing the game's brutal reality. 5 people who entered with him had died right in front of him. One of them, he had killed with his own hands. The survivors hadn't achieved perfect completion. Unlike him, they wouldn't get a full recovery. Returning to the real world missing a leg? The thought weighed heavily on Lusu. This level of global turmoil wasn't going to be small. The government should ban Chosen's Paradise. No one should be allowed to participate in that game. What exactly is Chosen's Paradise? Supernatural powers or a hoax? Hospitals everywhere are suddenly overcrowded. Official explanation. The trending topics were completely different from before. The initial excitement and curiosity had given way to fear. Lusu even noticed that some extreme headlines and videos disappeared the moment he refreshed the page. Clearly, an unseen hand was working hard to suppress information and maintain stability. But Lusu knew this wouldn't last. There was no way to cover this up forever. Sigh. He exhaled, shut off his phone, and headed to school. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang, but the classroom remained noisy and chaotic, with no one stepping in to maintain order. It felt more like a marketplace. His classmates chattered endlessly, bursting with an energy typical of their age, an energy he found impossible to understand. But this time, Lusa no longer listened to their conversations. Their discussions about the game, their fears, their speculations, he had lived through it all himself. At some point, he had become distant from them. The game is over. Did you watch it? Or did you play? A voice suddenly sounded close to his ear, warm breath brushing against his skin, pulling him from his thoughts. Turning his head, he found Xia and Tong leaning in close, speaking right next to his ear. Lusu had never admitted anything, but from the way she spoke, it was clear she had already assumed he was a chosen player. What? Do you need something? Lusu avoided answering directly. If you cleared it, then congrats, you got lucky. If you were a spectator, then I'm sure you saw a lot too. Xia Onting's expression was slightly grave. As she spoke, she took out her phone and lowered her voice. I tried to gather as much intel as possible this time. Chosen's paradise isn't a joke. Some of the games are so brutal they surpass human limits. They call it hell mode, and it lives up to the name. It's pure hell. And even though the game has only just started, there are already some insanely strong players emerging. Take a look at this video. She furtively passed her phone under the desk. Luce's left eyelid twitched violently. Opening his phone, the first thing that appeared was a dark red space. The video content was something Luce was all too familiar with. Lava. Saw. 10 players tied up. Luce. Forcing down the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Luce was momentarily at a loss for words. Was the world really this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you need to find a way to escape. What do you mean, you want us to saw off our legs? Sawing off legs isn't even a first anymore. Did you guys actually pay royalties to Saw? What's the reward for the first one to get the Saw? Hearing the game host's voice inside the video, along with the in-game version of himself speaking, Luce felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment so strong that his toes curled. What could he even say? What should he even say? After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xia and Tong, who had been observing his expression, spoke up. Sawing off your own legs, sawing. Not chopping. If it's someone with no training, I don't think anyone could actually make that decision. They'd rather die and give up all hope of living. But look at this guy. At this point, Luce saw himself in the video, calmly, leisurely sawing through his leg. Back then, he had been wearing the greed mask, so it hadn't felt like a big deal at all. But now, watching it from a normal state of mind, yeah, it was pretty horrifying. Oh yes. Trying to act oblivious, Luce casually asked, why isn't he sawing the leg that's cuffed? Xia and Tong nodded and said, at this point, I thought he was just an idiot. But later on, I realized just how terrifying he really is. Keep watching. I edited this and picked out the most crucial parts. Saying that, she dragged the progress bar while blocking the screen with her hand, explaining things as she went. But Luce was already feeling numb. Listening to her analyze him, right in front of him, from head to toe, he could feel the tingling sensation from his scalp down to his feet. He had no idea how much time passed before the video finally ended. Luce's face remained stiff the entire time. Honestly, it was only from an outsider's perspective that he could truly grasp how insanely overpowered he had been in the last game. There was no way he wouldn't be noticed. This is the general summary. Finally, as the video finished playing, Xia and Tong took a deep breath and turned off her phone. Her face was filled with unconcealed shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she never got tired of it. That overwhelming sense of disbelief surged up in her every single time. Seeing Luce sitting there, his expression blank, she assumed he was still in shock. Well, give me your thoughts. Luce, Omega? How the hell was he supposed to evaluate this? How should one objectively evaluate oneself? Urgent. Online. Waiting for answers. Pretty impressive, I guess. Definitely remarkable. I'd say he probably achieved perfect completion. Having no better option, Luce decided to pat himself on the back a little. Pretty impressive? That's beyond ridiculous, okay? Xia and Tong, noticing his half-hearted response, got a little worked up. Whether it's intelligence or raw strength, a person like this is enough to shake the very structure of human society. We had a feeling before, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Luce listened to her words and felt a bit uncomfortable. He responded, this is enough to shake human society? That seems like a stretch. The only thing he's really shown is that his strength is way above human limits. You really think that alone is enough to impact the world's order? But this is just the beginning. Xia and Tong said seriously. Power only snowballs. And who knows how many people like this exist out there. Chosen's paradise changed the world overnight. It was drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control the world might not be high-ranking officials or financial tycoons, but the top players. Just like the game says, players will ultimately own this world. Luce, this video, you recorded it yourself, didn't you? Did you upload it online? Or is it already circulating on the internet? Xia and Tong shook her head. No. My family has some connections. I can see real-time intel from the internet. I actually saw some people upload this video, but they were all deleted almost immediately. This doesn't just mean the video is graphic and involves death, it also means that someone up top has already taken notice of the person in the video. The top players are a strategic asset. Governments, organizations, various factions, they're all keeping a close watch. Now that the friend system is available, there will probably be co-op games in the future. Just wait, soon enough, all kinds of strange factions will start popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Xia and Tong said a lot. Lu Su, knowing her family background wasn't simple, didn't ask further. But one thing was certain, there were already a lot of people and organizations keeping an eye on him. Who knew how long the original Sin mask would keep him hidden? So, after talking so much, isn't it about time you told me something real? I already admitted that I'm a chosen player. At the end of her speech, Xia and Tong suddenly shot him a sly sideways glance, Omega, Omega, leaning in close and whispering into his ear. You're a player, aren't you? Based on what I know about you, there's no way you listen to my advice. You definitely joined the game. Lucy subtly pushed her away. The classroom was so loud that no one would pay attention to them, but seriously, did she have to get so close? Breathing near someone's ear like that, it was itchy, okay? Yeah. This time, Lucy didn't deny it. What difficulty was your game instance? I forgot to check. But in our game, while there were deaths, most of us made it out alive. There were deaths in your game too? Xia and Tong was immediately startled. She gave Lucy a once-over. Well, that's good. You got lucky. You were probably in a normal or hard instance. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, Chosen's Paradise games generally have 4 difficulty levels. Normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Lucy listened carefully. Even though he had personally experienced a hell mode game, he actually knew little about the overall game structure or other players' experiences. Tell me more. What's your analysis? What's the approximate distribution of these difficulty levels? Xia and Tong nodded. After all, gaining trust was crucial. The reason she sought out Lu Su in the first place was to find someone trustworthy early in the game. In situations like this, she saw no need to keep secrets. The ratio of the 4 game difficulty levels, it's hard to say. I can't give an exact percentage. But it's obvious. The harder the level, the smaller the proportion. Most of the time, normal and hard games make up the majority. Even normal isn't easy, and once you reach hard, casualties become common. As for nightmare and hell, they mean exactly what they say. At that point, it's no longer a game or a trial, it's about finding a way to survive. As she spoke, Xia Antong's voice became barely audible, and her face looked pale. After all, she was just a high school senior, raised in comfort, never having faced life and death directly. Right, there's also the types of games. Within the same difficulty, there's a vast variety of games, endless possibilities. But that doesn't mean there aren't repeat games. Every game likely has multiple identical copies, with different players participating. For example, in the video I just showed you, I saw 10 other players encountering the same game. The live stream footage. I didn't finish watching. In that game instance, there weren't any top-tier players like the Masked Man. Everyone was just ordinary. I'm afraid no one survived. Xia and Tong swallowed hard. Just thinking about that scene gave her chills. So, Chosen's Paradise is, to a great extent, a game of luck. If you get assigned a hell mode instance, it's a death sentence. The players who ended up in the same instance as the Masked Man basically won the lottery. But a game this brutal and real is bound to produce top-tier players who will change the world. Lucy listened quietly, nodding slightly. He wasn't too concerned about the dangers. In his view, the harder the game, the greater the rewards. The opportunity was equal for all players. For a top-tier player, getting assigned high-difficulty instances was actually a good thing. If possible, he hoped every game would be a hell mode game. He would benefit in multiple ways. Can players choose the difficulty of their game instance? Lu Su asked. As if. Xia and Tong shook her head with a wry smile. At least for now, there's absolutely no way to choose. Judging from the competition footage and the contestants' reactions, they have no idea what they're about to face, any. If choosing were an option, who would willingly pick hell mode? Lu Su? That would be me. He actually wanted to choose hell mode. If he had to classify it, his initial game was probably already at hell difficulty. Suddenly, Xia and Tong changed the topic and looked at Lu Su. I'm guessing you've already participated in a game. The fact that you came out unscathed, with your mindset unchanged, proves you're far from ordinary. But ask yourself honestly, if you were placed in a hell mode game instance and had to saw off your own leg with a rusty saw, could you endure it? Lu Su. So, before entering the game, you must be fully prepared and mentally ready. It's best to save up and redeem an exit token in advance. Even if you lose everything, at least you'd keep your life. Since Lu Su remained silent, Xia and Tong didn't wait for his response and simply finished giving her advice. The early stages of the game were crucial. She, too, needed to start figuring out how to participate. Why are you telling me all this? Lu Su suddenly frowned and sighed. What do you want from me? If she knew he was ranked first, trying to recruit him would make sense. But it seemed she didn't know. This rich girl was just giving out all this information for free, purely out of curiosity about him? Xia and Tong blinked a few times, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide the faint blush on her face, feeling a bit helpless. This guy. Are there really men in this world who, when a girl shows kindness, immediately think of it as a transactional exchange? Because Chosen's paradise has arrived, and the world is about to change dramatically. Various official and underground organizations will soon emerge, and even small groups among individuals will quickly form. With the collapse of order, suspicion and conflict will arise. A society where people prey on each other is inevitable. In such times, it's best to find allies as early as possible. Before the situation spirals completely out of control, allies can still trust each other. Me? A question mark practically appeared above Luce's head. For allies, you're looking for me, a student? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Your family background shouldn't be simple, right? Can you try reaching out to some experts or influential forces? Two high school students talking about forming an alliance. Isn't that a little childish? But Xia and Tong shook her head and said seriously. In this kind of game format, depending on the situation, a special forces soldier isn't necessarily better than a street thug. Especially in the early stages, when people still don't fully understand the game, it's relatively fair. Besides, my gut tells me, you're not ordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang started as a beggar before becoming an emperor. I don't see anything childish or unrealistic about our conversation. So what, those self-proclaimed rational and intelligent people, did they foresee the arrival of Chosen's paradise? Do they know how to deal with it? I just want to work with you. If possible, I hope we'll have a successful partnership in the future. As she spoke, Xia and Tong tentatively extended her hand toward Lu Su, signaling for a handshake. Lu Su stared at the hand in front of him, momentarily dazed. He felt that what she said was indeed true, but not the whole truth. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice blared from the school's loudspeakers. Students in the east wing of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly. Avoid gathering in crowds. Do not remain in the classrooms. Lu Su and Xia and Tong exchanged glances, both feeling their hearts skip a beat. The east wing? Wasn't that right here? Forget the handshake, Lu Su immediately flipped onto the windowsill, trying to see what was happening outside. Inside the classroom, students were already in an uproar, the noise making it impossible to hear anything from outside. Suddenly, a massive explosion thundered from outside, instantly silencing all the chaos. It sounded like a structural demolition, like a load-bearing wall had been blown apart. Then, a booming voice, completely inhuman, roared across the entire school district. The world belongs to Tiandahui. Tiandahui? Lu Su leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouting, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just a moment ago, he was discussing organizations and factions with Xia and Tong, and now one had already shown up? And something didn't add up. Wasn't Tiandahui a group from the Ming and Qing dynasties, commonly known as Hongmen? How the hell had they suddenly popped up in this era? Lu Su keenly sensed that this definitely had something to do with Chosen's paradise. In fact, this group might have been formed specifically because of it. After that earth-shaking roar, the voice continued shouting. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. Chosen descends, the world unites. The world belongs to Tiandahui. Lu Su. Hearing this, Lu Su was certain this organization had to be founded with Chosen's paradise in mind. The sun and moon revolve. The guy sounded completely deranged, yelling the same words over and over. Lu Su was already bored of listening. Mixed with the shouting were the screams of students and the sound of things being smashed. Walls crumbled, desks and chairs flew through the air. Who knew how many people had been injured? Among humans, Luce's senses were among the sharpest. Just from the noise, he could tell the disturbance was happening right below him. The floor beneath his classroom was already in utter chaos. But Luce had no intention of getting involved. What puzzled him was why the school even allowed someone like this to get in. Well, since the guy wasn't here, he should just leave. Nothing more to say. Boom. Just as he was thinking that, an explosion suddenly erupted. A massive hammer smashed through the corridor floor outside the classroom, sending bricks flying and filling the air with dust. The next second, a ragged figure with unnaturally swollen muscles, standing over 1.9 meters tall, leaped up through the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the figure lifted his head slightly, his gaze locking directly onto Luce, who was still leaning against the window. The two stared at each other in stunned silence. 0-0. Luce. F******. His luck was absolutely terrible. He just said he wouldn't run into trouble, and now he was locked in a deep gaze with this lunatic? Immediately, Luce looked away, jumped down from the windowsill, and calmly found his seat in the chaotic classroom. Even with just a single glance, he had already memorized the figure's general appearance and features. The man's muscles had swelled to the point of tearing, clearly far beyond normal human levels. His eyes were blood red, devoid of any rationality. He was wearing a school uniform, now full of holes, barely held together by his massive muscles and further torn apart from his rampage. In his hands, he held a giant hammer. The head alone was over 30 centimeters in diameter. Whatever metal it was made of, a normal person getting hit once would either die or be crippled. Luce had already made a rough judgment. This guy was a student at the school. And he was definitely a player. But for some reason, he had turned into this. He's here? What is it? Xia and Tong, standing nearby, saw Luce jump back and shouted loudly. Most likely a player who's gone berserk for some reason. Right now, he seems to be promoting some kind of organization. Luce replied. Let's go. Xia and Tong didn't waste any time. She grabbed Luce and ran for the door. She had already seen too many terrifying game scenes in her 2 rounds of participation. She knew exactly how much of a threat powerful players pose to ordinary people. At this moment, several connected classrooms in the East Wing had fallen into chaos. Students were running toward the exits, excitement outweighing fear. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the giant still standing there, dazed. Holy **T. Lu Ping. A student among the crowd recognized him, clearly very familiar with him. Surprised, he walked up to the giant, who now stood in a trance, seemingly devoid of reason. You played the game, right? How did you end up like this? Damn, that's badass. But the giant didn't even glance at him. With a casual swipe, the student was sent flying like a plastic bag, soaring 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. The crowd instantly scattered in terror, leaving a wide-open space in the middle of the classroom. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The giant paid no attention to anyone, only continuing to chant his slogans, his voice booming and painful to the ears. He swung his massive hammer and, with a deafening boom, shattered the classroom wall in front of him into dust. For some reason, Luce couldn't help but think, 80-80. The giant didn't immediately pursue anyone. In just a few dozen seconds, most of the people had already escaped. But then he suddenly snapped his head around, his blood-red eyes scanning the crowd, and locked onto Luce once again. Luce, I swear to Fing God. Why the hell do you keep staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Luce shifted his gaze, but deep inside, he had already assessed the opponent's strength. Far weaker than me. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened as he stared at Luce, then charged straight at him. His massive body whipped up a gust of wind. The crowd panicked, scrambling to escape. Luce and Xia and Tong moved with the others, quickly retreating. The giant came to a sudden stop and swung his massive hammer, generating a powerful gust as he smashed it toward the crowd. Luce raised an eyebrow. He suddenly had a feeling this attack was aimed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps slightly, considering using his shoulder to take the hit, just to see how many pain points he'd get. Dodge. Beside him, Xia and Tong yanked his arm hard, using her strength to help him evade the strike. What the hell are you doing? Move. Are you seriously that slow? Lusa looked at the girl in mild surprise, then glanced at the giant who was already charging toward him again. That gaze, he knew it now. He had found his target. Lusu was 80% sure this thing had specifically locked onto him. If he continued to blend into the crowd, not only would innocent people suffer, but it would also become obvious that the giant was only after him. After a brief moment of thought, Lusa looked at the dispersing crowd. Then he turned to Xia and Tong, who was urging him to run, and said, "Thanks." With that, he shoved her into the fleeing crowd and deliberately tripped himself to separate from them. A lone figure stood out instantly. The rampaging giant turned and stalked toward him. In a chase of one against one, they soon distanced themselves from the others, reaching a more open platform at the corner of the building. Lusa leaned against the wall, calmly turning around to face the hulking brute, who was panting heavily across from him. Now, there was nowhere left to run. Letting out a long breath, Lusa slowly turned around and looked at the mindless giant in front of him. It was called a giant, but Lusa didn't feel any sense of oppression from the other party. In terms of strength, it was far inferior to himself. The other party was more like a pawn, released by someone behind the scenes to send some kind of signal. Why did it set its sights on me? Did I expose myself? If even Xia and Tong couldn't recognize the difference between me and my in-game persona, I don't think I would be exposed this quickly. Seems like there's still something I don't know. But Lusa slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power coursing through his body, and muttered under his breath. Why do you insist on seeking death? In such a huge school, you just had to fixate on the one person who could squash you like a bug? The only troublesome issue was that this mini-Hulk's appearance had already caused a commotion. It was likely to hit the news headlines soon and become a major social incident. If I really get involved and take him down, getting out of this mess might be difficult. Aren't you going to say something? Just standing there. Strength was the greatest confidence booster. Lusu wasn't nervous at all. He turned casually and looked at the other party as he spoke. The sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. I'm not ing asking you to say that. Lusu was speechless. He could tell that the guy had completely lost his mind. Judging by the situation, he was probably being used by someone. So, the real problem must be that so-called Tiandihui organization. At this moment, the corridor and stairway a dozen meters away were packed with teachers and students, all anxiously watching the scene. Many were holding up their phones, their expressions filled with shock and fear, but they still didn't forget to take pictures. Seeing Lusu cornered with the frenzied giant looming before him, everyone thought he was in mortal danger. Run, bro. You just gonna stand there and wait to die? Hold up. Don't make any sudden moves and provoke him. Various shouts erupted from the crowd, each offering different, often contradictory, advice. In the corner, the dean's phone was practically overheating from constant calls, and he looked extremely flustered. Xia and Tong also looked at Lusu with concern. She could tell that he had deliberately separated from the group and positioned himself in the corner, but she wasn't sure if he truly had the ability to handle this. Arnu. Even a player who had cleared the game, could they really manage this? Lusa took in the reactions of the crowd. Suddenly, at the far end of the corridor, someone who was clearly dressed differently from the rest pushed through. The man was wearing a red uniform, belonging to some unknown department. His physique was lean and capable. As soon as he appeared, the dean immediately rushed over, as if he had found his pillar of support. Then, Lusa heard a voice in his ear. "Student, don't be afraid. Stay calm. Don't provoke him. I'm Zhao Jiaqing, from a government-affiliated department." Lusu? It was obvious that the voice hadn't come from the crowd, but had reached his ears directly, like the sound transmission technique from wuxia novels. Special ability. A player. The first thing that popped into Lusu's mind was this, and he immediately looked up at the man in the red uniform. Lusu was certain it was him. The man met Lusu's gaze, made an okay gesture with his hand, and continued transmitting his voice. "Don't panic, I'll help you. Just don't provoke him or make any sudden movements. Don't worry, I'll make sure you stay safe. Relax a little." In truth, Zhao Jiaqing wasn't completely confident either, but he had no choice. He was worried that Lusu, as a student, might mentally break down, so he had to keep him calm first. Lucy said, "Okay, no problem." Zhao Jiaqing could use voice transmission, but Lucy couldn't, so he just said it out loud and even gave an "okay" gesture toward Zhao Jiaqing in the crowd. In an instant, a large number of teachers and students turned around, suspiciously staring at Zhao Jiaqing. Zhao Jiaqing broke out in a cold sweat. "Ancestor, why the F*** did you say it out loud? I told you to relax, not to be this relaxed. Do you not realize you're still in mortal danger?" The game has barely started, and even Zhao Jiaqing had no experience dealing with a sudden incident like this. Luckily, the crazed giant Zhao Peng had already lost his mind and didn't register Lucy's words as strange. Zhao Jiaqing forced an awkward smile and started persuading. "Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any requests or difficulties, just tell us." We're listening to these words that were all too familiar, Lucy smirked. This classic cop negotiation style straight out of Hong Kong movies, why is it still in use? How the hell is this supposed to work? The guy's obviously brain dead. The sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. The other party kept repeating the same thing, like a giant broken record. "The chosen descend, the world unites." I never said the world can't unite. Why the hell are you repeating that to me? Lucy was starting to get annoyed. "The world belongs to Tiandahui." Sure. If you say it does, then it does. I never said it didn't. So, what exactly do you want? Lucy attempted to communicate with the idiot. "The sun and moon rotate." Clearly, communication failed. The idiot kept repeating himself. Zhao Jiaqing's attempts to negotiate were completely ineffective. Seeing the two in the middle of the scene chatting so happily, he grew more and more anxious. "Bro, do you even realize how serious this situation is? Don't provoke him." Zhao Jiaqing sent another transmission to Lu Su. But Lu Su had already decided not to waste any more time. The guy was obviously brainless. Stalling wouldn't achieve anything. Might as well test the waters. Tiandahui is trash. In an instant, Zhao Peng jerked his head up, his eyes blazing red, and his killing intent locked onto Lu Su, who had dared to insult Tiandahui. "Alright, now it's confirmed. It's definitely Tiandahui's doing," Lu Su thought. "No." The moment the words left Lucy's mouth, Zhao Jiaqing shouted in panic. But it was too late. A violent gust of wind erupted, the tiles beneath them shattered, and Zhao Peng's massive body charged toward Lucy like a runaway freight train. At that moment, Lucy stood there like he was scared stiff, motionless. Zhao Jiaqing lunged forward, but the moment he took action, he already knew he was too late. *T. Lucy stood in a relaxed posture. As the giant's massive form loomed over him, he suddenly lifted his head, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a slight twist of his body, he dodged the heavy blow. Then, his left hand shot out like lightning, thumb and index finger clamping down on the giant's chin. Let the world fall silent, and listen to the sound of bones breaking. It was just the strength of 2 fingers, but they were Lucy's 2 fingers. The opponent's jaw was instantly crushed, along with the entire joint being dislocated. This would prevent any more shouting or speech. "Bro, since you've already lost your mind, I won't hold back anymore." A strength out of 10 was already beyond the limits of a normal human. And now, Lucy had 24. In reality, he had already held back. If he had gone all out, it wouldn't just be a shattered jaw, it would be a shattered skull. Boom. The immense impact, combined with Lucy leveraging his fingers to redirect the force, caused the mindless opponent to slam headfirst into the wall behind him. At the same time, Lucy subtly shifted his body to the side, dodging the attack. Crack, crack. Bricks shattered, debris flew everywhere. It was hard to tell whether it was the opponent's own brute strength or if Lucy's power had amplified the impact. A massive web of cracks spread across the wall, looking like it was about to collapse. Beyond the wall was the school campus. By now, Lu Peng's enormous body had gone limp, his head smashing through the wall and sticking out on the other side. He was completely unconscious. The whole process happened in an instant. The distance between the two was barely 5 meters. From the moment Lu Peng charged to him knocking himself out, it all took less than a second. Lu Su had only made his move the moment the opponent's body blocked him from view, so fast that there was no visible indication. Zhao Jiaqing had just rushed to the scene, planting his feet firmly on the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him, at a complete loss for words. His gaze shifted between Lu Su and the unconscious giant on the ground, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. From his perspective, Lu Su had provoked the opponent, who then went berserk and charged at him. Lu Su had stood completely still. Then, in an instant, he dodged somehow, and the opponent ended up knocking himself out against the wall. The whole situation carried a strange sense of ease, completely at odds with the tension from before. The contrast was almost absurd. Just moments ago, Zhao Jiaqing had been gritting his teeth in panic, even mentally preparing for the worst, Lu Su getting severely injured or even dying, and himself being held responsible for a life. New. But now, everything was fine? Not just him, but many of the students in the crowd had gasped when Lu Peng charged. Some had been furiously pressing their phone cameras while squeezing their eyes shut. Now, seeing Lu Su completely unharmed, a strange silence settled over the crowd, as if this wasn't how things were supposed to play out. You. Zhao Jiaqing frowned at Lu Su, scanning him up and down. Seeing that Lu Su appeared completely unscathed, he hesitated. He knocked himself out. Don't try to frame me, I don't have to take any responsibility for this, right? Lu Su quickly said. Zhao Jiaqing? That's what you're worried about? Zhao Jiaqing felt an instant headache. This kid's thought process seemed completely off. Are you okay? Does emotional damage count? I've suffered serious psychological trauma. Can I apply for government compensation? Lu Su argued righteously. Zhao Jiaqing. Forget it, as long as you're fine. But in the future, don't try to play hero like this again. I heard you deliberately lured the lunatic away to protect your classmates. You should prioritize your own safety. Lu Su? Wait, where the hell did that come from? What kind of ridiculous misunderstanding is this? At that moment, another commotion broke out behind them. The students, who had originally retreated far away, were now slowly gathering around. That was insane. What kind of reaction speed is that? Like an F1 driver. Didn't even flinch, bro, respect. In an instant, people were snapping pictures, recording short videos, and shouting praises nonstop. The dean rushed over as well, showering Lu Su with concern. If a student had actually died today, his career would have been in jeopardy. A round of applause even erupted from the crowd, making Lu Su feel like he had just put on a bullfighting performance. Fitting, actually, the bull had just knocked itself out. Zhao Jiaqing saw the students swarming in and quickly shouted for order. Finally, some teachers stepped in to restore discipline. Not long after, several people wearing special uniforms also squeezed into the scene, but their uniforms were blue. These individuals surrounded Zhao Peng, seemingly examining him. Lu Su casually brushed off the crowd's concerns, repeatedly assuring the dean that he didn't need to go to the hospital. Then, he tried to quietly disappear into the sea of students. Zhao Jiaqing, watching Lu Su's retreating figure, furrowed his brows before suddenly calling out. Wait a moment. He reached into the inner pocket of his uniform and pulled out a golden business card. Lu Su turned around, and Zhao Jiaqing handed him the card. This is my business card. Hold on to it. Right now, I have a lot of follow-up matters to handle. This area is going to be sealed off soon, and I don't have time to talk. But if you think you should contact me, then do so. The way he emphasized you should carried an unmistakable undertone, and his sharp gaze locked onto Lu Su's eyes, as if implying something. Lu Su took the card, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it straight into his pocket. While verbally acknowledging, he simultaneously slipped away. Zhao Jiaqing didn't say anything further, turning back to his colleagues to handle the aftermath of the incident. You're okay? Xia Antong approached, speaking softly. She watched as Lu Su nodded. Seeing that he had successfully slipped away, she let out a quiet breath of relief, but a hint of doubt lingered. Why did Lu Su seem so certain that he wouldn't be in danger? Was this guy that confident in his strength? Did he gain an agility-based ability from the game? And why did that creature seem to be fixated on Lu Su, chasing after him nonstop? She pushed these questions aside for now, deciding to ask him privately later. As the students were dispersed and the police tape was put up, the special department personnel continued their work. As night fell, Zhao Jiaqing let out a long breath, reflecting on the day's events. Everything had happened so suddenly, even he was a little dazed. A high school student, yet completely unfazed in a crisis. That kind of mental fortitude, combined with his reaction speed. And it seemed like he never once showed any tension or fear. Muttering to himself, that student from earlier had left an unnervingly deep impression on him. In this world, there are only two types of people who remain completely calm in emergencies. One is an idiot who doesn't understand the situation. The other is someone with absolute confidence. Captain Zhao, we've completed the initial investigation. Just then, a female officer in a blue uniform hurried over, holding some files. However, there's something a little odd about the injuries. Aside from the fractured skull from the impact, the victim's jaw is mysteriously shattered. Zhao Jiaqing, who had been lost in thought, was startled and snapped his head around, scaring the other person. His jaw is shattered? From the impact. Oh. The blue-clad woman in charge of clerical work responded and pulled out a stack of reports. Not sure. That's why it feels a little strange. After all, his skull also has fractures, which is more normal. Based on the angle of impact, that makes sense. But with that angle, his jaw shouldn't have been hit. Maybe there was some friction, or it was an old injury. He's out of life-threatening danger now. His name is Lu Peng. After an investigation, it's confirmed that he is a Chosen's game player. Just as the secretary was about to continue reporting, Zhao Jiaqing interrupted. Wait a minute. Frowning, he walked over, picked up the stack of X-ray films, and examined them repeatedly. The secretary responsible for the investigation was stunned. He didn't understand why Zhao Jiaqing was suddenly so interested in the injury. This level of bone fracture looks even more severe than the head trauma. You have to consider that, at the time, this student's body was already extremely strong enough to crash through a wall. Even though the skull is harder than the jaw, the difference in damage is still strange. What do you think could have caused it? As he asked, Zhao Jiaqing recalled the events from earlier that day. Day and night cycle. That guy had clearly lost his sanity for some reason, repeatedly muttering the same phrases. Repeating them over and over meant that his jaw couldn't have already been broken. It could only have happened during the impact. Maybe it was friction from the wall? Since he crashed straight through it, the secretary guessed tentatively, assuming Zhao Jiaqing was simply concerned about the injury. And Thailand bot. Zhao Jiaqing. Maybe. He didn't refute, only murmured to himself, but in his mind, he kept replaying the scene from earlier, going over that high school student's bizarre behavior. Time passed quickly. After that unexpected incident, the weekend arrived, and the school took the chance to tighten its security measures. Lusa lay quietly on his bed, waiting for the next game to begin. The past 2 days had been nerve-wracking. He kept wondering if someone from that strange organization would come to investigate him, or if the family of the student he had instantly taken down would cause trouble. Luckily, nothing had happened. Time until the next game begins. 00:58:43. The final hour. At this moment, he was on a phone call with Xia and Tong, discussing the upcoming game. Xia and Tong, I don't know how you did it yesterday, but I assume your strength isn't weak. But no matter what, this game is too dangerous. I strongly suggest you buy an exit token before entering. Lusa typed back, got it. Are you playing this round too? And then, a short reply. Let's play separately for now. If there's a chance later, we can add each other as friends. Also, just a heads up, the in-game clothing is standardized, but according to my intel, underwear can be brought in directly. So, you might want to see if you can bring other things in from the real world. Reading the message, Lu Su was surprised. He had never heard of this before. Just what kind of special connections did his deskmate have? Sigh, having a background is nice. Unlike me, who has no choice but to rely on cheats. After thanking her, he held on to the information and lay in his small room, staring at the ceiling. He wondered if Xia and Tong was trustworthy. If they were to cooperate, he would have to reveal his #1 ranking. But her family background was clearly not simple. Could this really be settled with just trust? As he thought about it, feeling the passage of time, he pulled a golden name card from his school uniform pocket. It was from Zhao Jiaqing, who had told him to call when he felt he should. He glanced at the department name, something he had never heard of, then flipped it over to look at Zhao Jiaqing's contact info. After a brief moment of thought, he stuffed the name card into his underwear. Sorry, Mr. Zhao Jiaqing. You'll have to keep my buddy company for a while. Since Xia and Tong mentioned testing whether items could be brought in, and he had nothing else suitable, he might as well use this. Fits just right. Taking a deep breath, He organized his backpack, packed up his achievements and various healing potions, and waited for the voice he had been anticipating. For some reason, this voice always ignited his excitement. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to enter as a spectator or a player. Player. Welcome, player. You have a brief period to prepare. Reward points, 12,400. Pain points, 6. Strength, 24. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 1. Bonus achievements: Godslayer, Legendary, System Exploiter, Epic. Game initialized. Preparing to begin. Welcome to Chosen's Paradise. The same dizziness, the same vertigo, but this time, Lusso had already adapted. It felt like coming home. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim, empty room. The air was damp and moldy, and the hygiene conditions seemed poor. His body swayed slightly, but his feet were firmly on the ground, not like last time, when he had been suspended in midair. Lusso felt a bit disappointed. Why didn't it feel as thrilling as last time? At least before, he had been hanging in the air with a chance to saw off his own leg. He touched his face. The mask was already in place, fitting perfectly. There were several other players around him, but before he could take a good look at them, a sound rang out, one that he found incredibly satisfying. Welcome, players, to Hell Mode of the Chosen's game, Demon Asylum. At the same time as the mechanical voice spoke, the sound of grinding gears echoed. A treaded robot rolled out from the corner. Upon hearing this voice, all the players' expressions changed dramatically, their faces turning grim. They were no longer beginners. They already understood the terror of Hell Mode. How unlucky, this was only their second game, and they had already run into something like this. But beneath Luce's mask, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Hell Mode? Now this really felt like home. Hell Mode should make it easier to increase my pain points. If I count this round, this will be my third Hell Mode game in a row. My luck is seriously locked in. Heh, Luce chuckled unconsciously. Good thing it was him. Any normal person probably wouldn't be able to handle this kind of arrangement. Greetings, excellent players. I am your host for this round. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to Demon Asylum. Of course, if you prefer to call it a prison, that's fine too. Luce looked at the metal robot in front of him and suddenly spoke. Tom? Are you the same entity as the voice from the last game? The Great Tom. Watch your wording, kid. Luce found the voice familiar but didn't bother to argue over something so trivial. Instead, he pulled up his live stream footage to check if the spectator mode had any useful information. It's starting. I skipped class just to watch this pro's POV. I straight up quit my job for this. Once I learn enough, I'm ditching my crappy job and joining the game. This is a high-level match. I just checked, the 5 players in this game instance have all cleared previous games. No newbies. And aside from this guy, that foreign player over there is also a perfect completion player. This is gonna be good. Wait, am I seeing things? Why is the pro's mask a different color this time? Luce glanced at the barrage of comments, noticing that his viewership was increasing. Being constantly watched was an uncomfortable feeling, but it had its advantages, like getting instant info on the people around him. A high-level match, huh? It looked like the players this time wouldn't be as easy to deal with. Wait, mask color? Reminded by the chat, Luce turned to look at the metal robot. Through its scratched-up body, he could faintly see his own reflection. It was a red mask. Red, Miko, gluttony. Personality influence, an enhanced form of greed, focused on appetite. Causes mental disorder. Able to eat anything, no matter how disgusting, everything tastes delicious. AO Epsilon S. Benefits: insane digestive abilities. Anything consumed is converted into energy, completely nullifying all negative effects. Drawbacks: the more you eat and the more harmful the food, the greater the mental instability. The energy inside your body does not belong to you. If not released, you will literally explode. Hiss. Luce sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected to be hit with something this big right off the bat. The greed mask from last time at least had normal mode and overload mode to choose from. In normal mode, the changes weren't too extreme. But gluttony was different. It was the only one of the 7 deadly sins masks that had no mode selection. Food and lust are the 2 primal desires. Lust and gluttony had the highest impact on mental state, meaning their negative effects were the worst. But judging from this description, its abilities were completely broken, easily a bug-tier superpower in the early game. As expected of an S-tier sealed artifact, the effects and side effects were both top-tier. He could only imagine what the other forms and overload mode would be like. Still, high risk, high reward, a principle that fit this game perfectly. At least for now, he didn't feel any mental instability. Alright, I assume none of you here are ordinary players. You may take some time to get to know each other, share your abilities, and familiarize yourselves. After all, in a way, you are both teammates and rivals. What do you mean? After the metal robot spoke, one of the foreign players in the group asked in English. Based on the livestream comments, Lusu already knew that this guy was a perfect completion player. Literally what I said. Get familiar with each other. The red lights on the metal robot flickered twice, then it rolled on its treads and exited the room. So what's the task in this game? Don't rush. And also, address me as the Great Lord Tom. The metal robot seemed quite offended by the lack of respect. Without turning back, it rolled away. Once the door shut, the 5 players were left alone in the damp room, around dozens of square meters in size. Silence. Since this was hell mode, even the atmosphere felt oppressive. The foreign player who had spoken earlier furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. What is the purpose of this robot coming here? He didn't say anything. Maybe it was just here to act as a mirror. Lusu, listening to the guy muttering to himself, replied while touching his mask. By the way, international friend, do you understand Chinese? If so, why aren't you speaking it? After all, the robot's voice seemed to be in Chinese. Or was it translated into English for this foreigner? Hearing this, the foreign player raised a brow, looking thoughtful. After a brief pause, he casually replied, I don't want. Lucid didn't bother with him anymore. The silence returned. 5 players in this game, all of them veterans. Not bad. Their expressions look like they just ate sh*t, but at least no one cried and begged when they heard hell mode. That's a good start. One foreigner looks arrogant. Seems to understand Chinese but refuses to speak it. His expression reminds me of an actor trying too hard to look deep. To my left, there's a big guy. Physically strong, but probably not a real threat. At least his appearance is distinct enough that I don't need to remember his name. I'll just call him Big Guy. Then there's a woman. Her eyes have been darting around non-stop since she came in. Definitely not an easy one to deal with. But whatever, hopefully she drops some gold. The one on the far right is the flashiest. A 1.9 meter tall man. Everyone else is wearing the game's standard clothing, but somehow, he got himself a custom outfit, a full red suit with patterns. I'll call him Show-Off Guy. Silence. The man in red, whom Lusu had just labeled Show-Off Guy, stiffly turned his neck. His mouth twitched as he looked at Lusu. Dude, couldn't you just think those things in your head? Why the hell are you saying the narration out loud? Are you sure you're not mentally challenged? Where am I flashy? This outfit was mandated by the organization, okay? Show-Off Guy's mouth twitched continuously, and the other 3 players all turned to look at Lusu, their faces full of speechless disbelief. Dude, your whole existence is out of sync with the atmosphere here, okay? A grim and oppressive mood, a hell mode game where death could come at any moment, and here you are, acting like a commentator. Everyone had been immersed in that intense atmosphere, but after listening to your monologue, they completely lost their emotional rhythm. Show-Off Guy sighed softly and looked Lusu up and down, feeling too drained to even complain. You even went as far as evaluating us. Everyone else looks normal, but you're the only one wearing a mask, and not just any mask, but a bright red one with shifting patterns glowing across it. This is the kind of reward you got from the game? Honestly, just as abstract as you are. Huh? Did I say that out loud? No way. Do you have mind-reading powers or something? Lucid touched his lips in surprise, feeling the cold surface of his mask. You definitely said it, Show-Off Guy replied helplessly. But as soon as he did, he regretted it. Why the hell am I taking this lunatic seriously? WTF, is this some kind of brain-draining aura? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lusa realized it was probably true. So the mental instability side effect of the gluttony mask was always active. If he didn't consciously suppress it, it could become a problem. Well, if I said it, I said it. Every game needs a narrator, right? Helps you all understand how others see you. Who the hell asked for your perspective? I've heard that old people can't hold in their piss and sh*t, but I never knew there were people who couldn't hold in their words. Big guy couldn't hold back his jab. It suited his persona well, and after that, silence fell over the group again. Everyone was sizing each other up, but no one was as unhinged as Lusu. Ahem. A light cough broke the silence. Show-off guy took the initiative to speak. I'm not called show-off guy. My name is Jiotian. That's my real name, not a nickname. I think since we're already in a hell mode game, we should eliminate unnecessary barriers as soon as possible. On a broader scale, relative to this game, we're all humans. We're on the same side. Looking at it from a practical standpoint, we probably need to understand each other. I believe that will be beneficial for this game. Most of us here are from Huan Nation, right? I'm from an official organization, so you can trust me. Jiotian spoke calmly, trying to unite everyone. It was related to his background. In times of crisis, one should unite as much power as possible, especially when there was no existing grudge among them. With the Q newbies. I don't think so. The foreign player finally spoke. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet. But you can call me Kirk, that's my name. The woman, who had been silent until now, also spoke. She looked at Jiotian and said, Hello, I appreciate your sincerity. But the metal robot just said it, we're both cooperating and competing in this game. Trust is hard to build right now. Official? Big guy scoffed. The game just started a few days ago, and there's already an official faction? You guys just love sticking your noses into everything. Honestly, the best thing you could do is stay the hell out of it. Always messing around. Big guy's temper was clearly not great, and he wasn't polite to anyone. But Luso knew. This was probably his way of coping with fear and stress. The pressure of a hell mode game needed an outlet, and acting aggressive was his method. Seeing that the conversation wasn't going well, Jiotian sighed. He had expected this kind of resistance. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lusu, waiting for his response. He had watched his own livestream earlier. Since he was part of an organization, his external team was constantly monitoring him and had already given him Luce's information. By all accounts, this guy should be a top player. Luso noticed his gaze and, after a brief moment of thought, replied, Are you really sure I can't call you show-off guy? Jiotian? At that moment, he felt a headache coming on. If you don't know what to call me, just make up a random nickname. Who asked you that? Is that the point here? Just as the situation started to stagnate, a voice echoed through the room again. It was the same mechanical voice, but this time, the metal robot did not appear, only text lit up on the wall. Chosen's Paradise, Hell Mode, Demon Asylum. Basic player task, survive. As long as you stay alive until the completion task is finished, you will pass. Player objective task, find the source of the disease, locate the most severely infected individual, and eliminate the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive additional rewards, graded based on performance and contribution. Demon Asylum welcomes all patients. Countdown, 5 minutes. Game will begin shortly. 00:05:00. The brief announcement ended. No extra dialogue, probably because the metal robot had already handled the introductory explanations. Seeing this task description, everyone's expressions became serious. Hell mode, and the basic task is just to survive. That meant even among the 5 of them, nobody was an easy target. Jiotian realized that cooperation was unlikely. The task description was vague. What disease? How do we determine who is the most infected? If surviving until the end counts as completion, what's stopping someone from just doing nothing while others handle the mission? How is this designed? Everyone fell silent, checking their backpacks and healing potions, preparing for the unknown 5 minutes ahead. Oh, right. Lusa muttered softly. But in this tense atmosphere, even a small sound immediately drew everyone's attention. They watched as the guy wearing the red mask reached into his pants. The location he reached for was quite inappropriate. Dude, what the hell? In front of everyone. Are you finally revealing your true nature now that your face is hidden? Do you think wearing a mask means nothing matters anymore? Jiotian facepalmed, then turned to his livestream, asking the external team. Is his info accurate? Is this guy really a top player? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression completely changed. His eyes locked onto the object Lusa pulled from his pants. A golden name card. That custom-designed name card. Jiutian knew it all too well. His expression immediately relaxed, as if he had just found an ally. With large strides, he walked toward Lu Su and whispered near his ear. "You're one of us? Damn, your disguise is good. Which department are you from?" Lu Su saw the other person approaching and instinctively flipped his wrist, turning the card in his hand face down. He shot the man a wary glance. "Cut the crap, we're on the same side. Time's running out. Which division are you from?" "Me?" Lu Su raised his head slightly and thought for a moment. "I'm from the senior high division." "Jiutian? The F******, do you mean high school division? What kind of nonsense is that? What the hell are you talking about?" Jiutian was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left, he was starting to panic. Why was his colleague still acting like this? Did he look that untrustworthy? Sure, their origins might be scattered across different places, but they were still part of the official organization. Wasn't that enough reason to trust each other? "Dude, hurry up. I already saw your name card. I'm Jiutian, from K-City, Jianghai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we even need to use these anymore? Look at my clothes." He tugged at the red fabric of his outfit. "Why aren't you wearing the uniform? Turned it into a red mask instead? The rules in your division are pretty unusual, huh? Oh right, your livestream should have our people watching. Just have them check my identity." Lusa figured the guy must have misunderstood something and continued talking nonsense. "You look pretty old. How could we be in the same division? You're still in high school. Are you the director of the political education office?" "Jiutian?" He was done. His fists clenched hard. What the hell was wrong with this guy? No sense of organization, no discipline at all. "Jiutian, based on our records, there is indeed a perfect completion player in our organization. However, there's no record of anyone matching this mask type. Try engaging in more conversation. A message popped up in Jiutian's live stream footage, a reminder from the support staff. Jiutian suppressed his growing urge to punch someone. Keeping his expression cold, he lowered his voice and said, "Comrade, I don't know what you're planning, but you mentioned my uniform earlier and deliberately showed your name card. Clearly, you were trying to get my attention. So, do you have something to say?" Lu Su scratched his head. "Now that you mention it, I think I'm kinda hungry." "Weird. Who asked you that?" Jiutian turned away immediately, throwing out a quick, "Take care of yourself," before deciding to ignore him completely. "Bye-bye, man." Turning to the staff in his live stream, he said, "Hurry up and check which department this guy belongs to. Is he out of his damn mind? This is a hell mode game. How the hell can he be messing around? Reminder to all players, you should leave this room before time runs out. The countdown had already reached 1 minute. The door had opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor stretching forward like an abyss. No one wanted to ignore the system's warnings. In hell mode, you never knew when an instant death condition might trigger. The foreigner Kirk was the first to step out, his back exuding an air of cold arrogance. Big Guy frowned at his retreating figure. TCH, what a show-off. Then, he followed suit. Jiutian and the woman left as well. Lu Su, true to his usual antics, stepped out at the last second, then stuck his head back inside, just to see what would happen. Bang! The door slammed shut, smacking him right out. A mask-shaped imprint even appeared on the surface. Jiutian, who had been keeping an eye on this colleague from the corner of his eye, silently turned his head away. He felt like he couldn't handle this anymore. Beyond the closed door was a long corridor, curving slightly to the left. About 100 meters ahead, the darkness swallowed everything from view. On either side of the hallway, large iron doors lined the walls at regular intervals. They were pitch black, silent, like cages holding wild beasts. No sound came from within. This was probably where the patients were kept. Jiutian ran his hand along the curved wall, calculating the distance ahead as he strode forward. Before making any serious moves, he wanted to get a clear grasp of the layout and basic structure of this place. No stairs leading up or down. It should be a single-floor structure unless there are hidden doors. With this curvature, it might be a circular building. His voice echoed in the eerie silence. He wasn't keeping his thoughts to himself. He shared them decisively with everyone. Just then, the game system announced. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is part of the game task. During this period, players must enter a patient's room. If you leave, you must return quickly. Staying too long in the hallway will lead to unfortunate consequences. Clink, clink. As the announcement ended, hidden compartments beneath each door opened, revealing metal trays that had been delivered from somewhere. Immediately, an overwhelming, sickening stench filled the air. Under the dim strip lighting, each tray held a large can of slimy, unidentifiable sludge, so unappetizing that it was hard to believe it was meant to be food. You couldn't even tell what was inside. There were bits of bone and shreds of membrane floating in the mush. Beside the can, a small dish of white pills set neatly on the tray. A label was attached to the tray. Patients are mentally unstable. Sedative medication has been mixed into their food. You may attempt communication. This place looks more like a psychiatric hospital, Giotion murmured. F******. Big guy cursed. This crap is supposed to be food? No wonder the patients are crazy. Eating this sh*** would mess up anyone's mind. Is it really that bad? Lucy stared at the trays on the ground. Why did it look kinda delicious? The gluttony mask maximized his hunger drive, completely suppressing any rational judgment. A red warning light started flashing, urging players to enter their designated game instance rooms. No time to think. Lucy randomly picked a door, grabbed a tray, and stepped inside. The room was nothing like the corridor outside. It was filthy. Stains covered the walls, some even resembling blood smears. But the lights were blindingly bright on 24/7. In the corner, a gaunt, ghostly man crouched, shackled in high-grade alloy handcuffs and foot restraints. The moment Lucy stepped in, the man glared at the tray in his hands with pure hatred. Time to eat. Looks like breakfast, I think? Don't really remember. A feast, my friend. Look at you, you're practically skin and bones. Do you want some? The room was completely barren, no furniture at all. Lucy glanced around before casually sitting on the floor, setting the tray down beside him. Want some? A hoarse, grinding voice came from the patient's throat, filled with fury. Of course not. You little newbie feast? Feast my ass. If it's so damn delicious, why don't you eat it yourself? Let me tell you, don't get cocky. Before he could finish, Lucy's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks, man. And with that, he grabbed the sludge can and chugged it down. Patient? Bang, bang, bang. A crack split across the gluttony mask as the entire can of sludge was funneled down like a bottomless pit. You'll be the same sooner or later. The man had only just finished his sentence when he froze in shock. In the blink of an eye, half of the can was gone. Holding the remaining half, Lucy politely asked, "You sure you don't want some?" Before the man could respond, Lucy answered for him. "All right, thanks." Then, he tilted his head back and continued chugging. In less than a minute, the entire disgusting can of food was completely gone. This was not human behavior. Simply put, just from this method of eating alone, Lucy was demonstrating supernatural power, extraordinary power. Truth be told, the moment he picked up the can, his rational mind rejected it. Even though the gluttony mask made him perceive the meal as the most delicious thing in existence, his reasoning still warned him that this stuff was probably not edible. But since he wanted to test the mask's effects, and considering his pain points, Lucy decided to go all in. Secretly seasoned mini burger. Yet the moment the food entered his stomach, he lost control. Heavenly flavor. Never in his life had he tasted something so good. It wasn't just stimulating his taste buds, it was directly stimulating his brain. He couldn't stop. By the time he finished the entire can, his whole body felt ecstatic, warmth wrapped around him, as if he had ascended to paradise. At the same time, there was zero sense of fullness. In fact, his hunger intensified. A ravenous appetite gnawed at him, and Lucy felt a surge of power coursing through him, driving him to find more food. Meanwhile, the livestream spectators and the official organization staff watching him were completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Huh? What does this mean? Is this part of the mission? I don't get it. Any experts here to explain? Where's our analysis god? Help. Compared to this, the mental patient's behavior actually seems normal. Man, I've heard this guy operates differently, but this. Analysts from various organizations were pulling their hair out, struggling to understand what the hell just happened. But Lu Su had already explained his reasoning. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, staring at the masked man in front of him, completely lost. You're not staff. You're a fellow patient. Lu Su, feeling absolutely blissful, relaxed completely. When it came to his hunger, he decided not to resist at all. All rationality was locked away, his only focus now was the game task. This food is amazing. You guys live like gods in here. The man's face twitched. Gods. His mental state wavered before he let out a cold laugh. His gaze shifted to the small dish of pills beside him, and his eyes turned ferocious again. So you're done pretending? No one actually cared about what they ate. This so-called meal was just a way to drug them. At first, the staff at least pretended, but this lunatic was just shoving the drugs down his throat directly. Pointing at the pills, the patient growled, "What the hell is this supposed to mean?" "Oh, my bad." Lu Su glanced at the dish, apologized, then flipped the entire plate into his mouth. No chewing. Just straight down the hatch. Waste not, want not. The poor guy across from him was actually pretty decent, reminding him not to forget his meal. After swallowing everything, Lu Su rubbed his empty stomach. Then he looked at the shackled, emaciated patient and asked, "You full yet, skinny? Thin patient, huh? Knocked out face?" I haven't eaten anything. You ate it all. When did I eat your food?" Lu Su blinked in confusion. Degree. It was as if the events of the past few seconds had never happened. Blatantly lying through his teeth. Patient. Huh? He clutched his head, replaying the past few moments. Comparing his own memory to Lu Su's completely serious tone, he seriously started questioning his own sanity. Alpha knew. Yeah. That disgusting, revolting slop. Why would staff eat that? Was he hallucinating his own meals now? Wait. Was I the one eating just now? The patient muttered, his eyes gradually losing focus. Wait, huh? What's happening? Is he actually gaslighting this guy? Oh, I get it. He's brainwashing the target to make him question himself, so he'll be easier to interrogate. Genius. Absolute genius. The livestream spectators seemed to catch on, immediately flooding the chat with praises. No, wait, the pills. My pills. Suddenly, the thin patient's eyes turned blood red, and he lunged at Lu Su with pure fury. Crack. Crack. The chains yanked him back, suspending him midair, just inches away from Lu Su. But the distance might as well have been an unbridgeable abyss. He couldn't touch him at all. My pills. My pills. What the F*** am I supposed to take now? Just moments ago, he had rejected the drugs. Yet now he was completely out of control, his skinny frame revealing taut, sinewy muscle fibers, skin lined with deep scars. The chains groaned under the tension. His strength was clearly beyond human limits. What pills? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Su, looking calm and collected, stayed perfectly composed. I get it now, bro. You're just not full yet. No worries, I won't let you go hungry. This place barely gives you anything to eat. I got you, man. Look at you, you're all skin and bones. Saying that, he patted the crazed man's head. Then, sprinted out of the room at full speed, looking absolutely desperate. Inside the cell, the thin patient kept fluctuating between rage, clarity, and utter despair, rolling on the ground and howling. Meanwhile, Lu Su raced through the circular corridor. Each cell door had another tray of grotesque food and pills waiting outside. Wait, what was I doing again? Lu Su, momentarily dazed, mumbled to himself. Screw it. Might as well eat first. And so, he devoured everything. Frame after frame. Bite after bite. Whenever the hospital alarms signaled him to return to his game instance room, Lu Su would bolt back inside. The thin patient was completely stunned. This guy said he was going to find food. But every time he came back, all he did was King eat. Bro, where's my food? By the time he was done, every hell mode game breakfast, every tray outside every single room, had been wiped completely clean. Meanwhile, Kirk, when he saw the food, he thought for a moment, then chose not to take any and just walked straight into the room. So, the food that Kirk had deliberately left behind temporarily also ended up in Lu Su's stomach. As he passed by the door where Kirk was staying, Lucio glanced over and noticed the door was slightly ajar. But he didn't bother with it. What was the game? Who was Kirk? He'd already forgotten. Eating was all that mattered. Foreign big shot, danger. I just went to Kirk's livestream. The guy's pretty skilled. He didn't take the food in on purpose, it was part of his plan. I'm kind of looking forward to his reaction now. Outside, while Lucio was devouring everything like a whirlwind, Kirk was inside his room, working his powers with calm persuasion. Kirk, the proud American, but he had the credentials to be proud. Former CIA criminal profiler, skilled in negotiation and psychological analysis, honorary professor at Harvard, recipient of numerous awards in the field of criminal investigation. With his impressive qualifications, he had accessed large volumes of restricted information after completing the initial game and realized the importance of the game. He even achieved perfect completion in his first round. And now he was a player with superpowers. Mental interference. In terms of superpowers, he was even ahead of Lucio. Backed by his background and current abilities, Kirk didn't think it'd be hard to get some intel out of a few mental patients. How long have you been here? Kirk opened his mouth and spoke fluent Chinese. The game wouldn't create language barriers, but at this moment, he actively chose to speak in Chinese. I can't remember. 3 years? 30 years? Kirk furrowed his brow, exerting all effort to interfere with the man's mind, pressing his questions. With his earlier calm persuasion and non-threatening questions, he had essentially numbed and taken control of the man. What he knew so far, the guy's name was Long Lu. He reminded him of his mother and kept muttering something about a mission. He really wanted Yuxiang shredded pork. Especially the Yuxiang shredded pork. He didn't know why the guy kept repeating it over and over. So, what illness do you think you have? Kirk asked. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Long Lu shook his head violently, like he was having a hysterical episode. Kirk also felt like he was starting to lose control. With diarrhea. Okay, sir, we're willing to believe that. Then who do you think is the most ill here? Med? No. Med? At this point, drool was dripping from Long Jio's mouth. He was completely delirious and hard to handle. Kirk sighed, realizing there was no other choice but to back off for now. All right, you get some rest. I'll go out and get you some food, your favorite Yuxiang shredded pork. I'll bring it to you right away. With that, Kirk stood up and walked outside, ready to grab the food and medication. He hadn't wanted to resort to this. He believed that medication and those kinds of things could easily trigger rebellious instincts or long-term psychological trauma. But now he could no longer control the man with just his mental influence. He had no choice but to go get the drugs. Still, he had already brought the man's consciousness into his rhythm. Say what you will, but making that pile of disgusting stuff look like Yuxiang shredded pork to the guy wasn't much of a problem. Yuxiang shredded pork seemed to be some kind of obsession for him. Once he fulfilled that obsession and got the guy to take the drugs, total control would follow and getting information about the game would be way easier. Hell mode wasn't so bad, really. Just a bit darker and creepier looking. Those other Chinese players probably weren't progressing as quickly as he was. He didn't care if anyone was slacking off. He joined this game for one reason: perfect completion. In his eyes, cooperation didn't exist. Players were in competition. The faster you cracked the game, the bigger your rewards. Snowball that, and you'd only grow stronger. Hell mode couldn't scare him. Thinking this, Kirk walked out to the hallway, hands in his pockets, lips curled into a smirk. He looked like the Western version of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. As soon as he stepped outside, the tray was empty? Huh. Where's the food? Kirk froze for a second. This was the first time since entering the game that something had happened beyond his control. Where's the food? Why was only the tray left? Food being gone was one thing, but the meds too? All of it? Instinctively, Kirk glanced at the doors of the other rooms. There were only 5 players total, and still so many trays left. He looked left and right subconsciously, his body stiffened. Gone. All gone. Completely gone. Where the hell did all the food go? What the F **K? He couldn't help but curse, face full of confusion. Could it be that in this game, any food not taken into a room would disappear? The previous game announcements didn't say anything about that. And why did the food vanish, but the trays were still here? Ha 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 ha. I actually feel kinda bad for the guy. Who would have guessed that your own teammate would be the biggest problem? Not even the smartest brain could have predicted your teammate eating all your stuff. Poor Kirk. Kirk's game livestream was now flooded with comments full of ha ha ha. He returned to his room, face blank, with none of the confidence he had just minutes ago. But as soon as he looked up again, his brow twitched hard. The guy across from him, Long Lu, no longer looked clueless and deranged. His bloodshot eyes now brimmed with menace, the iron chains on his body creaking. Cracks had even started to appear on the walls and floor from his scratching. That strength had clearly surpassed human limits, and the sight made Kirk's teeth ache. It felt like the guy could break free at any moment and come charging over to finish him off. Yuxiang shredded pork. Where is it? Hold on, the chef's still making it. To give you the best taste experience, don't rush. Kirk forced himself to stay calm and tried to keep the guy stable. I'll go hurry them up for you. Saying that, he immediately shut the door and left. While Kirk was spiraling into despair, Lu Su had already eaten his way to the end of the circular corridor. In one of the open rooms there, Tom was stationed. Any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice rang out as the tin robot turned its head toward Lu Su. Do you have any more food? Tom seemed to short-circuit from the question and didn't respond right away. You smell kinda yummy, Lu Su continued, but made no further moves. As the red warning light was about to flash, he turned and walked back to his room. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly looked up, and there, coming his way, was Kirk, out looking for answers. Refusing to believe it, he was inspecting every room down the corridor. Right in front of him, Lu Su tilted his head back and poured a can of food into his mouth. Like he was afraid someone would snatch it from him. Kirk. Seeing the red-masked man unexpectedly walk over, seeing Lu Su's movements, Kirk felt like his brain had cramped up. Am I hallucinating? Did the mental interference backfire on me? Watching Lu Su down a strange can of food in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept the reality in front of him, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Historic encounter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I've been flipping back and forth between their perspectives. Honestly, this horror vibe got turned into a comedy. Funny, sure, but I still have no idea how they're supposed to complete their tasks. This is hell mode, you know. What are you doing? Kirk stared in disbelief at Lu Su. At this point, he couldn't care less about national pride and just asked in Chinese. Eating? Isn't it mealtime? Lu Su said as if it were obvious. You got any more food? Kirk opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had no idea what Lu Su was even doing right now. He tried using mental interference on Lu Su, only to find the guy's mental state was already a tangled mess. His interference had no effect at all. It was like trying to contaminate a mud pit by dripping ink into it. He even felt a backlash when activating his ability, his face turning pale. Kirk looked at Lu Su with some alarm in his eyes, thinking, did this guy go through something? Has he already suffered mental damage in this hell game? In just a moment of eye contact, Kirk imagined 10,000 scenarios. Meanwhile, Lu Su's mind was filled with 10,000 classic international dishes. Suddenly, a flash of light at the corner of his eye, he saw the small dish in Lu Su's right hand. There were still 6 pills on it. No time to think more, he barked out. Give me the medicine. Lu Su yawned and said, what kind of bird speak are you speaking? I don't understand. Give me the medicine in your hand. What medicine? This isn't medicine, this is my breakfast. Okay, it's breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast? Kirk started calmly persuading. He realized Lu Su probably wasn't mentally stable anymore, so he switched to the mental patient communication approach. Arangoi. Why would I give you my breakfast? You a beggar. Lu Su shot back, a displeased expression showing on his mask, asterisk. Kirk? Right. Why should he give me his food? Wait, no. Why am I thinking like this? Shaking his head hard to calm himself down, Kirk finally realized this hell mode game really was kind of tough. Patiently, he spoke to Lu Su. Because I'm a poor man. I've been starving for so long. I need your help. For the sake of Christ, please, my dear sir. In his desperation, Kirk even broke out the translated English accent. If you're hungry, then eat. But you can't eat pills like they're food, crazy guy. Lu Su replied, then picked up the dish, flipped it, and swallowed all 6 pills. Kirk? Wasn't I going along with your logic? How am I the crazy one now? But as he watched Lusu eat the last of the medicine, Kirk felt like his heart had sunk to rock bottom. It's over. A perfectly good game. How did it end up like this? A total pig teammate. Can this game be solo mode, please? The red warning lights flashed, forcing both of them to return to their rooms. Kirk's gaze grew colder. Watching Luce's back, he said flatly, "If you still have a bit of sanity, use the exit token. At least your life can be saved." Luce didn't even look back, like he had no idea the words were aimed at him. He quickly walked back to his room. Back in his own room, Kirk was completely tense. Long Lu was rolling on the ground like a ghost. He'd clawed open his own scars, blood smeared everywhere. Even the tiled floor had chunks gouged out by his bare hands. This guy is not King human. The calm in Kirk's eyes slowly turned into dread. He didn't even dare to speak, pressing himself against the door. Medicine. My, Yuseong shredded pork? Faced with the guy's clearly insane mutterings, Kirk swallowed hard and started to negotiate. The food is still being prepared. Switching back to Luce's side, he had also returned to his room, facing his own patient who looked like a skin and bone monkey. The situation was almost the same as Kirk's, a patient who hadn't eaten anything and was now rolling around like some kind of xenomorph, just one step from full-on transformation. But Luce didn't feel afraid at all. He casually walked over and sat down next to the guy, naturally asking, that was a satisfying breakfast. Are you full now? You clearly didn't bring me anything." If the patient could still speak normally, he'd definitely yell that sentence right into Luce's ear. But he couldn't. All he could do was make various meaningless noises. "RRR. RRR. You'll be like me too. You'll become just like me." He roared, the iron chains stretched taut, his fingers slashing down like knives, leaving a huge gash on Luce's shoulder. Blood flowed out. But Luce didn't react at all. He just leaned against the wall and muttered, Guess you're not full yet." "Yeah, same here. I'm not full either." Patient. He had gone completely mad, flailing his limbs wildly, carving wound after wound into Luce's body. Chosen of agony. Pain points +1. Chosen of agony. Pain points +1. Luce didn't respond at all, letting the damage happen as if he didn't even notice. "All right, we've just about finished eating. So, what did you come to me for?" Luce turned to speak to the ghost-like face. Patient's surprised face. "Weren't you the one who came to me?" Maybe Luce's thinking was so chaotic that it surpassed the patient's own insanity. He couldn't help but respond. "Ugh, I'm so hungry, but I also kind of feel like I ate too much." Luce rubbed his stomach and stood up. "Bro, this position's kinda uncomfortable. You came to me, looking for help, right?" As he said that, he grabbed the incoming arm, an arm strong enough to crack bricks and stone. But once Luce grabbed it, it couldn't move an inch. Red light flashed. From his backpack, Luce pulled out his sharpened blade. Gluttony mask side effect. The energy from eaten food doesn't belong to you. If it's not released after reaching a certain limit, your body may explode. Well then, let's release it. Rayerorg. The patient whose wrist had been grabbed let out a beast-like roar. Next second, red light flashed. 24 strength points, tripled by the sharpened blade's bonus, plus the partial energy release from gluttony. Crack. That thick iron chain, strong enough to restrain a dinosaur, snapped instantly. At the same time, the patient's roaring stopped abruptly. He stared blankly at the chain that had held him for who knows how many years. In his crazed and chaotic eyes, there was suddenly a strange clarity. His wildly swinging arms lowered as well. What just happened? The patient stared at the broken chain, frozen like he'd been hit by a paralyzing spell, completely still. His back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and even his mental illness seemed miraculously cured. The guy who was just trying to kill Luce like a maniac? It was like he'd never existed. "Bro, I was just messing with you earlier. No hard feelings, yeah. F***CK. What just happened?" Here we go, top-tier brute force. This guy's last game already blew my mind. He could have just gone on a rampage, but no, he had to perfectly blend in as a mental patient. Honestly, I'd already heard about this guy's illness from the last game. Coming to the asylum probably feels like going home for him. The skinny patient stood there awkwardly, stiff from head to toe, like he had no clue what to do next. He'd lost a chain, but something even more unbreakable held him down, Luce's hand still gripping his wrist. In those few seconds, it felt like his nerves had gone numb, and he couldn't even feel his arm anymore. Luce let out a slow breath. The violent power inside him calmed slightly, making him feel a bit better. He released the man's wrist. "You? Who are you?" Maybe the shock had jolted the patient out of his madness for a bit. He sounded a little more lucid. "I'm your wardmate," Luce replied, sounding no saner himself. The conversation was a total mess. "What's your name?" "My name's Guodigang." "Patient?" It was a normal enough name, but for some reason, it just felt off. "I'm Longwu." "My name's Longwu." Luce hadn't even asked, but Longwu suddenly blurted it out, shouting like he'd just woken from a dream and finally remembered his own name. But the clarity in his eyes faded quickly, swallowed up again by confusion and madness. The hand that had gained freedom started twitching. Strangely, though, he didn't attack Luce, who was right in front of him. Instead, he began whipping his chains at the walls and floor. From the outside, it just looked like a rage-fueled tantrum. "Breakfast time is over. All players, return to your designated correction area. Breakfast time is over." The game time announcement suddenly boomed, echoing through the prison-like asylum. "Oh," the class bell rang. "Guess it's time to head back." Luce muttered to himself, not bothering to look at the patient who'd started losing it again, and casually walked out. But just as he was about to leave, a loud bang echoed behind him. "Go!" Luce turned slowly. What he saw was Longwu collapsed on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his face, his skin purple. He'd smashed his head into the floor, blood slowly oozing from his brow. With his torn clothes and body covered in blood, he looked like someone who'd been tortured in prison for a decade. Seeing Luce turn, Longwu stared back with reddened eyes, gritting his teeth to squeeze out a few words. "Go, get out of here. If you don't leave, you'll end up just like me." Luce stayed silent for a few seconds. He bent down slightly, looked at Longwu, and the mask on his face twisted into a strange grin. With a playful tone, he said, "Sir, between us, what's the difference now? You'll still treat me to lunch, right?" His words were like a stream of ice water, pouring from the top of Longwu's head, sending a chill through his entire body. After that, Luce straightened up and walked out of the ward. Bang! A loud noise. The main door slammed shut. Everyone returned to the starting room, still 5 people, no more, no less. But no one looked too good. Judging by their expressions, none of them made any real progress with their game task. The only female player looked pale, clearly frightened. And that big guy from earlier? He was actually injured. His right arm was soaked in blood, loosely wrapped with his shirt. Blood was still seeping through the fabric. "All right, players. The first game time has officially ended. Are you starting to adjust yet?" A mechanical voice rang out. It was Tom speaking. He was also in the room now. "Feel free to talk among yourselves. Share any insights while we wait for the next meal. Of course, if anyone thinks they've found the sickest patient, you're welcome to tell me at any time. You are now free to act. After that, Tom rolled to a corner on his treads and stopped moving like he'd powered down into standby mode. "Ciao! F***CK this D***MN game," someone suddenly roared. It was the big guy, sweating bullets as he tightly gripped his bloody arm. "What the hell is this place? An asylum? These things aren't even human." He kept cursing, but the fear in his voice was obvious. Turns out, after entering the ward, he focused solely on completing the task, just wanted to force-feed the medication and get it over with. He didn't even spare the tormented patients a second thought. When they refused the meds, he tried to pry their mouths open and shove it down their throats. That's when he realized what he was really dealing with. Those pitiful-looking patients were like wild beasts. They snapped instantly. He couldn't even fight back. If he wasn't in decent shape from regular workouts, he wouldn't have escaped. He was this close to dying. Yeah, their physical strength is off the charts. Not something you can compare to normal humans, Giotion chimed in from the side. This is a hell mode game. This level of difficulty is expected. Be more cautious. At least they still have chains, and we still have the meds. I suggest everyone share whatever info they have so far. I'll go first. I noticed something strange. My patient was resistant to the meds at first, but after I talked to him for a bit, he suddenly went nuts and begged for the medicine. The woman, face still pale, added right after Jiao. Same here. My patient seemed manic at first, wouldn't eat or take anything, but then suddenly screamed about wanting the meds and swallowed them all. It was really weird. And after they took the meds, that manic energy disappeared, but it was impossible to get any real info out of them. Their minds were totally scrambled. Just then, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say. I just have a question. Then he looked at Lu Su, who was lying on the floor, and said, Did you guys know, besides your patients, not a single other person in the entire asylum took their meds this round? Did you eat them all, Mr. Red Mask? Kirk's last 2 sentences were in Chinese. Hearing him, everyone froze, then quickly turned their heads in shock. None of them knew what had just happened between those two. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned eerily silent. No one expected this kind of internal conflict to break out, especially when there had been no progress on the task. Jiao stayed quiet for a few seconds, clearly struggling to process the information. What did he mean by he ate it all himself? So, he stepped up to defuse the situation. Mr. Kirk, what exactly do you mean by that? Exactly what I said, Kirk replied bluntly. I never imagined someone's game ability would be eating. It just feels like he's deliberately hindering our progress in this game. Kirk looked visibly irritated, much less rational and arrogant than before. If you looked closely, there was a scratch on his face. That had come from failing to bring back the Yuxiang shredded pork. His patient Long Lu had actually dug out a piece of stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Jiao glanced between the two, still not quite getting it. He decided to ask for help directly in his live stream, since the external staff had been watching all along. Agent Jiao, yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. The player in the red mask ate all the distributed items in the asylum. Not just the medication, but the food too. All of it. After counting, that's 112 total portions. No way a human could do that. The volume alone exceeds the world record for competitive eating. Our guess is that this is an extraordinary power unique to him. The level and peculiarity are completely unhinged, but so far, it seems kind of useless. Huh? Jiao stared at the message on the screen from his own people, brain feeling short-circuited. His reaction now looked just like Kirk's earlier face when he first encountered Lu Su. Brain cramp syndrome. What the H*LL? Is he insane? Why would he eat all that? That stuff's not even edible. Isn't he worried about killing himself with food? Was he trying to test out his own superpower? Wait, what's the backstory here? Why did he eat it? Why eat all of it? There wasn't any trigger? Unfortunately, Agent Jiao, there was no backstory, no real reason. If we had to give one, it's that he said he was hungry from the start. He was hungry, so he wanted to eat, so he ate everything. Very absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been monitoring, but they can't determine any clear motive. There's suspicion that his mental state is extremely unstable. Compared to him, the patient in his room actually seemed a lot more rational. It's worth noting that this patient initiated 2 rational conversations with him, something none of you other players have managed to do. Sadly, the patient was more rational, but he wasn't, so nothing useful came of it. Jiao frown deepened. He couldn't make sense of it. No reason, no motive, and yet the outcome wasn't necessarily bad. What the actual H*LL? How is the patient more rational than him? A mental patient could actually hold a logical conversation with him? Is this really as meaningless as it looks? After all, since being chosen for the Chosen's game and becoming a special affairs agent, he'd had a long stint working at the grassroots level. He knew not everything was as simple as it appeared. Alphabets. Following the rules to the letter often didn't get things done. On the ground, it was usually those who ignored rules or skipped procedure that actually got results. He didn't know what was up with Lu Su. Couldn't think of any logical explanation. Also, one more thing to be extremely cautious about. No matter what, do not provoke him. Don't mess with that guy. His combat power is absolutely terrifying. Jiao raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he'd ever seen combat power described as absolutely terrifying. At that moment, Lu Su, who'd been lying down the whole time, finally spoke, interrupting Jiao train of thought. Oh hey, it's you, the guy who begged for food. What, still didn't get any? He was clearly speaking in code, a conversation only the two of them could understand. lying comfortably on the floor like he didn't have a care in the world. The big guy and the woman stood off to the side, totally confused by whatever this weird exchange was. Kirk, no longer arrogant, now looked like he was grinding his teeth. That medication is for the mental patients, not for you to eat. You've clearly lost your mind from eating too much. If you're that far gone, then just quit. This game isn't for you. Hey, just 'cause you didn't get any food doesn't mean you can blame me. I got my food, means I've got skills. Lucy kept spouting nonsense. Enough. Kirk snapped. He completely lost it. The man who'd always lived on a pedestal now felt the soul-crushing despair of talking to a brick wall. Do you even realize? If I had gotten that medicine, I'd be this close to full control. I was almost there. This hell mode game wasn't even supposed to be that dangerous, but you turned it into a living nightmare. Chinese guy, I don't know if you're just playing dumb or if you've completely lost it. That medication was a key item for completion. You're blocking the game's progress. You're making hell mode even worse. You'll drag all of us down to H*LL with you. So either play properly or get the F*CK out. Quit this game right now. Suddenly, Lu Su, still lying on the floor, slowly lifted his head and glanced at him. From behind the red mask, it was like a sharp beam of light shot out. Kirk felt like a predator had just locked onto him in the wild. His mind went blank for a second. Lu Su spoke slowly. How do you know the medication is a key item for completion? Who told you that? Everyone turned their eyes toward Lu Su in unison. He spoke, like a normal person. This was the first time he'd said something meaningful, actually held a conversation like a regular player. Kirk's brain stalled for a moment. Jiao Tian was also thinking it over. Now that they thought about it, the game never actually said anything about the medication. It was only on the meal tray label that it said the medication could relieve symptoms right next to that *T-looking food. It was just part of the meal. But what did the medication actually do? What was its mechanism? What condition was it even meant to treat? None of them knew. In fact, Kirk himself had originally been skeptical and had wanted to rely on his own abilities without the meds. But in the end, they'd all just assumed. Lu Su kept talking this time, with complete confidence. That medication isn't some key item for game completion. The moment he said that, it hit like a thunderclap. Everyone fell silent. Even the tin can robot Tom in the corner, who hadn't moved at all until now, turned his head to look over. Kirk furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Everyone was thinking hard. Jiao Tian spoke up. You're saying, that's not a game item, Lu Su muttered as he laid back down again. That's my breakfast. Kinda hungry again. When's lunch? FCK. You son of the beat CH. $dollar $. Kirk immediately exploded with curses. The emotions he'd painstakingly held together completely collapsed. He had never seen a player like this before. He had just been deep in thought, starting to think maybe this guy actually had some unusual insight. And then, just as he was getting serious, the guy suddenly hit him with a, that was breakfast? Why the H*LL didn't you say that was your last meal before execution? Still not cured yet, are you? Do you even know what time it is? He almost coughed up blood in reverse. Kirk's face turned beet red from anger as he pointed at Lu Su and started laying into him. But honestly, he didn't even know what to say anymore. Investigating a mental hospital, only to find out your teammate's a mental patient? How the H*LL are you supposed to work with that? Lu Su lay on the ground, staring at the furious Kirk like it was their first meeting, curiously asking, oh my god, what's wrong? Per Tom? Did that white cat mess with your feelings again? I'm Tom. I'm not poor. And also, call me the Great Tom. From the corner, the metal robot that had previously turned its head spoke up seriously, then turned its head back around. The female player bowed her head speechlessly, feeling a splitting headache coming on. Big Guy immediately started cursing again as he redid his bandages. He'd been so mad earlier, 2 more streams of blood had burst out. The whole scene had turned into a complete farce. The previously serious atmosphere collapsed in an instant. No one was thinking about medicine or no medicine anymore. It all just felt like the ramblings of a man lost in mental confusion. Jiao Tian also had a headache. He had been thinking that Lu Su, being someone extraordinary, would do something unique. He'd really been thinking hard. But now, maybe it's best to stop overthinking. Better not follow a lunatic's logic and end up getting played to death in this hell mode game. That kind of thing really could get you killed. This team is a nightmare to lead. Still, remembering what his colleagues said about Luce's top-tier combat power and considering they absolutely couldn't afford internal conflict, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. New badass. Everyone, calm down for a moment. Let's focus on the game and not fight among ourselves. Show-off guy in red. Luce suddenly seemed to recognize Jiao. Jiao face twitched. Seriously, bro? Aren't you supposed to be mentally unstable? How the H*LL do you still remember the nickname you gave me so clearly? Go F*CK away from me. Kirk had nothing more to say. He left behind a cold line and walked away from the group to sit farther off. There was no such thing as a team here. These useless people were either dead weight or, like that lunatic, flat-out liabilities. He'd just have to plan things out on his own from here. Luce continued lying on his back like he hadn't heard a thing, completely immersed in his chaotic world. Calling Jiao show-off guy in red earlier had been intentional. It was the one bit of responsibility he could offer to the team. He was trying to send a signal he hadn't completely lost his mind. If he didn't let his mind slip into chaos, he wouldn't be able to absorb the bonuses from the gluttony mask. So he allowed himself to act erratically, indulging in every irrational impulse. But deep down, he still clung to the bare minimum of rationality. After all, becoming a complete lunatic and being controlled by the mask, that was unacceptable. Whether anyone actually picked up on the signal he was sending, whether anyone understood him, that was anyone's guess. Right now, he was enjoying it. Experiencing that sense of power. The side effects of the gluttony mask were severe, but the special power bonuses it gave far exceeded the greed mask. 112 portions of food. 700 unknown pills. It had created a massive surge of energy. Luce felt like there was a powder keg inside his body, ready to explode with overwhelming force. That slash of his earlier? Child's play. The raging energy was swelling inside him. Every little bit that got absorbed would instantly start repairing his body and boosting his strength. Back in the room, when Longwu had attacked him, Luce had let himself be torn apart and racked up 4 or 5 pain points. But now, to the other players, he just looked a little disheveled. No one realized he had been injured at all, because all his wounds had already fully healed. The energy accumulated in his body gave him an absurd level of regeneration when it came to open wounds. And now, his strength had gone from 24 to 25. To be precise, all his attributes, except spirit, had increased by 1. It wasn't from stat allocation. This terrifying effect came from the gluttony mask. That powerful energy, even the tiniest bit absorbed by the body, had such astonishing results. He had to fully enjoy this mask. As long as he kept that baseline rationality, the surface-level madness didn't matter. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was just the mental chaos syncing well with this place. But he genuinely felt that in this disordered, unclear state, he was seeing a lot of things more clearly. Like those pills. Like these people. The argument ended. There was still some time until lunch. Kirk sat alone, facing the wall, deep in thought. Luce lay still on the ground. No one knew what these two perfect completion players were planning. Jiao tried several times to start a conversation, hoping to gather any new information or coordinate next steps. But very few responded. From the breakfast session earlier, everyone had only gleaned 2 shared insights. 1, patients only calmed down after taking medication, and 2, patients always claimed they weren't sick. Very in line with symptoms of mental illness. But this kind of intel wasn't much help for progressing the task. After some hesitation, Jiao finally shared his own discovery. My patient told me one thing. Aside from insisting he wasn't sick, he also said, I'm innocent. I don't know if it helps, but please take it into consideration. Big Guy and the woman didn't react, but Kirk and Luce, still lying down, both twitched their ears noticeably. Lunchtime is about to begin. You all know the rules. Get ready. Time was almost up. The large door opened again. The metal robot Tom rolled out on his treads and exited the room. Lunchtime begins. Players, please begin the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a fixed standard for grading the severity of mental illness. But here, they had to find the one who was the most mentally ill, yet all the patients claimed they weren't sick. It seemed it was time to change strategies. With that thought, He turned around and looked at Lu Su. I need to warn you. I need to warn you. WTF. He turned his head, originally intending to weigh the pros and cons, to stop Lu Su from interfering again. But the moment he looked back, he realized Lu Su had already vanished into thin air. He was the first to move toward the door. When the game start voice sounded, Lu Su was still lying on the ground motionless. Where the hell did he go? A terrible sense of foreboding rose in his chest, and right after, clattering sounds started echoing behind him. Once his appetite was triggered, it couldn't be shut off. Lu Su had been waiting for lunch to begin for quite some time already. Of course, he wasn't going to wait for anyone else. The moment he heard lunchtime, he launched himself like a cheetah, storming the lunch trays. What he was doing could no longer be called eating. He was just shoveling food down and immediately moving on to the next. He moved so fast that by the time Kirk reacted, Lu Su had already downed over a dozen trays and was rapidly advancing, as if afraid someone might steal from him. Honestly, I was kinda expecting this. This is hell mode, but why is it so funny? Ha 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 ha. Poor Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. Mask bro appears equals instant KO. No logic whatsoever. The players were stunned. They had heard the rumors that Lu Su had eaten all the food in the asylum by himself, but had never really grasped what that meant. Seeing it with their own eyes now, they were practically dropping their jaws to the floor. Jiao Tian couldn't help swallowing hard. Now he finally understood why people said this guy's combat power was not to be underestimated, not to be provoked. A withering above and Thailand bot. With that kind of eating speed and explosive sprinting, he seriously suspected that if he stepped up now, he might be eaten too. Scared. He's not gonna eat me, right? JPG. Stop. Kirk let out a miserable scream and lost all composure, charging out like a madman to grab some food. In the end, Kirk managed to snatch a tray of pills, clutching it cautiously to his chest. Everything else, every scrap of food, was completely wiped out. The patients probably didn't even know what hit them. One moment they're quietly living in the asylum, next moment, no lunch for you. Holding the medicine in his hands, Kirk shot a wary glance at Lu Su. This time, he didn't dare say a word. He was seriously afraid Lu Su might leap over and bite him. Carrying the meds, he headed straight for Long Lu's room to start his info-gathering phase. The other players now clearly viewed Lu Su as a completely unstable player. No one tried to talk to him. They avoided him like the plague and rushed into their assigned rooms. Inside the rooms, the patients actually seemed a bit more normal. It looked like the hell difficulty in this hell mode game mainly came from that guy. Lu Su also walked into the same room as before and looked down at Long Wu. Long Wu looked like he'd been tortured all morning, twisted and slumped on the floor. As soon as he heard someone enter, he let out a roar and tried to charge forward. But he only got halfway before he suddenly froze. Not because he was yanked back by chains, but because he recognized Lu Su. His eyes immediately cleared up and his rage vanished, replaced with a docile calm. Hello, beautiful lady. Lu Su softly closed the door and said politely, Why did you change my gender? Long Wu sat dumbly on the floor like his soul had been sucked out. He didn't move, didn't argue. He looked like a dried-up salted fish. He knew there was no point trying to communicate with this man. Lu Su stood by the door and continued speaking. What did you call me here for? Oh right, is there any food? That guy who invited me this morning didn't even let me eat my fill. How rude. I still get mad thinking about it. I'll never forgive him. Long Wu still said nothing, sitting there silently, thinking, that guy this morning was me. You didn't eat enough? Pretty sure you wrecked my lunch too, didn't you? Slowly, suddenly, Long Wu, who had been mentally unstable all along, opened his mouth and spoke. Why me? Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man. Lu Su replied with total nonsense, even patting him on the shoulder. Peter, you have to remember this. What the hell is this gibberish? I'm so lost. Did he just bring up Spider-Man? LMAO. This guy's strategy is to reply with pure chaos. But don't you guys feel like every time the boss talks, the patients actually regain a bit of clarity? Long Wu's mouth twitched. He seemed to be getting used to Lu Su's brand of madness and continued speaking. What are you really here for? If you've gone mad, then everyone in this prison has their own private cell. If you haven't, then why are you here to torture me? I'm innocent. The ones inside, they're the guilty ones. What Long Wu said made the live stream explode with activity. Holy sh*T. That's a huge bombshell. What does that mean? I thought this was an asylum. Why is it a prison now? Who are the ones inside? This patient said way more than Kirk's guy. Is this how mental patients talk to each other? No idea if he even understands it himself. Lusa rested his hand on Long Wu's shoulder. The expression behind his mask was unusually serious, winky face, as if he were contemplating something deeply. You mean, the people inside, they'll give me food, right? Long Wu. He really wanted to lose it, but he held back. Yes. Thanks for the meal. Lusa stood up and headed straight for the food, without the slightest hesitation. After he left, Long Wu collapsed face first onto the floor, gasping for air. But, their sins. I guess they've paid for them in here. Lusa kept walking, heading deeper into the circular corridor, finally arriving at the place where Tom was stationed. He paused, looked at Tom, and said, "Bro, you smell delicious." Tom. Then, without wasting any more words, Lusa pushed open a nearby door and walked in. Dim lighting. Walls and floors tinged with blood red. A shadow sat quietly on the ground, slowly raising its head to reveal a pitch-black face. Deep-set eyes. A mouth stretched in a wide grin, revealing a jagged, broken set of teeth. Finally, another one of you types has shown up. My meal? That sh*T they fed me, did they cancel that too now? He looked straight at Lusu as he walked in, letting out a sinister laugh. I know what you're here for, but... Before he could finish, Lusu interrupted him. Lusu said, I love you. The other guy? What did you just say? The patient in the inner ward didn't quite catch it and asked suspiciously. I love you. Lusu's mind had cleared up by now, and he repeated it very naturally. Huh? Surprised face. A single confession stunned the other guy for over 30 seconds. His mouth hung open like something was stuck in his throat, making him unable to speak. That previously deranged grin and twisted expression were completely gone, only confusion remained. You're not this. D*MN, I didn't see this kind of opener coming. Straight up dropped the ultimate move at the start. Hard crowd control. Incredible effect. Looks like Long Wu was right. The masked boss is just picking new players to torture. Kirk, come take notes. Didn't he say his ability was mental interference? Come see what top-tier mental interference really looks like. Honestly, the guy seemed kinda rational before, but now? That's gone. Even the viewers in Luce's game livestream had forgotten how dangerous the game was, they were just thoroughly entertained. But the patient inside the game? He wasn't having fun. He stared at Lusu, face like he just ate sh*T, and finally couldn't hold it in. WI. Lusu casually closed the door and replied, Kid, you gotta understand, true love doesn't need a reason. All the lines the patient had prepared flew out of his mind. He murmured unconsciously, Love really doesn't need a reason. No wait, why the F***K am I even thinking about this with you? He looked up at Lusu in panic and cursed, You got AF**********, ing screw loose. Are you insane? Bro, technically speaking, you're the one who's insane. Lusu replied seriously. The guy. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. No, wait. He shook his head violently and slapped his own face, thinking, why the hell am I following this guy's train of thought? He had thought his new toy had arrived, but now? He was starting to feel an odd sense of dread. Something about this guy was different from all the others who'd come before. Nues. Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else? Lusu replied very politely. I don't even really know who I am anymore. The guy's eyes looked a little hazy. But you can call me Wang Ao. Alright, nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang. I'm Batman. I am Batman. Lusu deliberately lowered his voice, like he had phlegm stuck in his throat, mimicking the DC-style pronunciation. The hell? The guy's voice jumped an octave. What kind of ing nonsense is this? He smacked his own head hard. Wang Ao started doubting if he'd missed 2 doses of meds. Was his condition getting worse? Why did his brain feel so foggy today? Like he was seeing illusions. Alright, let's get to the point. Lusu said. Oh, okay. Wang Ao replied instinctively. That sinister expression from earlier slowly returned to his face. So, where's the food? Lusu asked. Huh? Wang Ao looked up stunned. The little momentum he'd regained was completely shattered. The food. Lucis spread his hands, like questioning him. The food. I don't know why, but they didn't give me food today. Wang Ao answered with an innocent face. Then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a second. Aren't you supposed to bring me food? Why? Lucia looked totally justified. As the saying goes, when you're confident, the other guy usually loses his confidence. Wang Ao stood there dumbfounded, seriously starting to think about it. Yeah, why though? Didn't you call me here? Lucia pressed on. When the hell did I call you here? Lucia had only said a few words after entering, but to Wang Ao, it felt like a whole lifetime had passed. His mind was now a complete mess. No, I can't think about this. Suddenly, Wang Ao's eyes shot wide open, his already unstable mental state on the verge of snapping. Clenching his teeth, a violent aura exploded from his body. He stomped his feet hard, standing up in one go. His bloody gums bared, facial muscles stretched into stringy strips, his entire body bulging with muscle. He looked way better than Longwu before. There were fewer chains on him now, only a thick one around his left leg. The rest of his body had a lot more freedom. He pointed his dark fingernail at Lu Su and said, "Kid, stop messing around in front of me. I'm warning you." But the next second, Luce's figure blinked and appeared right in front of him, face to face. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Wang Ao froze. This was the first time anyone had dared get so close to him. Wasn't this guy afraid of dying? His pupils contracted, violence surged, and he was just about to attack. But a powerful hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Mr. Liu, what's the rush? Let's sit down and talk." Then an immense, irresistible force pressed down from Lu Su, like a mountain falling on him. Wang Ao, completely unprepared, went weak in the knees and dropped straight to the floor. "HM? Why are you kneeling? No need to be so formal. Oh, asterisk asterisk." Lucia said, then sat cross-legged in front of him. Wang Ao's lips trembled. He stared blankly at Lu Su for a long while, unable to speak. Is this guy even human? Was that strength even something a human could have? His bloodshot eyes gradually softened. The thought of fighting vanished like smoke. Nice, just as expected. His eyes instantly cleared up, haha. Just like Longwu before. Longwu, bro. Better you than me. Enjoy the ride. In terms of pure combatability, this guy's a total bug, right? Let us welcome our great masked man boss for a new round of torture. What's wrong, brotherly? Why are you still kneeling? Lucia sat in front of him, the two mere inches apart. Can you at least stick to one surname if you can't remember my name? How many different ones have I had now? Wang Ao's brain was scrambled beyond repair. Talking was pointless. Fighting looked like it wouldn't work either. Only one thing left, go with the flow. He needed to take back the rhythm fast. It was kind of sad under the overwhelming pressure of Luce's insane mental game. Wang Ao, a full-on mental patient, was actually trying to strategize. I know why you're here. You've got questions for me, right? Wang Ao blurted it out, afraid Lu Su would steer the convo to another weird place again. Not waiting for a reply, he rushed on. You're here to ask who's the most severely ill person in this asylum, right? When Wang Ao said this, his head was slightly lowered, glancing at Lu Su from the corner of his eyes, with a hint of smugness in his gaze. After all, based on his experience, no one who came to him had ever failed to ask this question. No matter how crazy or mentally unstable the person was, he didn't believe they'd be indifferent to this. I can tell you. I can answer you truthfully, as long as you agree to play a game with me. At this moment, the staff from Jiutian who had been monitoring all the game players' live streams were all stunned, and everyone focused on Lu Su. They never expected that a game which had been making little progress would suddenly take such an unexpected turn. Wait, it's that easy? He just said it like that. Why do I feel like this patient doesn't even seem that sick? Honestly, the most normal one. Everything's relative. Compared to this masked boss, everyone else seems pretty normal. Still, why would a game NPC just casually reveal such a crucial piece of info? Or, has he seen players like this before? That last comment is low-key terrifying. Everyone was getting excited listening to Wang Ao. Except one person. Shouldn't you be asking a doctor who the most severely ill patient is? What does that have to do with me? Lucia dug in his ear and said this with a strange look. You don't want to ask about it? Wang Ao was totally thrown off. He was now almost certain that this guy was nothing like the others he'd encountered. So, he tested the waters. Bro, are you new here? Are you also going to be staying in this place? If so, I think every room is supposed to be private. Why did you come looking for me? There was clear unease in Wang Ao's tone, even a bit of grievance. He'd suffered so much torture in here, who would have thought someone would come just to mess with him more? If you really want me to ask you something, I guess I could. Lusa stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. What? Wang Ao's eyes flared red again, bloodlust bubbling up once more. Just hearing Lusa's tone, the livestream audience all breathed a collective sigh of relief. They thought Lusu had gone completely off the rails and would throw away this obvious chance to clear the game. But then, on Luce's gluttony mask, a thinking expression formed. He leaned in mysteriously toward Wang Ao and asked, Actually, have you ever realized something? What? 5 characters is actually 3 characters. 5 what? Wang Ao, who had been waiting forever, suddenly felt his brain go numb. He didn't react for a second. Why would 5 characters be 3 characters? Wait. He counted a little on his fingers, looked up at Lucy with a pained expression, and nodded helplessly. Now that you say it, 5 characters is 3 characters. So then, 6 characters is also 3 characters, right? Wang Ao. Which means 6 equals 5. His face went totally numb. After living here for so long, this was the first time he so badly wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay in this damned place anymore. The Epsilon. Lusa clearly didn't care about his response and just kept muttering to himself. Following that logic, 7 also equals 5, 8 equals 5. 1 is equal to 2 equals 3 is equal to 4. Equals 0. I've discovered the grand unification formula of the math world. So eating 10 bowls of rice is the same as eating 3 bowls, which is the same as 0 bowls, which means I haven't eaten at all, right? I'm kinda hungry. At that moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Luce's hand with deep sincerity, saying seriously, Bro, I think you're way more messed up than I am. Like, way worse. I don't know why the meds weren't delivered today in this creepy hospital. Totally irresponsible. Tonight, you take my meds. I seriously think your case is worse than mine. Once we had Kong Rong offering pears, now we have Wang Ao offering meds. Wang Ao's been mentally wrecked. Seriously, who the hell thinks of this *T? I'm convinced our masked bro is here just to play. His main goal is pure trolling. Poor Wang Ao. He's been played to death. After feeling bad for Kirk and Long Wu, now the fandom is sympathizing with Wang Ao. Lusa might be the world's top heart surgeon. He's got everyone feeling heartbroken. Wait, no. Wang Ao suddenly let go of Lusa's hand, eyes flashing with alternating waves of violence, confusion, and chaos. Wait. I think I'm a mental patient. What am I even doing? Why do I care what's wrong with this guy? Why do I care what problems he has? I'm gonna, hee. As these thoughts filled his head, that deranged look slowly crept back onto Wang Ao's face. He grinned blankly like an idiot, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your question. I know all the answers. But if you want to hear it, I have one condition. You have to play a game with me first. This time, Wang Ao's chaos finally took over, and he stopped falling into Luce's rhythm. What game? This was also the first time Luce genuinely responded to his question. Red light flickered in Wang Ao's eyes. He looked thrilled, like he was finally back in his domain. He pulled a metal shard out from beneath him. It was rusted all over except the edge, which was razor-sharp and gleamed in the light, clearly sharpened frequently, now shaped like a knife. The metal's dull shine reflected Wang Ao's excited expression. This was the true face of his illness. He looked at Lusu and said, Watch closely. Then he pressed one hand flat against the ground, raised the knife in the other, and started slashing it like mad. The blade danced between the gaps of his 5 fingers, striking fast and vicious, so fast it even left after images. A true display of knife-edge dancing. But his technique wasn't great. Between the flashing images, slicing flesh and spurts of blood burst out again and again, making Wang Ao let out painful but delighted groans. His eyes burned with increasing excitement. Finally, he stopped. Blood soaked the floor beneath his palm, deep red liquid snaking in rivulets. He handed the blood-smeared shard over. Your turn. 100 times. He grinned wide, looking like the Joker in a DC movie. Lucius slowly raised his head, the mask on his face revealing a huge smile caret underscore 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 caret asterisk, and he took the bloody shard. Like I said, Mr. Chin, I love you. This time, I'm serious. This time, even as Lucius spoke like a madman, Wang Ao didn't care at all. It was like he couldn't hear a thing. He stared at the red mask in front of him, at the blade in the man's hand, grinning with a crazed smile. This was his illness, and also the source of his sins. 100 strikes? Yes, 100 strikes. Both of them burst out laughing, staring each other down, repeating the number again, their eyes full of their respective desires. Lucius didn't expect that, even at this point, someone would rush to offer him pain points. As for Wang Ao, he was already completely immersed in his peak state of mental pleasure. He craved blood, torture, and pain. And it didn't matter whether the one being tortured was someone else or himself. He couldn't remember how long he'd been here. But the reason he came, he remembered. Torture killings, sadism, indiscriminate violence, he had long since become a demon in human skin. But due to his mental illness, he wasn't executed. Instead, he was locked up here for treatment. Yet here, he suffered torments far worse than death. Day after day, year after year. But he loved it. He had adapted to everything here, adapted to his own existence. And he'd even encountered people who came to him, hoping to extract some so-called intel, willingly offering themselves up for his games and his torture. And so, he sunk deeper into the abyss of self-inflicted pain and inflicting pain on others, relishing it all. Only in the past, he always grabbed onto his target's weaknesses, forcing and threatening them, enjoying their fear and helplessness. This time, things were a little different. He'd run into someone with an equally serious condition, someone who had even messed with his mind earlier. But it didn't matter. Once the game began, once the taste of blood returned to his body, he would feel no fear. On the contrary, having someone this strange collapse before him, watching their pain and struggle, wasn't that even more fun? Everyone who came to him wanted something. And if they wanted something, they'd have a weakness. Smack. Lucius raised his right hand and slapped it down hard on the ground. His 5 fingers splayed wide, revealing the spaces between them. In the other hand, he held the iron shard but didn't move for a while, as if thinking. Then, he flipped his left hand, turned the shard around, and handed it over to Wang Ao. What? Got scared. Wang Ao twisted his neck with a smirk, as if mocking him or proclaiming his victory. Then, he leisurely sat up, licked the wound on his hand, and said, I don't know what your goal is, but I can promise you this. No matter how strong you are, if you reject me, you won't get what you want. My goal is just to spend a little more time with you. The red gluttony mask still had that unserious expression. Any trace of seriousness or tension just didn't seem to exist on that mask. Here you go, Lucius said. What? Wang Ao raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? You said it. You do it. Lucius smiled at him kindly, even tilted the blade in his hand as if to say it was all good. I believe in you. You've got the skill. 100 strikes. Wang Ao's mouth twitched. Then his lips curled upward in a crazed grin before he burst out laughing. All right, no problem. Then he took the knife, leaned in a little, and whispered next to Lucius's ear with a smile. You've got a solid mind. You're exactly the kind of prey I like best. Hope you're ready. Then he stepped back a bit, locking eyes with Lucius's mask, watching for the tiniest changes in his expression. Then he raised his hand high. With full force, he slammed the blade straight into the back of Lucius's hand. Zing! The sound of sharp metal slicing through flesh. Wang Ao didn't follow the rules of the game he'd just talked about. The blade didn't even aim for the gaps between the fingers. And obeyed us. The rusty shard went all the way in. Blood began to pour out, warm and soaking into Lucius's palm. Wang Ao could feel it. That was the warmth of blood. He licked his lips and stared at Lucius's face, waiting for some change in his expression. But in the end, he was disappointed. Lucius's mask showed no change. His body didn't tremble. None of the emotions that should have appeared on his face were there. Even now, even with his palm pierced through, Lucius hadn't flinched. No muscle spasms, no reaction. His hand was still completely relaxed. What did that mean? It meant Lu Su had completely overridden biological instinct, suppressed his neural reflexes. Maybe he simply didn't care. Wang Ao's smile started to stiffen. Then Lu Su finally spoke, slowly. 1. His voice was calm, so calm it was like a whisper in the dark, trying to drag Wang Ao into the abyss. Chosen of agony, pain points +2. What? Gonna keep count now. Or is the blade stuck? As he spoke, that powerful hand grabbed Wang Ao's wrist, inch by inch, and pulled his hand, along with the shard, out of the wound. How about we make the game a little more interesting? Lu Su didn't need a response. Just as Wang Ao was stunned, his vision suddenly went black. Lu Su's other hand had covered his face, blocking his eyes. Ever played this game before? Come on. Let's continue. Blinded, Wang Ao trembled slightly, letting out a hoarse laugh. Maybe something was caught in his throat. A strange mix of emotions gripped his heart like a giant hand, sending his already unstable mental state into complete chaos. And what he couldn't see was that Lu Su had slowly closed his eyes as well. This feels way too R-rated. I don't get it, but for some reason, I feel super tense. I think this is like a competition between the two of them. A psychological duel. Whoever loses will have their entire deranged mindset, built up over years, shattered. I think that's called the overload effect in psychology. The mask guy didn't fall into his rhythm. Instead, he's breaking him using his own methods. Alright, Lu Su said softly. That's 1 down. 99 more to go. Let's continue. In the darkness, it felt like a command had been given, like the switch for the game had been flipped. Ah. As soon as Lu Su gave the command, Wang Ao suddenly let out a crazed howl, eyes shut tight, stabbing wildly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The iron shard became a razor-sharp blade, stabbing down in a frenzy, some piercing through the palm, some slicing off flesh, some missing entirely and stabbing into the floor. Wang Ao used so much force that even the hand gripping the shard got completely cut up, blood flowing from it and mixing with Lu Su's blood. Wang Ao stabbed like a madman, fully committed to his task. He didn't believe that in this world, any flesh and blood body could be completely unreactive to pain. Even him, someone who enjoyed pain and torture, couldn't be like this. It wasn't just a lack of response to pain. From Wang Ao's perspective, it was like this guy didn't even consider that hand to be part of his body. Halfway through the 100 strikes, he even reached out with his other hand, grabbing Lu Su's wrist to check if he was still there, still playing along, or if he'd backed off. But he was disappointed. Lu Su's hand stayed exactly where it was, unmoving, as if it didn't belong to him. And Lu Su really did feel that way. Eyes closed, immune to pain, mentally chaotic, he didn't feel anything wrong at all. Only the occasional voice in his mind reminded him of the benefits he was receiving. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Chosen of agony, pain points +2. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Toward the end, maybe because his hand was nearly destroyed, the pain points notifications were decreasing. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao shouted hoarsely, then yanked his hand free and looked down at the completely mutilated mess of a hand. Then, Lu Su's calm voice once again rang in his ears. Done with 100 strikes? Then it's time to answer my question. Your game wasn't bad. I quite liked it. His tone was gentle, his demeanor composed. Hee hee ha ha, what the H*LL are you? After a couple of meaningless laughs, Wang Ao completely broke down. He roared at Lu Su and lunged at him with the blade. Die. ing die. Like a total maniac, he drove the blade hard into Lu Su's shoulder. Lu Su didn't even dodge. But when Wang Ao tried to pull the blade out, he found he couldn't. Lu Su's muscles were so tensed that he couldn't even remove the shard. No time to think, or maybe he'd already lost the ability to think. In the next second, the world spun, and with a bang, he was slammed to the floor. A huge hand gripped Wang Ao's face. Lu Su had pinned him down. With one hard squeeze, Wang Ao felt like his skull was about to explode. The pressure inside his head spiked like crazy. That wasn't human strength. Sure, Wang Ao's strength was already beyond normal human limits, but right now he was sure he was no match for this man. How is this possible? How can you have no reaction at all? What the F*** are you? Wang Ao screamed. Any trace of sanity he had before was now completely gone. Their illness had always acted as a shell, keeping them locked inside, isolated from the world. But now Lu Su had shattered that shell using Wang Ao's own methods, and in an instant, a flood of fear swallowed him whole. The red gluttony mask kept shifting expressions like a kaleidoscope, ever-changing, unreadable. You know, there was a woman once. She behaved a lot like you. Played games with me. Halfway through, she tried to kill me. You're luckier than her. I didn't even give her the chance to speak again. Your game was good. But now that it's over, aren't you supposed to answer my question? Lu Su had both hands pressing Wang Ao down, including the one that was basically already shredded. At this point, Wang Ao was covered in blood. He was nothing like before, now just a terrified mess, staring at Lu Su, repeating over and over. I don't know. I really don't know. I actually don't know anything. I always tricked them with this kind of act. I never knew who the sickest one really was. Wait, it's you. You're the sickest one. I get it now. I finally get it. You're the one who's the most sick. Lu Su grabbed his head and slammed it against the ground with a loud thud. Sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good head. Who the F*** asked you that? Did I say I was asking about that? Huh? Wang Ao's forehead was bleeding. He gasped heavily and dazedly asked, then, what are you asking? I'm asking you, based on what you said earlier. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, then what does 5 equal? What about 6? Oh, right. They all equal 0. If it's 0, then our game's not over yet. There's still another 100 strikes. Wang Ao. His eyes instantly glazed over, hollow like a corpse. Hee ha 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 ha. Suddenly, pinned to the floor, he began to laugh, meaninglessly. That's it. The poor guy's been tortured into stupidity. Seriously, ultimate torture king. This was supposed to be just 1 hour of lunch break. Why did it feel so damn long? This is terrifying. Ever since he showed up, no food, no meds, and now he's just randomly torturing patients. Is he a demon or what? Why is this happening again? Why are you torturing me again? Are you one of the ones who tortured me before? Why is the method different this time? Wang Ao's eyes were empty, his mouth moving as he mumbled broken phrases. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Lu Su's eyes. For the first time, his rational mind overpowered the gluttony mask's chaotic influence. He asked, Who tortured you before? Wang Ao's eyes flickered with some clarity, but his expression became even more twisted and unstable. He clutched his head with both hands, writhing on the ground in pain. What? What torture? What did I say just now? Meds. Where are my meds? Why haven't I gotten my meds today? Just kill me already. Who are you? No, just kill me. In the dim cell, Wang Ao's anguish screams echoed nonstop, like he was enduring the most horrifying torture known to man. Lu's expression shifted beneath the mask. Countless smiling and serious faces rotated and morphed until finally, it settled into calm. Aya. I don't know, what abuse? Who abused me? Who are you? I don't know. Only at this moment did Wang Ao seem like someone had flipped a switch, rambling madly, his words completely incoherent. Whether it was Lu Su or the spectators watching the livestream, they all knew that the question just now had struck deep into the soul. Bang! Without a word, Lu Su stepped forward and kicked the guy to the ground. What's your name? Did I ask you that? I haven't even asked yet. Huh? Wang Ao looked up, dazed, seeming weak, pitiful, and helpless. Didn't you just ask? What the L are you talking about? Lu Su said, raising his foot in a threatening gesture. And no. Whatever you say goes. Wang Ao quickly replied. With his mind completely shattered, he now showed the weakest side of himself he'd ever had in his life. His eyes no longer held the madness and ferocity from before. It was clear that Lu Su had broken his spirit. Caught between confusion and fear, he'd drift into a dazed state every now and then. What did you ask? You asked, no, wait, meds, K*LL me, let me go. His words didn't even form proper sentences, showing just how messed up his mind was. Dear Mr. Chin, if you really want to die, haven't you always had that iron shard on you? Why don't you just commit suicide? Wang Ao. In an instant, his eyes sharpened, suddenly clear like he'd woken from a long dream. He'd never once thought about that before, and now that Lusu asked, he found it strange. Why hadn't he? Before Lusu brought it up, it was like the very idea didn't exist in his brain at all, as if it had been wiped clean. Yeah, I guess I can commit suicide. He stared straight at the iron shard in his hand, slowly getting tempted. The light in his eyes flickered with struggle. Why? Why not just die? Once I'm dead, everything ends. Just as he was battling his own chaotic thoughts, his vision blurred. The iron shard in his hand was gone. He looked up and saw it already in Luce's hand. Somehow, he'd snatched it away without warning. Hey, classmate, how can you be playing with a blade in class? I'm confiscating this. Wang Ao. Wait, what? Weren't you the one who just said I could consider suicide? You got AF *****ing screw loose or what? Can I die or not? Grimacing, Wang Ao's nerves were like a steel wire, bent back and forth mercilessly by Lusu. Clearly about to snap. He lunged forward, only to be kicked down by Lusu again. Stepping on him, Lusu said, "Don't scream. I just remembered what I wanted to ask you." A serious expression appeared on Lusu's mask, and Wang Ao's expression followed suit, turning serious. And the next question made Wang Ao seriously consider slamming into a wall to end it all. So, if you had actually committed suicide just now, would that mean this prison gained a suicide or a lost one? And now that I've taken your blade, doesn't that mean I just saved your life? A life-saving grace is like a second father. So can I count as your dad now? Looks like what I feel for you is fatherly love. Wang Ao. Let it all burn. The spectators watching the live stream were already losing it. Poor Wang Ao. Getting tormented over and over, no way he's dying a normal death now. TSK, but seriously, is it gaining a suicide or losing one? Kinda makes sense both ways. Don't overthink it, guys. Any more and you'll go crazy too. Honestly, the masked man's side always gets the most intel. Seems important, but they never manage to dig deep. Clearly can't dig deeper. Wang Ao's spilled a ton of info, but he breaks down every time they talk, or just doesn't know. Something's clearly off. Let's check out what's going on with Kirk. That foreign guy seems pretty good. Looks like he's already got a bunch of info. In Long Lu's room, Kirk, who had already built up a decent level of trust, was now full-on brainwashing mode. He'd fed all 6 pills he managed to pry out of Luce's mouth to Long Lu. As for the food, Kirk didn't think it mattered. Garbage like that wasn't worth eating. He didn't care if these game patients were starving. As long as he could get a perfect completion, that was all that mattered. At the moment, he had pushed his mental interference ability to the max, gently coaxing with his voice, while holding something that looked like a pocket watch, swinging it back and forth. R. Epsilon. It was his hypnotic tool, not a game item, just something he normally used. To bring it in, he actually used Luce's carry-it-on-you method. As for how he carried something like that on him, well, he, tucked it. No need to elaborate. You said just now that you're innocent, right? Kirk asked. This was info Jiotian had shared earlier, and he was using it to guide the conversation. Yes, Long Lu sat on the floor obediently, like a dazed child. And you said you came later? The ones before you were the guilty ones, and this place is a prison. Yes. But when entering the asylum, there's always an order in time. What does came later mean? Are you saying the ones before you are all guilty? Long Lu shook his head weakly and replied, No, it's not that. The ones before were already guilty from the beginning. We came in later, came in after. Kirk furrowed his brows, thinking hard. Something felt off. If that's the case, then the people in this asylum might be split into 2 groups. Whether this was key intel or not, and what the basis of that split was, remained unclear. The ones you're talking about before you, were they locked up for crimes or because they were mental patients? Yes. Then you, your group, the ones who came later, why were you brought in? Me? Why did I come in? Suddenly, Long Lu's state turned weird. He looked like he was about to explode. Kirk's mental interference started to backfire, as something in the depths of Long Lu's mind surged like a tidal wave. Without warning, Long Lu opened his mouth wide and roared furiously at Kirk. Kirk, already on edge, instantly jumped back with his watch in hand, retreating to the corner of the wall. Lunchtime is over. All players, please return to the initial rest area. Lunchtime is over. All players, please return to the initial rest area. The system prompt suddenly rang out, repeating 3 times like a battlefield's retreat signal. Kirk let out a breath of relief. Throughout the lunch period, his nerves had been strung tight, like he'd just been through a war. Now his back was soaked in sweat, something he hadn't even noticed during the earlier intel gathering. Long loose chains rattled violently, his face turning red as he strained forward, like he wanted to lunge and bite Kirk. Kirk touched the scratch on his face with some apprehension. It was left by Long Lu during his earlier rampage, when Kirk hadn't dodged in time. He felt he was now very close to the truth, stepping into territory untouched by the others. This asylum, or rather prison, was split into 2 batches of people. The issue between these 2 groups might be directly related to the ultimate goal of the game, though he hadn't yet figured out what the connection could be. Still, progress was progress. Slightly bowing toward Long Lu, Kirk said, "Respected sir, today's noon psychological counseling is now over. Looking forward to our next session." With that, Kirk opened the door behind him and walked out backward from the room. Meanwhile, in the room where Lu Su was, he and Wang Ao also heard the system voice. Only this time, it was clearly Wang Ao who let out a breath of relief. When he heard that sound, his eyes lit up like a drought meeting rain. He lowered his head and peeked cautiously at Lu Su with a pitiful glimmer in his eyes. Lu Su also stood up with some lingering satisfaction, picked up his mangled right hand, and pressed it against his mask, carefully licking off the blood. As he licked, he stared at Wang Ao lying on the floor. Wang Ao shrank back a little. This guy, he's not planning to eat me, right? For some reason, that thought popped into Wang Ao's head. Lu Su held the iron shard without a word and turned to walk toward the door. Wang Ao's limp body leaned against the wall, collapsing to the floor. That demon of a man was finally leaving. Suddenly, Lu Su turned back at the doorway, and the mask showed a friendly smile, smiley face asterisk. "I'll come back and visit you later, Mr. Wang." Then he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Ao's eyes went out. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread, was now completely dead. Honestly, I think Kirk's pretty sharp. The masked man always seems to stumble into info by accident. I think the masked man just blends in way too well with the mental patients, no communication barrier at all. The masked man grabs a mental patient and just straight up tortures them. Actually, comparing the 2 exits, the real gap is their difference in combat power. As the viewers chatted, they noticed Lu Su didn't head back to the initial room after leaving. Instead, he went in the opposite direction, straight into the open room where Tom was. He walked right up to Tom, said nothing, and struck without warning. He stabbed the iron shard, confiscated from Wang Ao, straight into the metal head of the iron skin robot. Crack! With such force, the shard went halfway in. "Tom? Spectators? Official monitoring staff? Dude, are you okay? Seriously got a screw loose. Why go mess with the game host for no reason? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Mouse licking a cat's feet ****, looking for a thrill? Player, do you have a problem? Why didn't the system prompt go off? Shouldn't this have triggered some hidden in-game mission or maybe a new achievement badge? Seriously nothing? So stingy. Tom. G***DD***** it. My face turned iron blue from anger. Well, Tom's face was already iron-colored to begin with. Players should focus on the game and not think about anything else. Alright, delicious Tom, you really do smell amazing. The great Tom. Lu Su didn't waste time bickering and immediately turned to leave, heading down the big circular hallway toward the farthest room. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed down the long curved corridor. It was inhuman, gut-wrenchingly shrill. The expression on Lu Su's mask shifted slightly as he continued walking toward the room. When he arrived at the initial room, he found he was the last to arrive. Along the way, a trail of blood led directly to the room. Looking up, he saw Big Guy's twisted, pained face. At that moment, his right arm looked almost severed. White bone shards were visible where the skin had split. Only the flesh kept it barely attached. Jiao Tian was beside him, helping to stop the bleeding. Got any meds? Hurry. Big Guy, grimacing in pain, pulled out a basic healing potion from his backpack and poured it on. In a flash, the torn flesh began to squirm and slowly knit itself together. The bleeding slowed. Seeing that, Big Guy finally let out a breath and plopped down on the floor, drenched in sweat. If it's too much, focus on keeping yourself alive first. How'd you end up like this? Jiao, being part of the official organization, had the instinct to protect others and immediately asked. IF*****ing hit him. Those things' mental states are too unstable. It's impossible to stay alert the whole time. Everyone's level of restraint is different, and that guy, he just straight up pulled down his pants and started jerking at me. Jiao. Okay, yeah, no man could have held it together after that. Hearing that, the woman called Jinqing turned pale, looking like she might puke. After confirming that big guy wouldn't die from blood loss, Jiao finally relaxed and sat off to the side. It had only been an hour, but everyone felt drained, mentally and physically. Well, except Lusu. Kirk sat far off, glancing at big guy and calmly said, "If you can't exit." Nothing more to say. In his eyes, these people were useless. Might as well focus on survival. In the heavy silence, everyone finally noticed Lusu, who had just walked in without saying a word. Jiao gave him a quick glance and was immediately shocked. He saw Lusu's nearly shredded right hand and nearly blew his top. He knew very well, this crazy guy was probably the one with the highest combat power. You actually got injured too. Who the I could hurt you like that? Lusu tilted his head in confusion. Who? Me? I didn't. What injury? As he said that, his hand, which looked like it had been through a meat grinder, swayed gently. Yeah, that visual was very R-rated. Jiao, oh, you mean this? Lusu looked at his hand, and it seemed like he just noticed it, surprised as he said, What happened? What did I just do? But it's fine, nothing major. Jiao. He was at a loss for words. From the surface, Lusu's injuries weren't any lighter than big guys. But for some reason, seeing these injuries on Lusu made it feel like it wasn't a big deal. Maybe it was because Lusu was acting too relaxed about it. At this moment, Lusu had already pulled out the sharpened blade from his backpack, looking at his hand. If I cut this off, will it affect the subsequent game progress? A large question mark appeared on the red mask, watching as he was seriously considering the question. After all, in the last 2 games, he had sawed off his legs, and now thinking about cutting off his hands, it made the game feel a bit pointless. Hold on. Jiao quickly stopped him, afraid that this guy would really chop off his hand. Are you sure your state is fine? Jiao asked cautiously, twirling one finger near his head. Meaning, is his mind still under control? He had the data from Lusu's previous game and knew that this person might be a bit delirious, but his strength was immense, and beneath the madness, he had a rather calm mind, cunning and greedy. But now it was clear that the strength and madness were visible, but the rationality was completely absent. Also, he had just learned from the staff outside the game that Lusu's injuries had a very supernatural cause. Could the intel really be correct? Where was that calm mind? This was looking more like a mindless person. Or did the food and medicine here mess up his brain? Can we still cooperate with him? State? Not too good, Lusu said, thinking while listening to the question, I feel really hungry. As he spoke, the mask even showed a bit of a pitiful expression. #_. Jiao immediately had an expression of exasperation. Ha ha ha. So cute. So cute. I want to keep one. A strange contrast. You probably can't afford it with this eating habit. Even a rich man would be bankrupt. I think Jiao is about to lose it. The big boss tortures the freaks in the hospital, then tortures teammates after he leaves, focusing on indiscriminate damage. A with tilde nus. Damn it. Suddenly, big guy yelled in pain, clutching his shoulder and howling in agony. He started convulsing violently on the floor, clearly unable to bear it. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was top-tier biochemical technology, repairing the body in ways humans couldn't fully understand. Even the basic version was extremely effective, but rapid muscle reconstruction, bone realignment, and secondary nerve connections all caused immense pain. Big Guy was fine when only surface muscles were being repaired, but now that it was at the stage of nerve reconstruction, the pain was beyond what he could handle. What is this? Doesn't this medicine have anesthesia? Oh? Is it really that intense? Lusu watched, immediately taking out a bottle of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it onto his own hand. Jiao, watching the scene, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, is this guy's idea of treatment really that different from a normal carbon-based life forms? Big Guy was still screaming in agony, and his voice echoed through the room, sharp and ear-piercing, making the already oppressive atmosphere even more terrifying. Hell 5 game was like this, brutal and agonizing. Lucy was a bit disappointed though, because after waiting for a while, he didn't gain any pain points. It seemed that the pain from the healing process didn't meet the trigger conditions. Damn it. I can't stand it anymore. This damned place doesn't have any information. What kind of damned checkpoint is this? No one's ever beating this hell mode game. Wait. Why can't I open it? Big Guy collapsed on the floor, venting his emotions. Suddenly, his voice was filled with terror. What can't you open? Jiao asked in confusion. The shop. What's wrong with the shop? Why can't I open it? Big Guy's voice was frantic, and he was no longer as enraged as before, sounding like a helpless child. Jiao looked at him oddly, answering. The game shop can only be opened outside the game to make purchases, and the items have to be loaded into your backpack to bring them into the game. What? Didn't the game officially remind us of this? You didn't know? Big Guy's eyes were immediately overwhelmed by fear, his voice muttering repeatedly. What? When did they say this? Why didn't I know? So how do I buy exit tokens? What do I do now? Jiao expression stiffened, and he took a few steps back. This was a hell game, and everyone knew the high mortality rate. The reason everyone was staying calm was because of the exit token. Everyone present had completed the game before and bought that item. At the end of the day, if things went wrong, they could exit, losing everything they earned in the game, but at least saving their life. They would still have their lives, so the players weren't as fearful as when Lucy had encountered hell mode the last time, when the newbie players had no exit option. But to forget something so crucial? Jiao was left speechless, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The atmosphere became quiet, and Big Guy's eyes filled with despair, the mood becoming suffocating. Suddenly, there was a sound like a coin flicking in the air, crisp and clear. Everyone looked over, only to see that it was Lucy doing it. They were confused, wondering if the madman was just showing off or what. Bullying a desperate player? Was that necessary? I'm hungry. Lucy's deep voice came. Do you have anything to eat? Jiao confused mind suddenly remembered the description from his colleague about Lucy's performance in the last game. He was instantly enlightened and looked at Lucy in surprise, then turned his gaze to Big Guy. If you use the exit token, you'll lose everything you earned in the game, whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So, when it's time to save your life, go all in to save your life. Big Guy's eyes were initially confused, but then it seemed like he understood something and instantly grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Your exit token, are you planning to sell it? Before, he thought Lucy was insane, but now he even used respectful language. It was clear that, to save his life, he was willing to do anything. Lucy didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste too much of his rationality on the other person. He just kept flicking the coin in his hand. The pattern was exquisite, like a good toy, but in the game, it was something that could save a life. Bro, let's talk. Sell it to me. I didn't know the shop couldn't be opened. I saved all my points, didn't spend a single one. All the prizes, rewards, I almost haven't used any of them, saving them for a critical moment. Well, I just used that basic healing potion. My bad. At this moment, Big Guy completely forgot about his dignity, trying to flatter and beg in a very humble manner. I'll give you everything, all of this. Just give me an exit token. I need to leave. I don't know when something will happen here. I can't take it anymore. Or, how about we exchange contact info? After we get out I can. By the end, he started giving various follow-up conditions like other players had done before. Of course, Lucy didn't care about such things. Lucy flicked the exit token in his hand, tilted his head, and then with a slight push of his finger, the coin drew a perfect parabola in the air, landing right in front of Big Guy. Big Guy's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly crawled forward to pick up the coin, holding it like a treasure. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he felt a sharp, killing intent lock onto him. Lucy was standing in front of him, holding the sharpened blade, standing silently. Big Guy gave a forced smile, then quickly began transferring the points, trying to avoid misunderstanding from the big boss in front of him. Afterward, as if afraid Lucy might go back on his word, Big Guy immediately ran off. With the exit token in hand, his body flashed, disappearing from the spot. One out of the five-man team had already left. Lusu received 1,400 points, a strength potion, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. Seeing the skill learning scroll, Lusu was a bit surprised. Although it wasn't of high level, it was still considered a superpower. However, using it required the awakening of spirit. Fortunately, Big Guy hadn't awakened yet, otherwise, he would have surely used it. For now, he put it into his backpack. This haul was still a good one, considering the exit token was only worth 1,000 points. At this moment, Kirk, who had been staying out of it, finally spoke up. He raised his head and, surprisingly, spoke in Chinese. It's better that he left. After all, less people to divide the rewards. Also, was your exit token a game reward? I remember the exit tokens in the shop are limited to one purchase per person. This was directed at Lusu. He was half right. Lusu's exit token was indeed a game reward, but he hadn't bought it himself. He had never considered leaving the game. Jiutian, who had been standing by, felt a jolt of worry. He hadn't noticed this detail. Could Lusu be in trouble? He quickly asked. Do you still have an exit token? Maybe not. Why would I leave? Isn't the game fun? Lusu replied, a bit absent-minded. But that's a way out. What about your way out? Jiutian asked, growing anxious. A way out. Lusu raised his head, his mask showing a rare moment of composure. From the moment I entered this game, there has never been an exit. This decision had been made by Lusu from the very beginning. It wasn't a matter of mental confusion. Even without the Chosen of Agony, without extraordinary power, and without immunity to pain, he would still have joined this cruel game. Leaving the game, losing everything? Losing superpowers, losing the chance to change his life, losing the current mask, maybe even losing the Chosen of Agony? Impossible. From the moment he entered the game, Lusu's way out was either success or death. He didn't feel he had anything to lose. Starting over was an excuse for the weak. Those who didn't have the resolve should just be good spectators. If you leave once, you'll never stand at the top again. After saying that, it seemed to exhaust his mental energy. Lusu collapsed onto the ground and began a long sleep that lasted the entire afternoon. Eat and then sleep. Yeah, that fits the character of gluttony. Jiutian stood there, staring at the Lusu on the ground, looking somewhat incredulous. He hadn't expected that someone who was clearly mentally unstable could say such things. For a brief moment, he seemed normal, right? Meanwhile, Kirk, far off in the distance, didn't share this thought. He sat quietly, watching, a trace of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Dinner time begins. All players, please start the game. Another door opened, and the only female player stepped out of the room with heavy steps. This time, Lusu and Kirk almost launched at the same time. Lusu, naturally, began his next sweeping round, while Kirk aimed to snatch at least one potion from Lusu's hands. This time, everyone clearly noticed that the eerie atmosphere in the entire asylum had thickened. As soon as the door opened, the sounds that had not been heard before echoed out: screams, muttering, sizzling noises. The sounds were obscure, distant, and terrifying. Even those thick iron doors couldn't block them. Perhaps it was because no one had taken their medicine all day, but it felt like the condition of everyone in the asylum had worsened. The whole place seemed to be in chaos. The final female player even entered the room, holding an exit token in her hand. However, the ones most seriously ill were not just the patients here, but also Lusu. For the third time, he swept up all the food and medicine. The energy inside his body felt like it was about to explode, and the gluttony mask seemed to have reached a critical point. Bang! When Lusu opened the door, unable to control his strength, he kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door, bending it. The patients who had planned to act out were instantly scared straight. The next moment, Lusu flashed to their side. I heard I could ask you guys questions. I ask, you answer. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Kirk had never entered the room. After everyone else entered, he paused briefly before walking toward the door of Jiutian's room. He pushed the door open. In the room at the end, Wang Ao was currently facing Lusu, who was on the edge of losing control. Originally, when the door was suddenly kicked open and his headache was unbearable, Wang Ao instinctively wanted to bare his teeth. But as soon as he saw it was Lu Su, his body instinctively shrank back, and he didn't show his teeth anymore. However, he had already been pinned to the wall, and Lu Su, using terrifying strength, lifted him up. The moment those hands grabbed him, Wang Ao felt a strange sensation, one that made him no longer want to resist. Resisting was futile. The gluttony mask: the more you ate, the hungrier you got, and the more you ate, the more you wanted to eat. Meanwhile, the level of mental confusion also deepened. Wang Ao stared at the mask in front of him, feeling inexplicably as if the person before him wanted to swallow him whole. This wasn't a metaphor, it was a real feeling. Heh. Big brother, calm down, I'm not tasty. You can ask whatever you want, Wang Ao said, trying to keep his composure. That feeling of being preyed upon was a deep, instinctive fear rooted in his genes, stirring an unconscious desire to survive. Who? Lusa panted for a while before continuing. I met someone at noon, and he left me very dissatisfied. I hope you can satisfy me. Wang Ao was slowly put down, not daring to say a word. He thought to himself, that person you met at noon seems to have been me. But in this situation, he naturally didn't dare to argue or remind Lu Su. If he did, wouldn't that be totally insane? Lu Su took out a knife from his hand, a sharp blade, and pointed it at Wang Ao. After I'm done asking questions, we'll play a game. Heh. In hospitals, donating sperm is legal, so why is it illegal to privately donate it to someone I want? They say bananas and carrots help clear the intestines. Do you think it's for oral use or external use? If an adult novel is about minors, can it still be called an adult novel? You've prepared 5 cups of water, and 100 million liters arrive. How do you plan to distribute it? Wang Ao. Luce's mouth kept firing questions like a machine gun, as if doing so would help calm his chaotic mind. But Wang Ao was trembling, unable to say anything. His lips quivered as he stammered, I don't know who the most seriously ill person here is. Maybe there is no such person. Don't push me. Hiss. Even though the masked guy has been babbling nonstop, don't you think Wang Ao's mind is really becoming more stable? Yeah, he's being pushed to the brink. But so what if he's stable? He hasn't asked anything useful yet. Just here, babbling. Honestly, even though the stream of this big shot looks exciting, it seems totally meaningless to the game. He doesn't even care. How's this going to end? We're about to get useful info, but he's just rambling. Honestly, we'll see how it ends in the game. It's really all about watching Kirk. For real, I'm going to watch Kirk. He seems to be looking for Jiao. Only the reliable ones matter. As time passed, nearly a full day had gone by in the game. For the games that had been more normal before, one day wasn't short at all. But here, it seemed like there was no progress, and the viewers started expressing dissatisfaction. This supposedly very strong, perfect completion player, it seemed like his brain was really messed up, blending in with the mentally ill. On OES. It looked like he hadn't contributed to the game's completion at all, and might even be a side effect. At this point, with some reminders, the audience had become aware of Kirk and Jiao meeting. Jiao was sitting in a hospital room, looking at a drooling, babbling guy, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Hello. With standard Chinese pronunciation, Jiao body jolted, and he quickly turned around, only to see a foreign face. Oh, Mr. Kirk. Jiao said as he turned around. Why are you in my room? The game rules don't say 2 people can't be in the same room at once, Kirk said, hands in his pockets, speaking arrogantly. Also, you're from China's special department, right? Jiao. He hesitated, wondering if he could share such things with a foreigner. Although he claimed to be official, his background was clearly even more significant. Don't worry. With your country's strong organizational structure, you've probably already established related departments. This kind of thing will definitely be made public soon. Judging by the information you have, it must be the most comprehensive. Our background, as well as our performance in the game, shouldn't have escaped your eyes. Jiao nodded and openly admitted, yes, it's for the better game. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't get too close to the mentally ill. Jiao froze, then looked around. The patient didn't seem to pose a threat, so he said, thanks for the concern. But I've been very careful, keeping a safe distance. No matter the temptation, my psychological endurance is okay. I won't have a problem. Kirk's expression was stern, and his face remained emotionless as he said, I'm not talking about them. Jiotian? In that instant, he understood. You mean the masked man? What about him? Nothing. I still have a lot of things I haven't figured out. The information we have now is too little. Kirk briefly said, then turned to leave, exuding a hawk-like arrogance. I'm going to get the perfect completion in this game. You still have some use. Conserve your strength, stay alive. When I figure it out, I might need you. After speaking, he left, closing the door behind him. Jiotian furrowed his brows into the shape of the Chinese character, feeling unsettled for a long time. Ha ha. As soon as the mental illness topic came up, Jiotian immediately realized who it was about. Jiotian, who's mentally ill, I can't tell. Is this infighting? Seems like Kirk isn't very friendly. Makes sense though. The masked guy has been dragging the team down. Amid the viewers' discussions, the first day's dinner passed by. Game over. Please return to your initial room to rest, players. As the familiar voice rang out, a door immediately opened, and a figure seemed to leap out like a fish, staring vacantly. It was the last remaining female player. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes were vacant, and there were bloodstains on her face. After the door to the initial room closed, the remaining 4 players looked at each other. The female player suddenly ran to the corner of the room and, looking pale, vomited violently. As Jiotian was about to ask something, the female player directly pulled out the game token, said nothing, and exited the game. The first day from the surface showed no progress, still mysterious and unclear. And the players? Only 3 remained. Ayutian looked at the place where the female player had left and let out a soft sigh. He knew the torments of this game. Aside from the guy with the red mask, who seemed to be doing just fine, no one else was comfortable. Even Kirk's face had occasional injuries. The mental torment, the terrible living conditions, and the physical harm that could occur with just one mistake. Considering what the big guy had said earlier about being, well, plus the fact that she was a woman. And this game hadn't provided any food or water for the players. They hadn't had a drop to drink or a bite to eat all day. TSK, except for that guy with the red mask, who had food and drink. How special is this guy? Jiotian shook his head. As an official, he knew the girl's background. She was just an ordinary player who had barely managed to clear 2 games and gotten some rewards. When she saw that it was a hell mode game, she initially thought about running away, but then she realized that as long as she survived, if others cleared the game, she technically did too, so she decided to just hang on. But she realized she was naive. A crazy prison, teammates losing their minds, and the bloody consequences for those who came before her. Forget it. It's a pity, but quitting is fine, Jiotian said with a sigh. Lu Su, who was beside him, looked at the pile of vomit the female player had left on the floor and nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a pity. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly slapped himself hard, quickly turned, and walked off to the side. Jiotian? What's wrong with this guy? On the other side, Kirk, unusually, walked over and continued speaking. There's nothing to feel sorry about. In this kind of game, surviving is already quite lucky. This isn't a place for her level. As he spoke, he slowly scanned the room, then continued. Now, the ones left seem to be somewhat fitting. 2 perfect completion players, 1 high-level player with a special official status. These are the ones worthy of this hell mode game. Of course. Kirk glanced at Lu Su, who had collapsed in the distance in a shape on the floor, and asked, "This friend, who's been pretending to be mad, really isn't planning to quit the game? My supernatural ability is mental interference, and I've already used it on you many times. Most of the time, it backfired. Your confusion isn't just pretending to be mad anymore. Even if you explain it as self-hypnosis, you won't be able to hold out much longer. At the rate you're going, you might end up forever lost here, trapped in a permanent state of insanity." Kirk pressed on, getting closer and closer to Lu Su, as if he was delivering a death sentence to the person lying on the ground. In the distance, Jiotian furrowed his brows, watching the 2 of them. This time, he didn't intervene or try to mediate. He silently waited on the sidelines, observing how things would develop. Nigerian IRS. Your ability is to eat? I've been asking since the beginning what your goal is, and I still want to know. But I think, as a normal human, that's not a good choice. I'll ask you again, are you really not planning to quit? Don't tell me you've run out of exit tokens. At this point, Kirk had walked right up to Lusu. Just as he was about to move forward, suddenly, a huge sense of danger locked onto him. Lusu, who had been lying on the ground in silence, suddenly spoke. I suggest you don't get too close to me right now. Kirk's footsteps faltered, and a strange premonition kept warning him inside his mind, don't move forward. Haha. Chuckling, he withdrew his steps and turned to leave. Feeling confident? I'm just worried. If you don't quit, my game might be hard to complete. Lusu remained silent. He was currently bearing the immense internal energy surges and the overwhelming, chaotic thoughts. He didn't want to speak. Soon, he lay back down and fell asleep. Jiutian didn't say anything else. He didn't even bring up discussing what they had learned today. He knew these two probably wouldn't listen. The three hungry individuals sat far apart in the empty room, either sitting on the floor or leaning against the wall, sleeping through the night. Yes, it was a night of endurance. It was an excruciating night. The entire hospital had gone without food all day. No food, no medicine. By nightfall, the place was filled with wails, and even several iron doors couldn't suppress the sounds. The hungry souls were slamming the doors and walls, making the hospital feel more like a haunted house than anything else. Kirk relied on self-hypnosis to ensure his sleep. Luso had long since collapsed and was already lying down to sleep, while Jiutian couldn't sleep at all. He sorted through the information his colleagues had sent him, reflecting on the sudden tension between Kirk and Lusu, and he suddenly felt a cold shiver. An inexplicable sense of danger had enveloped him, making his thoughts race with similar ideas. This hell mode game seemed to lack physical torture, but there was something that felt deeply wrong, a kind of fear that started to wrap around him. The entire night felt like the atmosphere of a haunted house. The next day arrived, and the game continued. Kirk continued to race against Lusu, one trying to grab food, the other hoping to at least get some medicine. But this time, Jiutian, with a clear purpose, stood in front of a room. It was Longwu's room, the first patient Lusu had met. Jiutian instinctively felt that the source of his fear was here. Entering the room, he saw Longwu, who looked extremely frail and weak. At that moment, Longwu appeared listless. Someone else came? Changed person, huh? Hello. Jiutian was surprised to find that Longwu's mental state was surprisingly stable, so he got straight to the point. Do you know who the most seriously ill person in this hospital is? Familiar question. This is what you should be asking. Longwu trembled as he twisted on the ground, looking at Jiutian. No, the answer is no. There is no one who is the most seriously ill. Who doesn't get sick? You will get sick too. One day, you'll get sick and you'll stay here forever. Jiutian frowned at Longwu's cryptic words and was about to speak when he suddenly froze. The same fear that had wrapped around him all night returned, and in that instant, his thoughts became terrifyingly clear. His colleagues had shared the information gathered from Lusu and Kirk. He knew everything except for their psychological activities. He knew about every patient and what they had said. From Longwu, he learned that the later arrivals were innocent, while those who came before them were guilty, so they had to ask the earlier patients questions, torturing them. The earlier patient had been tortured mercilessly by Lusu, but Lusu had been going mad the whole time. So, he had been the one asking, are you asking who the most seriously ill person is? They even planned to play games, and Lusu said that he was different from the previous person. Why did that patient know about the questions? Was it part of the game setup? And what did previous mean? Also, Kirk's questions had revealed that the hospital was divided into two groups. The earlier batch were guilty, and the later batch were innocent. When Kirk asked why the later group was here and why they stayed, the person had gone insane, completely lost their mind. And now Longwu was telling him that we can't find the answers, and eventually, we too will get sick and stay here forever. And this person is named Longwu. The person Kirk spoke to is named Longlu. Could it be? The reason the earlier person had guessed what Lusu wanted to ask was because someone had already asked before. Not just once. The hospital's patients were split into two groups. The earlier batch were the real patients, and the later batch were the ones who came to ask them questions. And this later group never got answers. They never found out who the most seriously ill person was, so they stayed here forever. A bold speculation formed in Jiutian's mind, lingering and refusing to leave. Could it be that these people were once players too? Have you heard of the Chosen's Paradise? What did you say? Longwu seemed not to have heard Jiao Tian's words clearly, raising his head in confusion and asking again. What kind of eyes were those? Mechanical and lifeless, making Jiao Tian's hair stand on end. But now, obviously, there were more important things, even more terrifying things swirling in his mind, and Jiao Tian didn't retreat. Chosen's Paradise. He almost enunciated each word, staring hard into Longwu's eyes. 5 seconds. The air was silent for exactly 5 seconds, that time stretching as if a century had passed, making Jiao Tian doubt whether the space had already frozen in place. Longwu just stared at Jiao Tian, standing still like a sculpture. The next moment, an iron chain swung down at Jiao Tian, crashing toward him. The severed chain, heavy and forceful, swung like a battle axe, and even if Jiao Tian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, he couldn't dodge it in time. At this moment, a pair of green boots suddenly appeared on his feet, blasting out a strong gust of air that pushed him back a meter, narrowly avoiding the strike. Exquisite weapon, responsive boots. The wind from the chain made Jiao Tian's eyes sting, causing his face to contort in shock. If he had taken that hit, at the very least, it would have been a broken bone, torn muscle kind of outcome. Rah! Kill me. In an instant, Longwu had transformed into a completely different person, his withered body now emitting red steam, as if he had entered an abnormal state. The bricks on the ground directly cracked open, and rubble scattered. Jiao Tian, terrified, hid in the corner of the wall, his heart sinking. The other side had suddenly gone mad. After hearing that question, he had gone crazy. Even though he hadn't answered, it was almost equivalent to answering. Kill, kill. Longwu, his liberated hands wildly swinging the chain, striking erratically, while Jiao Tian maneuvered around the room, finally hiding by the door. The entire room was being torn apart, looking like it had endured an earthquake. What is this? What chosen? What are you talking about? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine. Give me the medicine. Finally, Longwu cradled his head in both hands, collapsing to the ground with a painful groan, muttering incessantly. Jiao Tian stood in place, somewhat at a loss. No medicine. I won't take that medicine. Take it away. Suddenly, Longwu changed his mind, and in a burst of energy, sprinted to the farthest corner, banging his head against the wall until it bled. Afterward, his weakened breath turned back to look at Jiao Tian. Ao Thailand bought Upsilon. What Jiao Tian saw were the clearest eyes. Run, run. Then, he turned back into that dull expression, as if he had fallen asleep. Jiao Tian stood in a daze for a long time without speaking. He could basically confirm that his guess was probably correct. But wasn't the game of Chosen's Paradise just beginning? If these people were also players, what was going on? And according to their memories, they had been trapped here for who knows how many years. Why weren't they using exit tokens? Couldn't they, or were they not allowed? When had they entered the game? The game had already started? Or was it an asymmetrical timeline? Jiao Tian took a deep breath, even pulling out his exit token from his backpack to examine it carefully. Looking at the intricate and exquisite pattern on it, he finally felt a little sense of security and put it back. There's still an escape route. Still an escape route. But if that's the case, then things are starting to get complicated. Can this game really be completed? This Longwu, if he really is a senior, his strength is far stronger than Jiao Tian had thought. If the tasks are the same, then can the things the predecessors couldn't do be done by him? Find the one who is the sickest. It sounded like such a simple task. But everyone who came before failed. He needs to find the loophole that no one else thought of. Is it possible? And why are they forever trapped here? What did they go through? In an instant, Jiao Tian's confidence plummeted like a frostbitten eggplant. Jiao Tian's Special Operations, I need to remind you, this is a mental hospital. All the information you receive needs to be analyzed carefully. The official personnel observing in the live stream spoke up to remind him. Additionally, the organization's requirement is, at critical moments, prioritize saving your own life. Don't push yourself. Jiao Tian weakly nodded, leaning against the wall, calming his chaotic mind. Have there been any updates from the two of them? Kirk has received answers from the patients, and there's no one who is the sickest. We are just slaves here. Jiao Tian scoffed. Based on his own guess, he felt that the information Kirk received was something he could understand. What about the Red Mask side? Any updates from him? Same as usual, no useful information, just opening doors and taking turns torturing the patients. The patients all claim they aren't the sickest. We've almost stopped observing them. It's basically just mental patients talking among themselves. Jiao Tian sighed deeply, recalling Long Wu's condition and the Red Mask's current crazy state. He can't really have gone mad, right? Breakfast time is over. Please return to the initial room. The three of them sat in a triangular formation in the center. No one spoke, like silent statues. Kirk had a thoughtful expression, as if pondering something, while Lu Su remained the same as always. Only Jiao Tian, after learning this terrible information, his aura had grown heavy. Hello, players, I am the Great Tom. You may communicate during rest time. If you have any discoveries, judgments, or game-related questions, feel free to ask me. Tom, the iron-skin robot, said in a formulaic manner, then rolled away on its tracks, quietly waiting. Then, after an unknown amount of time, Jiao Tian finally made the decision to tell the two of them this terrifying information. Though it might lower their morale, there was no time to care too much. Everyone, I have some not-so-good news. I think you should know. In this prison, the ones at the back who always claim to be innocent are very likely also players like us. After saying this, Jiao Tian looked up to observe the reactions of the two. But he found that Kirk had turned his gaze toward him, his eyes flashing with sharpness, his expression slightly surprised, and even a bit of joy. As for Lu Su, he completely ignored it, not reacting at all. Aren't you going to ask me why? Jiao Tian felt inexplicably speechless. Why did these two people's reactions differ so much from what he expected? Kirk suddenly stood up, walked a few steps back and forth, then turned and looked at Jiao Tian, speaking formally. Mr. Jiao, thank you very much for your analysis and intel. With this, many things make sense now. It cleared up my train of thought. Jiao Tian? Wait, do my words have that much credibility? They believe it just like that? Not even considering or wondering how I arrived at this conclusion. And why do they look so happy? What train of thought was cleared up? Shouldn't they be scared? Jiao Tian was a little confused. He always thought that Kirk was a relatively easy person to communicate with, arrogant, but rational. Now he didn't quite understand. He instinctively turned to look at Lu Su and found that there was a look of disdain on Lu Su's red mask, LL Omega. He casually said, Isn't this obvious? Did you need to say that? Jiao Tian? Wait, how did this crazy person figure it out? No, wait, I shouldn't have been so delusional as to try discussing this with a crazy person. Jiao Tian was a bit dazed. To be honest, when he first thought of this problem, he was filled with fear and concern for a long time. Yet neither of these two seemed particularly bothered. The madman with the red mask was one thing, but why was Kirk acting the same way? Could it be that his Chinese wasn't good enough to fully understand my meaning? For the next while, Jiao Tian sat blankly on the ground, occasionally glancing at his two boss teammates. As for Lu Su, there was no need to say more. Once he was full, he just lay there, looking like a lazy fish. But he was a lazy fish with terrifying power inside. Right now, though, his condition seemed to be getting worse. Lying on the ground, he occasionally let out laughter and strange mumbling sounds. Jiao Tian even wondered if this guy was going to transform into Ultraman soon. Kirk, on the other hand, was also being restless, walking back and forth from a distance, his face showing alternating confusion and realization as he muttered to himself. Arano Thailand body. Jiao Tian was starting to lose it. He touched his own face, questioning whether it was him who had a problem. According to Long Lu, the players would eventually stay here forever. Had these two gone mad? Why are they starting to babble like this? What does it mean? They really seem insane. It's creepy even to watch. Two players with perfect game completions. Could it be that we're about to witness a full wipe? I suggest Jiao Tian should run quickly. No, just exit the game. If they really have gone crazy, we might need an exit token. The spectators were gradually losing faith, and various voices were coming from all sides. The last comment made Jiao Tian's heart skip a beat. That's right, if they really had gone mad, he might not even be able to use an exit token. Lunchtime begins. Please, players, start the game. The announcement fell, and Lu Su immediately sprang into action, rushing off to eat. But this time, Kirk didn't move. He slowly walked to Jiutian's side. I think this game should be stopped. There's no food or water left. It's been dragged on long enough. Jiutian looked at him in surprise, then saw him speak to a nearby robot. Host, I found out who's the sickest person here. Jiutian. Oh? Call me the Great Tom. Tom turned his head. Who is it? We'll talk when he comes back. The game can't continue if he doesn't come in. Kirk stuffed his hands into his pockets, exuding confidence as he watched Luce's figure at the end of the hallway, enjoying his food. Jiutian seemed to have figured out what Kirk was planning. For a moment, he was stunned, unable to say anything. All right, player up ahead, the game is paused. Please return to the initial room as soon as possible. Lusu ate quickly and, not long later, swaggered back. However, his unstable energy had reached its peak. Even with his physical condition, it had reached a point where if he didn't release it, he might self-destruct. The red mask was adorned with a broad smile as he walked step by step toward the door, his aura radiating a twisted, evil energy. Kirk stood at the door, the two of them facing off. But when Lusa reached the door, he simply sat cross-legged, just one step away from the entrance. Red warning lights began flashing, alerting that Lusa had to enter the hospital room. If he didn't, something bad would happen. But Lusa's figure was swallowed up by the blood-red glow, and he remained unmoving. This player, please come inside. Tom the robot reminded him, but Lusa still didn't move, as if he was challenging something. His grin only stretched wider. I think there's no need. We've reached this point. My decryption is about to begin. Kirk spoke directly, looking at Jiutian. Every time I ask a crucial question, the patients go completely mad. This must mean something. Jiutian, your intel is good. You said these people used to be players. I don't care what happened to them, but it fits my situation, so it must be true. Because when I asked why you came here, my patient also went crazy. And from this, we can see that patients speak crazy talk, but they don't lie. So what they said at the start could very well be true. They didn't have any illness. There isn't a person with the worst illness here. The reason there isn't a most sick person is because all the previous players have been wiped out. So, the normal game logic doesn't work, and therefore, excluding all other possibilities, the most obvious thing has always been in front of us, you. As he said this, Kirk raised his hand and pointed at Lusu outside the door, his lips curling into a smile. You are the target of the mission. The sickest person. But, the game said the sickest person is in the hospital. Jiutian quickly opened his mouth to argue, but was stopped by Kirk raising his hand. There's nothing impossible. Isn't he right here in this hospital? And once this topic stands, all of his actions suddenly make sense. He has powers and abilities far beyond an ordinary player. He's always been crazy, and he seems to have merged perfectly with this hospital. He ate all the patients' medicine to keep them in an unconscious state. In a game with no food or water, he chose to devour all those vile things, cutting off the last food supply to weaken us. He doesn't care about exit tokens. The patients here are all terrified of him. At this point, Kirk exhaled, as if clearing away all obstacles. The answer has always been obvious. Even the spectators said he's the sickest. This game isn't that complicated. Only, it exploits the weaknesses of human nature. Prejudiced from the start, believing him to be a player, the spectators even said they'd seen his past game live streams, but never considered that, yes, even the game told us from the start. Our relationship could be one of cooperation or competition. As your old Chinese saying goes, it's like darkness under the lamp. Am I right? Kirk's eagle-like eyes fixed on Luce's figure outside the door, his voice sharp. As Kirk continued speaking, Luce still didn't say a word. The expression on his mask kept rapidly changing, like playing with Sichuan opera face changing, making people's eyes go blurry. The red light in the hallway behind them started flashing faster and faster, and now the entire corridor had turned a blood-red color, even losing its flicker, with the light blending into one oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Kirk didn't speak anymore, his eagle-like eyes locked onto the red mask in front of him, waiting for Luce's reaction and the next move. Heh heh. A low, hoarse laugh came from beneath the red mask, like the friction of rotting wood against a saw. It seems I wasn't wrong. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes. Finally, Luce spoke, but what he said was completely irrelevant to Kirk's accusation. It didn't even address Kirk's claim. Think. It's hard to believe that verb came from him. I say, bro, do you even have the ability to think? By the way, I think this foreign guy might be right. Is this masked guy? If it's masked guy, then why can we still see the live stream from masked guy's perspective? Isn't that a player's live stream? Ugh, this is troublesome. My brain can't process it, and what's with those players locked in there for years? Is that true? Every time I think about trying the game, the difficulty of hell mode immediately makes me rethink it. Luce's words didn't spark any real discussion. The crowd was used to the mumbling of a madman. No one intended to analyze anything from the ramblings of a crazy person. Blank, I suggest you all pay close attention now. Blank, last time during the game, when everyone thought this big shot had gone crazy, he was actually the most clear-headed. Blank, I'm looking forward to his next move. Blank, why are you so late this time? No matter how the spectators judged it, Jiotian, who had spent an entire day with Lu Su, could clearly feel something was wrong now. There's something mysterious about people called aura presence. For example, when you stand next to certain people, you can't help but feel some fear because their aura crushes you, putting you in a disadvantaged position. A withering above Nepsilon. Luce's aura right now was the most chaotic and unstable it had been since entering the game, with a powerful oppressive feeling, like a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. But the words coming out of his mouth seemed to be the clearest and most rational since entering the game. It seemed the spirit beneath the red mask had become somewhat lucid. What are you thinking? Jiotian took the initiative to ask Lu Su. Up until now, he didn't agree with Kirk's assumptions. Although logically it didn't seem too unreasonable, but Lu Su had a name card. When the game started, he clearly saw Lu Su pull out that golden name card from his pants. This was his own brother. Could this really be a conspiracy? That doesn't seem likely. I'm thinking, Lu Su said, then burped, as if having eaten too much. I'm thinking, what's the punishment? This left everyone stunned, not knowing what he was getting at. What punishment? Didn't the game say that when the red light flashes, if you don't enter the hospital room, something bad will happen? But nothing's happened, ha ha ha. A hoarse laugh came from beneath Luce's red mask, and his expression finally twisted into a perverted smile as he looked at Tom, the robot, who had been standing there motionless. What do you think? Why hasn't there been any punishment? Tom? Tom's mechanical body seemed to stiffen a little more, but he didn't say anything. Kirk continued. You've already become the final target. What's there to punish? Whether you're really insane or just faking it, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Luce suddenly turned his mask toward him for the first time, laughing as he said, Hee hee bro, you smell so good. I agree with your judgment and your analysis of this game. You're right about everything. At times like this, thinking of possibilities that no previous players considered, that's fine. Darkness under the lamp, also no problem. This game's mystery has always been on the surface, that's fine. But you keep talking about thinking outside the box, yet you're still bound by the rules. Who made you think? He. As he spoke, Luce slowly raised his hand and pointed at Tom, the iron-skinned robot, who had been silently standing in the corner. Who told you he is the host of this game? Luce's crazy, delirious voice fell, and Jiotian felt as if a heavy hammer had just struck his mind. Jiotian wasn't the sharpest person, lacking quick wit, but he wasn't stubborn and often caught on quickly. His steps subtly shifted a bit backward. Kirk frowned and suddenly laughed, then spoke. You're really out of your mind. He's the host of this game. That's what the game said from the start. Oh? Is that so? Luce smiled. Why don't you think again? Who said that? Kirk's face was filled with a confident smile. For key issues, his memory was absolutely flawless. He could remember every detail of the game, every single. Thinking back, Kirk's smile froze on his face. He remembered. At the start of the game, an iron-skinned robot had entered the room and said to everyone, I am your host for this game, you can call me the Great Tom. This was himself. Kirk swallowed hard, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, he felt things were developing in a way that went beyond his judgment. Looking at the crazy person in front of him who had been out of his mind for 2 days, he spoke. Stop talking nonsense. If the host didn't say it, then who could have? Besides, the rules, the background, how to play, wasn't all provided by him? Luce's smile grew wider as he retorted, Is it? Kirk. Damn, his amazing memory was messing with his mind right now. As soon as he said it, he realized. The game rules weren't from Tom, they were from a mechanical voice with no known origin. The text appeared on the walls of the initial room. Kirk swallowed again. Before him, the face of the mask-wearing person was bathed in blood-red light, wearing an eerie, twisted smile. By his side stood the silent, grim-faced iron-skinned robot Tom. Cold sweat poured down Kirk's face. A drop of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his sharply defined Western features, bringing with it a slight itch. But Kirk didn't have the mood to wipe away the sweat, nor did he feel any itch. He only felt his whole body go numb. How could this happen? In his mind, images flashed by like a revolving lantern, scenes from the moment the game started to what he was witnessing now. Every word spoken by Tom, standing before him. Please call me the Great Tom. Welcome to Demon Asylum. You can talk to each other, get familiar with your abilities. The relationship between you is both cooperation and competition. I'm here if you have any problems, come talk to me anytime. If you find your target, come talk to me too. It sounded like a competent game staff member, but isn't this all just bulls ***T? There's absolutely no useful information. The game rules were announced in a mechanical voice. The game's goal also came from the mechanical voice and then appeared on the wall. The beginning of mealtime, the end of mealtime, everything was just mechanical voice directly transmitted through the air. Even the warnings were mechanical voice. Kirk was shocked to realize that it seemed like this game didn't have any problems at all with the iron-skin robot Tom beside him. Huh? Kirk's whole body went numb, as if he had swallowed a whole prickly ash tree. Why hadn't he noticed before? The words Lu Su had said earlier were like sharp knives, deeply stabbing into his psychological defenses, giving him a strong sense of defeat. You keep saying you want to break the norm, but you're still bound by the rules. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of this before? Why hadn't he felt something was wrong? Because he had defaulted to the game's absolute authority, believing it was the game host, and never considered the possibility. He actually felt that what Lu Su said made so much sense. He actually thought a madman's words made sense. When did this madman notice these things and remember them? His mental interference had backfired. The other person was clearly mentally confused. He had truly gone insane, hadn't he? How could this be? Heh. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed in the silent space. It was Lu Su laughing, the sound behind his mask growing louder, until it became a full-on cackle. Ha 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 ha. No one knew what he was laughing at. It seemed like he was going mad again, but also mocking. In any case, for a moment, even Jiotian thought it made sense that the masked man was the one truly sick. Nigerian IRS. Sorry, Mr. Kirk, I still respect you. I didn't mean to mock you, ha ha ha. I just started losing control a bit. Jiotian listened to his words, his gaze dropping, his eyelids twitching. He saw that Lu Su's right hand was fully sunk into the ground, his fingers twisting and turning wildly as if crushing a piece of tofu. As Lu Su's rationality increased, the aura around him surged again. The boundary between them seemed like it was tied to a wild beast. No, wait, let me think. Just as Kirk's mind was in chaos, Tom, who hadn't spoken the entire time, finally spoke for the first time. His iron-skin head mechanically twisted to look at Kirk. Kirk player, deduction correct. You have found the one most seriously ill. Now, begin to deal with him. Kill him. The iron-skin robot Tom announced the game result with no change in tone, just flat and calm. But hearing those words, Kirk shuddered. He didn't know why, but he felt like something was off about the way Tom was speaking now. Shouldn't he be reacting to what the red-masked man said? But if we have to say Tom is the host, there's really no major issue. And your abnormal and crazy behavior seems even more inexplicable. Kirk didn't respond to Tom, instead turning to Lu Su and speaking. My behavior? My behavior has always been very clear. Lu Su sat on the ground and shrugged. Because I'm hungry, so I need to eat. What kind of explanation is this? This is the problem itself. It was as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through Kirk's mind, but now he dared not look at Lu Su like a mental patient anymore. Lu Su, sitting on the ground, shook his head and muttered. I've already told you all, the food and the medicine are problematic. Especially the medicine. That's not a completion item, that's what our great Tom prepared, right? That's not medicine to stabilize the mind. It's medicine that makes you lose control. That worsens the condition. Kirk's brow twitched, and he subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Wasn't this right in front of him? This guy had already become like this after eating it. "You don't need to know how I know, it's just how it is." Lusa couldn't explain too much here, because it was actually part of his own mask's ability. The gluttony mask stores the energy from eating, but if not released, it could explode the body. If it was just a meal with over 100 cans of food, with Luce's current physical strength, he shouldn't have had any trouble. But when he ate for the first time, he felt something was wrong. The energy surged in an abnormal way. And under gluttony, if you eat something toxic, you become immune to poison, but with the accumulation of food energy, your mental confusion increases. If those medicines were really calming ones, they should have been like sugar pills to Lusu. But with such violent energy and mental confusion, the medicine definitely had poison, highly toxic. Toxic enough to make everyone here think they were sick, toxic enough to drive everyone mad, even altering their consciousness to make them think they needed that medicine. Actually, when I entered the asylum and saw the task, I thought of a very simple way to complete it. Just kill everyone, and wouldn't that complete the game? But later, I realized something was wrong. That patient said someone tortured him. Who tortured him? Previous players? No, they couldn't defeat Wang Ao, and this wouldn't make him go insane. Plus, look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come yet. Who's going to punish me? Who's torturing them? Lusa stood up, took a step, and looked down at the iron-skin robot Tom, whose mouth on the mask was wide open, as if to swallow Tom whole. "Why aren't you answering me, the one truly sick?" "Tom, you smell so good. I've already smelled the human meat on you." Hearing Luce's questioning, Jiao unconsciously stepped back a little, positioning Kirk in front of him. What this foreigner was saying didn't make sense. His own comrades had far more reasonable points. Meanwhile, Kirk's body seemed like it had turned to stone, his gaze dark and unmoving. He didn't want to accept it, didn't want to admit that he had been outwitted on the intellectual puzzle level by the guy in front of him, who had been mentally unstable from the very beginning. And now, looking back, it seemed like what he said made sense. He even felt that, aside from the problem with the medicine, everything else was not that complicated. F*******. But now, he didn't need to think about it anymore. You're talking about me." Tom finally spoke, sounding as if he were surprised by Luce's words. But now, all three people present had noticed that his voice had changed. It no longer had the mechanical tone from before. Now it was sharp and hoarse, like someone whose throat had been destroyed. "Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't said anything, I might have actually forgotten, hee. How did you figure it out? Kirk? Didn't you just admit it, big guy? Shouldn't there be some kind of resistance here? This is hard." Luce spread his arms as if mocking him. From the very start, this game felt inexplicably simple. Finding the one most seriously ill, this is something that could be done with enough time, right? No matter who the final answer is, whether it's someone here, me, you, or anything, even a cockroach on the floor, if there's enough time, the algorithm would find it in such a small area. Heroes everywhere, like fish in a river. I'm sure someone must have pointed you out before. Tom now turned around, his iron-skin head's eyes flashing with light, and spoke. "Before you all, there were 4 groups of people who came here. Among them, only one person made such an identification, believing that I was the final target." Luce laughed. The rest of them couldn't handle it before they even thought about it, right? Tom didn't deny it, simply continuing. "Guess, what happened to the person who successfully identified me? You came a little late. If you were earlier, you probably could have tasted what he left behind." These words made everyone in the room, and even the spectators, feel a wave of disgust. But to Luso, it was no big deal. He actually appeared somewhat excited and spoke. "Oh, that's a bit of a shame. If I end up as minced meat later, make sure to feed that guy named Wang Ao a bit more. He probably hates me, hee. This made Tom fall silent for a moment, unable to respond. It seemed like he had never encountered someone like this, and even suspected that the other's mental condition was far from ordinary. "Looks like you're ready to accept your fate, Kikik. Hee. Lusu also smiled, slowly taking a step forward. But that single step caused a sound of something heavy being compressed in the space. Jiao caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and saw that with Lusu's step, an actual footprint had appeared on the ground. There was a mark about the thickness of a finger, like it had been run over by a road roller. I told you, the first part of this game mission sounds too simple. So the difficulty must be in the latter half, right? Solving you, Tom, probably isn't going to be that simple. But I know you must have many limitations, like you can't act unless players break the rules, like how I gave you a chop to the head but you couldn't respond, and all the other possibilities I haven't thought of yet. A with tilde and Thailand bot epsilon. As Lucius spoke these words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something he had just said hit a nerve. But don't worry about those things, I don't plan to waste time on them. Who told you? I'm an intellectual player. Inference and schemes are just stopgap measures when strength is lacking, but now I think it's time to start. Time to make a move. The great Tom. Before he even finished his sentence, almost at the same time as saying, make a move, his fist had already flown out. Totally against the rules of martial ethics. Boom. Boom. Two loud crashes rang out simultaneously, and both bodies were sent flying backward. A large fist imprint appeared in the middle of Tom's special helmet, and due to Luce's sneak attack, Tom didn't even have time to dodge before being sent flying by a single punch. Since it was against an enemy, Luce could finally go all out for the first time, powered by the energy he had consumed. So satisfying. Of course, at the same time, he was hit with a huge injury. The thick iron door to the initial room, for some unknown reason, suddenly fell and slammed straight toward Luce. He didn't know why it didn't need any acceleration over distance, but the terrifying impact caused the iron door to explode into a shower of iron fragments on Luce's body. Luce was sent flying like a cannonball. The violent explosion caused half of the wall to collapse, and Luce lay amidst the rubble, yet was unusually happy. He had no idea how many iron fragments had lodged into his body, and his bones didn't seem fully healed, but his pain points immediately jumped by 10. Ha ha ha. You're much more useful than that, Wang Ao. In the room at the end of the prison, Wang Ao. As he spoke, feeling the surge of power flowing through him like a tide, Luce felt so exhilarated he almost wanted to scream. It didn't hurt, just pure pleasure. He raised one hand and pressed it against the nearby iron door, which happened to be Long Lu's ward. His room was more towards the front. With a firm grip, his fingers actually sank into the iron door, then with a powerful clockwise twist. The 10-centimeter thick iron door creaked violently, sending iron shavings flying out as the entire door seemed to soften. It wrinkled like fabric around Luce's hand, twisting into a large vortex that looked very beautiful. With a final move, he tore the door off and threw it toward where Tom had been sent flying, like a thrown dart. The giant iron door whooshed through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that shook Kirk's body, nearly making him lose his balance as his face turned pale with shock. Is this guy really that terrifying? Hee hee. The expression on Luce's mask showed pure enjoyment. This wasn't his own power, but he could use it freely for the time being. This feeling was the best. He hadn't exploded all this time for nothing. It was like spending someone else's money, so much better. Not his own woman. Luce didn't waste much time. He knew that even in a hell mode game, the ultimate solution shouldn't be a direct clash between him and the enemy. Just like his first beginner's game, the completion method probably wasn't to kill the guide directly. But who told him he was chosen by the chosen of agony? Who told him he wanted to stand at the highest point and feel the pain? So, sorry, Tom. Looks like it's gonna be a fight for the thrill. He knew that his previous punch was unlikely to take the opponent down. The enemy was too strong, so he started enhancing himself on the spot. He first used 20 pain points to raise the mysterious, unknown spirit from 1 to 3. That was the learning standard. He then used the special skill scroll he had just received. Special skill scroll extract. Acquired a powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand. Your right hand has self-learning capabilities. It can proficiently use any item as long as your right hand can operate it. Description: if you don't know how to do something, leave it to your brother. In an instant, a mysterious feeling entered Luce's right hand. There was no special sensation, but it felt like his hand had become more flexible, like an illusion. This was his first time learning an extraordinary level skill, and he now realized that skills had levels. According to the game's description, there were 4 types: normal, powerful, berserk, and forbidden spell. Quite simple. This ordinary skill lottery scroll could only draw normal or powerful skills, and his luck seemed pretty good. There was no time to think too much. Lucid didn't savor it and immediately continued drawing. He had kept these items unused, thinking that he'd enhance his combat power when necessary. If not, he could possibly trade them with others. But now, clearly, this was the necessary moment. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll *2. These were rewards from his last perfect completion, all exchanged. Acquired Epic Weapon, Mirage Cloak. Mirage Cloak can change into any type of clothing appearance according to your requirements and ideas. It has some defensive capabilities and can perfectly block a handgun bullet from 10 meters away with self-repair functionality. Description: I know you might think this is a useless item, an epic weapon, just this? You might think like that, but trust me, this thing is really cool. And it's cost-effective. Lusu. An epic weapon, just this? Even though your description already said what I was thinking, I still have to say it. Acquired epic weapon, Hell Roar. Hell Roar, a handgun-shaped weapon, or it could be considered a hand cannon. The attack has 3 levels. Beginner level, no energy consumption, and the bullets fired are equivalent to rifle bullets in power. Advanced level, consumes 0.5% of energy, and the attack power is equivalent to a small grenade launcher. Hell Roar level, the real Hell Roar, the energy consumption adjusts on its own. The more energy consumed, the higher the terrifying power of the attack. The recoil will be higher. RAO Epsilon. Description: charging method, life harvesting charging. Don't ask me if this doesn't follow science. It's just set this way. Oh. Lucy stood up in surprise, as if discovering something interesting. Just by the length of the description, this seemed much more substantial than that Mirage Cloak. At least it looked like it had something going for it. Hell Roar sounds like it has something to it. After weighing it for a moment, Lucy stood up and looked at Tom, who had also managed to rise from the rubble. Tom's condition was clearly different from his own. Other than a dent in his head, he didn't seem to have any major problems. But Lucy was different. With his injuries, he could easily be sent to the emergency room in a normal hospital. But it didn't matter. His pain points were rising, and all he needed to do was pop some pills. He pulled out a basic healing potion and chugged it down quickly. Lucy made full use of his greed ability and drank like a beast. Are you really fine? Tom, whose brain had almost stopped shaking, stared at Lucy in disbelief, shocked at his physical strength. The last player who guessed his identity had died from just that first attack. This guy is that tough? Bang! In response, the sound of a gunshot echoed. Lucy raised Hell Roar and fired a shot at Tom. With the gun in his right hand, the scholar's right-hand skill became incredibly useful at this moment. Lucy, who had never touched a gun before, was now a master, firing a perfect shot without needing to familiarize himself. Tom's mechanical hand raised up, with electromagnetic arcs flashing as it pulled a piece of iron plate to block in front of him. Clang! The iron plate was pierced, leaving an imprint on Tom's forehead. Blocked, but not completely. Tom. ####. Infuriated, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kirk and Geotion, who had been watching from the side. Kirk player, your deduction is correct. The one who's most seriously injured is him. Aren't you going to help? Kirk? Wasn't it you who admitted it just now? Turns out this isn't a secret revealing instance. It's a berserk battle instance. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, realizing too late that he had just lost in his area of expertise to a madman. He made a decision right away. Mental interference. He directly applied it to Tom. He still had enough courage to fight back. The feeling of chaos and madness instantly backfired, but there was a shocking fact. It didn't backfire as much as it did on Lucy. Oomph. Tom groaned, then casually waved his hand. The room's metal flew like his body, sending several iron stakes flying toward Lucy. Go! Geotion's speed boots blasted out a gust of air, instantly pushing Kirk away, but one iron stake still pierced directly into his thigh. Damn it. Don't eat the sour pickled radish. Grabbing his thigh, Kirk was immediately rendered useless. Tom didn't even get the chance to gloat before. With a loud boom, the iron plate in front of him was blasted open, and the shockwave sent him flying. Hell Roar, advanced level. Remaining energy, 49.5%. Really stingy. doesn't even fill up the energy given at the start. Tom was also furious. Countless holes appeared on the wall, and in the terrifying arrangement that would make anyone with trypophobia cringe, a lot of iron stakes shot out, aiming at Lusu. Lusu's steps were steady as he didn't dodge. He threw on the Mirage cloak, walking through the iron rain, striding forward. Hell roar in his right hand, firing in level 2. With his left hand, he flipped out a medium healing potion. If it didn't work, just pop it. Let's go, mutual harm. Boom. 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 At this point, the hell roar couldn't even be called a pistol anymore. It was a literal hand cannon. Only with Luce's current strength could he wield it as if it were part of his own body. A normal grenade launcher would need time to cool down and reload between shots, but not Lusu. Ignoring recoil, the roaring muzzle stayed dead still, stable like a hacked game. To be fair, Lusu was cheating. But since the game didn't ban anyone, it didn't matter. The thunderous blasts came one after another. Every piece of metal machinery in the initial room, along with huge chunks of concrete, was blasted into the air, piling up in front of Tom. But the piled-up debris was practically useless. That massive-looking barrier couldn't take much cannon fire. Under Luce's relentless assault, it didn't stand a chance. The entire room was choked with smoke and dust. Metal fragments and snapped cables were everywhere, making the room nearly impossible to see in, let alone stand in. Even Tom, with his iron shell and built-in power shock system, was being pushed back step by step by the force, struggling just to stay upright. Jiotian had already carried Kirk off, dumping the injured guy in a corner and walking through the room in his boots, looking for a chance to help. Tom's iron plating was now covered in dents and gashes. The intense bombardment even caused the edges to peel back. Another booming shot ripped off the shoulder armor entirely. A low, pained growl came from Tom's mouth. Forced to, for the first time, he tried to dodge, his treaded feet speeding him to higher ground on a nearby slope. Beneath the torn-off armor was a human shoulder, no skin, completely charred. The degree of charring clearly wasn't from Luce's blasts. It was like he had originally welded himself to that outer layer of iron. Whatever this guy was underneath the shell was getting harder and harder to define. I knew it, grilled flavor. Luce's voice came from afar. He wasn't giving the guy a second to breathe. That hand cannon of his kept roaring like ammo was free, only 0.5% energy used per shot. He could fire 100 rounds. You modified your body too? Tom lifted his head, dodging and blocking as he looked at the still advancing Lusu, his voice filled with disbelief. In his eyes, Lusu wasn't even human anymore. It wasn't like only Lusu had been attacking, Tom had fought back too. So many iron spikes, no matter how agile, no one could have dodged them all. In Tom's plan, he'd tank a round of cannon fire, and when he opened his view again, the other guy should have been basically dead. But now all his iron spikes were nearly used up, and Luce's cannon was still firing nonstop. This guy's defense was insane? But then Tom took a closer look and froze. Lusu hadn't dodged at all. 4 or 5 iron spikes were sticking out of his body like a scarecrow. He didn't care at all, just pushing forward. The broken spikes were covered in blood. Bone gleamed white from his exposed shoulder, making Jiotian's teeth ache just looking at it. Was this human? What kind of combat resolve was this? His gut, shoulder, thigh, all had been pierced through by iron spikes. Injuries like that would have taken any normal person out of the fight. But for Lusu, it was just pain points +7, +6. The cloak of illusion shielded his vital chest area. As for his head, the gluttony mask was the best defense. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, there was no stopping him. Jiotian couldn't even fathom this level of pain. Even if the guy was mentally broken and didn't care about pain, he shouldn't be able to move like this. Ranob. Boom. As if answering that thought, another shot rang out. Tom, caught off guard, was sent flying into the wall. Hey, comrade, your neck's kinda gushing blood. Jiotian spoke cautiously to Lusu, scalp tingling with nerves. Who could blame him? The scene in front of him was far beyond his understanding. The staff who had been providing intel and analysis were dead silent now. They had hit a total knowledge wall. This guy's solo combat power probably matched an entire squad armed with hot weapons. Since joining the game, no one had seen something like this. No one was ready for it mentally. Was this still even a person? Lusu touched his neck, his fingers came away red. No big deal, Didn't hit an artery. He said it like it was nothing, then tilted his head back and downed a bottle of intermediate healing potion. Instantly, all his wounds stopped bleeding and began to magically heal. If it had hit an artery, I'd probably need an advanced healing potion. He laughed as he spoke, then casually yanked an iron spike from his gut and chucked it right back at Tom. Tom dodged in an instant. He didn't dare take that hit. The spike slammed into the wall with a boom, blasting a hole in it. That throw was nearly as powerful as the cannon itself. One by one, Lusa pulled out the spikes embedded in his body and used them as fresh ammo, launching them at Tom and forcing the iron-skinned robot into a panicked scramble. "What are you dodging for? Weren't we supposed to go head-to-head?" Lusa looked seriously annoyed at his opponent's behavior. Tom cursed loudly. "Who the F*** K said that? You think I'm the same as you? Wait a minute, shouldn't I have the higher defense? Which one of us is the robot again?" After the whole "which one of us is mentally ill" thing, this was the second existential crisis popping up in Tom's head. "Look me in the eye," the asterisk starred. Lusa sent another blast straight at him. Tom blocked it with a metal plate drawn in via electromagnetism, but it left him dizzy right as an iron spike followed up, launched right into his chest. Zzz. That tooth-grinding screech of metal on metal, and the spike nailed Tom square in the chest. His expression changed instantly. He raised a hand, and the floor under Lusa's feet suddenly rose, slamming him into the ceiling. The ceiling collapsed, pancaking him back to the floor. "You wanna die?" Tom's eyes burst with a savage light, like someone had hit a nerve. The entire ward twisted with rage. The surface layer of bricks peeled off every wall. The inner metal and steel reinforcements surged wildly, piling onto Tom and building up higher and higher. "You say that, but weren't we trying to kill each other from the start, Pa?" Lusa spat out the sand and blood in his mouth. Now that some of the strength had worn off, he finally regained the ability to spit. He moved the stones off his body, blood seeping through his fingers, and pushed himself off the ground. He patted himself down. Didn't feel like any bones were broken, then everything was okay. Just act like nothing happened. Chosen of agony, pain points +3. I get it, second phase of the boss, huh? Already triggered it? Doesn't even feel like I took off that much HP. This game's a bit half-baked. Story and modeling are both kinda mid. Lusa rambled madly, saying things no one could understand, downing another bottle of basic healing potion like a drugged-up warrior. Yeah, gotta drink a little. His current body didn't seem to handle too much abuse. Looks like he'd be stuck with the nickname Med-Popped War God for a while longer. In this game, the most important resource for him might actually be medication. He went through it way too fast. Might need to stock up more for the next game. He casually blasted a few more rounds at Tom, shattering a good chunk of the metal debris the guy had pulled together. But Tom, now massive in size, had stopped dodging. He was tanking it all. With too many layers stacked up, he couldn't be blown away anymore. At the point where the iron spike was embedded in his chest, a circular electric arc had formed. It glowed with strange light, generating a powerful magnetic field that pulled in everything nearby. The iron spike Lusu had stabbed into Tom's chest was rapidly oxidizing for some unknown reason, now already rusty and corroded. Meanwhile, the energy around him continued to grow, warping the air and distorting the light. On the outer exoskeletal armor, sizzling sounds rang out. Moisture in the air condensed, then evaporated, creating a mist around the now giant figure. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Inside the towering 3-meter-tall robot, Tom's mind seemed to be breaking down. He was muttering nonsense. Lusu was honestly wondering if that spike earlier had nearly killed the guy. Maybe it flipped some switch in his body and he'd totally lost control. TCH, this is gonna be a pain to deal with. Looks like I didn't eat enough. You call this mechanical ascension? This is just brute force launching bricks. Tony Stark, you're way off. Bloody all over, Lusa sat on the ground to rest a bit, waiting for his internal organs to reset themselves. He turned his head and noticed the nearby cell door was open. Reno Thailand bot. He was the one who'd opened it earlier, when he ripped it off and hurled it at Tom. Inside sat Long Wu, completely dazed, sitting on the floor, totally unaware of what had just happened outside. Why hadn't they given him food lately? Why no meds? A lunatic showed up in the prison, and now today's commotion was off the charts. Wait, Why was that lunatic looking at me? Through the open door, Lusa looked at the familiar face inside. A gentle smile appeared beneath his gluttony mask. Oh. Hey, you eaten? Longwu didn't reply. He just closed his eyes, face full of hopelessness, clearly done with reality. Lusu lifted the hell roar, aimed at him, and switched it to first gear. Bang, bang, crack. The chain snapped. After a few shots, all the chains binding Longwu shattered. For the first time in this prison, he was free. He stared blankly at his own hands, totally lost. You're free now, old man. Consider it payback for the meal. I took your meds, feel any clearer in the head now? Lusa grinned wide, then stood up. His strength had mostly returned. He fired 2 shots to stir up more dust, then pulled the sharpened blade from his backpack. He'd been using this blade all along, but now, holding it again, there was a strange sense of familiarity, as if he were some master swordsman. Scholar's hand is pretty nuts, he said to himself in his head. He tested the feel in his hand, did a few flashy spins, then spoke aloud in his mind. Chosen of Agony, allocate stat points for me. Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. All 3 attributes increased together. Lucy was worried that if his strength got too high without balance, he'd lose coordination. Now, paired with the sharpened blade, 3x strength damage bonus on slashes. He weighed the blade in his right hand and gave it a hard toss. It arced through the air, slicing through the layers of iron plating like paper, its cold gleam streaking straight for the iron-skin robot's head. The light of reason had already vanished from Tom's eyes. But by instinct alone, he tilted his head and narrowly dodged the lethal blow. Cling! The blade stabbed into the side of Tom's metal head. Dark red and yellowish gunk oozed from the wound. It looked sickening. Lusu raised his arm, ready to finish him off while he was down, fired 2 shots at the injury. But just as he pulled the trigger, the prison floor rippled like waves and launched him into the air. In the next moment, a series of crackling bangs echoed like firecrackers. Behind him, every iron door in the ring corridor, except the ones holding the players, exploded open. The iron doors flew toward Tom with howling wind, merging with his body as new parts, like some grotesque DIY toy. By now, his massive form had already pressed against the ceiling. He'd grown to a terrifying 5 meters tall, a walking disaster god clad in ruin. Look at that. You could drop him into any Souls-like game as a mid-stage boss, and no one would bat an eye. Lucis snarked, then prepared to switch Hell Roar to 3rd gear. But right then, howls echoed throughout the prison. What the H*LL was that? Lusu instinctively turned his head and was shocked to see patients from nearly 90 wards had all charged out. In the twisted, unrecognizable corridor, they screamed and bellowed like beasts. Then, in eerie unison, they all turned their heads, over 80 pairs of eyes, completely drowned in bloodlust, locked straight onto Lusu. AWO. A sudden howl, and the nearest patient leapt 20 meters in just a few steps, pouncing at Lusu like a wild animal. His hands clawed into the flesh of Luce's arm, and then he opened wide to bite into Luce's neck. Crunch! A few teeth shattered, because a blazing red barrel was already shoved in his mouth. Bang! Yellow-white matter sprayed out the back of his head, splattering across the wall. His extinguished, deranged eyes met Luce's cold gaze in their final moment. Life reap. Energy plus 1%. I don't know if you're being controlled or just mentally unstable, and don't know what the H*LL you're doing. Lusa looked at the corpses lying on the ground, then at the group of people across from him who had completely lost their minds, and threatened them. What answered him was a roar that didn't sound human. These prisoners were nothing short of evil spirits now. Well, starving evil spirits, to be exact. These guys who had once been terrified by Luce's torment were now acting like they didn't even know what fear was, staring at him like a bunch of zombies. Luce set Hell Roar to its lowest setting. If he needed to clean up this group of minions, he didn't want to waste too much energy. Since I can't be sure if there are any innocents among you, I'll give you a chance. As he spoke, Luce even mimed a loading action with Hell Roar in hand. I'll count to 3. If you manage to return to your rooms, I'll still consider you human. As he said that, Luce kicked one of the corpses on the ground, sending it flying into the crowd. He glanced around and realized no one seemed to understand him. The ones closest to him were still moving forward. The expression on his mask shifted slightly. 3. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 figures dropped. Hellroar's charge increased by 1.5%. Looks like the energy gained from each kill varies. The value of a life was now clearly priced and differentiated. What's wrong with these people? What the H*LL kind of brainwashing did you do to them? Behind Lu Su, the 5-meter-tall giant, Tom, was pretty much fully formed. Lu Su turned around, looking at the hulking figure, and asked, Jia. I just put a little something in their heads, that's all. You've got a real humanitarian streak, huh? At this point, Tom's voice had lost all its original mechanical calmness. Now he sounded like a full-blown lunatic. Heh, Lu Su sneered. Figures. No wonder they say you're the most messed up one here. Everyone here was completely under your control, being toyed with. What illness? You're the real disease. Pathetic. And you call yourself insane? You're just some delusional guy, hiding in your little fantasy world for self-comfort. Tom? That giant metal body froze for a second, like he couldn't even process it. What does "and you call yourself insane" even mean? Is being insane supposed to be a badge of honor now? You've controlled all these fools, so what's the point of the game? Everything you're doing here is just playing with yourself. Playing God in front of a bunch of brainwashed idiots? Please. You're just another toy in this game. With that mask on, Lu Su's words cut sharper than ever, spitting pure venom. And that last sentence? It hit Tom right where it hurt. You're just another toy in this game. You're just another toy in this game. Oh, and you're not? Tom snapped back. Play? Oh, there's definitely play. Those of you who came later, I didn't plant anything in your heads. Watching them resist, watching them fall, I think it's *****ing great. And you're gonna be the most fun toy of them all. Call me the Great Tom. You could tell Tom was really triggered now. With a roar, all the other patients lunged at Lu Su at once. At the same time, the strong electromagnet on his body activated, pulling everything to him, flattening chunks of metal into his armor. Even with the strength of numbers, Lu Su couldn't afford to get careless. While leaping around the twisted corridor, his red weapon let out roar after roar, reaping lives one after another. NOE. Every time he got hit, pain points increased. Every time he killed, hell roar charged up. Lu Su, getting hit and hitting back. Double win. So the players didn't get anything implanted in their heads. Lu Su stepped on a bump in the wall, adjusted hell roar to 3rd gear, energy level at 5%. Jiao, do me a favor and find a way to release the rest of the players. Jiao? Huh? Me? Jiao hadn't expected to end up in a fight like this. The fact he was still alive in the middle of this chaos was already a miracle. I believe in you, comrade. Time to shine. A glowing orb of terrifying energy formed at the muzzle of Hell Roar as Lu Su finished charging it up and then fired it straight at the enemy. Got it. Jiao saw the battlefield and knew he couldn't really help directly. He bit his lip, nodded, and pulled out some bizarre-looking tool from who knows where, then rushed into the room beside them. He'd done some prep based on previous game instances, and since escape scenarios were common, he had already exchanged for some useful tools in advance. Boom. That shell from Lu Su's gun floated like it had homed in before exploding in a blast even more powerful than before. Red light clung to the cyberpunk-esque metal body like glue, erupting in constant explosions. The 5-meter-tall mech raised its arms in front of itself. It looked like it blocked the shot, but that tower-like body turned glowing red from the heat. Metal on the edges even started to melt. Tom staggered back under the blast, then dropped to one knee. He looked up with a hint of fear at the weapon in Lu Su's hands. The man himself might be annoying, but that gun? That thing was the real threat. Then Tom clenched his fist, and suddenly, every remaining patient clutched their heads in agony. Blood spurted from their 7 orifices as they wailed in pain. But instead of backing down, they surged toward Lu Su, all trying to grab that hell roar out of his hands. As a pure offensive epic tier weapon, its power was insane. While mowing down the puppets lunging at him, Lu Su also had to dodge flying metal shards and iron spikes. Those things were as lethal as bullets. Then, he started cranking up Hell Roar's energy level like a madman. He was going to give Tom something big with this 3rd gear custom blast. Warning, due to limited physical tolerance, high single output energy levels are not recommended. WOC? You can talk. Lusa glanced at Hellroar in surprise. Warning. Due to limited physical tolerance, it's recommended that single output energy not exceed 20%. Cut the crap. Denied. Max it out. Arrow's already on the bowstring and you want to hesitate now? This ain't the time to worry about tolerances. Everyone knows what to do in situations like this. Hellroar was currently stuck at 20% of the third gear, but under Luce's insistent command, it began to charge up again. Pulled to 50%. But while charging, his body was already swarmed by a bunch of deranged patients. These fully controlled individuals clung to Luce's waist from behind, using their full weight to try and restrain him. Their humanity was completely gone. With only beastly instinct left, they began using every part of their bodies as weapons, fangs, claws, leaving all kinds of marks on Lusu. Up until now, Lusu had been using the handgun in semi-auto mode to take out about a third of the total crowd with precision. That kill rate was already impressive, especially for someone not fully used to this kind of thing. According to international military conventions, once a combat unit suffers more than one-third casualties, they basically lose their combat effectiveness. Morale drops, mutiny can happen, and collapse becomes inevitable. But right now, Lusu had killed a third of them like he was butchering chickens, and it still didn't shake their resolve. They kept swarming in. At this point, not killing wasn't even an option. So, from the results, the most dangerous kind of combat unit was one with no self-awareness at all. At the moment, they seemed to think Luce's Hellroar was still charging, and that now was their chance, so they wildly lunged for Luce's arms. At least 3 or 4 people were gnawing on Luce's arm, biting down like a pack of wolves. Even though he couldn't use the gun for now, Luce still had a look of utter confusion on his face. Right hand still gripping Hellroar, he grabbed a guy's head with his left hand and squeezed. In an instant, the man's eyeballs bulged out, like a squashed rubber ball about to pop. Luce swung the guy by the head like a sack and slammed him hard against the wall. His head burst like a smashed watermelon, splattering everywhere. He used the gun to kill not because he couldn't do it without it, but because Hellroar could absorb life energy to charge. It's not like he needed the gun to kill, okay? Tom had fully finished his assembly at this point. All the special metal embedded in the prison walls and floor had been sucked onto his body, making him look like some artificially made Megatron. Suddenly, his iron head turned, as if he'd noticed something. He turned and looked at Kirk, who had been hiding in the corner the whole time. "Player Kirk, what's wrong? He's the most mentally unstable patient in this whole prison. Why haven't you taken action? You don't seem like a very qualified player." Kirk had planned to do absolutely nothing, just hide and hope no one noticed him, maybe sneak a completion if the red mask guy somehow pulled off a win. But now that Tom had noticed him, Kirk's mind was about to explode. What now? He wasn't a combat-type player to begin with. His main skills were analysis and puzzle solving, which, admittedly, he already failed at earlier. I know, but right now Kirk's mind raced, trying to think of a way to stall. But the next second, countless iron spikes came crashing down on him like a hailstorm. Gunpowder was a horribly inefficient power source. With the force of electromagnetism behind them, these things packed just as much punch as firearms. Luce could take the hit because he was built different, but Kirk? If he took even one blow, that would be the end of him. So, the moment the attack came, Kirk crushed the exit token in his hand and bailed from the game. It was a shame, his massive reward points and past perfect completion rewards all vanished in a blink. But when it came down to it, he didn't have Luce's kind of resolve. Watching him vanish into thin air, Tom looked surprised, but not shocked. After swatting the fly away, he took a big step forward and charged at Lusu. His 5-meter-tall body scraped sparks along the ceiling as he moved. A fist half the size of Luce's entire torso rose high. Steam blasted from his wrist, supercharged with electromagnetic thrust. He punched Lusu straight in the chest. And took one of the patients clinging to Lusu along for the ride, instantly turned into meat paste. That hit packed more punch than a dump truck crash. If this were another novel's protagonist, that'd be enough to get ice-guyed. But Lusu only got sent flying, smashed through a wall in the ward, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and felt his pain points go up by 6. The fully controlled patients didn't care that their boss had just crushed one of their own. They immediately clung to Lusu again, not giving him a single second to breathe. Though he landed a solid hit, Tom's mechanical soul suddenly trembled in fear. Something felt wrong, as if a deadly threat had locked onto him and could kill him at any moment. He knew Lusu was stupidly durable. That one punch probably didn't do much. So he didn't dare play around with that cat-and-mouse mindset anymore. He rushed forward. If he could just finish Lusu off first, everything else would be fine. But just as he took a step forward, crack! A sharp metallic snap rang out. That disproportionately small head of his jerked backward. A metal chain had viciously whipped Tom across the face. Tom had never expected that someone else in the prison still had the strength to fight back. Looking up, he saw a figure leap high into the air, still shackled at all four limbs. It was Long Wu, finally free. His eyes were no longer confused or dazed. All that remained was hatred and a determination that had been buried for who knows how many years. He swung the chain in his hand and actually locked it around this robot's neck like a chokehold. The way he fought was almost funny to watch. Down below, any former players who had managed to break free, even if only partially recovered mentally, began charging at this war machine. These weren't ordinary people. Maybe not quite as strong as Lusu, but definitely stronger than Jiutian. Tom's massive frame was actually being dragged down. One knee hit the ground. Even if he could throw them off soon after, this kind of concentrated attack was giving him real trouble. That's when it hit him. These people hadn't had their meds for 2 days. Their mental state wasn't the fully brainwashed one anymore. Lusu had taken all the medication. Was this part of his plan too? As Tom fumed over how these toys had started rebelling, a roar echoed from the distant pile of patients. Move. Of course, that shout was aimed at the players. The next thing Tom saw was a blinding red light covering everything in sight. Hell roar. 50% energy single-shot output. It looked like a sun from hell crashing down to earth, bringing a fiery welcome straight from the underworld, smashed right into Tom, who had nowhere to dodge in the cramped space. In the aftermath, the intense heat instantly vaporized the patients clinging to Lusu. The massive recoil completely destroyed Lusu's right arm. His shoulder blade burst through his back, and the arm holding Hell Roar was shattered at the elbow, flesh and bone tore loose, sent flying through the air. In his third game, after having his legs broken in the first 2, Lusu finally switched it up and lost a hand this time. Achievement unlocked. In Lusu's eyes, everything in front of him had already slowed to a crawl. Looking up slightly, he saw his severed right hand still flying through the air. There was a warm, soothing feeling in his chest, like a gentle heat. Looking down, he saw the mealy cloak shielding his vital organs, now glowing red-hot under the scorching blast of the miniature sun. Beneath the cloak, his blood bubbled like boiling water, churning with foam before turning into crimson fuel that clung to his body. Chosen of Agony, pain points +3. All of this, when combined, gave Lusu a single sensation, warm and fuzzy. Oddly comfortable. But he knew that in theory, he was already severely injured. No way he could really indulge in this cozy feeling. Quick on the draw, he flipped out a basic healing potion and clamped it between his teeth. Then he tiptoed into a jump, intercepting midair, and used his left hand to catch his right hand as it flew off, gripping it tightly. Losing the hand wasn't the biggest problem. The real issue was if he lost Hell Roar, that epic tier weapon, his current combat strength really wouldn't be enough. This Megatron wannabe wasn't something players at this stage could realistically deal with. Except Lusu. Pain immunity, a body in a class of its own among humans, plus the meds and a decent weapon. That's what made it possible for him to brute force his way through this Hell Mode game, ignoring the original clear strategy entirely. He didn't know it yet, but the audience outside the game was experiencing a whole new level of shock. Among all the perfect completion players, Lusu's level of visual impact was still one of a kind. With Lusu's ultra-high-speed visual reflexes, everything looked like it was moving in slow motion, but in reality, it all happened lightning fast. The blast, the severed hand, the recoil and burns, all of it occurred in under a second. And now, that hellish sun had landed on Tom, detonating with a terrifying boom. The entire asylum was instantly engulfed in blinding white light, intensity beyond human tolerance. Anyone with a shred of reason instinctively turned their heads to avoid the blast. The whole prison was rippling with unbearable waves of heat. The center of the explosion was hot enough to melt metal. Anyone too close was screaming and stumbling back. That 50% single-shot output had already surpassed standard epic-tier weapon limits, an extraordinary leap forward. Even Hell Roar probably never imagined it could fire off a shot this monstrous. "Hey, you okay?" Through the scorching heat, a voice full of worry called out. Jiao held a handheld breaching tool and forced open the iron door, charging toward where Lu Su had been. Oh. Jiao had done his job, he'd released the other players. Hearing the chaos outside, he rushed in. He needed to make sure that red mask guy didn't die. In his eyes, everything revolved around people. The game had just begun, and already someone this exceptional had shown up. Keeping him alive was top priority. Even if the guy didn't finish the game, Luce's mental strength and overall qualities made Jiao feel that his survival alone was worth it. Start over if needed. After a few steps, he broke through the smoke and blinding light, finally spotting Lu Su. His footsteps froze. In front of him stood a blood-soaked figure. The cloak wrapped around his chest, his torso rose and fell with powerful heartbeats, and the dried blood on him gave his silhouette a tragic kind of dignity. His left hand held his severed right hand. In that right hand was still clutched the gun. He had a potion bottle in his mouth, tilted back to pour it in. Jiao couldn't put into words the shock he felt at the sight. His feet felt rooted to the ground, unmoving. He stared at the scene like it was a shot from a movie, right up until Luce spit out the empty potion bottle and it shattered on the floor. That finally snapped him out of it. "You, okay? Didn't I just drink a potion? Why? Am I gushing blood or something?" Luce glanced down at his own body. Well, no, actually. Even the spot where the limb had been severed had been cauterized shut by the intense heat. Jiao looked at Luce holding his own right hand like it was nothing. His mental defenses crumbled even further. The scene in front of him was just way too graphic. He couldn't believe the game had only just begun, and someone like this already existed in the world. Was he immune to pain? Luce didn't have time for small talk. He unclipped Hell Roar from his severed right hand, then handed the hand over to Jiao. "Hold this for me. Move aside, we're not done yet." Watching the severed hand being handed toward him, Jiao felt his soul tremble. His hands reacted before his brain did, taking it stunned. Luce gripped Hell Roar in his left hand. Thanks to all the life energy harvested earlier, there was still about 10% energy left after that cannon blast. He switched it to second gear. Firing as he walked, he approached the massive figure lying among the ruins. Even without the scholar's right-hand support, he didn't need accuracy anymore. Just blast. That solar cannon had clearly wrecked the guy, his core metal frame was obliterated, the center melted, and now gradually solidifying. The metal suspension at his arm was broken, and the connected iron plating made it unusable, like a bone fracture where the flesh was still attached. Tom's true body was now mostly exposed. He looked on in shock as Lu Su, with only one hand left, kept firing relentlessly. The second gear roars pinned the giant robot to the ground. He couldn't reassemble himself and kept sliding back, leaving gouges in the floor. Long Lu, and the others had locked up Tom's joints with iron chains, keeping the broken-down machine from regaining any real power. They didn't speak to Lu Su, but there was an unspoken combat synergy between them. With his lousy marksmanship, Luce emptied Hell Roar completely. Looking down at the wreckage of Tom, he holstered the gun. Tom's chest sparked again, an electric arc flashed as he tried using magnetism to reassemble. But in the next second, Luce jumped on top of him. Ignoring the searing heat of the metal below him, Luce stood atop Tom's iron shell, looking down at him. Crack. His left hand slammed down like a chisel, punching a hole in Tom's chest. Amid the sickening metallic screech, Luce ripped the armor open with his bare hand. Arfk. Tom let out a human-like scream of agony for the first time. Beneath the iron shell was rotting, scorched, festering flesh, oozing with pee. Holding the iron shell in his hand, Luce glanced at it, and a disgusted expression appeared on his mask, underscore. That iron plate had some disgusting, leather-like stuff stuck to it. On closer inspection, it was clearly human skin. Tom had actually welded the entire iron shell to himself. Does this even make any sense? Luce frowned and muttered to himself. That's not what mechanical ascension is supposed to mean. No wonder it smelled like human flesh. This guy welded himself to the iron, but a human body's natural functions definitely reject metal. Pus, scabs, and fusing with metal, even welding. This guy had probably been doing this over and over again for who knows how many years in this demon asylum. When it came to self-torture, Lucy was just messing around for the fun of it. If you wanted a true top-tier masochist, it had to be our great Tom. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Hearing the voice in his head, Lucy realized he had gotten a little too close to the searing hot metal. But it was fine. The whole reason he chose to go in head-on was for pain points anyway. Tom, your illness really isn't minor. Tom was stepping on his chest, but just from that one sentence, for some reason, Tom suddenly snapped. The Great Tom asterisk. Call me asterisk the Great Tom. He roared, blue arcs of electricity flashing from the palm of his right hand, as if ready to fight back again. Boom. A stomp backed by 30 strength points crushed Tom's shoulder, pinning his body to the pile of steel wreckage. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. The searing metal and razor-sharp edges continued to tear into Lucy's flesh, but he didn't care. These weren't fatal wounds, he couldn't give the guy a chance to turn the tables. R with a cute beta. Crack. The iron plate over the right shoulder was peeled back, revealing the skin underneath. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Crack. Half of the iron helmet on the iron skin robot's head was torn off, exposing a face so gruesome it'd definitely be censored. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Boom. The tread mechanism of the lower half was shattered, revealing twisted, deformed legs folded in on themselves. They couldn't even be called legs anymore, just piles of folded-up flesh. It was like the ancient foot-binding practice had been applied to the entire lower body and shoved into the tracks. Chosen of agony, pain points +2. Lucy stood atop the massive pile of metal wreckage, raining down punches and kicks on Tom, dismantling him limb by limb, ignoring his own injuries to smash through his opponent's defense. By the end, Lucy had torn off half of Tom's iron armor with his bare hands, revealing the small, misshapen body within. His horrific appearance made Geotion, not far away, instinctively lower his head, unable to bear the sight. But the moment he looked down, he saw Lucy's severed hand, then awkwardly looked back up. Holy sh*T, this is the most messed up patient? Okay, I admit it. People really do this to themselves? That's like giving yourself daily torture. I'm gonna puke. I can't take this. Everyone was too grossed out to even be amazed by Lucy's last-minute comeback. They just felt sick at the sight of Tom with his shell peeled off. Lucy's main goal was to destroy all the motors in Tom's body. Now that it was done, he stopped peeling off more armor. Honestly, for someone who welded iron armor onto himself, tearing it off was basically the same as flaying. Actually, I've got a fun fact for you. You could have just made a humanoid mech and worn it like a suit. Tom's mouth was wide open, his twisted face showing two eyeball-like things flashing with hatred. Die, just die for me. Call me, the Great. Tom mumbled vaguely, grabbing an iron spike again, trying one last attack. Bang. Just the basic mode of hell roar. One shot ended his deformed, wicked life. Life energy plus 4%. This time, the boost was especially high. The enemy was dead, and the pain points disappeared with him. Lucy, exhausted, sat down silently on the pile of steel wreckage. This game instance really was a bit tough. If he hadn't had hell roar and decided to go all in, things might have gotten real risky. Now only Lucy and Geotion were still alive among the completion players, the rest of the patients were mostly dead, and the other combat support veterans were squatting on the ground like soulless husks. At that moment, something glowing floated out of Tom's corpse, like loot popping out after a boss fight. What the hell, it's actually this game like. Lucy looked speechlessly at the book floating in front of him and reached out to grab it. Tom's diary. Who the hell keeps a diary? Oh right, he's a mental patient. That checks out. Lucy didn't know what the book was for, so he naturally flipped it open. Work hard, fight on. I'm gonna make big money. Next year, hot girls at the club. Work hard, fight on. He had barely opened it before Lucy went full old man on the subway with a phone meme.jpg. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even a diary, it was some kind of metaphysical item that made a flood of scenes appear in your mind. Scenes from Tom's past. Tom was unmotivated, short, and from an average background, but firmly believed in the principles of success culture. He believed he'd strike it rich. Every day, he boasted online, inventing grand backstories for himself, and got a kick out of arguing with strangers and pissing them off while staying untouchable. Eventually, his parents got old and couldn't support him anymore, forcing him to find a job. So he started fantasizing like crazy about getting rich. He heard short videos made money, so he filmed short videos. He heard being an influencer made money, so he dreamed of becoming one. He heard writing novels made money, so he wanted to write novels. He joined every kind of group chat, startup groups, job hunting groups, and worked hard like a maniac. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, take me with you. Boss must be making millions a year, so humble. When can I be a boss too? Not sleeping tonight, gotta grind. He looked up to the pros and acted like one to belittle the newbies. He kept up this kind of hard work for over a decade, ending up broke and useless. Tom lost it. Work hard, fight on, I'm gonna make big money. I want to control everything, I'm the greatest, the most. I want to. In his endless whispers of despair, a strange power guided him. He arrived at a prison. Lusso suddenly threw his head back and shook it violently, slamming the book shut. Something was wrong with this thing. He had barely skimmed a few pages, yet an overwhelming amount of information had flooded into his mind. And that information was all frenzied, negative emotions, stuff from the darkest corners of human nature, laziness, stupidity, numbness, perversion. If he didn't already have a mask and a naturally chaotic mental state, he might have fallen right into it. This thing's powerful as hell. Lusso thought in shock. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Relevant sequence item detected. Relevant sequence item found in inventory. Proceed with sequence upgrade. Lusso closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side. His mind was currently flooded with negative emotions, and he was forcing himself to calm down. This was only because Lusso was completely exhausted. If it had been during those 2 days when he raided the whole prison's food supply, with his level of mental chaos back then, he probably wouldn't have cared about any of this. But right now, this stupid diary actually had some real kick to it. What? Hearing the game voice in his ear, Lusso asked with a puzzled tone in his heart. Detected. You possess a sealed artifact that can be upgraded. Detected. Relevant item found in your inventory. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Lusso took a closer look and finally realized the so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket in his backpack. It was from his second perfect completion, a random sealed artifact draw. If I upgrade, what tier does it go to? It will be a higher tier than it is now. Lusso? Did I just hear you fart real loud? I asked what tier it upgrades to, and you say, higher than now. Like what? You thought it'd downgrade instead. What kind of brain-dead game prompt is that? Just then, the voice popped up again. Current item, Tom's Diary, is a peak tier B rank sealed artifact. Oh? Now that's a useful reminder. Sealed artifacts and weapons were both special items produced in the game, with the key difference being that weapons didn't have clearly defined side effects. Epsilon. Sealed artifacts were a double-edged sword, especially those ranked high in the sequence. Their side effects were often unbearable. Lusso figured this stuff was probably modeled after the SCP format, meaning nothing particularly original, just a bit of that Lovecraftian flavor. But if used properly, the special abilities of sealed artifacts could be abnormally deranged. Take his own mask, for example. He hadn't even tapped into its true power yet, and it had already brought him a ton of benefits. He'd only used 2 of the 7 modes, and hadn't even tried the overload mode for each one. If I upgrade, it's gotta be at least A, maybe even S. Lusso thought it through. It seemed like this upgrade would be more valuable than just a random draw. Giotion had also noticed Lusso holding the book and, curious, walked over. Just as he approached, he saw Lusso suddenly slam the book shut and turn his head away. Giotion? Seriously, bro? You're guarding against me like that? To break the awkward silence, Giotion gave a light cough and fidgeted with his hands before glancing around and saying, So this probably means the game's over, right? I think it's over. As if responding to Giotion's attempt at conversation, the game's background voice finally chimed in again. Game over. Players may choose immediate settlement or auto-settle in 30 minutes. At the same time, the screen went completely black for all spectators. 2 lines of text appeared before everyone. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you to become a player. Every time a game ended, the same lines were shown to all viewers. But those who were truly aware had already entered the game. Most people, however, still preferred to remain mere spectators. They stood high above, stayed out of the fray, kept themselves far from danger, and ended up with nothing. It's over? That was nearly 2 days of gameplay. Every time this guy performs, it kills my urge to ever join. Too damn scary. Wait, wasn't this instance supposed to be unbeatable? That thing earlier looked like freaking Megatron. How could any current player beat that? Rankings. Didn't they say there'd be a world ranking? I want to see him at the top. Even though the screen had gone dark, no one left. The ranking preview announced before the game still had everyone's and the world's attention. Meanwhile, inside the game, Geotion realized that because spectator access had been cut, he could no longer contact the external staff. It felt awful. He now had to face this lunatic alone. He had been alone before, sure, but there was a big difference between having someone watching and no one watching. Thinking of how the guy had eaten earlier, Geotion couldn't help but worry the man might suddenly snap and eat him alive. Here. Geotion suddenly remembered and handed over Luce's severed right hand. Luce didn't rush to take it. He turned to look at him and, holding up Tom's diary, said, "This thing's mine. You got no problem with that, right?" Geotion paused, then nodded like crazy. Totally yours. I mean, you did basically all the work. We just kinda tagged along for the completion. Geotion had worked at the department at the edge of the universe. After all, his EQ was maxed out. Though honestly, he did feel a little guilty. In the end, only 2 of them cleared the instance, and he was the only real beneficiary. That wasn't the legit way to clear it, was it? Geotion asked cautiously after thinking about it. Of course not. Charging in fists blazing isn't exactly smart strategy. Luce was mentally stable now and could speak like a normal person. It's just finding the loophole, earning trust, analyzing slowly, that all takes too long. And in the end, you'd still have to fight. Maybe just not his full-strength form. Luce explained a bit as he reattached his right hand. Of course, only he knew the real reason for the brute force approach. It was to unleash Gluttony's power and to rack up some pain points. Everyone else was too weak. Their attacks barely gave him any pain at all. Geotion looked at Luce, whose body was battered beyond belief, but somehow still seemed fine, and was left speechless. He didn't know if any other player in the world could ever replicate Luce's performance, but just remembering the scene gave him lingering fear. Way too violent. You're really not planning to. Just as he was about to try and get closer or confirm Luce's identity, he turned around and saw Luce had disappeared. Without saying a word, Luce had entered the final game settlement screen and left the demon asylum. Geotion. Game over. Upgrade. Once in the recovery space, Luce's whole body floated in a warm, gentle light. The first thing he did was initiate the upgrade on the diary in his hand. The random sealed artifact draw ticket in his backpack burned away slowly into ashes, and then Tom's diary, tattered and worn, was wrapped in light. Sequence B-tier sealed artifact, Tom's diary, is now undergoing a illusory upgrade. You have obtained a completely undocumented, brand new S-tier sealed artifact. Designation S-147, Confessions of the Disillusioned. S-tier. Luce was completely stunned. He hadn't expected it. He really drew one and immediately leveled up to S-tier. What did an S-tier sealed artifact even mean? Luce wasn't sure, because even his original Sin Mask was only A-tier. Though it ranked high, there was still a fundamental difference compared to S-tier. Was his luck just that good today? Thinking that, Luce quickly started reading the related descriptions. He didn't expect that self-harming freak Tom to actually drop something this good. Sequence S-147, Confessions of the Disillusioned. An item formed from the condensation and amplification of a disillusioned person's lifetime of emotions, eventually turning into a force of law. The book contains 100 pages. The further you read, the stronger the negative emotional feedback for the user. Likewise, the damage suffered by the reader increases progressively. Special use. Exceptionally effective against spiritual entities and enemies in mental states. Warning. If you both flip through and read the book yourself, then you're truly a great man. Description. If you ever get the illusion that life's been going pretty well lately, don't worry. Just take a few more glances at this book and you'll be cured instantly. A very clear, double-edged sword description. Seems like it's some kind of mental attack. Since the description didn't specify, Lusa couldn't tell how powerful this thing actually was, but the S-tier ranking already spoke volumes. Lusa wasn't about to use himself as a test subject either. He wasn't afraid of physical injury, but for mental attacks, he'd rather use it on an enemy in the next game. With a breath of relief, he began listening to his rewards summary for this game. Total contestants this round: 7, 125, 948. Total completions: 1, 862, 459. Perfect completions: 4, 956. Your completion rating: SSS tier, perfect completion. Current streak of perfect completions: 3. Reward settlement in progress. Special event triggered. You deviated from the original path and faced the game's most grueling difficulty head-on. Achievement badge earned: Unruly Rider, Epic. Reward points this round: 6,000. Reward items this round: Intermediate Healing Potion X5, Advanced Healing Potion X1, Exit Token X1, S-Tier Sequence, Sealed Artifact, Confessions of the Disillusioned, Legendary Weapon Core, Mechanical Heart. Triple Perfect Completion Reward. Due to your outstanding performance and successful external item transfer, you've been awarded 1 unit of interdimensional backpack space. That was a solid list of rewards. Every time Lusa chased a perfect completion, it was high risk for high reward. Especially that 1 unit of interdimensional backpack. He saw one of his inventory slots had turned gold. Looking at its simple description, Lusa's heart skipped a beat. This backpack slot allows item transfer between the game and the real world. If the game gave strong players the potential to change the world, then this backpack slot was the true start of the game reshaping reality. Items from the game could be brought into the real world. That concept alone. If Lusa wanted to, he could just toss out his Confessions of the Disillusioned, and the real world would instantly have a brand new urban legend no one could explain. With grave beta. And that's not even mentioning potential future destructive weapons, poisons, and other items. These things could be carried in complete secrecy, undetectable by any known screening methods. Their effects silent and invisible, no one would know if you were strolling through the city with a nuke in your pocket. The potential threat to society was immeasurable. Lusa suspected that if anyone found out, he'd immediately be branded a terrorist. This is the reward for 3 consecutive perfect completions. After calming down a bit, Lusa realized this had to be a rare item. Not many people probably had it. I wonder how many people in the world have managed 3 perfect completions. Can't be too many. As he thought, a spark of inspiration hit, and Lusa took out his phantom cloak. He wrapped Hell Roar, Sharpened Blade, Confessions of the Disillusioned, and a bunch of potions together with the phantom cloak, forming a large bundle. Then he tried to stuff it into the interdimensional backpack slot. Only single items may be placed. Please don't try to be clever. Lusa. Hey, come on, this is a single item. Just has different parts. That thing is called the Tom Robot. What isn't made of different parts? You're telling me there's some naturally unified object? Lusa started arguing semantics. The game determines what counts as a single item. Matter's made of molecules too, you know. Please insert a single item. Seeing that his bug exploit failed, Lusa thought for a moment and just placed the phantom cloak inside. As a functional item, it was pretty useful, saved money on clothes and offered protection. After that, Lusa quietly waited for his perfect completion perks to kick in, repairing his body and returning to peak condition. This was why he could recklessly push his body in every game. Slowly, he drifted into a deep sleep. Who knew how much time had passed when Lusa woke up again in his somewhat cramped room? He frowned slightly. Maybe his expectations had grown with his power. He suddenly felt like maybe it was time to live somewhere better. TCH, why was he starting to care about these superficial things? Power came first. He clenched his fists, enjoying the clear boost in strength compared to his last game. Lusa felt quite satisfied. He wondered how long it would be until the next game. Right as he thought that, the game's system prompt rang in his mind. The 3rd game has ended for all players. Compiling individual performances. The peak ranking will be released to all chosen players in 30 minutes. We hope everyone will choose to become players and join this glorious battle of strength. Game module loaded, language module. All players will now automatically hear all languages translated. A new game mode has begun. That was the global announcement for all chosen players. But Lucio soon received a personalized message as well. Dear player, due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength, congratulations on entering the peak ranking. Please choose your name before the official list is published. Would you like to use Lucio as your listed name? Lucio listened to the voice in his head, looked at the prompt, and almost instantly refused without even needing to think. No, I won't use my real name. Alright, please choose an in-game name for yourself. Whatever, as long as it's not my real name. Wait, will my face be shown in this ranking? Do you confirm using the name whatever, as long as it's not my real name? Wait, will my face be shown in this ranking? Lucio? Are you ing crazy? That's a name. Do you confirm using the name, are you ing crazy? That's a name. Lucio. This AI moron almost made him laugh out of frustration. Lucio felt a twitch in his brain and thought, does this mean I can't even talk to the game now? Do I have to get this sorted immediately? Exit the naming screen. Do you confirm USI? Lucio was kind of done with it at that point. He waved his hand and stopped talking, deciding to just pick a name already. This AI really had a sense of humor. The peak ranking was about to be revealed. If he kept wasting time, the game might really end up registering that as his name. TCH, he originally thought letting the game come up with a name based on his traits would be fine, but now that he had to do it himself, he got stuck. If he just made something up and couldn't change it later, there might be all kinds of trouble. After thinking for a bit, Lucio decided to base it on his mask and related titles. Original Sin Mask. Original Sin? Original Sinner? Miracle Sinner's still out farming mobs. Forget it, might as well go a bit edgy with my gamer tag. He ran through some names in his head and finally confirmed one with the game interface. Sin. Do you confirm using the name Sin? Confirm. Game ID confirmed. Your peak ranking avatar will be selected from your in-game appearance. Enjoy the game, and may your valor pierce the skies. After the two formal lines, the game's voice fell silent again. Lucio sat up from the bed, threw on his enigmatic cloak, shapeshifted it into a school uniform, and lay down comfortably, scrolling through his Redmi phone. NES. Every major entertainment site was now filled with posts about the Chosen's game. Entertainment stars and trending news had been pushed to the sidelines. Chosen's Paradise, the game that was changing the world, was gradually becoming mainstream. The chosen ones were increasing in number, with new people selected every day. Although most chosen didn't dare become players, choosing to remain spectators instead, the attention and longing remained unchanged. Many so-called experts had popped up saying buzzkill things like, we should boycott the game, but such news couldn't even get proper airtime anymore. Because no one cared. Right now, everyone only cared about one thing: the peak ranking was about to be revealed. Honestly, even beyond the spectators, Lucio himself was very curious about this. Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? And how did they do it? With the Chosen of Agony bonus and 3 perfect completions under his belt, what kind of power would the other heroes of the world possess? Casually browsing the biggest domestic social media site, Lucio saw tons of grassroots speculation, with guesses about the top players now entering public attention. He saw experts from all kinds of countries in the mix, including himself, of course. Though his footage was a little too bloody and violent for most proper sites to even post. To the public, he was just a masked, raving madman. Peak ranking revealed. The game has now run 3 times, producing many powerful players. To encourage everyone to strive for greatness, we are now releasing the peak ranking. The top 10,000 players will receive achievement badges, and the top 100 will be displayed on the leaderboard. Long-term presence on the board will come with unexpected benefits. We hope all players give it their best. The same voice echoed in the minds of over 20 million chosen worldwide, its tone carrying a soul-stirring effect that sent a chill down the spine. Then a golden leaderboard appeared on everyone's game interface. Lucio didn't really look closely. He scrolled roughly from the bottom up. Most people weren't using their real names. Maybe to hide their identity, or maybe just to pick a cooler nickname. But not many were masked like him. Most of the chosen had their faces shown in the footage. As he quickly scrolled upward, Lucio discovered something shocking. From rank 70 onward, almost every player had achieved 3 perfect completions. That meant that, in theory, their strength levels shouldn't differ much. The differences likely came from minor performances or luck. Some people got a good epic tier weapon from a weapon lottery ticket, others didn't. Some people pulled a war vehicle, others got a trench coat that could alter their appearance. The gap was still considerable. Some players had clearly tied themselves to specific organizations, so their personal profiles were shown openly. No. 17 Thomas Reno. Ability description: exceptional physical capabilities and combat skills. Proficient with all known human weaponry and equipment. Can drive any vehicle in the world. Currently has cloning ability. Body suspected to be modified. Other powers unknown. Additional info: member of a secret U.S. task force, reports directly to the president. All mission logs were destroyed post-operation. No data remains. A guy with a background like this was exposed just because of the game. Lusa thought to himself. No. 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename. Ability description: physical enhancement, possesses beastification powers, high vitality, extreme destructive force, and regenerative capabilities. Additional info: participated in designing Russia's dead hand system. No. 8 Sun, codename. Ability description: possesses berserker-level power. Ruthless Blazing Sunday held the fastest total completion time in the first 3 games. Additional info: suspected to be a Chinese guy. Associated with the Tiandahui. Luce's eyes narrowed slightly. That description sounded familiar. Tiandahui? He must have written that part himself. Never misses a chance to promote, huh? Is he the top leader of that faction? Thinking this, Luce finally scrolled to the top of this otherwise not-so-useful leaderboard. No. 1 Sin, codename. World's number 1. Seeing that he really held on to the number 1 spot, Luce's expression grew a bit more serious. Thank God. Looks like every time he played the game and tried to power up by courting death, it actually paid off. Honestly, the glory of being ranked doesn't matter, but if he did all that and still wasn't the strongest, Luce might have had a hard time accepting it. He looked closely at his own description. No. 1 Sin, codename. Ability description: too many abilities, no representative skill. Possesses a unique understanding of the game, often analyzes how to maximize difficulty, and actively places himself in dangerous situations. Suspected to have severe psychological disorders. Suspected to have self-destructive tendencies. Comprehensively ranked based on combat power, in-game performance, and psychological resilience. Truly deserving of first place. Background: unknown. In the background section, any player who wanted to remain anonymous could just be listed as unknown. The only difference was that his ability description was a bit longer than the others. The key thing was, it said a lot, but basically said nothing. There was a weird kind of elegance to this pointless explanation. Still, that was a good thing. Lusu had sealed artifacts, skills, stat allocations, and equipment on hand. If all his secrets got exposed, he'd feel majorly ripped off. The game's privacy protection was actually doing a pretty decent job. Everyone's ability descriptions were kept vague. It's just that his photo wasn't exactly low profile. It was an action shot from his battle in the Demon Asylum. He had 7 or 8 iron spikes jammed into his body, and a bunch of crazed, starved-looking mental patients were clinging to his neck and thighs, biting and tearing at him. But Luce stood motionless, like his feet had taken root. His red mask showed a bizarre, twisted grin, and his right hand held the hell roar, calmly firing away. Nigeria Naira Epsilon. The image looked like a free frame from a Hollywood action movie. Lusu himself barely recognized it at first. WOC. What the H*LL, why is this so cool? Lusu had to laugh. At the time, with a mask on and his mind focused on fighting, he had no idea what kind of image he was presenting. Now that he was relaxed and looking at himself objectively, damn, he did look kind of cool. As soon as the leaderboard dropped, it was a landslide. Every major media platform had him as the undisputed number 1. And the biggest topic of discussion was the nationality of each top player. In the modern world, competition between nations ultimately boils down to talent. And when it came to this new wave, where a single person might shift the world order, talent meant everything. So even if a top player had nothing to do with you personally, national pride still made most people feel honored by association. And with Lusu as the undisputed number 1 but still unidentified, he naturally became the top trending figure worldwide. Holy sh*T, is the world's #1 really this good-looking? That's beyond human at this point. Downloaded the picture and made it my wallpaper. This must be one of the perks of being #1 looking this cool. How is this ranking even determined? What makes him #1? I don't see how he's stronger than the others. Looks like a Korean site already confirmed it. They're saying this Sin is Korean. Starting today, all kinds of discussion wouldn't stop. Lusu basically became the most well-known person overnight. Stop. At that moment, in the government office of K Province in southern Huagua, the projected screen on a computer froze. Jiao Tian stood beside it, directing the staff to play a video. This frame, zoom in, slow it down, extract it. As a special affairs agent, Jiao Tian still had some authority and gave commands nearby. And the footage on screen showed a moment from Lusu's third game, when he pulled out Zhao Jiaqing's name card. Lusu had been very careful, covering most of it, but a corner still peeked out. Zhao. Last name's Zhao, probably. Jiao Tian muttered to himself, looking at the guy who had been working beside him just 30 minutes ago, now suddenly the world's #1. D*MN right. I knew you'd be #1. No way anyone else could beat you in this world. The world's top player is a Huagua native. Maybe even one of our own. Jiao Tian was visibly excited as he spoke. You sure about that? Said another staff member beside him, hesitantly. Of course I'm sure. I spent 2 days with him, same game, life and death together. You think I'd mistake him? Jiao Tian snapped. The staffer rolled his eyes. I meant, are you sure he's actually one of ours? If he's not, then why does he have that name card? Something's fishy. Anyway, report this to the organization. Run the database. Search for everyone with the last name Zhao. We can't let the #1 get scooped up by another organization or worse, defect overseas. That's unacceptable. As he spoke, Jiao Tian's gaze turned serious, staring hard at the screen showing that red-masked figure. The staffer next to him smirked and said, Life and death together, huh? All you did was tag along for the ride, show off guy. Jiao Tian. Hiss. Lusa looked at the flood of online posts about him being the #1 in the world and took in a sharp breath. Who knows what kinds of abilities those major organizations have, and it's unclear if someone already has something like mind reading. How long can I even keep my identity hidden? Lusa didn't know why, but he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of danger. The one thing on his mind now was, if he opened his door tomorrow and found a heavily armed synthetic brigade waiting outside, would he even have room to negotiate? Probably not. I really need to participate in more games. Lusa thought to himself. If self-harm pain didn't count, he'd stab himself a few times every day to boost his pain points. Game update. New mode unlocked, challenge mode. Just then, a system prompt rang out again, snapping Lusu to attention. Surely none of you players think you're weaker than others. Well then, here's your chance to prove it. Players ranked outside the top 100 may issue a challenge to anyone ranked inside. If the challenger has a higher number of consecutive perfect completions, the top 100 player must accept. If a top 100 player initiates the challenge, please refer to the detailed description for how the challenge will proceed. We welcome everyone to join in and prove that you are #1. Lusa stared blankly at the notification in front of him. For some reason, the last line felt like it was aimed directly at him. Being #1 wasn't just about standing out. Now even the game was coming for him? Ding. Just as he was thinking that, another prompt sounded, and a message popped up on his personal interface. Player number 79, Park Busong, has issued a challenge to #1 Sin. Do you accept? As soon as challenge mode was released, Lusu immediately received a challenge. That efficiency was honestly unmatched. All that could be said was, the title of world #1 really does attract trouble. Only, when Lusu saw the message, his first reaction was, why the H*LL am I only ranked 79? 79th? What kind of SH*T ranking is that? In normal novel plots, shouldn't the second-ranked guy be some blonde genius who excels at everything, thinks not getting first is a disgrace, and comes to challenge the protagonist? And you? 79th place? Some little trash? Wanna challenge me? Completely unimpressed, Lusa felt a wave of disdain as he held his second-hand Redmi phone and rolled over on his shabby dorm bed in the run-down bathroom-turned-dorm. What right do you have to challenge me? But soon, he noticed a second issue. Piao. Buchung? In Korean, it sounds like Park Bu-sung. What kind of decent person is named that? Must be Korean. With his current peak high school senior knowledge base, he still recognized those characters. Pya Buchung? Why not pass? Do you have a cousin named Chien Bugo, money not enough, or what? Lu Su viciously mocked this contestant from Dahan Mingwa Lit. Great Cold Dark Country is a parody of word Daehanminguk, Republic of Korea, author replacing it with similar-looking characters, in his head, still lying in bed, not in any hurry to accept. This guy even used his real name. Does he actually think it sounds good or something? Suddenly, through the challenge platform, that 79th ranked guy sent another message. Yuri the number one? A guy hiding behind a mask, or as you Chinese say, a sneaky coward. Even named yourself Sin, guess you already know, holding the number one spot without strength is the biggest sin. Dare to fight? If you do, I suggest you take a screenshot of your ranking now. It'll be your final moment of glory. If you're too scared, then keep being a turtle hiding in its shell. The guy was saying a lot, basically trying to provoke Lu Su into accepting with some third-rate taunting. Lu Su skimmed it, too lazy to keep reading. Heroes in this world are as numerous as fish in the river, but this one clearly wasn't. What was this? Some mudfish that became a spirit or something. Even the trash talk was low-level. Reminded Lu Su of the middle school thugs he used to see. No clue how this guy even got to 79th place. Lu Su didn't reply for now, not because he was debating whether to accept. For him, if there's a game, he's playing. No way he'd skip out. He just wanted to wait a bit, see if anyone ranked higher would come challenge him. If he was going to fight, might as well make it a worthwhile opponent. Since being ranked first made him such a big target, surely plenty of people wanted a piece of him. Alpha OES. Weren't the top 10 players feeling unsatisfied with him at all? But after sitting on his bed for over 10 minutes, Lu Su realized that most of the high-ranking players weren't that reckless. Most people knew risking a fight with an unknown top-ranked monster over some virtual ranking was dumb. He got flooded with challenge messages, but they were all from people ranked outside the top 100. Some weren't even in the top 10,000. They seriously thought this was a step to the top? They had zero fear of death, huh? After some thought, Lu Su typed a reply into the challenge interface. Dumba ***. Then, without another word, he blocked the guy's contact. Challenge accepted. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Bu-sung rolled off his massive bed and stared at the beautifully translated Chinese message sent by the system, then slammed his fist on the mattress in anger. He'd gone all out with his taunts and provocations, and all the number one replied with was an insult. What kind of garbage manners was that? **T. Chinese **M. He cursed through gritted teeth, then planned to message Sin again. Only to discover he'd been blocked. Suddenly, the room filled with crashing and roaring as things were thrown around, making the butler outside tremble in fear. Bang! The door was kicked open violently. The butler flinched and quickly bowed slightly to Park Bu-sung. Prepare the car. We're going to the Blue House. Park Bu-sung's face was dark as coal, but then, for some reason, he suddenly laughed. I'm doing this, for the honor of our great Dahan Mingwa. 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, it would take 6 hours to enter challenge mode. Pretty efficient. Lu Su wouldn't have to wait 3 days for the next game. The only issue was he had just finished the previous game. No rest, back-to-back rounds. And while technically he was fully healed, that constant mental tension. Lu Su loved it. Of course, first things first, he needed to request leave. He opened the contacts page on his Redmi. Yesterday 2108, Xia and Tong. Game over? How'd it go? I've already designed a prototype org structure based on past business models. Wanna join? Yesterday 2315, Xia and Tong. 0908, Xia and Tong. What kind of game are you in? 1345, Xia and Tong. You still alive? Lu Su muttered, yeah, odds of dying were kinda high. Unfortunately, still alive. But I caught something nasty and probably can't go to school. Help me call in sick. Send. 1826 Xia and Tong. Don't tell me, you got pulled into challenge mode. Lu Su? Come on, was it that obvious? Also, girl, you really dared to guess that? You even figured out I'm in the top 100. Not saying anything else. Just help me call in sick. I got food poisoning in the last game and can't leave the toilet today. Send. He brushed it off with an excuse, then glanced at the game's start time, still over 5 hours to go. No point checking the phone anymore. Closed his eyes to rest, trying to get in some sleep before the next game began. 1-8-27 Xia and Tong. If it's food poisoning from the game, your self-repair might not be enough. Got any healing potion? Just use it. She replied, half believing it. Then looked at the notification in her own game interface. Time passed quickly. When Lusu opened his eyes again, the game had already started. He was already inside the initial game page. Welcome to the Chosen's Paradise, Honorable Number 1 Sin. This game will be Challenge Mode, the 7 Wonders of the School. As the challenged player, you may choose the difficulty level. Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Lusa remembered Xia and Tong had once told him. In the Chosen's Paradise, there were 4 levels of difficulty in total. This challenge mode skipped straight past the first one, Normal. Hell Mode. Lusa quickly scanned the description and made his choice. Game difficulty confirmed, Hell Mode. Praise your courage, strongest player. Since this is challenge mode, there are still some differences compared to previous normal games. After all, in past level clear games, even if there was competition between players, most of it was about rewards and benefits. In truth, everyone was teaming up to fight monsters. The real villain was the game itself. But this time, some of the difficulty was targeted specifically at Lusu as the challenged player. In ranking battles between players, the one being challenged could choose to accept or not. But if you didn't accept for too long, there might be some hidden penalties. If you accepted the challenge, the difficulty level of the game would be chosen by the challenged player. Hard. Both players face the same difficulty. A direct confrontation, a war, to decide the winner. Nightmare. The challenged player faces greater disadvantages, but if they win, their reward will be better than the challengers. Hell. The challenged player will be at a complete disadvantage, and the challenger will be granted partial authority within the game. However, if the challenged player wins, they will receive a massive reward. At the same time, the challenger will suffer backlash and receive a penalty. Lusa barely read the first half of the descriptions. He skipped straight to the latter parts. This Hell Mode is the one to go for. Most importantly, there's also the backlash. You want to challenge me and walk away scot-free if you lose? I lose my top ranking and you lose nothing? Not happening. Both players confirmed. Game difficulty set to Hell Mode. On the other side, when Park Bu-sung saw this game notification, he laughed so hard he nearly said himself. You really chose Hell Mode. You looking down on me? Park Bu-sung's expression twisted as he smashed the confirm button. He never imagined that this Sin would actually make such a move. Then let me step on your head as I rise to become number 1 in this world. When I'm about to finish him off in the game, make sure to record how he begs for mercy. That last sentence was directed at the viewers in his live stream. Da Han Minghua had already begun officially promoting this tournament. Right now, his stream had no shortage of viewers. If the strongest player ended up being one of their own, it would greatly enhance Da Han Ming country's cohesion and international confidence. Might even raise their global standing. Meanwhile, the game rules also popped up on the players' screens. This mode is a competitive challenge mode. Since players are on opposing sides, messages in any live stream about the opponent will be invisible to the players. Rs. Victory conditions for both sides will be determined by the specific game. If either side uses an exit token, the other side is declared the winner. 10 minutes until the game starts. Please prepare your equipment and potions. Lusa noticed that the game had fixed a few bugs. Honestly, that made things even easier. Why is this game working so hard to help me out, huh? He opened his backpack, thought for a moment, and then bought a few supplies from the shop. Strategically, he looked down on the opponent. But tactically, he still needed to show a little respect, especially if it aligned with his playstyle. Last time, he burned through way too many potions in one go. So Lusa spent a few thousand reward points and stocked up 10 bottles each of basic and intermediate healing potions. As for advanced healing potions, he'd been too stingy to use them before, but now he bought 5. Should be enough to pop during the fight, right? As long as he had potions, unless he got instantly killed, he was basically invincible. Next were all the miscellaneous achievements, weapons, sealed artifacts, packed them all. When it came to his mask, the familiar system prompt popped up again. Original Sin Mask. Please select. Use currently unlocked greed or gluttony. No. Lusu denied. Unlock a new one. Random selection. Initialization complete. A random selection will be made from among the still locked emotions. Lusu had always been clear about one thing. He hadn't fully tapped into the power of the original Sin Mask. While it was still early in the game, his goal was to unlock as many emotions as possible. That was what he needed to focus on right now. And right on cue, some clueless moron had come to challenge him. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded. Good luck, players, 7 wonders of the school. The next moment, everything went black. Lusu entered a new scene. As he raised his groggy head, it felt like he'd just enjoyed a nice nap during a senior year Chinese class, and now the school bell had rung. Looking up, no joke, this classroom setup really did resemble his high school homeroom a lot. Almost identical segmented blackboards, almost identical desk layouts, and even the same single desks in the front rows on either side. Lusu was starting to wonder if maybe he'd fallen asleep in class before, and all this Chosen's game stuff had just been a dream. Seeing the familiar surroundings, he instinctively glanced around at the other classmates. As he turned his head, he immediately spotted someone wearing what looked like a helmet. Lusu recognized them instantly. Even though one eye was covered by a faint blue light screen, and the other was sealed by the helmet, with the chin and mouth wrapped up too, everything else was just too obvious. Lusu wasn't Dongji, he wasn't face-blind. This is my challenge, right? Who are you? Xia and Tong hadn't expected this either. She had just received a random match notice when challenge mode opened and decided to participate. After all, compared to normal game mode, challenge mode was relatively safer. But who knew the moment she entered, she'd be hit with a hell mode alert. Her brain froze on the spot, and after several moments of choking back panic, she finally pressed confirm. Someone seriously had nothing better to do and chose hell mode for her? Who the hell did she get matched with? Then she saw the masked person sitting next to her. And in that instant, when she saw the light green mask in front of her, everything made sense. Xia and Tong immediately recalled the various games this guy had participated in and all his wildly irrational and brutal performances. At that moment, she felt like half her life had already slipped away. Challenge mode isn't a solo instance. Both challenger and challenged will be assigned relevant personnel. I'm your teammate. Suppressing her fear and nerves, Xia and Tong tried to answer as calmly as she could. Lusu. So that's how it is. No wonder she assumed that earlier. D***men, are there seriously this many people challenging me? Right now, what he really wanted to ask was, since you're here too, did you actually help me call in sick or not? Lusu said. So, what's your role? Hearing that cold tone, Xia and Tong felt the pressure spike. She had analyzed his abilities across several games and made a few guesses. If she wasn't wrong, the mask he was wearing right now was light green. Among the 7 deadly sins, light green, wrath, gumi. The 7 deadly sins each have a corresponding color. This is common knowledge among frequent offenders. The first was the blue mask. In the game, Lusu was all about money, chasing cash over life itself, and blue corresponds to greed. Then came the red mask. In that game, Lusu was scarfing down food left and right, eating anything he could get his hands on. Red represents gluttony. Anyone with even a basic understanding of this top player, and who's analyzed him a bit, can easily guess what the color of his masks means. Xia and Tong was clearly one of those people. Seeing the pale green on Lusu's face, warning bells went off in her head. Why is it wrath? This is a really bad situation. Judging by his behavior, killing a teammate doesn't even seem out of the question. Unconsciously, just by sitting next to him, Xia and Tong already started thinking about the exit token. Lusu realized it too. His tone just now had sounded a little off. What he'd meant to ask was what purpose the game had in assigning teammates, or maybe what kind of ability the other party had. But what actually came out of his mouth was simply, "What's your use?" That's a pretty hostile way of putting it, but in the context of wrath, it suddenly sounds completely reasonable and terrifying to challenge. Pale green, gumi, wrath. Personality influence, reserved, cold, irritable. I am the flame that will burn the world to ashes. Perks, mental suppression. instills overwhelming psychological pressure and fear in those with weak willpower. Full boost in combat level, strength, agility, defense all increase. The stronger the rage, the stronger the effects. Immune to all mental interference. Any psychic attacks only serve to fuel the user's rage. Side effects: short temper, reduced rational thinking, but enhanced intuition. All negative emotions are converted into rage. If not properly controlled, may turn into a homicidal maniac. Since this was the first time using it, it defaulted to normal mode, no overload. Not that Lusa had any plans to go overload. Just reading the description freaked even him out. Is this even a normal human? This is basically Sparta, chosen by the gods. Rage is nearly impossible to control, because in that state, you'll never think your anger is unjustified. In fact, you might just sink deeper and deeper. Burn the world to ashes? Take right now, for example, Xia and Ong didn't answer for a few seconds, and he already started getting annoyed. And that's someone he knows. If this were a random teammate match, Lusa might already be itching to throw hands. You're asking about my ability? After getting a burst of aggression from Lu Su and realizing he might be in wrath mode, Xia and Tong quickly adjusted and took the initiative to speak. You're the strongest player. If I have any ability, it's that I'm rich. Lu Su had zero patience. He cut her off before she finished. What good is that? Money is very useful. No matter how the world changes, wealth and power will always offer a head start. For example, my gear might actually be better than yours. As she spoke, Xia and Tong pointed to the helmet on her head and continued. This, all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. Lu Su? That caught him off guard. Legendary weapon? He didn't even have one himself. Why the H*LL do you get one? Not everyone wants to keep killing in the game. Some people get lucky once, pass a stage, win a lottery, and get a top-tier weapon. With that one stroke of luck, they trade it with the highest elites for whatever they want and never play again. That's what a lot of people choose. In reality, ever since the game started, resources have been flowing fast into the hands of a small few. As she spoke, it looked like Sin calmed down a bit, so she started showing her value. Maybe you don't care, but the other challenger, he's probably one of Korea's elites too. I've got his data. He's representing all of Korea in this match. His gear won't be worse than mine, and that's probably why he dares to challenge the top. Otherwise, do you think he's just looking to die? Lu Su. He was suddenly at a loss for words. So, in this match of 4 players, 3 are from elite backgrounds? Only he, the number 1, is the exception, and they're all looking at him like some fat sheep to climb over? The Chosen's game, something that's supposed to change the world, and yet, so many things haven't changed at all. All of a sudden, a strange anger surged in his chest, an urge to destroy something even though he didn't know what his target was. It felt like a raging fire was burning in his chest. Nigerian Irabi. But in that split second, Xia and Tong felt it vividly, as if something had grabbed her throat. A suffocating terror clutched her heart like a giant hand. The Sin in front of her suddenly became a savage beast ready to pounce. She felt like prey standing before the ultimate predator. He's angry? At the same time, countless streams of data flickered across the blue lens over Xia Antong's left eye. In that moment, she understood. This top player probably wasn't just poor, his background might be horrible. Xia and Tong wisely shut up. And right then, a voice echoed through the campus skies. The system prompt had arrived. Challenge mode. Game. The 7 mysteries of the campus. Sin and Blink are on the black team. The black team must find and solve the 7 mysteries of the campus within 24 hours. If the black team fails, the white team wins. A short announcement, almost no useful information. That's it. On Luce's mask, several hashtag symbols began to appear. You're the one who picked hell mode. Xia and Tong silently grumbled to herself. But since they were here anyway, getting a taste of the world's toughest game level wasn't the worst thing. As she thought this, the all-seeing eye on her head started activating. The 7 mysteries of the campus. It's an old trope, 7 classic ghost stories everyone's heard of. But here, it had to be heavily modded. She had to see where the issue was. First off, this classroom was definitely off. From the moment they started talking, it had been chaotic. Aside from the 2 of them, all the other students seemed off, like they all had some kind of hysteria. That guy in the back looked like he was playing with his snot, using it to make string figures. Next to him, two others had shoes on their heads and were dancing. On the podium, several people were pretending to be gorillas, howling wildly. The classroom was cluttered with white statues used for sketching. Combined with the overall mess, the atmosphere felt disturbingly out of place. Light kept flashing across the blue lens, like a computer processing data. Xia Antong's mind entered a perfectly focused, ethereal state. This classroom, if we match it with. Just as she locked in, fully concentrated. Boom! A massive cannon blast exploded right next to her. Xia Antong jolted in fright, snapping out of her deep mental processing, and turned with a blank look toward Sin beside her. Lu Su, face covered with the green mask, had a massive hashtag symbol on it. He was holding Hell Roar, set to second gear, and had just blasted the classroom's blackboard to pieces. Why did you fire? Xia Antong looked at him, utterly baffled, her train of thought completely derailed. She'd always been the analytical type, having collected data on nearly all top-tier players known so far. This all-seeing eye was, in fact, perfectly matched to her own ability. All-seeing eye. Legendary weapon. See yourself, see all living beings, see all things. Top-tier analytical tool. As long as your brain power and physical energy are sufficient, you can theoretically deconstruct and analyze any objective existence. Description. Everything is connected. It's just that people can't see it. Omniscience equals omnipotence. She had just gotten into the zone, ready to start decoding the urban legend known as the 7 Mysteries of the Campus. And then Luce's gunshot nearly scared her soul out of her body. Like, come on, big guy, can't you stabilize your emotions just a little? Watching Sin break through stages before from the sidelines, he seemed powerful, an elegant kind of violent madness, mixed with thought-provoking logic. But now that they were actually teammates, she realized the real pressure. Compared to the game's difficulty, the pressure from this #1 player was even more intense. And the effect of that shot? The most crucial part was how it affected the classroom. In an instant, the whole room fell dead silent, like someone hit the pause button. Every face froze in time, more than 20 freakish students all staring at Lu Su, who had just fired the gun. But not a single one of them looked afraid. Seeing the strange, frozen expressions on their faces, Xia Antong's all-seeing eye compared them to normal human behavior patterns stored in her mind. Something felt off. Fakes. That word popped into her head. These people looked human, but their movements and behaviors were off. In broad daylight, just sitting in this room gave her chills all over, like being stuck in a haunted house. Still, the scariest thing in this haunted house was sitting right next to her. Stop shouting. Quiet. Luce scanned the room. With the wrath mask's buffs, his intuition was sharper than ever. His instincts told him something was wrong here. But all negative emotions get turned into anger, so just sitting there made him increasingly pissed. Looking at these weird students, he had the urge to throw hands. All-seeing eye. What is it? Luce spoke up, asking Xia Antong a question for the first time. Analysis, deduction, connection building. In theory, with just the current info, I could deduce who the next US president will be. So, where's Park Bu-sung right now? With enough time, I could theoretically work that out, Xia Antong replied. Luce nodded, spinning Hell Roar in one hand. So you find him. I'll kill him. Xia Antong. You know what? That actually kinda makes sense. But the game's win condition says you need to break or destroy the 7 mysteries of the campus, not kill him. Also, since you picked Hell mode, the game's freedom is skewed in the opponent's favor. Finding him directly probably isn't possible. Xia Antong was just being honest, but she instantly regretted it a little. This guy might still be in wrath mode. What if he thinks I'm criticizing him or something? What are the 7 mysteries of the campus? You don't know? Xia Antong froze. Wait, wasn't this an old internet legend from way back? If he doesn't even know that, this game really is Hell mode level. So she quickly explained. The 7 Mysteries of the Campus is a viral urban legend from the early days of the internet, 7 supernatural events rumored to occur in schools. They are Hanako in the bathroom, the 13 steps at night, the human model in the biology lab, the walking statue of Nanomiya, the piano in the music room at night, the crying portrait, and the sound of a bouncing ball in an empty gym. But in hell mode, I'm guessing these urban legends have all been heavily modified. Park Bu-sung probably twisted them into something unrecognizable. After she finished, Lu-su slowly lowered his head. The mask on his face made a thoughtful expression. But honestly, he wasn't thinking about anything. After she explained the events, he didn't even fully grasp what they were supposed to be. Sounded boring. So basically, there's 7 special events that happen in the school. Right. Xia and Tong nodded. You said earlier you had some connections, right? Xia and Tong didn't quite get where this was going, so she stayed quiet to avoid saying something dumb. You carrying a nuke? What? The stream of data in her lens glitched like the all-seeing eye had skipped a beat. She stared at Sin in disbelief. I asked if you brought a nuke, Lusa repeated. If it's all happening in this school, then this sounds like the better option. Just kill them all. As he said kill them all, an intense bloodlust surged from Lu-su. Xia and Tong. No offense, bro, but maybe let's not have your mask think anymore today, okay? Suddenly, the classroom, quiet for so long, erupted into noise again. The students Lu-su had silenced earlier went right back to their madness, as if his threat had never happened. Lu-su? Hey, your class is the loudest one in the whole building. You bunch of low-life animals. A fat guy waddled in through the doorway, cursing as he came in. From the looks of it, he had to weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. His belly fat sagged to his knees, and he was holding a glass water bottle. Especially you two. He pointed his greasy fingers at the only 2 people in the class who weren't acting insane, Xia and Tong and Lu-su. Never-ending chaos. You losers got dumped into this class and still don't know how to behave. Ungrateful little SHTS. I swear to GDL, asterisk you fing, every fing day all you know is. Xia and Tong realized this was likely a scripted event, but still, her heart skipped a beat. Bad news. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Sin's pale green mask remained emotionless, but his hand was slowly raising the gun. The fat man slammed his hand on a desk and roared. You little bastard. You think I won't hit you? Try me. Go ahead, try something. If I so much as flinch, I'm not Wang Longfei. I'll F*** your. Bang. Inside the classroom. Gunshot number 2 rang out. Bang, the gunshot cut off the sound abruptly. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's fat forehead. Behind him, a large cloud of blood mist splattered across half the wall. Red, white, and yellow splashed everywhere, doing justice to his massive body. His eyes were still wide open, that arrogant and violent expression frozen on his face as he collapsed straight to the ground. What did you just say your name was? Bang. Who were you cursing just now? Bang, bang. Lu-su adjusted Hell Roar to first gear and fired several more shots into the corpse on the ground without wasting energy. That massive body trembled repeatedly under the force. These shots were purely for venting anger. Wang Longfei was already long dead. For someone who managed to get a name, dying this early was a miracle in itself. The whole classroom paused for a moment, then resumed as if nothing had happened. It was as though gunfire and corpses caused no waves at all. The nose pickers kept picking, the foot scratchers kept scratching, the kid doing a handstand while pulling his pants down continued pulling. In the entire classroom, it could be said only Xia and Tong was a normal person. Under her helmet, her lips were slightly parted, her brain felt like it was overloading. She had watched Sin's game livestreams. They were always crazy, but at least you could still discern some purpose in his actions. Now she really couldn't tell anymore. This might trigger some kind of punishment mechanism. Xia and Tong murmured weakly. She felt like she didn't even have time to analyze. And right after that, she realized her crow's mouth was dead on again. Red light instantly filled the classroom, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory punishment will now be enforced. As that voice rang out, a rare thing happened. Luce's furious mask showed a smile. That's right, a smile. This was his plan all along. If you don't have intel and don't know how to deal with your opponent, then make your opponent deal with you. You'll get more intel soon enough. Whether you go find your opponent and kill them, or they come for you and get killed, the outcome is the same. As the red warning lights flashed, a chilling atmosphere filled the room. Luce's body was instantly restrained, as if being suppressed by the rules of the game itself, slowly forced back into his seat like a well-behaved kid in class. Meanwhile, Antong beside him was flung to the back wall by some terrifying force. Then, 20-something classmates pulled out batons, spiked clubs, whips, who knows where from, and slowly started closing in on Lusu. As they surrounded him, they sang and danced like mountain savages wearing school uniforms. Then came the violent storm of attacks. Chosen of Agony, pain points +1. Chosen of Agony, pain points +1. Lusu almost wanted to laugh, but being beaten by a mob quickly flipped his mood back into fury. Man, Park Bu-sung had it rough trying to grind for pain points earlier, now it's coming easy. Game punishment? Game benefit. And this punishment announcement was broadcast across the entire game. Challengers could hear it too. Park Bu-sung was still studying the permissions the game had unlocked for him, figuring out how to structure his strategy for maximum personal gain. Antong wasn't wrong. He was absolutely a player groomed by resource funneling. Armed with top-tier weapons from the Korean government, backed by a wealth of family resources, and carrying the hopes of Dahanmingwa, he came to challenge for the top. If he succeeded, it'd be a meteoric rise. From then on, in Dahanmingwa, his name would carry more weight than anything else. So, what if someone else is currently ranked first? The game had just started. How strong could that first really be? He would take the throne for sure. All he needed to do was win. While he was fantasizing, suddenly, the game prompt echoed in his ears, and his lips couldn't help but curve up uncontrollably. That easy? Isn't this going too smoothly? Watching his live stream feed, viewers in Dahanmingwa were instantly hyped. Park Bu-sung Oppa will absolutely crush it, Smita. He's already halfway there. I knew this would be easy. Our Dahanmingwa player is the strongest. Park Bu-sung Oppa is the real #1 player. While others pop champagne at halftime, these Korean players were already chugging it right from the kickoff. Park Bu-sung stared at the broadcast screen, his grin harder to hold back than a recoil from an AK. Still, he pretended to stay classy. The game is a bit easier than I expected. But I won't get cocky. I'll make sure the title of top player stays in Dahanmingwa. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lusu, having farmed a batch of pain points, had completed his punishment. The crowd that had just surrounded him put away their bloodied weapons and backed off slowly. They resumed their previous bizarre behavior. The nose pickers picked, the pants droppers dropped. Lusu sat quietly at his desk. His trench coat wasn't torn, but bright red blood flowed from his sleeves and pants. The room was eerily calm, like the still surface of a deep sea, hiding a storm that could erupt at any moment. Antong tried to step forward, but the oppressive atmosphere made her freeze. She knew right now Sin was likely in a rage-fueled, bloodthirsty state. The situation seemed like it was spinning out of control. Lusu slowly stood up, elegantly adjusting his blood-soaked sleeve, straightening his slightly disheveled color. At this moment, his mask was expressionless, reflecting the room's cold light like a mirror. After the beating, you think you can just walk away? His words were calm, no angry roars. It wasn't clear if he was talking to someone or just muttering to himself. The next second, he picked up his gun again. He aimed it at the back of someone who had just spent half the day whacking him with a club and, bang, the person dropped instantly. It was all so natural. The gunshot echoed through the empty classroom like a funeral bell. Kill. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory trigger now enforced. The same warning blared again, and all the classmates who had just acted like puppets and attacked froze and turned in unison. They first stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, as if they didn't understand why this had happened. Then, they raised their heads and stiffly looked toward Lusu. A group of people surrounded him, but no one stepped forward for a long time. Their expressions seemed to say, "Come on, bro." Lusu lowered his gun, waiting for the game's restraints and bindings to kick in, but his gaze never left the people in front of him. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Lusu, so intense it felt tangible, Antong knew, saying anything now was pointless. The leash on the beast had already been loosened. There was no way to hold him back now. All she could say was, "Remember to take your meds." She was familiar with Lusu's previous med-popped war god state from the last game. She could only hope this big boss didn't go too far and play himself to death, that'd really be something. As for herself, she began examining the classroom setup. The all-seeing eye converted everything before her into data, combinations, and permutations for her to decode. With the all-seeing eye, she knew there are no true coincidences in this world. With enough calculation, even a pencil could be the catalyst for a murder. So, if the game had a purpose, then the permissions granted to Park Bu-sung should be limited to locations tied to the 7 mysteries. That means their initial spawn point, this bizarre classroom, must be one of those 7 mysteries. Even if it had been heavily modified, there should still be some fundamental signs left. Those wouldn't change. What's the weirdest thing about this classroom? There were those sketch-style statues all over the place. Nothing seemed off at first glance, but if we're talking props, could that be it? Statues, huh? The walking statue of Ninomiya? Modified by Park Bu-sung or not, they're still statues, it fits. But then, what about these strange classmates? And Wang Longfei, the one who got his head blown off, what's up with him? Were they just NPCs? Useless? Just there for Park Bu-sung to hurt? Xia and Tong stood alone at the back of the classroom, observing everything, pondering other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lucius sat at his desk, surrounded by people, enduring punishment. The punishment warning alert was broadcast to Park Bu-sung as well, and he was thoroughly confused. Huh? Another violation, bro? Were the traps and levels I designed really that intense? Triggered another punishment already? Dude, you for real? Heh, looks like our so-called strongest player isn't living up to the name after all. I just hope he has some self-awareness. If he really can't do it, then just quit. I only want his top rank, I don't need him to die. Facing the livestream audience, Park Bu-sung continued building his persona. On the other side, Lucius finished his punishment. His bloodied body stood up, downed a bottle of basic healing potion, and once again raised his gun. Wait, Sin, you might actually need to kill those people. Suddenly, Xia and Tong, who hadn't spoken until now, finally said something. Then what? Lucius paused mid-trigger. Because someone had interrupted him, the murderous aura around him immediately shifted direction, locking onto Xia and Tong. But listen to me next. The next bullet, aim at that idiot picking his nose. Hit him in the face, right in the nose. Hearing her words, the guy who had just been picking his nose and turned away after hitting Lucius twisted his head around, stunned, staring straight at Xia and Tong. Alpha Nigeria Naira empty said S. Seriously, girl? You're a Grim Reaper too. He already looked a bit dumb, and now he looked downright derpy. But he had no chance to say anything. Bang! Gunshot. Hell Roar spat out a blaze of death. A bloody hole appeared dead center on the idiot's face, and he fell flat on his back. His eyes didn't even close, just stared blankly as he hit the floor. The rest of the students acted like nothing had happened, continuing what they were doing, so apathetic it was terrifying. Lucius let out a single sound, as if expressing confusion. The game punishment sequence that had already appeared several times didn't show up this time. Xia and Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she made it in time. Her guess was on point. Before Lucius's rage spiraled out of control, she had identified the issue. This classroom was one of the mysteries, just twisted into its current madness. The anatomical sculptures, the human sketches on the blackboard, and the multicolored stains on the floor all made her assume this was an art room. With the presence of statues, her instinct had led her to think the mystery might be the walking statue. But the students and their obviously targeted bizarre behavior clearly meant they had a purpose. So the anatomical models might actually be teaching tools. The sketches on the blackboard clearly depicted dissected bodies, likely used for instruction. The colored stains on the floor weren't just paint, they could be different reagents used in a lab. This might not be an art room at all. It could be a laboratory, a biology lab. That means the mystery here is the human model in the biology classroom. These anatomical models might really have been made from human bodies, sourced from dissection labs. These students weren't students. They weren't human. They were parts, separate body parts given form. If you sniff closely, you'd catch a whiff of formalin. Their true forms were the central part of their twisted actions. Like that nose-picking idiot, his true form was probably the nose. Once all that info lined up, the theory made perfect sense. And Sin's shot confirmed it. Destroying the nose, no punishment triggered. Mystery solved. The only issue was, some of the students' actions were still too ambiguous for her to deduce their core part. So for now, she could only pick the ones she was confident about and tell Sin. The next bullet, shoot the guy doing a handstand and constantly using his feet to put on clothes. Aim for his legs. But this time, there was no gunshot. Lusa turned his head. His pale green mask now showed an expression that was hard to read, underscore. That look made Sia Antong's hair stand on end. She had no idea what went wrong. The next second, Lu Su raised his hand, aimed. Bang. Headshot. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory punishment now enforced. Gunshot. Someone drops. The game's punishment appears once again, and with it, Sia Antong also shatters. Why shoot the head? Why look at me for a moment, then decide to ignore my advice? Is there something else you're considering? Are you even in a state where you can think straight? As a highly professional analyst of Sin, she really didn't get it. She'd already cracked this mystery, hadn't she? She didn't feel like she'd misjudged anything. So what exactly was his goal? She couldn't help but think back to the first time she watched the Sin game, the scene with the sawed-off leg, and the speculations people made about him. Back then, she scoffed at it. But now, she felt a chill run through her entire body. Don't tell me, he actually has some kind of fetish. At the same time, Sia Antong wasn't the only one feeling lost on the other side. Park Bu-sung was just as confused. Hearing the game warning sound ring out again just a few minutes later, he finally felt like something was off. Isn't this way too fast? Triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes? This can't be right. What the H*LL are you doing? Even though the game offered a high level of freedom, he couldn't see anything happening on the opponent's side, and that gave him a seriously bad feeling. No, haha, this guy's acting kinda weird. Dear citizens of Dahanmingwa, can someone check what he's doing over there? If it's too easy, I won't bother designing so many twists next time. Even though he wasn't feeling great, he still had to act tough. Couldn't show weakness. But he forgot one of the basic rules of the game. Audience members can't give tips during combat. So the messages that came through were just a bunch of weird gibberish. He is at keeps.tch. sh*t. Why is it all useless crap? Looking at the endless stream of scrambled text on his barrage, Park Bu-sung couldn't help cursing. But that one outburst? Bad move. Because what came next, he could read crystal clear. Wow, what the hell, did he just call us useless crap? He forgot the game rules himself and still has the nerve to say stuff like that. We're clearly trying our best to help. The challenge mode even benefits you. Park Bu-sung Appa, don't embarrass Dahanmingwa. Back in Dahanmingwa, no one usually dared talk to Park Bu-sung like this, but this was online. In-game, no one gave a sh*t about his status. He was so pissed he wanted to start swearing, but had to worry about public image, so he just swallowed it. Everyone, don't get mad, I didn't mean it like that, wasn't talking about you, don't worry, I'll win. Can he win? He will win. On the other side, Lu Su had already turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He didn't care about reason. As soon as the punishment ended, he raised his gun and blew the head off another Punisher, every single shot, a headshot. The whole time, not a word. No threats. Just pure killing. Now, each punishment no longer felt like Lu Su being punished. It felt like the Punisher's countdown to death. Every time the countdown hit 0, 1 life was taken. Then the next countdown began. Until everyone was dead. This was mental torture at its finest. Lu Su hadn't said a thing, but even these fake humans, who supposedly had no human consciousness, now had terror written all over their eyes. RAOE. Their movements still had that twisted creepiness, but every action was slowing down, like they were afraid. They didn't want to get close to Lu Su. They desperately wanted to get away from Lu Su. But the game rules forced them to punish him. Lu Su's fury had somehow instilled fear in beings that shouldn't even have consciousness. The surreal image left Sia Antong dumbfounded, making her feel completely out of place. And then she noticed something else. Their movements were starting to distort for some unknown reason. One short woman had previously placed her right leg on her own head and was hopping forward. Judging by how smoothly she moved, Sia Antong figured her real body was her right leg. But now, with terror in her eyes, she switched legs, putting the other one on her head and continued hopping. They can switch bodies like that? Sia Antong couldn't wrap her head around it. During the chaos, she timidly reminded Sin, speaking up. Shooting the head usually triggers the punishment mechanism. The body parts one mentioned, that's their real body. They're not actually human. Lu Su acted like he didn't even hear her, sticking to his rhythm, getting hit, standing up, shooting, getting hit. The air around him felt like it had formed a black aura, like an emotional black hole. And at the center of it, Lu Su was the most terrifying demon. Anyone who entered would instantly be consumed by fear. Though he was covered in wounds and blood kept seeping from under his coat, the area around him stained bright red. He didn't show the slightest weakness. On the contrary, his aura grew stronger, like he had activated some blood-fueled rage mode. That black aura hadn't spread to Xia Antong, so she still felt relatively okay. Just the air in the classroom felt thin, and a suffocating atmosphere hung over everything. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules and is forcefully disrupting the game progress. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules and is forcefully disrupting the game progress. Warning! The game's penalty alert went off every 3 minutes, like the voice of a death judge, but it wasn't Luce's death it was announcing. Park Bu-sung was already numb. The repeated sounds of Sin breaking the rules rang in his ears. From excitement at first, to numbness, to now, pure fear. He wasn't even near Sin, didn't know what he was doing. The system messages that should have made him happy now made him shudder every time they played. What the hell is happening over there? He couldn't even reach his teammates outside. Normally, if something went wrong, wouldn't they try to contact him? The punishment alerts came in perfectly timed 3 minutes apart, down to the second. And the game's penalty window was 3 minutes, which meant Sin was constantly breaking the rules. Park Bu-sung sat in a classroom on the edge of campus, fingers interlocked, face pale as a sheet. Had any of the mysteries or traps he designed ever led to something like this? Are you addicted to breaking the rules? And the biggest question was, why couldn't his teammates contact him? What the hell went wrong? When he was designing this, he'd considered nearly every possible outcome, but not once did it cross his mind that someone could keep violating the rules nonstop. So if it wasn't a flaw in his game design, then it could only mean Sin was actively and repeatedly breaking the rules on purpose. Then what was his goal? Is he crazy? Just trying to hand me a win? Even though Park Bu-sung had always fantasized about winning, he never imagined it happening this easily. Is this top player really that weak? Am I the chosen one or what? The corners of Park Bu-sung's mouth twitched between a cocky smirk and a cold sweat, his forehead damp, his brain completely scrambled. Sin was far away, buried somewhere in some unknown game instance, and hadn't even done anything to him directly, but he'd already mentally crushed Park Bu-sung, leaving him in a loop of agony and doubt. No matter what, it's him who's breaking the rules now. He's the one being punished. I haven't been affected. He chose hell mode himself. It's natural that the game is targeting him. This challenge is him versus me and the game. I have the advantage. Who asked him though? Let's just say, he was giving himself a pep talk. After hammering himself with enough motivational slogans, he finally felt a bit better and his mood started to settle. 3 minutes passed, and this time he didn't hear the game's punishment alert. He felt weirdly off without it, even lifted his head in confusion. Huh. A moment later, the game alert sounded again. 7 mysteries of the campus, human model in the biology classroom. Black side player has completed it. Current progress, January 7th. Time remaining, 23:17:08. HM. Huh. Hearing the alert again, but after clearing his thoughts, he realized something was different. It wasn't what he expected. He cleared it. How the hell did he clear it? Park Bu-sung was stunned. Wasn't the advantage supposed to be on his side? How long had it even been? Why was the level cleared already? And he had been breaking the rules nonstop. How did he even pass the level? Is his horror game instance something that could be cleared by violating the rules? Alpha Epsilon. Was it his teammate? But his teammate was clearly brought in to make clearing it harder, not easier. I object. Chosen's Paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear it? I need to know. I've never heard of a game where you can win just by breaking the rules. He was breaking them nonstop just minutes ago, and now he cleared the stage. Park Bu-sung couldn't handle the blow and actually started questioning the game out loud. But the game completely ignored him. Not everyone is Lusu, someone who can provoke the game and still win and get achievement badges. After being thoroughly ignored, Park Bu-sung had no choice but to sulk in silence, pacing back and forth. He was miserable, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't like Lusu, who had the guts to test the game's limits with his life. All Park could do was stew in frustration. This is way too messed up. Wait a minute. His overloaded pig brain finally recalled something and he reread that notification. Biology classroom, human model. Biology classroom. Isn't that where his teammate was? He panicked immediately. Was that guy completely useless? The other guy kept violating rules and still cleared the level. Park just wanted to get in touch quickly and figure out what had happened. Then, the game alert sounded again, and this time, it completely shattered his composure. Whiteside player Kim Il-ru has exited the game. The game continues. And this Kim Il-ru was Park Bu-sung's teammate in the biology classroom. What? Huh? Park Bu-sung's face instantly morphed into a meme, exactly like that black guy with the question marks. Violations, then stage clear, then his own teammate quits? What the hell? This game is supposed to be hell mode for Sin, right? Or is it hell mode for me? A few minutes ago. After the punishment ended, Lucius stood up from the pool of blood, adjusted his clothes and collar, and looked at the last remaining person. That person was just standing there numbly. His comrades, those fake humans, were now all corpses on the floor. His eyes, full of fear, stared straight at Lusu. Just a moment ago, he had been swinging a stick at Lusu with all his might. But a stick couldn't kill the strongest player in the world. Now, he probably realized his life was over. He was lucky Lusu had randomly saved one to be the last. But also unlucky because now he had to face Lusu directly. What a shame. Lusu finally spoke. No one knew who he was even talking to. Then, he raised his gun. Fake human, what the hell do you mean, shame? Bang. Gunshot. The last one fell. The classroom went quiet. Lusu turned and looked at Xia Antong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom the whole time. Xia Antong immediately raised her hand and waved. Me? It's me, I'm your teammate. I'm not with them. Lusu. I know. And just then, the pile of corpses on the ground turned into black smoke and disappeared, leaving behind only parts, body components that made up a human, reeking of a synthetic odor and bizarre stench. At the same time, the stage clear alert chimed. Xia Antong walked over, wanting to ask Sin why he insisted on doing things this way. But then she noticed that Sin was standing there, head down, silently staring at the scattered limbs. He slowly raised his gun again. What? Gonna shoot the dead bodies. Suddenly, some of the body parts on the ground shot up, forming a human shape midair and running toward the door. Xia Antong didn't even have time to react. Bang, a gunshot. Lusu blasted a hole in the thigh. A scream echoed from midair and a figure dropped down, clutching his leg in agony. No, I'm not Park Bu-sung. I'm just... Before he could finish, Lusu, already in second gear, fired Hell Roar. Kill. Kim Il-ru had no time to think. He used his exit token. A scream echoed through the searing heat, and then he vanished, quit the game. And that's when it all came flooding back to Xia Antong. Kim Il-ru's special ability, substitution technique. He could split his body into multiple parts, with only one part being the real fatal point. The rest, even if hit, wouldn't kill him, not even the heart. Xia Antong had been unable to figure out which part of the fake humans was their core because their bodies included components from Kim Il-ru. Those parts could also move and pretend to be the core. If they attacked the wrong part, they could take out all the fakes and still not clear the game, leaving her and Lusu misled, thinking they had guessed the method wrong. So, Lusu had insisted on risking constant violations just to kill every single fake human? You already figured it out? Xia Antong turned her head in shock, looking at the masked, silent Sin. Lusu? Figured out what? Lusu didn't quite get what kind of person Xia Antong thought he was this time, but he didn't bother explaining. In his current state, all of his rational thinking was focused on suppressing his own violent tendencies and bloodlust to avoid losing control. Couldn't be bothered to speak, opening his mouth annoyed him, and getting annoyed made him want to kill. I'm gonna F ****ing kill. So at this moment, Lusu, while not making a move, actually seemed more normal than he did in his previous greed and gluttony states. He even looked a bit refined, like a cool, quiet male god type. But in truth, all of that was an illusion, a storm hidden beneath a calm lake surface. Behind that elegant exterior was a bloodthirsty beast. First campus mystery cleared. Solved in less than an hour. It shattered most of Park Bu-sung's illusions. By now, the corpses and blood on the ground had all turned into black smoke and vanished, leaving only scattered organ pieces that were quite disturbing to look at. Xia and Tong stared at the human specimens strewn all over the floor, mentally replaying every detail of what had just happened. How could this be? Even though she couldn't yet fully unleash the power of the all-seeing eye, it was still a legendary weapon. She hadn't even noticed that some of those body parts belonged to Kim Il-ru. What level is the Mask of Sin exactly? Or was this simply a result of his sharp mind? Did you notice that some of those limbs belonged to Kim Il-ru? Lu Su. I didn't notice. He gave a short reply, then downed another bottle of basic healing potion to restore his state. After the very first bottle he drank at the start, he'd only used one intermediate healing potion in between. Now his state had returned to what it was at the beginning, actually, even better. This first mystery was basically a bonus level for him. And in truth, he hadn't overthought it this time. Contrary to what Xia and Tong assumed, he hadn't been aiming for completion from the start. Insisting on killing the Punisher and getting punished himself, he'd simply wanted to be punished. As for the part where he stopped and stared at the corpse, it wasn't because he actively noticed something wrong or picked up on signs of Kim Il-ru, it was pure instinct. A withering above Nui. Like a beast in the wild, sensing something watching it. Just pure, raw instinct. Can I ask, what was the goal behind the approach you chose earlier? Hearing Sin's response and having run through countless possibilities in her mind, Xia and Tong cautiously asked. Lu Su adjusted his mysterious cloak, changed its appearance, then shook off the blood with a sharp motion. I was warming up. And now it's been proven. Lu Su stretched forcefully. A big grin spread across the pale green mask on his face. These horror games can all be cleared with brute force, right? Xia Antong's pupils contracted. Even though Sin was smiling, the violent energy around him only seemed to intensify. So this time around, he had basically thrown himself into the game as a test, to figure out if brute force could work. If the punishments weren't lethal, if he could wipe out all threats, then yeah, he was planning to bulldoze his way through. A sense of frustration welled up in her chest. She just couldn't keep up with the thinking of someone with rage issues. Originally, she'd thought she finally cracked the puzzle in one of the highest-level game duels. Who knew the guy never even planned to solve anything? Sin had never considered team cooperation in the first place. Meanwhile, over on Park Bu-sung's side, the game interface had popped up with a prompt and a new round of notifications. Blackside's Lu Su had already cleared one horror mystery, and now, the Hell mode was beginning to show its true hellish nature. Park Bu-sung was gaining higher and higher permissions. Every time Lu Su cleared a horror mystery, Park Bu-sung could impose one restriction. And the level and scope of these restrictions were ramping up too, getting more twisted each round. For example, Park Bu-sung tried to write, "From now on, Sin cannot breathe," but the game rejected it. Some restrictions just weren't valid. Right now, he was testing the game's limits on the screen in front of him, muttering curses nonstop as he planned the next move. ing useless. Didn't even pass back any info before exiting the game. Wasn't Kim Il-ru ranked high domestically? Didn't they say he had life-saving skills? Just quit like that? Might as well ing die. Spineless piece of What the hell are they doing over there? Completely useless. He was already holding back a lot. If there weren't so many people watching, he'd be swearing even filthier. To be fair, you could understand the guy. His opponent basically cleared the level without doing anything, and his own teammate vanished without even leaving a message. Originally, everything should have been going great for him. But it wasn't like Kim Il-ru had a choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass along info, Lu Su just didn't give him the chance. His body had been split among several fakes. When Lu Su broke the rules, the game's mechanics forced Kim to carry out the punishment immediately, leaving no time for messages. Each time a punishment ended, Lu Su followed up with another shot. Kim didn't even have time to be scared, let alone pass along intel. And by the end, after taking a shot to the leg, if he delayed another second, he'd have been turned to ashes. No way to send anything. Luce's wrath mask was all about efficiency, not even a spare moment to speak. So in the end, Park Bu-sung was left completely in the dark. But soon enough, a smile reappeared on his face as he said, "But it's fine, don't worry, in the end the winner will still be me. It's just one level, nothing big. All it means is that Kim Il-ru was garbage. My restrictions will be chained together, one after another, pulling him into the abyss. He'll pay for his arrogance." As Park Bu-sung spoke, he hit the confirm button again. Even the Hwagwa viewers in his livestream couldn't help but facepalm. Bro's confident again? At the same time, a system prompt rang in the players' minds. Black side player has cleared one campus mystery. Now, white side player issues the first restriction. At any time, there must be at least one black side player inside a horror game location. As the voice rang in their ears, both Lu Su and Xia Antong, who were already preparing for the next scene's horror mystery, froze at the same time. At first, Lu Su was a little annoyed. What, now they were adding rules on the fly too? Xia Antong also slightly furrowed her brows. Judging from the way this rule was worded, it didn't seem like this was just some random occurrence. This should be a tactic to split us up. A method to separate the two of us. Lu Su had just realized what the restriction was talking about. Can't help it, wrath worked like that. Anger first, then thinking. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Well, that works out perfectly." Xia Antong. What's that supposed to mean? Do you really have to make it so obvious that you think I'm a burden? Still, she let out a sigh in the end. Even though the all-seeing eye at full capacity would grant considerable combat power, for now, her function wasn't really focused on fighting. And even if she had some combat ability, it probably wouldn't compare to the powerhouse in front of her. So she took the initiative to say, "All right then, this rule's made it pretty clear, at all times, there must be someone inside the game scene. You're stronger, so I'll stay here, and you go to the next level." Lucius saw that she brought it up first, so he agreed. All right. With that, he turned and took big strides toward the door. Hey, wait. Hold on. Xia Antong hadn't finished talking yet, but the man in front of her already looked like he couldn't wait to go on a killing spree. She was a bit speechless. "Take this out for me and throw it up into the sky." Xia Antong handed over a metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, solid and sturdy. Her current appearance featured a light blue screen in front of her right eye, flashing with data streams, while her left eye was sealed under a helmet, very cyberpunk. She pointed at her sealed left eye, then at the metal sphere and said, "This is my eye. Throw it into the sky. It can help you see in all directions and identify the correct game location." Lucius squeezed it a bit with some force to test its hardness, then nodded in understanding. "Also, wear this." Just like a treasure chest, Xia Antong pulled out what looked like an earpiece from who knows where. "Keep in touch. Don't lose it seriously." Lucius took it and touched it to his ear. The earpiece instantly turned to liquid, wrapping around his ear. It didn't feel like he was wearing anything, but it also wouldn't fall off. New BS. "What tier weapon is this?" Lucius asked instinctively. "Epic." Lucius. He couldn't help squeezing his wind coat a bit and thought to himself, "I've finally seen an epic weapon that's even more useless than you." Also, there are a few things I'm not sure you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. First, this newly added rule. It's very likely there will be one added after every level. Second, Park Bu-sung's teammates. It's highly likely there's more than one. Xia Antong had probably come to understand Sin's personality at this point, so she didn't waste time and went straight to the point. And for Lu Su, who was in his wrath mask state, this was exactly the kind of communication he liked. He really hadn't paid much attention to those things he didn't think they mattered. His instincts didn't see them as life-threatening. "Watch yourself." With that, Lucius stepped out of the classroom, leapt from the 3rd floor, landed on the ground, and then hurled Xia Antong's eye high into the sky. The metal sphere spun a few times in the air before vanishing into thin air. Back in the eerily silent classroom, Xia Antong found a seat in the back row, held her breath, and closed her eyes. The campus was quiet. Looking up, there was no sun, no clouds, and the sky wasn't blue. Instead, it was a hazy gray, like someone had spilled a bucket of paint over an oil painting. The whole world was shrouded in gray. A heavy, lifeless silence hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. It made Lusa feel angry. He wandered through the campus without a clear goal, thinking seriously about one thing: how much output would Hell Roar need to bring the entire teaching building down? Even if it could level the building, would it be too much trouble to blow up the whole school? Such a pain. Just then, Xia Antong's voice came through the earpiece. She was clearly in the zone. Her voice was calm and steady, almost robotic. Not sure about the other locations, but there's only one gym in this school. So, bouncing ball sounds from the empty gymnasium. No matter how it changes, there should only be one place. Location, Lusa replied. Look up. When he looked up, the all-seeing eye's metal orb began to spin rapidly above him, refracting rainbow light and forming an arrow to guide Lusa forward. Also, even though Park Bu-song's abilities are far below yours, I'll remind you again. He may have high-level support. His gear is excellent. Don't underestimate him. Maybe it was because Lusa wasn't nearby anymore. The black aura of fear was gone. Her head was clearer now, and she dared to speak more. I didn't underestimate him. Lusa looked up and responded. I just want to beat him to death. His voice was calm, devoid of personal hatred, like he was just stating a fact. Lusa stretched his body. In the foggy gray campus, his joints cracked with the explosive sound only seen in legendary martial artists. After who knew how many rounds of punishment attacks, which were full-on battles in themselves, Lusa was now fully warmed up. A few swift leaps across campus brought him to the gymnasium doors. Before he even stepped inside, the intense sounds of competition echoed from the courts, noisy and lively, completely out of place with the rest of the school's dead atmosphere. Lusa stood at the front doors. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped inside, not even bothering to hide the fact he was intruding. Inside, ping-pong balls clicked endlessly in the table tennis court. On the badminton court, feet scraped loudly against the floor and shuttlecocks sliced through the air. The basketball court was a cacophony of shouting, and whistles cut through the noise from time to time. Cursing, cheering, various sounds erupted in the venue. Clearly, this school had a strong sports culture. Lusa walked in, scanning the entire space around him as he muttered to himself. Looks like there's a lot of people here. Standing at the entrance, he could see the entire gym. In the chaotic court, it was completely empty. The noisy gymnasium was completely empty. This obvious eeriness, combined with the school's already gloomy atmosphere, sent a chill down one's spine. A terrifying aura lingered in the air. But at this moment, the people who had arrived here didn't know what fear meant. Lusa walked to the center of the gymnasium, surrounded by a suffocating black aura. The sounds around him were so real, right next to his ears, yet he couldn't see a thing. It was like there were hundreds of people speaking around you, but you couldn't see any of them. Standing in the gym, you felt like a lone island, terrified and isolated. This place, even if you stayed too long in the daytime, could drive someone insane. If you came at night, you'd probably faint on the spot from fear. And for the audience's convenience in learning and becoming future players, all footage was shown from a first-person perspective. Previously, watching San-S videos was about seeing a psycho torturing the game. But this horror-themed instance was a first for them. What the H*LL? Why go for a horror theme out of nowhere? Nope, my closet just moved. I'm out. The other campus mysteries are creepy stories to begin with. Sin's playstyle is already violent. If we did this with proper puzzle solving, it might be even scarier. Xia Antong was watching through the all-seeing eye and also found this one tricky. This scene was starting to look a bit like Chinese-style horror. Most importantly, because the place looked completely empty, she didn't have any usable data for analysis. Lusa stood in the center of the court, chin slightly raised. The expression on his mask grew confused. Facing the empty stadium, he repeated again. So many people. Even though he couldn't see them, his senses were crystal clear. This wasn't a large space, but there were tons of eyes watching him. It was a beast-like instinct, belonging to wrath and amplified intuition. Just as everyone felt like they'd hit a bottleneck, unsure how to move forward, Lusa suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to ripple from the bullet, and a hole appeared in the floor in the distance. But other than that, nothing seemed to happen. It was just a random shot. Yet the expression on the Wrath mask grew more serious. His brows furrowed, and he quickly drew his gun and fired at another spot. Then the gunfire kept coming. Luce's right hand seemed to transform into that of a Western gunslinger, crazily firing at every corner of the room. Each shot was single, but the rate of fire was so fast, and he didn't need to let the muzzle cool down. The gunfire connected into a continuous roar, like a rifle sweep. The bright and clean gym turned into a wrecked battlefield in seconds, as if thrown into a war zone. The basketball backboard was shattered, the badminton net had fallen to the ground, and there were bullet holes all over the floor and walls. But the gym still carried the same noisy atmosphere from before. The sounds of various sports hadn't diminished one bit and echoed alongside Luce's gunfire. It was like they were performing a dance together. Everyone watching was stunned. No one knew what he was doing. Inside the gym, it looked like Sin had just gone crazy, shooting at random without any results. What? What's going on? He's lost it. Looks like brute force doesn't work here. Duh, there's not a single living person you can see. What's the point of spraying bullets everywhere? I thought he could just charge through, but clearly, we need to find a method or we're stuck. Because Luce's actions were too bizarre, most people thought he was having a breakdown. Then a voice came through the earpiece, Sia Antongs. What are you doing? The expression on Luce's mask had fully tightened into a frown. He scanned his surroundings. He could feel it, there was presence everywhere. They were watching him, and that gaze carried heavy malice. Among all that malice, most of it was faint, making it hard for him to tell whether it was real or just his imagination. It was as if he were surrounded by invisible, untouchable ghosts. But just now, his sharpened instincts had tugged at something in his mind. One specific spot had emitted a stronger malice, something more real. So he fired. But he knew clearly he hadn't hit it. Just as he raised the gun, that intense malice vanished and reappeared behind him. Each shot since then was aimed at where that malice flared up, hoping to see what would happen. But every time, he failed. The huge space was like a starry sky filled with dark, dead stars. Occasionally, one of those stars would flicker, just for a moment, caught by Luce's senses. But the second he raised his gun, the flickering star would shift to a different position, usually behind him, completely opposite the last spot. Luce fired faster and faster, but it was no use. That flickering malice couldn't even be caught by bullets. To everyone else, he just looked like a complete lunatic. No one else had his kind of instincts to feel the malice in the room. In the corner of the gym, an invisible figure held its breath, watching Luce finally stop firing and hurriedly opened the in-game communication to contact Park Bu-sung. Hey, Mr. Park. This Sin is here with me now. He was nervous, cutting the fluff to get straight to the point. Park Bu-sung, HM? Then, seeing who contacted him, he instantly lit up. You're at the gym, right? Perfect. Be him in, stall him for me. I know your ability, keep him stuck there until he dies. Beamin swallowed hard and continued. That's actually what I wanted to tell you. I think he found me. What? Park Bu-sung's eyes went wide in an instant, standing up and staring toward the direction of the gym. How'd he do that? I don't know. But out of all my spiritual forms, he shot directly at my main body. Even though I switch between forms really fast, each of his shots after that landed in the direction of my real body. I've dodged several times already. Park Bu-sung finally relaxed a bit and said, so he still can't hit you, right? Be him in. No matter what, the difficulty of clearing this horror mystery lies with you. Confuse him. Mislead him. Stall. Your mission is to stall him. You're carrying the hopes of Dahan Mingwa on your shoulders. At the end of the call, Park Bu-sung still didn't forget to make a grand statement, slapping a heavy title onto Beamin. He didn't know what kind of pressure Beamin was facing, nor did he care whether Beamin lived or died. He was simply happy that Sin had been stalled. The game had a total of 7 levels, 7 horror mysteries, and only 24 hours. That time limit was actually quite tight. As long as any one level held them up, combined with the teammate action restriction he'd added to Luce's side, time would pass very quickly. Besides, at the moment, he genuinely couldn't think of any way Luce could crack Beamin's ability. It was a skill that perfectly matched the gymnasium horror mystery. Maybe it couldn't do anything to Sin, but just stalling him for time could be enough to kill him. In his original plan, this stage was meant to stall for the longest time. He didn't expect Sin to make it here already on the second level. Beamin, you better not be that useless. After hanging up with Park Bu-sung, Beamin took a deep breath and continued to stay on edge inside the gym. It was true, after adequate preparation, his ability was practically invincible on home turf. His entire strength lay in his skill, a Wrath-tier ability, Psychic Clone. Beamin could manifest psychic clones. These required time to prepare and couldn't stray too far from the original body, no more than 100 meters. The clones couldn't really attack. They just made people feel depressed and fearful when approached, though Beamin didn't know why this had zero effect on Sin. It sounded like a pretty underwhelming ability, but so long as the range stayed within 100 meters, Beamin could instantly switch between his clones and his real body at any time. His real body was also hidden, breath-concealed, and fully invisible, basically untraceable. This kind of ability wasn't offensive at all. At his current spirit level, Beamin couldn't even freely control his clones. But in the setting of this horror mystery at the gym, it had become a perfect tool for stalling. Beamin had always believed that as long as he had enough time to prepare, not even the number one in the world could do anything to him. And now it was time to put that belief to the test. Only when facing Lusu in person did he truly feel that oppressive presence, that inexplicable aura of dread and fear that completely kept him from getting close. And besides, he was dodging bullets here. Every time Lusu raised his hand, Beamin instantly switched with a clone in the blind spot of the muzzle. Though he hadn't messed up yet, the mental pressure was intense. More importantly, to this moment he still couldn't figure out how the H*LL had Sin figured out the location of his real body. Was this world's number one just too versatile? But from the outside, Lusu had just looked like he was shooting at empty air, completely pointless. Add in his usual reckless, brute force way of clearing stages, and most people figured he was just randomly firing at ghosts. Besides Beamin hidden in the air, no one could understand just how twisted Lusu's actions really were, or how pinpoint accurate every shot had been. Maybe go check another area first? Spraying bullets at the gym out of frustration won't do anything. Sin doesn't seem to be in the right state for solving puzzles. Maybe Blank should take a look, move to the next scene. 24 hours isn't much. Don't lose to the Koreans. Seriously. The viewers started tossing out suggestions. Of course, they were just saying whatever. They all knew that Sin never listened to what the audience said. RNB. Suddenly, after staying still for a while, Lusu raised his gun again, aimed directly at the spot where Beamin's real body was. Beamin! The moment Lusu lifted his arm, alarm bells exploded in Beamin's head. He swapped instantly, appearing behind Lusu. Tug-of-warring with this big shot was no joke. One mistake could mean death. Rumor had it this guy killed without blinking. There was even talk that he ate someone in one instance. Scared. But then Beamin realized something was off. His pupils shrank in an instant. The gun didn't fire. This time, Lusu raised his hand just to test how Beamin was dodging. A subtle, knowing smile slowly spread across the pale green mask. So, you're not dodging bullets. You're watching my hand movements? With that thought, Lusu relaxed his hand. The hell roar dropped to the ground and disappeared into his backpack. He tapped his earpiece and said, "You go ahead. Check out the other areas. Semi-Invincible? You sure?" Seeing Lusu nod, the metal sphere in the air spun twice and decisively flew off. Semi-Invincible knew, once Sin had made up his mind, her presence here probably wouldn't matter anyway. Soon, the empty gym was left with only Lusu standing silently at the center. Slowly, beneath the mask, his eyes gently closed. The noisy sounds in his ears were ignored as he fully immersed himself in his beast-like senses. Since the gym was empty anyway, he might as well close his eyes. Sometimes, in places your eyes can't see, your heart will guide you. You tell me what's faster, the gun or me? His voice wasn't loud, but the moment he spoke, it cut through all the noise of the gym, like a tiger's roar in a forest overpowering all the birds and beasts, clearly reaching Beamin's ears. Beamin was momentarily stunned, unsure who the words were even directed at. How could a person be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? But the next second, every hair on his body stood on end. A human figure suddenly loomed large in his vision, and the feeling of death engulfed him. Swap. Boom. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Luce's raised right leg came crashing down like a mountain-splitting axe. With that deafening impact, the floor of the badminton court caved in, and massive cracks quickly spread through the gym. Min, standing farther away, looked ahead, shaken to the core. He understood now. He understood why Lusu had put the gun away. Because he didn't even need to lift his hand, he could look forward and still charge backward. Not as fast as a bullet, but far more unpredictable. Except, how the H*LL was that even possible? How could a human move like this? Min had never seen anyone like this. Even if the guy was #1 in the world, he never imagined someone's body could literally become a killing machine. What were his tendons made of? Rebar. But there was no time left to be shocked. He hadn't even caught his breath before that terrifying rush of air swept over him again. That terrifying wrath mask, filled with the aura of death, once again lunged toward him. Min had only one thought left in his mind. Looks like I can't stall him after all. Switch. No time to think. Min could almost feel the killing intent seeping into his pores from the other side. In an instant, he switched positions again and dodged. Boom. Looking back, the floor where he had just been exploded once more. Shards and dust filled the air, engulfing Luce's figure. Moments later, the dust was shattered by a powerful gust, and from it burst forth Min didn't even need to think. It had to be that sin again. Does he not need any cooldown or charging time for his muscles? Before the shock could even sink in, Min vanished from his spot again, switching with his spirit form. In the next second, the basketball hoop behind him was smashed with a single palm strike, debris scattering all over the floor. Min's back was now completely drenched in cold sweat. Just those 2 hits proved that Sin really wasn't just an empty title. Just that physical strength alone far exceeded any player he'd ever seen before. Is this the level of the top-ranked players on the game leaderboard? Min only needed a single thought to switch places with his spirit form, but the other guy? He was chasing him down with his actual body. And even with that, Min still felt like he was barely surviving. As for why he had to dodge instead of fighting back, Min had only one thing to say to people who'd ask that kind of question. Why don't you try going toe-to-toe with this guy? The fact that he hadn't exited the game outright was already a show of backbone. Min didn't even dare to imagine holding this guy off for 24 hours. Now that he was facing him head-on, one thought kept surfacing. This D*MN game, can anyone even beat him? Sure, the game's win condition was the horror mystery, but if this were a straight-up duel, Min seriously doubted even Park Busong could survive getting torn apart by this monster. That'd really mean no Piao left of Buchang. Switch. Dodging another fatal attack, Min scrambled far away, warily watching the rampaging beast tearing through the gym. Right now, all he could do was give it his all and try to keep this guy occupied as long as possible before exhausting his energy. After all, this challenge was on behalf of Da Hanmingwa. Letting things slide wasn't really an option. Hee. Suddenly, in the open gym filled with the sounds of movement, a chilling laugh echoed. It was Lusu. Seeing his repeated attacks fail, the power level of the Wrath mask started climbing, and he burst into a rage-fueled laugh. ****, you run pretty damn fast. On the mask, a giant smile stretched across it, splitting it into 2 halves, like some freak whose mouth reached his ears. Boom. A massive pit formed beneath his feet as terrifying reverse thrust launched his body straight at Min. This time, Lusu had entered a rampage state, borderline losing control, his laughter erupting involuntarily. No breathing. No rest. No conserving stamina. Lusu's entire body surged forward in a non-stop frenzy. Like a wind-up machine, his speed left after images. He was so fast, even the human eye struggled to keep up. Every switch Min made required a sharp, angular retreat, trying to slow down Sin's momentum. But it didn't work. Lusu's turning sprints didn't pause for even a split second. The relentless pursuit made Min feel suffocated. Even though he was just switching places, the psychological pressure was unbearable. The whole gym was echoing with this creepy laugh. There was no joy in it, just pure, bone-chilling dread. Min was starting to hallucinate. He felt like a helpless little girl fleeing down a dark alley, chased by a deranged serial killer. Not the best analogy, sure, but from a psychological standpoint, it was dead on. Fear. Helplessness. If he got caught, it'd be hell. The entire gym was a mess. Equipment destroyed everywhere. Floorboards and wall panels violently torn apart. Suddenly, the endless roaring came to a halt. Lucius stood in the wreckage, surrounded by smoke and dust, finally stopping in his tracks. By now, the gym was wrecked beyond recognition. Dust billowed all around, and the scoreboard on the overhead screen was swaying until it finally crashed down. With a cute. The wrath mask on Luce's face grinned silently. He lowered his head, staring at his right hand. In his hand was a 6-inch strip of gray cloth, part of the standard starter outfit that comes with the game. Just moments ago, Beam had finally cracked under the prolonged psychological stress. One small delay, and Luce tore off a corner of his clothes. That feeling was like brushing shoulders with death itself. Beam's face was flushed red, breathing cautiously. He had no idea why Sin suddenly stopped, but even a few seconds to catch his breath were incredibly precious. The mental pressure was way too much. Wasn't Park Bu-sung supposed to be the one challenging this game? Why did it feel like he was in hell instead? Looking at the ripped fabric on his shirt, Beam still had lingering fear and quickly used the moment to contact Park Bu-sung. In-game communication channel connected. Hey, Mr. Park, get ready for the next phase. Park Bu-sung sounded confused. What do you mean? Get ready for what? I can't hold him anymore. I might be done. This guy's terrifying. He's really terrifying. Beam said terrifying twice in a row at the end. It was clear just how shaken and pressured he felt. Park Bu-sung? What? You're out already? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What's going on? Beam had already ended the call. F***K. Inside the gym, Luce looked at the torn fabric in his hand. The rage in him had finally cooled off, just a bit. After all, he didn't want to fully lose control. Seeing the item in his hand confirmed it, his gut feeling had been right. Someone was here, radiating malice. So you didn't get away this time. You're not that good after all. Seeing the piece of clothing appear out of thin air in Luce's hand, the audience, who'd thought Sin was just randomly going berserk, were all dumbfounded. No King Wei. Where'd that come from? There was someone. And it's a physical item, so the guy really was chasing someone. Physical ghost hunting actually worked. My back just got chills. The opponent was moving at that speed and still hasn't been caught. Must be a pro too. If Beam could have seen the viewer comments from Luce's side, he'd probably cough up blood. Beam, huh? Pro? Me? Luce stood in place, staring at the cloth for over 10 seconds. The grin on his mask grew wilder. Then he spoke in his mind. Good. Just needed to confirm someone's here. Not playing anymore. Chosen of agony. Allocate pain points. With just a thought, Luce pulled up his personal stat panel. Excluding equipment and other items, his raw stat points were nothing short of luxurious. Strength, 30. Speed, 15. Agility, coordination 15. Luck, 3. Spirit, 3. Aside from luck, which he had no clue what it even did and had never touched, all his other stats were far beyond the average player. Spirit's upgrade ratio was pretty bad, 110, so Luce didn't think it was worth the investment. He still preferred the physical kind of power, the kind he could feel. From the last horror mystery instance, he'd racked up quite a bit of pain points. Including scattered bits from earlier, he had over 40 now. Under the Wrath mask, Luce couldn't be bothered with min-maxing. Since he was planning to really go at it with the guy, he decided to give himself a heavy boost. With that in mind, he ramped up his speed and coordination in one go. Basically, he went all in. Speed increased, 1530. Coordination increased, 1520. Forget strength for now. All in on speed. He doubled his speed stat directly using pain points. He didn't know whether the thing hiding in the dark was human or ghost, another player or some game entity. But he was gonna drag it out into the open. Our newbie. Being toyed with like this was seriously pissing him off. While Beam kept thinking he was narrowly escaping death, Luce definitely didn't feel the same. From his point of view, it was like some annoying rat kept dodging his attacks, and he still couldn't catch it. Every single failed strike only made his anger boil higher. Beam may not have stalled for long, but he definitely helped Luce max out his rage. Even when he wore the gluttony mask, Luce never wanted to eat anyone. But now? He actually wanted to eat someone alive. That ghostly thing was like it could teleport. The ability was impressive, sure, but it was incredibly irritating. Now, with his speed doubled, he felt like he had wind under his feet. His whole body felt lighter. If before he could almost corner the target, now he was sure he could lock it down. Far off in the distance, Biamin was hiding and holding his breath, eyes locked on Sin, waiting for the next move. He didn't know why Lusu had stopped, but the bad feeling in his gut wouldn't go away. It was like a thorn pressing into his back. Suddenly, Lusu turned his head toward Biamin's hiding spot. In that instant, it felt like their eyes met. Biamin was sure he was still invisible, but that look made him feel totally exposed. His heartbeat skipped a beat. "Friend, you forgot to hold your breath." The wrath mask twisted into a grin as it spoke toward Biamin's position. Fear was like blood in the water, it gave everything away. Biamin's muscles instantly tensed, holding his breath, bracing himself for the next round of pursuit. But Lusa didn't strike right away. He calmly adjusted his sleeves and walked a few steps in Biamin's direction, speaking slowly and evenly. "I hope you're ready. Boss just hit phase 2. "What?" Biamin blinked, confused. What the hell did that mean? Why did it suddenly feel like this guy's personality had changed? Then, without warning, Luce's calm footsteps burst into a sprint, no wind-up, no signs. He was instantly in front of Biamin. Switch! Biamin's nerves had been tight the whole time. The moment Luce moved, he already activated a switch. But something felt off. He had switched, yet the roaring wind from the charge was still brushing his face. That pale green mask had already arrived. No time to wonder how he'd just switched and Lucy was already there. Biamin had to instantly switch again. Only then did he barely avoid death. Luce's charge had been a pre-read. Driven by fear, Biamin always switched in the furthest direction from Lusu, at the widest escape angle possible. It gave him a greater sense of security. But that also made his movements predictable. So Luce's first dash wasn't even aimed at catching him. Once he got there, he stomped the floor and used the recoil to launch himself backward. Sure enough, just as he moved, his beast-like instincts locked onto a nearby presence. He missed again. But this time, Luce's arm shot out like an iron spike, slicing the air with a bloody streak. There was nothing in front of him, but fresh blood sprayed out, splashing across the already wrecked floor. A painful, muffled grunt echoed in the air. Biamin had been wounded. But he didn't survive the third charge. With no delay, Luce's third reversal finally made contact. His hand clutched something solid, and in an instant, his 5 fingers dug deep into the opponent's flesh. Smashing through 2 nearby advertising boards, Luce slammed his target brutally into the ground, completely overpowering any resistance. The air shimmered and distorted. A figure gradually materialized. Biamin, who had spent all that time and effort hiding. Cough, cough. A sweetness surged up from Biamin's chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As expected from a pretty decent player, he didn't die from that slam alone. But the instant he was caught, his mind went completely blank. Truly blank. Overwhelmed by a domineering, irrational force. The wrath reduced Luce's own reasoning, but the mental pressure it exerted on others, especially opponents, was overwhelming. The fear made him unable to think. The pain made him feel like his body was falling apart. It awakened something buried deep in his genes. Especially with the two of them now in a predator-over-prey posture. It was a fear etched into his bones. The terror of being hunted, slaughtered, eaten. Biamin didn't have time to process anything. Only one instinct screamed in his brain. Survive. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out his exit token. But just as he did, a massive force grabbed his wrist. In a blink, it felt like his arm had been shoved into a hydraulic press. All sensation vanished in a wave of pain. Ayaha. His scream tore through the air as immense pressure crushed his muscles and tendons. A horrible cracking sound rang out, and he couldn't grip anything. The exit token had barely cleared his backpack when his fingers slipped, and it fell to the floor. Inches from his face was that terrifying pale green, grinning mask. What's the rush? Luce's grip kept tightening. Blood had already started seeping from Biamin's wrist where he was being held. His flesh was crushed against the bone like it was about to be shattered by force. Biamin kept screaming. Fear had completely taken over his mind, leaving him with nothing but meaningless shrieks. He deeply regretted agreeing to participate in this game. It had nothing to do with him in the first place. Park Bu-sung was the one challenging for first place. Why was he the one getting hurt? The moment he saw the exit token fall to the ground, he felt in his heart that he was completely finished. Kim Il-ru, although no one knew exactly what had happened to him, at least managed to leave the game alive and keep his life. What about me? His nearly 30 years of life started flashing before his eyes like a slideshow. He hadn't even been injured yet, and here he was already reminiscing, like he was waiting to die. Just then, the excruciating pain in his wrist suddenly loosened. A wave of numbness spread through, and the pain vanished. Beeman? What the hell does this mean? Did my hand get crushed already? That bloody, mangled image flashed in his mind, and Beeman turned his head in hopeless despair to look at his hand, only to find Lu-soo had released his clamp-like grip and wasn't applying any more pressure. Beeman froze for a moment, almost feeling like he'd cheated death. But right then a low voice sounded beside his ear. What the hell are you screaming for? Lu-soo, still pressing down on him, looked a bit dumbfounded too. Why could a grown man scream so miserably? He couldn't understand it. The guy's screams even managed to calm the rage burning in his own chest a little. I haven't even said I was going to do anything yet. What's with this reaction? I just grabbed his wrist, didn't even break it. This is nothing like the enemy I imagined. Lu-soo had expected to run into a classic dumb little villain, someone who would start trash-talking after being pinned, then struggle and fight back, only to get slapped to death in the end. But what he got was this cowardly wreck. What Lu-soo didn't realize was how terrifying he looked right now. Surrounded by an aura of fury, the pale green wrath mask made him look like a blue-faced fanged demon straight out of hell. Beeman looked up at Lu-soo's mask and let out another miserable shriek for no reason. Lu-soo? Do I look that ugly or something? To Beeman, what he saw wasn't a man, it was a drooling, blue-faced, fanged beast, and he was just a dish laid out on the table in front of it. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna eat me. Veins popped on Beeman's forehead. Those were the only two thoughts running through his brain, over and over. He couldn't think at all. The moment the exit token left his hand, he felt like he had already seen his great-grandma. No, don't kill me. I was just running for my life, I didn't even try to hurt you. Park Bu-sung was the one who challenged you, not me. Not me, I have no interest in being first place. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. Killing me won't benefit you at all, right? I've got an 80-year-old mother at home and Lu-soo. Honestly, looking at this kind of contestant, he felt a little numb. It was almost comical how pathetic the guy was. Before, he thought this guy had strong survival skills and might be a pro, but now it was clear he just dumped all his stat points into staying alive out of fear. Hey! Lu-soo gave a helpless chuckle and hoisted him up, propping him against the wall. To be able to make Wrath Mask Lu-soo laugh, Beeman could be considered a rare talent. Lu-soo spoke. I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Just asking questions, that's all. But Lu-soo's earlier chuckle nearly made Beeman wet himself. Why the hell are you laughing at a time like this? His whole body trembled, and he didn't even catch what Sin had just said. He just kept babbling. Don't kill me, we can talk this out. I taste terrible and I'm not edible. Seeing him like this, Lu-soo didn't waste time. He patted Beeman's shoulder and asked, This place, there's a lot of things around, right? The kind you can't see or touch. Can you tell me what that's about? Maybe to avoid scaring him too much, Lu-soo's voice was calm, very gentle as he added. If you don't give me an answer within 10 seconds, I'll shove your head into your pelvis. I'm quick with my hands. It won't hurt. In that case, your top and bottom heads could finally be reunited. Beeman, who had just barely calmed down, instantly snapped. Only one line echoed in his ears. This guy was going to crush him to death. He burst into wailing again, but his crying was **said. Loud, yes, but not a single tear fell. Boom. Lu-soo kicked the wall right next to his head, annoyed. Crying counts as time too. I'm counting to 10. 1, 10. With that, Lu-soo directly whipped out his hell roar. No. What about the 8 numbers in the middle? Let me think. Beeman lunged forward and hugged Lu-soo's leg. Yes, it's mine, it's my doing. If you're sensing a lot of things, they're probably all my spirit forms. Spirit forms? Lu-soo asked back. Yeah, like this and that and this. As he spoke, Beeman started rattling off his entire ability like he was beating a rhythm, afraid that leaving anything out would get him killed on the spot by Sin. Lusu just listened, stunned. Spirit forms, huh? Can you take them back? No, really can't. They'll only disappear once I leave the area, Beeman blurted out, hoping desperately the guy would let him go. Once he left, those things would be gone too. Can't? That's perfect. As he said this, a smiling face appeared once again on the Wrath Mask. Honestly, this Beeman had triggered the Wrath Mask's smile expression more times than anyone else. Perfect? Beeman was confused. Suddenly, his shoulder was seized, and Lusa pinned him against the wall. Did you study hard in school? Read more books. What? Before Beeman could react, a gray book appeared in front of him. It seemed to carry a strange magic. Once he looked at it, it was hard to look away. It was mesmerizing. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the cover title, Confessions of the Disillusioned. Amidst that entrancing gray, the cover of the book slowly opened to the first page. In that instant, Beeman felt like his life had been a complete failure. In front of the strongest player, he was like an ant. Maybe it was better to just die here. He didn't want to live anymore. At the same time, an unending string of high-pitched, unidentifiable wails echoed through the gymnasium, like the cries of ghosts and monsters. Inside the gymnasium, patches of gray fog burst into view and then quickly vanished, giving off the illusion that maybe it was just a trick of the eye. The entire space twisted slightly. Shrill screeches rang out one after another, accompanied by faint explosions, like dust being blown up by gusts of air. It was as if an invisible fireworks display had gone off in the gymnasium. Lusa could clearly feel that the vast amount of malice previously fixated on him in the gym was rapidly decreasing, like clearing rows in a game of Tetris. And the previously noisy gym was gradually becoming calm. The once bustling sounds of athletic activity were also fading away and eventually vanished completely. Turns out, even that was the work of Beeman's spirit forms. Everything in the gymnasium was a distraction, meant to confuse Lu Su and keep him stuck here. Park Pusong and Beeman had planned everything except for accounting for Lu Su's strength. An S-tier sealed artifact had only been released for a few minutes, and the gym was already eerily silent. Those hundreds of spirit form clones? Completely wiped out. Bang! Lucius slammed his book shut and put away Confessions of the Disillusioned. An S-tier sealed artifact really was something else. Just a single page was enough to wipe out all of Beeman's spirit forms, and the backlash was clear too. The negative effects on him were mostly emotional and mental, but thanks to the Wrath Mask, he couldn't feel any of that. What Lusa could feel was that the moment the book opened, a wave of nameless rage surged inside him, as if everything in the world pissed him off. Beeman looked super annoying, wanted to kill. This gymnasium looked like trash, wanted to smash it. This school was an eyesore, wanted to blow it up. In short, nothing in the world sat right with him. It was like a black hole that devoured all warmth and rationality in his heart, turning it into pure wrath that wanted to burn the world down. Now Luciv finally understood that line describing wrath, I am the fire that will burn the world to ash. This book really shouldn't be read too much. Too many sacred texts and you'll start killing without blinking. After putting the book away, the gym became unnaturally quiet. All the earlier chaos and noise now seemed like a hallucination, as if none of it had ever happened. Peace and quiet was better. Except for one person. I'm such a failure. I'm nothing. Might as well just die. Beeman collapsed weakly on the ground, mumbling nonsense like he'd been broken. His nerves had been twisted too many times. First, he was terrified by the Wrath Mask, then overwhelmed by the conceptual power of Confessions of the Disillusioned. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. Lu Su, already in a bad mood, looked at the pitiful sight and asked with a kind, sincere tone. So, you want to die? Need a hand with that? Beeman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shot up off the ground like a spring, staggering back several steps. No bro, no. I was just messing around. I was talking nonsense. I want to live so bad I can't even sleep at night, terrified I'll never wake up again. All the negative emotions in his head were wiped clean. His intense survival instinct left no room for disillusionment. Right now, he knew how hard it was to cling to life in front of Sin, Alfeni. Even though the challenge mode didn't have win or die rules, if you got caught and beaten to death by Sin, that was all on you. From the corner of his eye, Beeman glanced at the exit token on the ground and was just about to figure out how to get it back when Lusa casually bent down and picked it up. Beeman. Lusa didn't bother with his internal breakdown. He took a few steps toward the center of the gym and seemed to faintly hear a basketball bouncing. But his beast-like instincts didn't pick up anything, no hostility, no signs of being watched. Nothing seemed off. Though he'd eliminated all the distractions, he couldn't quite figure out what the real game content was. Eliminating wrong choices is not equal to finding the right one. Lusu had fought for a long time already. Facing this kind of situation, he didn't feel like playing it the proper way. Wasn't there a ready-made person right here? He turned to Beeman, who looked completely lost, and asked, "What's this game about?" Beeman cautiously replied, "If I tell you, will you not kill me?" "You could choose not to tell me," Lusa said calmly. "No. I'll tell you. I have to tell you." Beeman snapped to attention. "Basketball. The opponent plays basketball." His instant shift in tone shocked all the spectators, but honestly, it was a pretty effective survival tactic. And then, seeing the cooperation, Lusa continued. "Then I don't know, seriously. I only had some sense of it because I could spread out spirit forms. Only Park Bu-sung knows the real method to clear it. Why not go find Park Bu-sung? Torture him, not me. Torturing me won't get you anything." Lusu. At this point, Beeman had completely abandoned his dignity. Sell out a teammate? Sure, do it fast. If it weren't for Park Bu-sung, he wouldn't be facing this killing machine in the first place. Lusu. Spirit forms effort-intensive, no pain points to farm, not worth the hassle. He didn't feel like overanalyzing. He just wanted to clear this horror mystery and move on. This might have to be analyzed from the backstory. I think the protagonist of this horror mystery is always waiting for someone who can beat him in basketball. Also, his background might be tragic. Dignity? Once it drops once, there's no psychological burden left. Beeman was fully committed now, acting like he was Lusa's teammate. Enough. Stop talking. Lusa cut him off. Just tell me where he is? If you think about it in game terms, decoding and analyzing are super inefficient. If he was in the Greed Mask, maybe he'd care more about that kind of thing. But right now, he was in Wrath, and Wrath only bothered to use its brain in battle. It's like when you play a game, you skip the tutorial, skip the backstory, skip the cutscene, and just go straight to gameplay, grab your gun, and start blasting. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I only know it's time to kill, kill, kill. Beeman didn't really get Lusu, but he was in I'm already cooperating, please spare me mode, so he pointed toward a certain spot. That area had already been wrecked. Lusu had smashed the basketball hoop there earlier, and it had fallen into another part of the court. Lusu walked over, picked up the fallen hoop, and with a thud, stabbed it upright into the floor. Then, once again, he pulled out Confessions of the Disillusioned, opened it, and laid it flat across the hoop. Beeman stared blankly at the scene before him, watching Lusu lay the book flat on the basketball hoop. He had no idea what he was trying to do. But soon enough, he understood. On the hoop, Confessions of the Disillusioned couldn't be moved by a breeze unless someone manually flipped it. The sound of a basketball bouncing echoed lightly in the gym. Suddenly swish, as if something had been thrown. A few seconds later, the book's pages trembled slightly, like something had melted into them, and then all sound vanished. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Everything went completely quiet. Then, a sharp scream erupted from beneath the basketball hoop in the gym. A chilling wind surged throughout the sports hall, like something was about to explode. Luce's gaze sharpened. He lunged forward, leaping onto the basketball rack, sitting on the edge of the backboard, picked up Confessions of the Disillusioned, crossed one leg over the other, and waited for the possible fight to come. An aura of wrath spread out, colliding with invisible resentment like dragons clashing with tigers. Lusu wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen next, while Beeman cowered in a corner of the gym, trembling, hoping he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Then, the chaotic, tense aura slowly faded, and everything returned to calm. A system prompt Beeman never expected rang out in his ears. 7 mysteries of the campus, bouncing ball sound of the empty gymnasium, Black Team Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 2 out of 7, remaining time, 22:39:46. Beamin? Wait, bro? That was it. Then what the H*LL was all that torture I went through? A social experiment. But thinking about how that book damaged spirit forms and remembering what Park Bu-sung told him at the beginning of the game, a lot of things started to make sense. Back then, Park Bu-sung had told him, "Your ability is special. This gym level isn't particularly hard, but I've custom-tailored it for you. This level is a perfect match for your spirit form. As long as you can hold out and don't get spotted, no matter who comes, there's no way out of this place." Too bad Beamin didn't hold out. In Park Bu-sung's plan, with hundreds of spirit forms identical to the basketball ghost mixed together, no one would be able to find the real target. Add Beamin's interference and switching around, and nobody would be able to spot him either. If it were a normal person, trying to eliminate distractions and find the key from tiny clues would have played right into Park's trap. But Lusa showed up. The Wrath Mask noticed someone watching from the shadows. Well then, just drag them out and deal with them. Who's showing me malice? Looking to die? Lusa saw the situation resolve itself and, having been ready for another round, felt a little annoyed. Then, a slightly strange game voice rang out. White team player, Beamin, has exited the current challenge mode competition. Huh? Lusa thought, didn't I already take his exit token? Could he have gotten another one from Game Rewards? Looking back, he found Beamin still standing behind him, looking completely confused, patting himself down like he was checking if a part of his body had gone missing. Lusa frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't you say your name's Beamin? You lying to me?" "No, bro." Beamin was panicking. "I swear, I have no idea what's going on. Why did I exit?" Beamin had never encountered this situation before. Strictly speaking, no one in the world probably had. He was still in the game, but already considered eliminated. The system broadcast had finished, and when he tried to send messages to his teammates through the in-game channel, it failed. The whole channel was closed off to him. Even his own livestream had vanished. When he opened his broadcast screen, it was pitch black. So what am I now? A game undead? His teammates were probably going to think he wasn't really him anymore, someone disguised as him, up to some shady plan. Beamin was completely lost. His exit token wasn't even on him. Even if he genuinely wanted to leave the game now, he couldn't. Everything tied to his status in the game had disappeared. No viewers, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering around. Especially now. Could this killing machine in front of him even believe he was really Beamin? If this guy decided he didn't care who he was, he might not even bother figuring it out. Beamin forced a smile and said to Lusu, "For real, big bro, you gotta believe me. I've got no reason to lie to you. How about this, you give me back my exit token. I'll leave right now. Cool your temper, no need for violence." Lusa said nothing. He simply raised Hell Roar in his right hand. "Whoa. Chill, man. We can talk this out, no need to shoot." Beamin was so scared he nearly pissed himself. Why the H*LL wouldn't this guy believe he wasn't up to anything? If you don't believe me, ask your audience. My livestream feed's gone, seriously. Lusa didn't even look at him. He swapped the weapon to his other hand, then put Hell Roar away. He pressed on his earpiece. "Hello." After connecting to Sia and Tong, Lusa turned and walked out of the gym. "I saw it. Looks like your completion speed is pretty fast." A few seconds of silence, then her voice came through the earpiece. "Pretty easy," Lusa replied flatly. "Got any leads on the next mystery's location and content?" "Pretty much figured out the general areas." Her reply surprised Lusu. He didn't expect things to be going this smoothly. Sia and Tong continued. "The music room and art classroom are relatively straightforward. I've got a good idea where to look and I'll guide you over in a bit. The bathroom and the 13 steps are less clear. I have a few theories, so you'll need to scout those out for me. Go check the spots I'm suspicious of and see if the game triggers anything." She seemed to be used to Sin's way of talking now, so she gave orders without wasting words. The two of them were like emotionless game-clearing machines, just focused on smashing their way through this game. Damn, not sure why, but watching those two talk gives off crazy pressure. Wonder if Park Bu-sung can even handle it. They're not holding back at all. That was fast. Honestly, I imagine myself in their shoes feels awesome. If I think something's sus, I just tell Sin, and Sin bulldozes it. No sh*t, if you got to play a max level account, how could it not be fun? I want to be a top tier bro too. What? You got access to legendary weapons too, buddy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.